regions, the northern side of Stormpoint has been stronger when it comes to the success rate of your POI you land to converting it to a victory. In the EMEA region, it's actually been pretty close north to south. It's been the northeast region that has dominated, though, the likes of Down Beast, the likes of Checkpoint. Also, you've got Vexed landing at Launchpad. That's had an incredible success rate throughout this region of 18.5% in terms of their win rate. So we'll have to see whether Vexed can carry that on today. As we move over to the likes of Checkpoint, which has an 18.5% win rate, we've got two teams dropping there. You've got J-Lings, who will look to try and carry on their form from the start of the season, and Phoenix Legacy, who are kind of dropping a little bit on the southern side of Checkpoint. It shouldn't be a contest. It should just be a potential for a latter fight. 2R1C dropping it Down Beast, I think, is an interesting one. They could certainly be a squad that could really do some damage. And you've got Maestro Gaming at the northern side, at the wall. They have yet to find a victory this season, but we've seen incredible victories from the wall. We know what an amazing POI it can be. So just keep an eye on some of these teams and these POIs, because dropping really counts and really matters.
Well, as much as some of the fights and the moments in game are a little bit like the dialogue, where these teams land certainly are the structure for our plot. We'll see if there are any twists and turns. By the way, great graphic. We want to give a big shout out to Longshot, who we saw do that last week as well. Loved it. Our partner, as well as just a great overall production squad. So go ahead, check out their Twitch if you haven't already. Big shout outs to Longshot for giving us the stage there with that beautiful overlay of what Stormpoint will look like when these teams begin to land. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time to go. I cannot wait. I know you cannot either. It is...
Yeah. 負けんな。
断然クローム
DKC パス
あー、髪の毛が目に入る。
結婚記念日は違うのこれも全然わかんない。
RK さんコンピューターです。
クロームが覚えておきます。
助かる。
スマホにもクロームを。
Our season champion as well. And then on top of that all, we've got match point. So there is still the opportunity for that Cinderella story to come through. 50 points is that magic number you've got to hit first before you're eligible.
And sometimes we come into match point format where only half the lobby has found victories throughout the season, but we have 17 of our 20 teams today who have found a victory. No one it takes to actually get a win, but it's about when you get that win, right? Some of them only have one victory. If you get that early on, then are you going to be able to win when it comes to match point? When you get to that 50 threshold, that is going to be a difficult scenario for a lot of these. There are some squads who have been able to win back to back to back, and I think that winning back to back is so important in match point because you've got to make sure you keep up that consistency.
Well, we start on Storm Point as well. We'll have to wait for World's Edge, which is going to be without the lick of paint. New season not quite here yet, but it's going to be the old familiar favorite of many of these teams.
線がないからもう PC にさしてる充電器を。あ、レッドブルだもう。久々のレッドブルだ。あ、始まった。チャムさん、シュガップさん、コンビニです。
Certain areas in Stormpoint that have had higher success rates when it comes to drop, and it does seem to be the northwest side has dominated, and it's kind of like the northeast side has dominated. The likes of Thunderwatch, Command Center, Stormcatcher, Lightning Rod, the Wall. These areas have been very prevalent in being able to find a victory, and that's because of the way the map works and how it has always worked. Stormpoint, it kind of starts from the northeast and it goes all the way down, and you're gonna have to fight your way up if you're dropping one of the southern sides.
Yeah, interesting to see though. When you're looking at teams and where they're dropping,
どこがボーダーなんだ?
keep your eyes on and see if there is going to be any contests going down. It looks like everyone is pretty safe for now. Nobody really having any early scraps. But if you're looking at the teams who do drop down on the southern side, I'm looking at Aurora. I'm looking at Fire Beavers. I'm looking at V2 teams who cause problems, and I stand corrected because Bitfix Gaming, the underdog, who qualify for the regional finals. Well, they're up against Ascend over a barometer, and there is an early engagement and a fight going down.
Yeah, this is going to be a very big telling story of what's going to happen throughout this day as well. Can you assert dominance against one of the biggest and best teams in this region? Bitfix Gaming looking to try and make a push.
いや、俺はわかんないよ。
At the moment, it's looking like Ascend kind of just trapped down on the low ground. One player from Bitfix Gaming has a frag grenade in their pocket. They might be able to do a huge amount of damage to it, but like you say, this isn't just.
いや、アセンド大丈夫やな。
This is a potential story that is going to evolve.
アセンドは大丈夫や。
Continue, depending on who comes out on top of this fight. But for now, you can see nobody wants to be that first player down, especially in the regional finals.
Bitfix Gaming know that they have the upper hand at the moment. They have forced them down into this little hidey hole, and it's a matter of picking their fights. They say, all right, well, Ascend have to make a move here. But as this goes on, it's just going to hurt both teams. You can see how weak Ascend are when it comes to what they've actually been able to find loot-wise. Really excited to see what Ascend try and do here. What is the game plan? You've got smokes to work with. You've of course got Horizon as
なんだこの争い。
black hole, but that is a long old wait, and you've really just got to hope there isn't going to be a push.
But you can see the post kill's popping. I think his second ult excel here, so they may be thinking about getting that exhibit down, the ultimate coming out of Seer, which is going to give them all the information. Maybe they can pick off one player, and they also have a white armor swap, so there's a little bit to work with here. And Ascend have managed to escape for now. They're going to be able to smoke off the top thanks to Kashira, and they're going to be able to escape. So I have to say, very well played. But for Big Fix Gaming, they had one grenade. It could have been also different.
Yeah, it's whether Bitfix Gaming have, missed an opportunity there to assert some dominance, but they also knew who it was going to be they were fighting, and perhaps said, look, is it worth throwing away game one here when all the points are going to match point format? We could see a team gain 25 plus points here in match number 1, and they'll already be halfway towards match point threshold. If you're to throw away your game and have 0 points, you were already so far behind and putting yourself in such a difficult position. Bitfix Gaming, they have to win today. They cannot just afford to have a good day and get some points to try and climb up the leaderboard. If they want to be at LAN, they need to win on match points.
KGP いいね。
The only thing good points is going to do for them is put a little bit more cash in their pockets. But
まあでも家が一番いいな。
you really want to be at the LAN event where the big money is up for
Vex
grabs.
あんま弱。
As we take a look at our map overhead, you can see some teams who have already made a little bit of an early rotate. One of those teams is going to be Vex. They had good priority to this zone. KCP
おさつさんコンピュータです。NA はね、多分朝7時とかじゃない？いつもの時間だったら朝7時に NA だよ。
But they do have some good armors to work with, so if they get a bit of an armor check on Vex, they might think about trying to push early here.
ヨーロエメアオフチーム、毎回言ってる気がするこれ。毎週言ってる気がするこれ。応援してるチームいますかみたいな。ミレッツさんコンピュータです。まあアライアンス。
Everyone's already moved. Everyone's started to get down into one of
the Alliance
Pioneer
and
it's getting quite congested down to the south of Stormcatcher there. So there's not going to be too many areas for these teams that are starting to arrive late. Speaking of teams who dropped at the wall, Maestro. They are a squad today, but they have not found a victory all season to any of their match days, but they have had good points totals, Mark.
NA までのつなぎの時間、スターレールやっとこうかな。
What their start to the season was like, right? It was very slow by their own standards. I mean, 15 points game day number 1, fantastic.
まあオーロラも、あとあれだ。ゲーミンググラディエーターズ。GG ハーデキンとかだね。ハーデキンとこと J リングと、アライアンスと KCP 応援ですね。お若参りさん、セロペケのスパです。世界大会おめでとうございます。ナイスパです。
Yeah, and form is great, and points is great, and we can say that for the 3 teams who haven't found victory so far this season.
俺さ、今日寝てないんだよね、俺。割と眠いけど、まあ、頑張るわ。
All 3 of them have shown on a match day they can perform well. But when you get to that threshold, can you actually get the
昼に起きてからずっと起きてる俺。
I know that the likes of Maestro and Gaming Gladiators have done it in the past. We haven't seen maybe Bitfix do it yet this season, but there certainly has been promising signs. Now, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams outside of this next circle we're going to be moving in late. We have a lot of early movers here. This is going to be a relatively slow game in the early stages, but when we get to like Circle 4, Circle 5, it's going to be so difficult to try and breathe because
いや、これアンチわからんな。なんだこれ。普通に発射によるのかな。全然裏切りもあるな、これ。賞味わからん。パイオニアも確定じゃね？言うて確定だよな。ボーダーゲーなのは、ここだね。このホライゾンユニオンから
back under a little bit of stress once more.
でもホライズンには大丈夫かな。いや、わからんな。ここら辺だね。だから GG 頑張ったし、GG とオーロラ頑張ったし、パーデキンとことオーロラ。
Kind of the magicians in the lobby at the moment, but there's a third party now coming in, and it's Bitfix Gaming who caused them problems at the start of this game. Post kill will go down, and now Lufka and Kashera have some
めっちゃいるんだけど、ここ。え ?4 倍いるぞ、ここ。端多い、端多い。でもオーロラいい感じだね、これ。いい漁夫になってるね。結果的に。
knock as well, and moving from C4 back to where
世界大会の会場は前と全く一緒のロンドンですね。会場も全く一緒ですね。もう聞き慣れた場所だ俺ら。
And one thing to note out for Aurora as well, they got themselves a tasty little care package on the way. You saw the RE45 was in the hands of one of their players.
ホテルの場所すらわかるよ俺ら。ロンドンのあそこだけ知ってるわ。
So really, you've got to get out of this fight if you haven't been able to find yourself a safe location with cover that can actually be adapted to. V2 still are a 3, so
いやでもなんか変わってほしいよね会場は。なんか見栄えって変わんないじゃん前と。
I think Ascend have been able to get back up to 3. Yes, they have. They've been able to
変わり映えのない会場ってなんか
pick them up. But what a tough game it's been for Ascend, all because of that contest right at the start. Usually, we'd be seeing Ascend getting into one of these priority positions at this stage of the game, but they're going to have to work very hard to get there.
アセンド生きてる。アセンド生存能力高えよな。うわ、KCP、アンチョミよ。飯うまい食いってあんまないよね。ハキス。ハキス。
Yeah, I think that as soon as you see these early rotations happening and you know the zone's pulling that way, you are going to get a little bit of
日本ってやっぱビザの関係で無理だから。
kind of the southern side of the map of all the teams that are going to be moving a little bit late. But I will say that Aurora, the fact they were able to pick up a kill and then get out of the fight was very important. If they'd stayed for too long, then it could have
次
ended
の
up
プレイオフ
being
で
pretty
ファイナル出れれば
for them as everyone
い
just
けるぐらい
started
じゃないか
to
な。
scrap. You spoke
確
about
か。
Vexed, by the way. They're in one of the best positions because
チャンリオさんが
I mean,
そん
this
ぐらい
was
言って
the
た。
perfect zone for them, but it's whether they can make the most of it. As we speak about Aurora landing, we speak about V2 landing. They land on each other.
いやー、これどこ降りてきたの？上のパーティー強いねこれ、降りてきたパーティー。いや、強い V2。
Good shots coming in, but Choke now finds himself as the last player alive. It could be a 1v1 scenario, and he's the one who's got the battle.
I think it's a 1v2, unfortunately, but he will make sure he takes down one player just for the shield swap being available to him, but also to take away that information. But now this is where you've got to hit your shots. Gets the shield swap, but now there's going to be the push from the other two.
お、強い。さすがに。いやでもオーロラ抱えってるな一人。モバリサールでも。モバリサールでかいぞこれ。え、待って。なんでオーロラに3セットいんの？え？オーロラに、誰が変わったこれ？いつから変わったのオーロラ？クリーバー、ランテーズみたいなのは解かれたけど。いや、エメアは10枠だから割と1位となくてもいけるチーム多いよ。他のチーム次第のとこ多いけど。ファイアビーバーズはもうやばい、もうクリプトバンガや変わってる視野バンガからマジこのチームが外で一番強いね、フィジカル。
And actually, Firebeavers now put
これ
themselves
ボーダーじゃないこの人
on the
2
southern
リック
side for this circle. They'll be the only team really, unless Ascend were to rotate that way on the southern side. So they're going to be chilling for now and should be able to at least get top 10 from that position, if not more.
オーロラ死んだら痛いな。
Firebeavers have the most wins in the region throughout this season, so we'll have to keep a keen eye on whether they are able to make full advantage of their side on the
正味この60ポイント台のチームが
team who I said are
どっ
dropping
かわ
over
かん
towards
ないね。
Down Beast
どこ行く
and
か。
have a good success rate from that POI. I have to see whether they can do
いや
something.
GG 頑張れ。
But at the moment, it looks like they're just trying to work out where they want to
GG
go.
頑張れ。
As are a lot of teams now. This next circle's moving in.
Well, just to give you a bit of an idea of where this zone is going
こ
to
れ
be,
さ
it's going to be ending on one of the docks just outside of
コマ
launch.
線ある？コマ線あるわ。
to this position. Maestro are inside of it as well. Firebeavers, like we mentioned, they've got the south side to themselves at the moment. But Ascend back up to 3.
コマ線あるなら
Bitfix Gaming, who we saw
トリマ公式と、あれ忘れちゃったな、あのやり方。マイク忘れるわ、ストリームなんちゃら。まあいいや。ゲーミングラディエーターズ。追加して、これ消して。アライアンスゲーミングラディエーターズ。ファイアービーバーズも入れとくか。ちょっと待って、狭いんだけど。これどうやって大きくするのこれ。できないか。
Как будто бы можно валькануться, даже типа упасть куда-то сюда.
Чел валькуется. Зона тоже. Зона ног одного.
あ、やべ終了しちゃった。最悪。オッケー。
На домах пизелка прям жестко.
コメント消してんだけど、これ。
Спина. Оп, убил.
У нас еще дуо в спине. Это зона не
Окей.
無理か。
Гозол там киллпоинты с них, со спины.
Слева все.
Бежит из зоны.
Го подлево за мной. Иду. Все справа дерутся.
なんか音ちっちゃいな、こういうの。
Нам двойка подрунить может.
まあいいや。
Запиздили здесь, Сонь.
アセンド死んだ。
Вообще крак одного.
エレメント6死んだ。
Да.
いや、これアンチカットしやすいんじゃないこれ。
У меня слева есть.
キャノンで飛んでたぞ、アンチーム。
Можно ближе подойти, нет? Спину.
Да. Вальку ног. Я закину.
Убейте, пак. Давай.
いいよ、もうワンパイるよ、これ。めっちゃいるはず。オラウル来たけど相手の方が多分辛い状況ではある。いや、挟まれてるな、これ。あ、終わったわ。あ、挟まれてるわ。アライアンスも死んだな。アライアンスも死んじゃった。
Просто замес. Вот это тут играют. Вот тут фри. Вот тут фри. Один на жабе, вот тут стоит.
Можем пикнуть Кирю.
Двое в углу. 3 в углу. Да никто вас не смотрит. 3 в углу. Вы же с смоками. 3 в углу. Вот тут до сих пор. Метка.
2, 3. Блять.
見えないな。
Нок на одного.
Не торопитесь, я скажу себе.
Задних смотри.
Он ресает. Я могу ЕМПшнуть, если их хотите.
なんかいい配置ないのかな、これ。いい配置がない。
По метке хуярьте. Еще хуярьте. Я метку спамлю.
Можешь опустить.
Я не могу опустить, меня сломают.
Блять,
Он
надо
за
бэкать.
бамбуком. Бэкайте. Я реколю.
Я хилюсь. Мне все.
С этой...
Справа подошли.
Вот тут типы.
Надо прогнать их.
Так, а давай.
Наши энами.
Я иду к вам.
はーい。ファイアービーバーズいいね。
Давайте забирайте.
И то
сразу
ему.
он убегает. А, не, нам не нужен.
Просто нельзя,
Да.
чтобы они оттуда к нам пришли.
Слышите, каверите меня, я тут близко к вам в дроне.
確かに英語ですらないからわかんない。
Этот ушел, да.
Так,
Да,
20 секунд,
да,
бля.
он что-то
Я
хрен.
дохуя энергию
Слушайте, не дайте никому в спину навалькануться.
Да, это правда.
Так никто не может валькануться, тут все друг другом файтятся, я же говорю.
いや、これは
Вот
公式を見よう。
эти вдвоем стоят в углу.
To convert from top 10. 1C will now start to make their move, and they've got the digi threats to shred through.
This is a problem here for
あ、パイロ死んだ。 ずっとこいたのに。いや、ずっとここアンチを見よくて、これ死ぬの痛いな。
It becomes a very simple fight. They will fall, as we can see now. 2R1C trying to continue to clean up some bodies that are on the floor. 9 squads remaining. And speaking of 2R1C, we're going to jump into a listening presented by WD Black.
Come here. Come forward.
Go cannon.
Fall together. Come cannon.
いやでもこれ、
Shoot the rock guys now.
この先、
Cracks in it. Nice.
なんか髪の毛。
Watch the house. Keep watching the house. I hold down forward. Focus house.
ロシアのチーム、そう、元ゼータディビジョンだね。
Keep shooting. We have all the space clear in front of us. Just play beans and shoot house side.
I'm taking. They're gonna fight, it's two teams.
Right, on right, cat, right.
No, don't pick.
I'm one. I got knocked. GA race, GA.
あ、これファイアビーバーズだ。
They're pushing us in all, please.
Stick it.
いや、来るね、ファイアビーバーズ。マジゴリゴリだな。ゴリゴリ来んな。これ勝ったら金ノックも持ってんじゃん。強え。やっぱ強えよ、ファイアビーバーズ。番画視点みたいな、番画視点。してるんだよな、配信。してますね。
Вот тут типы.
Есть одна. Взял тоже молик.
Вот тут файт.
Не давай, пока, слышь?
Спейс заберите вот тут спейс заберите прямо сейчас. Вот тут спейс.
Давай не помню, давай просто вот это все закроем.
Нет, заберите спейс. Один тут встаньте. Один тут встаньте, один здесь встаньте. Тут файт.
Да, можешь. Иди там ебашь, слышь, иди там ебашь. Они далеко дерутся.
Один посередине останьте, чтобы меня каверить.
Ага, я тут стою. Ебашек.
あー、左2パと右2パで終わりじゃん、これ。
Тут файты, Кирюх, слышишь?
Мы сейчас
Я
всё просто
сейчас зону
закрываем.
выхожу. Да, мы все закрываем. Просто останьтесь так, как стоите, так и стойте,
Да, я так и
окей?
стою, чилю.
Я все, я в дроне, я на инфу играю.
いや、これマジファイアビーバーズ勝つぞ、これ。
Я буду
Чё ты
дамаг
как, Лёв?
получать.
В их сторону, по-моему, еще один склад пошел.
Слышишь, Лёва, и
Слышишь,
ты
мы
по
с- мы со
колу-
Святом
по
сейчас
колу
вдвоем их
развернись.
уебем,
Да,
по-моему.
по колу развернись, если что.
Вальку,
Валькута,
чтобы не спину.
Лёва.
Может, подстакнемся?
Да, подстакнемся теперь, идите под меня сюда. Под меня летят, помощь.
Я ультанул наебало. Мы можем этот дом закрыть, который выходит?
Вот это, нет, вот это фраги, вот, заберите,
Ебашьте, пацаны. Я
Стреляй,
ультанул
я
второй
сейчас
склад.
я подсвечиваю, вот, смотрите.
Не вижу.
これ入れたいね。
Я дрон засетапил,
Ты не
они сейчас пойдут, показываю,
Ага,
геймпад.
им хуёво. Второй склад в спину сейчас выйдет, пацаны.
Убил,
Спина,
всё,
спина.
Я реколю. Они не в спину. Слышите, вот тут справа чел, на мне сейф.
Я килюсь, я здесь килюсь. Слышите, держу спот.
Давай, я к тебе, Кирюх.
e スポーツは出れるかも。
Хилюсь, смотри там.
出ると思う。
Я свапов нам выкинул. У меня ульты нет, чё что. Я буду сейчас ульчарджа искать.
Ты уверен, что сольник?
Да, один склад, по-моему, сольник.
Всё,
Ой,
заебись,
мечта
это
килл
сделал
херот ты,
сольника,
на?
этот. Надо сольника до конца не убивать, чтобы он закошмарил их.
Я нейд дохуя беру.
Вот один здесь.
これめっちゃ拾ってるぞ。
Да, я взял.
9キルぐらい
Мне
か。
опять нейд. Дать вам?
アシストとキルで9か。
Да.
Я пытаюсь ульчарджа
Есть,
искать, слышите?
дай ульчардж, мне ульчардж нужен. Мне надо ульчардж, не тебя. Я нашел один.
Будет у тебя?
次、ヴァンガールドな
Дай
い。
мне шляпу, Кирюк, дай мне шляпу. Не, Лёва, ты мне отдай шляпу.
いやでもアンチは一番近いけど、なんか次やんのかな、試合物。
Что чел просканил справа, я перешел сам, дай шляпу. Будет ульта. Ну не так
Но у
скоро,
них
блядь.
быстрее, у них
いやでもこ
быстрее
れちょっとわからん
Сколько
な
до。ульты, скажи?
Мне 25.
なんか奥が強そうな感じあるけど。
А там человек с трипл тейком, он вообще не игрок.
いやでも奥の岩先切れるな、これ。切れるから、
Я на них прежу.
Почему
挟めるね。左と一緒に。
Да, вот эти сейчас
その岩多分さっき切れる、ほら、
Еще
キロセルさ。
последний побежит,
Катушку не дайте
смотрите.
поставить. Слышишь?
Ну и
Просто
последний.
я им пишешь им катушку, и я их разъебу нейдами.
Да, похуярь, одно хп.
Она одно хп.
Последний.
Я ломаю
Еще одного
катушку.
крякнул.
いや、その木いらんかった気がする。あ、でも、あれか。タイム壊したから。
Я их нейджу, ребят.
Я готов
Бля, они
EMP.
поставили. Бля, мне хуёво, ребят,
Я
пока
готов
вырисите.
EMP. Да, я
Мне очень хуёво, блядь, убили.
あー。
Вдвоем играйте.
いやでもこれやり合うぞ。やり合うぞ、これでも。
Я им пишу жейк.
Я EMP, пошли.
Идите вместе.
Им пиздец больно, Лёва, пошли.
あ、ソロなんか、これ、ソロフルパディオだね。それぞれ。で、ファイアビーバーズがうまく消せれば。あー。
2 versus 3, 5 beavers though, with the ultimate high ground, but SAF with the numbers advantage. Who's going to win our first game in the regional final?
さすがに
Trying to do what he can with the charge rifle. He hasn't got any ammo with anything else.
さすがにね。
Because the charge rifle
いやー、道取れたね、でも。
nice and close and up personal with whoever you're going up against. But SAF, a team who needed point stand. they get the first ones of the day.
SAF find their second win of the season, and what a time to get it as well. What a time to
SAF ってこれボーダーじゃね？ボーダーチーム買ったくね？
I mean, they have been impressive on Storm Point throughout this season, so I was thinking this would be the
SF
more
ボーダーだっ
likely
て気がす
time
る
we
ぞ。
saw them gather points, but they've
ほら、
shown that
11
they
位だ
are
よ。
here to play today. And that last
これでかいね、
they were able to
SF としては。
find a spot, smoke themselves off,
誰がいるんだろう。
catch Ninems off guard. I don't think he was expecting to be shredded.
全くわからない誰か。
It meant that Firebeavers had to find themselves in a 2 versus 3.
Well, we're going to bring Rene back in because you got to take over. It's an amazing start to the day, and SAF
普通リックもボーダーだね、これ。
teams looking for qualification.
まだ10ポイント。まあまあまあ。
Thank you, fellas. I was gonna say,
Danish.
certified look impressive, but so are you two in that first call. Great stuff. Excited to see you back. At least one of you with our special guest for game 2. And speaking of that, I'm not gonna be breaking this down to low.
あ、これか15位。これもボーダーじゃん。
It's time for me to work on my monologues.
結構ボーダーチーム頑張ってるぞ。
Kitty here with me today. So Vicky, I'll put that to the side. We'll do that next broadcast. I'm happy to have you with me here. What a finish to game number 1 we saw.
Oh man, what a hype first game when Starter Fight was one of my teams to watch. I didn't open up
ゲーム名長い
with
ね。
my favorite Brit casters out here, but Starter Fight was one of those teams like you heard Onsa and Gaston talk
なんか
about.
ね、APEX ね、名前長くてもね、なんか流れるんだよね、こうやって。広告みたいな感じで。
Starting off strong, you love to see it in this
な
final
んて言えばいいんだろう。
play here, Rain.
流れ
I
る。
mean, let's just take a look back at how it all happened. Fire Beavers, as Mark said, pretty much their game to lose. They were in
で、そうそう、
control.
このモグ、
Dan had also alluded to this foreshadowing of what happens with Danish. What
この
happens
モ
with
グで、
Danish?
なんか、
It turned
あい
out
つ出
to
ちゃったの
happen
多
a
分。
little bit more than Fire Beavers thought. Made a big impact in losing 9 impulse there, and they had to take the rest of this as
痛かったね。
2v3, but they did a good job with it.
Yeah, when we saw that Impulse go down there at first, he had limited cover too behind that original rock. Can we also talk about Young Hong Kong just healing up, having that little lip of that rock to manage to just reset, the EMP giving him enough time, but still he was forcibly got out of cover because of the ring closing in right behind them. Fire Beavers did clean up that 1 KP. They had the high ground, but Rain, they were at that number disadvantage after what had happened initially to 9 Impulse.
And, you know, it actually is very important that he does that. I think Taskmaster, you know, they know this is a kill we've got to grab. Not only does it take us from 3rd to 2nd place, which is going from 7th to 9 points, but it ends up also giving them the extra kill. So they get 3 extra kills off of that. Fire Beavers, despite losing the game, almost have the most points in that due to their 11 Vicky. So they started off
お、ただのニトロさん、320円スパです。
who I thought with Young Hong Kong really made the most of a bad situation where Maestro kind of had the edge on them, but they ended up winning that fight.
今無国籍なんかな？わかんない。ロシアだとね、なんか出れないからな。2回出れてないからね。ファイアビーバーズ。
We have one more Storm Point map, then we're going on to World's Edge. Can they keep that consistency now that they had started off the day with 21 points? They need those 29 extra points to be sitting at that match point.
Listen, Gaming Gladiators, they went out a little early in that, but a team we're keeping eyes on. Alliance, kind of a no-show so far. That tends to happen. Ascend, only 1 point, but they were a lot of the topic of conversation, at least in the beginning, near Barometer with Bitfix and them. Ascend get trapped underneath. They make it out. And you could have thought maybe, was this the time that we would see Aurora after winning that huge fight with V2? Aurora gets the kills. Fire Beavers comes in. We know how that story finishes with Danish to start a fight at the end of game 1. All of that. But it's also a great opportunity to see, has anyone caught your eye back at home? Because if they have, yes, that's right. Our Monster Energy MVP is back. You can vote for your MVP of today. Just tweet us or in the chat, use hashtag plus the player's name that you will be voting for at the end of the show. We will announce them and see who our winner is.
MVP 選ぶみたいな感じ。
That was a little bit of a breakdown of game number 1. While the players get ready for game number 2, let's take a little bit of a listen to one of those interviews we talked about where Mark had a chance to speak to one of our Respawn developers about what's coming in Season 7, specifically a little bit more about Ballistic, and get to know what he's bringing to the fight.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
After years of exile, disgraced legend Ballistic returns to the arena. Will he show the next generation how it's done? Or is he past his prime?
Yukio さん同居引っ越すんだ。
August Brinkman.
What can you tell us about his kit? What can we expect to see from him in game?
His passive is the sling, and it allows Ballistic to carry 3 weapons. The third weapon
見
can't
たことあ
be
る。
weapons,
デザイン
and
グ
it can't be a
デザイ
controlled
ン
weapon.
なんちゃら
His
とか言ってた。
tactical is the Whistler. It is he shoots a smart bullet, harken back to Titan.
あ、EA の人か？
And when it hits an opposing player, it applies an overheat debuff on them. So if the opposing player gets hit and they fire their weapon, the weapon after so many shots will explode in their hands, stopping them from using their weapon. And then their ultimate is called the Tempest. And activating their ult will apply a buff to all their nearby teammates that provides fast reloads, infinite ammo, and faster armed move speed. So basically, this is like a big team push ultimate. And when Ballistic fires his ultimate, his sling weapon gets upgraded to a gold version of that weapon.
Wow, he sounds like, I'm not gonna lie, he sounds like my kind of legend. That's what I'm saying. Me and the crew, as soon as we see a team in a building, we love to hold forward, we love to W key, and I think Ballistic certainly might help us on that. On that
ヒューリア、なんかヒューリアともうワンチーム強いチームがいるから。
storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Man, what a trailer. Also, little
で
jealous
中
out
継は
there that
いないから
Mark
確定チームが。
devs. I love what I'm seeing so far, though, from Ballistic. Those end circles are going to go crazy, Dan. I'm excited to see what Ballistic's going to bring to the table.
まあミルもダークゼロいるよね。
They're going to be excited for Ballistic. I mean, the amount of times in ALGS competition
まああれミル無理だったら座礁とかまあチャンリオさんが多分分かってると思う。その辺は。
Maybe this is going to be the perfect way to clear those out and fix those problems. I can't wait. It's just a couple of days now away, and as you say, I'm pretty jealous that Mark gets to speak to these people as well.
でも NRG が上がってきたら NRG いるね。中継。
You won't have that issue late game without having the need for extra ammo because that ult is going to allow you to go crazy. But can you imagine
髪の毛が邪魔すぎるよ俺。
taken over by the ballistic ult?
かゆい。
Theory craft, the Mad Maggie coming in, the Bangalore, you know, Seer is still going to
レックス中継じゃないらしいよ。
be nice to see that integrated
知らんけど。
change and how that's going to mix things up here too.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of people that will be looking to try and, you know, theory craft themselves. What's going to be that best composition? What is going to work best alongside Ballistic? Are we going to see maybe Valkyrie coming out of the rotation, Ballistic coming in? We did see we're going to see the new ability to drop your own balloon as well, be able to rotate in that format. I think there's going to be a lot of changes that happen in the next few days when we see the addition of the new and of course all those changes are going to be happening.
なんかあるけどなんか変になる俺。つけ方が違うのがさ、変になるからつけてない。
Kind of surprise you're one to watch. Another special guest.
On their way down here, Dan, and I tell you,
spot in split one.
I was about to say
it is
going to be certainly a tie.
Now has
あれあれどこだ
with sixth.
A very
we've seen incredible victories from the wall.
あ、これ。俺これが見たかった。
And very
rate of your POI you like. Also, you got
レックス発射場だね、ほら。発射場。あ、じゃあこれあれだ。これあれだよ。これストッポで。ストッポだからわかんねえか。
Also, you got Vexed landing at Launchpad. That's had a point which has an 18.5 per contest. It should just be a potential for a latter fight.
何このアイコン。何このアイコン。トムとジェリーみたい。トムとジェリーにファミコンのコントローラーや。
2R1C dropping it down beast I think is an interesting one. They could certainly be a squad that could really do some damage. And you've got Maestro Gaming at the northern side, at the wall. They have yet to find a victory this season, but we've seen incredible victories from the wall. We know what an amazing POI it can be. On some of these teams and these POIs, because dropping really counts and really matters.
かぶってんのこれ。
Well, as much as some of the fights and the moments in game
to get
victory.
Us today, but as you can see, the dropship is active. The players
いや、かぶってないな。コーチか。ハイポイントが SF か。ハイポイントからチャンピオンだったんだ。
And as I was alluding to, there are certain areas in Storm Point that have this season, but there certainly has been promising signs. Now, only what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams outside of this next.
バルジャンで行ったんかな、いいとこ。
Ascend who are trying to escape, but then the
full advantage of their side. Just be Bitfix, to be honest, who were able to get out first. Ascend get eliminated. Noah's, VCGO, and Alliance and J-Lings and Vexed are all in the same building right now. Alliance do eventually get eliminated. I did notice pick up the pieces of Ascend.
WD Black.
Come here, come forward.
SF どっからどうやって行ったんだろう。あれじゃんかな。
Well, back into the game.
Like the loot setup that we have currently from
a
frag demon out here with a nemesis and car. They're just going to be waiting on the high ground right now.
またショートファイトしてる。
Had a 4% win rate throughout this season in EMEA is being fought so hard for right now, and it does surprise me, but at the same time, it is an awkward one for Ascend, who usually are a team who love to be able to just loot freely, avoid other teams, avoid the early fights. I remember speaking to Kashira about it after the Split 1 playoff, saying, yeah, we just want to be dropping in a location where we can avoid these fights, we can get the loot, and then we can start to think about our rotations. It is not being allowed here by Bitfix Gaming, and it seems like Bitfix keep getting the shield advantage on these draws.
ここのショートファイトしょうもないよな。上取ってたら一生こもるじゃん。
Even with Kashira being on the low, but by the way, to get that extra loot that you mentioned, so that way they can maybe loot up and rotate quickly. But talking about loot, Slab out here already rocking the purple Evo, Eternal, with the rotate. Redeploy coming in from Slab. Just a little bit ahead of the rest of the team to see and navigate where the other squads that land around Mill are going to be rotating through.
Yeah, a lot of rotations at the moment.
アセンドと同じグループだったらそれ変えるか。
Pretty simple, but it's going to be when you get into that circle when I think a lot of squads are going to realize that a lot of the buildings that are going to be in the final circle areas have already been taken.
こっちアンチ？
We're going to see maybe
ああ、これはそうですね。
to just smoke their way in as a
これここアンチ
stopping
ですね。
squads from being able to push across as well. They've been able to find a little bit of a home under this bridge here. It would just be a temporary home, though, you'd imagine.
Especially at this point, KCP making an appearance in this fight too. Zane rocking one of my favorite weapons, a G7 out here. He's got the 2-time scope.
いやでも
He's trying to reposition as well.
この家アンチもあるね。この家と家の間アンチ。
They're going to be making that rotate through down beast. They've already set up shop comfortably with the Watson gen. See the pings also going on here too. They took a bit of damage to make this rotate here, but we saw already two of the
さあ、俺が気になるのはね、ノーセプションとオプティックどうすんだろうね。オプティックってさ、ラバシティとさ、ビクモじゃん。ノーセプションも一緒なんだよ。で、しかもさ、次のシーズン、ラバシティ変わるじゃん。ラバシティがフラグメントみたいになるじゃん。ワンチャンどっちかがどっちか飛んじゃねえかみたいな。
positioning that they've been able to rock already, getting that
両方あたりはしないと思うんだよな。
get even more grenades off of that black market. So them setting that all the way down before Kashira actually drops down now. The follow from the rest of Ascend as they're going to try to break open those doors after getting that initial knock.
Yeah, one member of Bitfix Gaming just getting a little bit too confident, and now it's going to be all down to Cracked here as
てかさっきどうだったんだ？さっきどっち勝ったんだ？アセント生きてたよな。
1 versus 3 against one of Europe's best teams.
お互い決着つかないまま終わったんかなさっき。
It's the revenge. They wanted this here. They're able to taste it in that last game now after the position that Bitfix put themselves in that choke point.
いや、ラバシティドームは無理だと思うよ。ビクモが来ると思うよ。その間に。そう、前オプティックいなかったんだよ。だからノーセップね、ラバシティからできたんだよな。今回オプティックいるんだよな。オプティックどかねえし。あいつはショードファイトクソ強いからな。
Yeah, because of where the circle is, it's not a massive rush for Ascend here, and they know full well if they try and go up any of these zips, they're just playing into Crack's advantage and giving him an opportunity of this 1 versus 3. They'll at least negate the possibility of picking up these death boxes first before they start thinking about a move. Speaking of moving, Vexed versus Danish happening over towards the mill.
ベックスとはワトだから見えてるね、緑円が。ここら辺アンチだと思う。
Yeah, I was really expecting more from Danish in these early
games. エレメント6来た。白アーマーだけど来た。
Whether they can pick up some pieces here. They do have 2 players on white armors at the moment though, so this is not going to be easy.
フラフラここまで来てんだけど。
kidding me right now? KCP, J-Link,
エレメント6の人、こんな名前だっけ一人。なんか死んでる人いるやつなんで？あ、ファイアービーバーズの力か。
With these Watson fences also blocking their way, delaying their entry point to find some safety, some cover. It's kind of just hanging out on the other side, trying to get out of the line of sight of those broken down doors. Vex Gaming have been king of the
いやー、これベックスのだいぶ有利だぞ。
Bitfix Gaming eventually do get eliminated, so Ascend were able to
いやー、さすがにきつい。アーマーが弱すぎる。
Damage here, and E6 unfortunately got trapped between a rock and a hard place, or more importantly, Vexed and Firebeavers, two of the worst teams to get trapped between because they're two of the best fighting teams we have in this region. As now
いやー、これ渋いな。
on the other side, they do take down E6, but they have
ファイアービーバーズ来るんじゃね？J リンクが来てる、なんか一生来てんだけど、ここ J リンク来たけどもバンガーウルトでレンかけてその間に起こせると。これバルキリーならナグズなんていうのナズかナグズだよ。
One of my favorite teams to watch in how they navigate these final circles when they
get
to the final circles, but they have had certain weeks where they've just been a little bit slow out of the blocks. Let's see whether they're a little bit more up the ante today as we jump into a listening with J-Lings.
バルは遠いな。
Just get back on the roof.
ナグズか。
Okay. Jay, you wanna retake?
ナグズ元 CS ですよ、CS。俺と同じ時期ぐらいに移動した人だね。
Yeah, fine bridge. Yeah, maybe kills. Get the rock first. Get the rock first. Come on.
That's gonna be kills. There's 2 team bridge. They can't play there.
で、このノイセスみたいな人と
Next, look at where we're playing. Look at your map.
JMW 元 IG ゲーミングだね。
Still here, Jay. I'm watching the B team for you.
元 IG。
Wait, they're all dead.
You just died.
ここはいいね。左いないならいいけど、いるならちょっとやばいな。
I'm gonna do it, okay?
移動早いんじゃないこの構成なら。この構成でそこの部分しないと思うから。あ、地域早いよ。この地域早いよ。NA は遅いね。
I'm gonna shoot this guy when I get a chance so he knows I'm here. The B team's playing far away, okay, guys?
APAC ノースと
bridge.
EMEA は早いの分かる。
Inside beast, they don't have any
アンチ
space
移動
out here.
が。
To be honest, I don't think we should give up this space.
Well, and J-Lings, they were having a little look towards Mill and they were looking to
ここ
see
いい
whether
ね。
they
見る
might push, but instead they backed
見
off. And you
る
can just hear the discussions they're trying to analyze now where the
ピー
teams are, how many
ク
are
してく
left
るぐらいだ
down
から
beast. There's a team that was turtling up, they said, but looks like J-Lings are just going to be staying put.
端で戦えばミルは来ないと思う。
Have a little peek onto V2.
ファイアビバーズ相変わらず外だね。最強位は取れてんのこれ。なんで取れてんの死んだくねこのチーム。V2 か。V2 死んだろこれ。あ、ラウンド2か。ラウンド2ならなんか来そうだけどな、ファイアビバーズ。
Firebeavers are such an annoying team to play against for everyone in this lobby. As soon as you try and break away, it seems like they are watching like hawks, waiting, whether it be with charge rifle, whether it be with a scout. They've got something to pepper you from a distance. I don't know whether Firebeavers are going to convert this one, but they certainly have made life a living hell here for V2, who are just going to have to now try and escape.
バルグレぶっ刺さったね今。車乗る前か乗ったとかわかんないけど。
in the overall standings for EMEA.
2人目は顔もなるじゃんこれシンプル。
So consistent there too, and being able to ping that the Kraber package is dropping right to their north from where they're looking.
481だかってことはもう相当甘作ってるねこれ。相当甘作って紫バックでバッティを作ってもどんだけ作ってんだよ。ランドマークどこ？背の手か？プラウラーやって全員でプラウラーの材料取ってクモロスもやってクラフトかな2回ぐらいクラフトかなそれで。さあ同居2打目あ1個します。さあアンチ入ってる。対面入ってないねこれ。V2 は入ってない。やっぱここアンチだね。 この家か見るアンチじゃないか。家だな。
See the black hole coming in to break open those doors, trying to find an opportunity right now, but those Watson fences also prevent them from trying to.
これ結局見る外れるよな多分。
V2 doing very well at making themselves big here, taking up as much space in the mill, and if
they do enough
damage, they may try and take the fight. We saw on the leaderboards, V2
入ってるな、これ V2 も入ってるわ。入ってるけど、めちゃくちゃ渋い。入り渋い。お互いバトルだね。
They're in a good spot. They're in mill. The circle is coming towards mill.
お互いバトル。お互いシアバルはいるけど。
We are going to see in the next like minute and a half, maybe 8 or 9 teams all try and get into this next circle, and they're gonna have to take fights.
Teams like KCP have been one of those squads to wait outside of mill, trying to contest the squads that are going to be rotating through that bridge area.
Yeah, so now I'm going to
see that rotate from down B's. They were the squad with the
Alliance to order that you are
taking over Alliance in this choke point. A lot of rock though opportunities to get out of the sight of Aurora that Alliance could take here, but they've lost a lot of health. Aurora are winning in terms of the shield differences. Look at Cleave as he's trying to different branches now, trying to zoom right back through. They do get that first knock onto Hockeys, and this is going to set them up here so that way they close in the gap.
削りが強かったね、オロラの方が。
Lions already losing one, as you say, and it's going to be a tough 2
でも別パだ。別パ介入してきてる。
Fight and helps them with some of the damage. Alliance are typically better on World's Edge. We don't see them perform as well on Storm Point, but they are the #1 team in the region right now. They have the most points. They're already qualified for LAN, and of course, they'd love that extra prize money for winning here in the regional finals. It might just have to be Effect staying alive.
エフェクトだけ生き残ってる。
And you ask and you shall receive.
これ核入ったのかな、ユキとか。
Opportunity to get involved on this fight and to get involved on the high ground here too.
入ってなかったら割と起こせそうだけど。マイズトロってどこ？まだ新しいチーム来てるこれ。いやでもフット返してる。どんだけ交換してんのこれ。おお 1V3 で、オーロラも生きてる。アライアンスも生きてる。全員生き延びてる。なんかハキス生き残ってる。どういうことだこれ。ハキス核入ってないし。で、オーロラ、クレーバー、クリーバーがクレーバーさんが生き残ってる。アライアンス3人生き残ってる。3人生き返ったらアライアンス。
Effect was able to stay alive and eventually get the reses, and now Alliance can
really
threaten the lobby from this side of the northeast. Now, as this circle closes, there are 4 teams that are all going to have to move in at the same time. So it's going to be about biding your time. When can you get in? Alliance can utilize Newcastle to give them some cover, though.
Rugby again? Noth? He just finally recovered from this Kraber shot. Get shot again with the Kraber again. Cleave hanging out on the low ground into the lovely line of sight of Alliance. Gonna be able to take opportunity. That as Maestro and Phoenix Legacy in your feeds get wiped out. 13 squads left right now. And Effect is just on a different level here. You see those with those 2 KPs, but this player is such a frag heavy player. They're jumping on top of the heads of what is left of Aurora to clean up the other side of the circle before they make their way into that final circle here. Another last player here before them to finish off. And that's going to be it for Foot Esports. So many of these teams that got involved in this fight. Let's not forget how this all started here, Dan. Alliance had to reset, managed to get everybody up and alive, get healthy, put down a Newcastle wall, and still were able to turn the tides on that fight that 3 squads got involved in.
It was unbelievable. Also, J-Lings are going to fall. Gaming Gladiators go down. V2 eventually win that engagement, but is there anyone to take advantage of it? Vexed are in the area. Over on the other side of Mill, but they might just be able to wait long enough. So V2 can stay alive as a 2, but you're right. Alliance, what they just did was incredible by surviving on that northeast side and then getting all the KP to follow, which puts them in a position where they now are going to dominate that side of the map. They still have to move in from the northeast side. They're still going to be held out by probably 2 or 3 teams here. Squads to focus on, for me, Vex still holding center of Mill. You saw 2 members of V2 still alive, and Firebeavers on the southern side that they've been holding for so long are going to be a real threat in this final circle.
With the rotation that Alliance has going through that choke point that leads into the mill where they're going to be playing off that low ground into that open area, we can expect maybe 1 or 2 squads to be there too. I know for a sense,
見る付近アンチはあるんだけど、がっつり見るアンチってのはあんまないんだよね。
good luck even trying to craft those banners. It's not even going to be possible here, and he's probably just going to be waiting for an opportunity to rat it up. That's 2R1C on top of Pride Rock right now, trying to land some of these wingman shots. He did land one real heady here, as Uchaku is going to be waiting on the other side just to find an opportunity where the other rotating squads are in. Effect actually taking to the sky. They clip the rock here, but they right over the cliff. Is it going to be enough though? He's stuck. He's about to go down. No, are you kidding me? They took the risk and to take that circle damage. They died in the middle of that redeploy.
I mean, quite literally from heroes to zeros when you see what they just did, but they went for a risk. They felt like the rotation wasn't going to happen. 2R1C come bounding into Mill to try and get some kills, but the revive might happen. You've got the gold knock to at least get full health or at least half health when you get back up. 2R1C, one of our better Storm Point teams, by the way. Fire Beavers may be the only team that's ahead of them throughout regular season. So much success. They've had 3 wins throughout the season as well. And if they can get into that top 5 and get into that top 3, they have shown time and time again they can find victories.
KCP 切り持ってるよ。
KCP out here have not left from the building that we saw them take over.
うわ、何これ入ってるじゃん、ここ。待って、ここでいいじゃん。ここでいいわ。別に無理しなくていい。何これ
They are not in that line of sight. They're hanging out on the second.
これ15秒ゾーン来んじゃない？このバナーかさ、岩上のこれ、ちょうどこう、映像の。あれじゃん、来るぞこれ。SF とか。このなんか最強ヤ方面のチーム。ファイヤービーバー積んでなくね？ほら、いるわ、これ、これ、これ。ファイヤービーバーは屋上行けばいいか、これ、手前の。木体艇。
We're looking at maybe teams reaching match point by 3, if not
1チーム来そうだけどな、なんか考えてるチーム。
SAF just a little bit behind. They're on 24, and you can see they're still alive as well. So we've got 2 of our biggest hitters at the moment.
飛べるチームがいれば来そうって感じ。
We need to cut that down from 7 to at least 5. I think 2 teams are probably going to fall in the next 30 seconds or so when these circles start to close.
結構ヨーロッパの人ってなんかそういうIQ 高いプレーしがちだから。
Right above them here is the 5th circle is going to be
結構どのスポーツでも。ゲームじゃなくてもさ、なんかスポーツとかでも結構ヨーロッパの人って IQ、フィジカルってよりかは IQ 高いプレーしそう。しがちなイメージあるんだよね、俺の中で。でも誰も飛んでねえ。ワンパ飛んだ、ワンパ飛んだ。あ、飛んだけど死んだ。一人だ、俺。いや、誰も飛んでないな。無駄って少ないからな。ファイヤービーはしんどいね。これベクソに狩られるね。いや、ここ入ってんのはでかいな、このチーム。
It's 2R1C that are not in the middle of those 2 squads originally. It just gets cut just for a bit here with the smoke grenade. But Hierarcha has been able to put down the pings. They have right to their left in case they need some extra cover. Great call here from them. Another squad right underneath them, but Vex need to start rotating here soon.
KCP これ KCP 飛ぶだろこれ。
So 2R1C have a 50% win rate conversion from top 5 this season. That increases to 100% conversion when they get to top 3. So we'll have to see whether they can follow those statistics as they go into this game 2 regional finals. Vex also have an impressive conversion rate from top 3 as well. And they are 2 of our teams. As for KCP, they have only had 1 victory so far on Storm Point this season, but if they're able to follow up, it would give them a great chance to try and catch up the leaders here in match number 2.
ここマジ強いんだよ。いや、ここ強いぞ。KCP 飛んだから。ってなるともうアンラッキーたち前しか見ないから。あ、やっぱ乗った乗った乗った。15秒乗った。
You see 2R1C that are still on top of the roof. Zane on top of the banners. Okay. Unlucky just waiting for it to drop at this point. So many of these other teams were able to get that one knock onto Serdell. There's only 1 member left of KCP here.
I was going to say Zane has to be careful how long he stays up there, but now we will see Serdell get taken down. Shred through. It's 2R1C that are on the receiving end of it. Matafe gets the
Well,
Vex are in a really good spot, but Unlucky just has to be careful not to take too much damage. KCP Zane actually taking down 2 members of 2R1C here.
いやー、これまた死んだぞ。来るぞ。いや、ナイスカバー。めっちゃいいカバー。これ勝ったね、ベクスト。いや、あれダウンしなかったのナイスすぎるな。カバーが手厚い。
And Vex just improved that win rate of teams landing at launchpad, and they start to put themselves in the question of being winners here in regional finals.
そう、このポジションめっちゃ強いんだよね。でもね、バルカはホライゾンじゃなくて登れない。
Around 34, 35 points, I believe, with what they were able to achieve in total across these two
ベ
games.
ク
So
スト
they are going to be
1
on
位、2
lead.
ファイアビーバー
They're
ズ、
very, very close already.
3 位 SF。
Yeah, rounding that point out too. Looking at the first game, we saw Vex Gaming. I believe they ended in 7th with 5 KP. You highlighted what a kill.
いや、GG 頑張れ。GG 頑張れ。
3v3 fights, they usually come out on top.
SF3 位、2リック4位。
With V2 kind of sharing that space with Fire Beavers who were forced out of that second building of Mill, but they were able to hold down their ground really well.
They were indeed a very impressive win from Vexed, and another impressive person is going to be Reindeer, who was watching in the wings. Evan, what did you think of that one?
Thanks, Dan. You know, I love
10位
that
争いが激しいぞ、こうなると。
we're talking about
10
their
位争い。
evolution as a team, combining those
2リックと
elements of
SF が行くならね。
fighting that they've always been so
あと
good
10
at
位のチーム
with
が
the composure to
どこにな
finish
るか。
off these end zones and play with the
ボル
patience
テック
and the
ス
macro
と
sense
ホ
that
ライ
they
ゾ
know
ニ
they
オン
need to
と
perform well at
オー
land.
ロラ、
This is looking like a
マ
Vex
イ
team that is
スト
putting it
ロ
all
ゲー
together
ミング、
today, certainly.
ゲーミング
Take
ラ
a
テイ
break.
タ
We're going to get Vicky back in here and talk a little bit post game because Vex started this all off running into a team that has performed extremely well in game one. That was Danish. Danish, though, getting a little unlucky going against unlucky Vex. They end their story early this time around. Eventually, Vex ended up taking the game.
Yeah, and Unlucky just played that last game amazingly. I believe him by himself just got
7
KP to his name, so aside from taking that dub, they had a good amount of KP that they could work with. Like we heard Dan talking about before. Trying to speed run their way into already sitting at match point. This is definitely the way to do it, especially if you're going to be able to stay consistent as we move to the World's Edge for map number 3.
Well, let's take a look at the final circle because there was a storyline underneath what we saw in terms of action. Over the course of these seasons, seasons particularly, we've seen 2R1 have great performances.
4位とかいかなきゃ無理だね。4位か3位でホライゾニオンが超大受けするみたいな。
A versus B, they've actually got an average placement score of 7.5, 7.8 points, which is a
あとボルテックスもこけなきゃいけない。ボルテックスと GG は7点差だから。
A versus C are in their other matchups. What does that mean? It means teams like KCP and 2R1C
まあこの14、16がこければいいこのまま。このままこけて GG だけトップ4ぐらいいけばある。
2R1C and KCP fight again. 2R1C get the benefit of it, and Vex is kind of able to just kind of perfunctorily show up.
まだね、まだ2試合目ですから。こっからっすよ、リージョンファイナル。
Going the way of 2R1C this time around, even though it's just an extra placement point. You said it before, Unlucky is the story, Vicky. Talk about these stats already that he's just putting up.
Yeah, he put 1,700 damage on the board here, 7 KP, 5 assists on top of that. And when you take a look at the kill leaders in the entirety of EMEA, Unlucky is literally top 5. I believe he's 4th overall, right behind Zane, who we've seen go crazy there too. And Unlucky is very consistent in managing to get enough KP to keep the rest of Vex Gaming alive here. But all the individual players on Vex Gaming are heavy frag demons. So that's why I'm not too surprised to see them not only come out on top, but to walk away with a good amount of points after that second game.
Overall, game 2 leads us here in terms of our scores for that game. 26. You guys knew it would be a big one. That is a great score. Already halfway through to our match point threshold. 11 for V2, who have performed well. This time getting most of it from placements. 2R1C, we mentioned that storyline with KCP. They get the better end of it in terms of the fight. Ushako actually picking up that last kill and getting the extra placements. But Pioneer still
本来なら船津別に行くムーブしてました。
take our third spot.
俺らが別に俺らがボーダーじゃなくて
Yeah, this is a team that we're all looking at. We want to see a Aurora
1位だけ取りたいみたいな感じだったら船津潰していくと思うよ。
But unfortunately, we're not able to show up. And now we want to see them be able to contest again for the second split of land. They need to be showing up. J-Ling's another team that we usually always talk about. Also on this second half of the page here. It was just match number 2 as well, though, Rayday. I'm taking a look at BitFix Gaming that are still contesting Ascend, but Ascend getting the better hand over them for that second game, too.
Still waiting to see if we could shift out of this kind of steady
フナ
contest. It's a little metronomic pace that we've seen so far. All these games kind of appearing like
なじゃねみたいなの言ったもんね。
as a gentleman's agreement, but there is
まああれもハンドルさんが気づいたけどね。
crunch time coming up soon.
リグなのもハンドルさんが死んでデスログで気づいたからね。
Vex particularly only 16 points away. One decent game, definitely one win away from starting into that match point. Meaning
まあフナのは事前にこうロビーで見といたから。金と工程わかるからね。お、ユーさん。なんすかそれ 5 ユーロっすか。ありがとうございます。ヤッホー。5 ユーロやっぱティッシュ欲しい。
Not about ballistic, but I believe he was able to talk about the ballistic meta and how he might fit in for these high-level players and maybe just casual players like some of you watching at home.
I hope you don't begrudge me just a bit of fun before the curtain drops. It's time these worlds remembered the name. August Brinkman.
You know, he's an aggressive playstyle by the sound of things, sort of lends himself to ballistic. Team utility is going to be interesting. Where about in the legend meta do you see him sitting in comparison to some of the other legends?
Yeah, so our goal
結構知らない人多いよね。ロビーでスキン見れるの。下のボコロビ。あとは FC とフナの出演切る語ると、まああれはどうでもいいかな別に。あれは別にどうでもいい。だって別に俺らは裏行ってたし。なんか知らなかった。語りストルとタイテルのしか知らなかった。
Apex. How do you think it's going to shake up the competitive meta? Do you think he's going to slot into some of these compositions we see?
Potentially. I mean, I feel like the pros are always hesitant when they see new legends, new things coming out.
あれいつ追加されたんだろうな、ロビーでスキン見れるの。
He's able to shake that up, kind of maybe you know, serves that push those teams that like to hunker down against like the people who use Watson or Caustic or Gibby and try to push on that, but we'll see. I mean, the pros always surprise us how they play the game because they play in ways that we're designing throughout the process.
I'm going to say right now, by the way, I can see Fury.
本来なら、いや、あんま変わんなくね？逆にありがたいウルトだったかもしれない。それで言うと。だって俺らが詰めてくんのもちょっとわかんないじゃん。車線切りながらちょっといける、逆に。俺らがいつ来るかが語りするとのせいでわかんないみたいな。結構空洞というか、道は見れるからね。もう来るのが。いや、スターレイルなぁ。39レベルから全然上がんなくて今大変なんだよな。今日月曜日4時から、あれ日付更新だから、ヨーロッパ終わったらやろう。
Over at Sky West and Trials, actually, which is where you're going to be seeing E6 drop today. So be keeping a keen eye on them and how they're performing. As for Firebeavers at Fragment, it has been about an 11% win rate for them from that drop spot as well. So certainly expect them to have a big shout on this map to be able to perform and potentially pick up some victories as well. Countdown maybe hasn't had the success that
Shin
SAF would have
kyara
wanted.
tsuyoそうだよね。
We've seen 0 wins from Countdown throughout this entire region, which means it just hasn't been one of the best drop spots to go for. But of course, it all matters where those circles are going to be pulling. As I said, it's Element 6 who have the advantage when it comes to statistics across this map on World's Edge, and I can't wait to see whether they can increase those statistics or whether they might change a little bit.
とかよりさ、あれが気になるんだけど、モバイルジャンプタワーが競技シーンで使われるかどうかが知りたいんだけど。それあるかないかだってバルキリー使うか使わないかが分かれるし、どれくらい湧くのかとかもあるし、それが一番知りたいかな、個人的には。
Even I, when I wake up, I'm like, is it vexed? Because they're terrifying. They're
モバイ
everywhere.
ルジャ
They've
ンプタワー
been
やばくね
incredible this season. They did flop a little bit.
あれが普通にクラフトとかできたら、もうバルキリーいらないもん。
and then see what they're made of when they get to playoffs and when they get to LAN, because we know what they're capable of, but it seems like the play style has changed a little bit when it came to LAN
その
performance.
要は積んだ場面で使えるから、別に基本使わなくていいんだよ。
A few changes here or there. We've seen Ascend playing Horizon, for
ガ
example,
チで
which
基
I
本
wasn't
使わな
necessarily
くていい。
expecting. Maybe that's down to the
保
contest
険があ
that
る
they
って
had
考え
against
るだけでいい
Big
から。
Fix Gaming. Perhaps it'll be a little bit more comfortable for them now they move over to World's Edge.
Yeah, I think something to keep in mind as well. It's good that we
まあ
get
世界レベルになると多分打ち落とされる可能性は、まあなきにしもあらずだけど、バルジャンというか、まあどっから飛んでも、スナイパーとかうまいし、反発系うまいから。
Good zone calls for the team, and they're making those really sharp rotations, which was the key to success for a lot of the teams who got to that finals lobby and really competed at the Split 1 playoffs. But for now, it's all about changing that up. Are the zone calls going to be just as good here on World's Edge? You mentioned their win rate hasn't been great.
結局、ベクスルどこだ？ベクスルは中継なんか？違う。
All the teams now just trying to blow
Big
the statistics out of the window. Make a new statistic for yourself here in regional finals and just show up. Big circle coming up though. It's going to matter where we're going to be heading. It looks like just on the eastern side, maybe might even be Fragment in general where we end up. Could pull towards
世界大会になると買いそうだな、ベクスル。だって TSM いるぞ。
in prime position right now, and they're going to be very happy. They have
a
really information. They'll know exactly that everyone's going to be joining them at their POI.
That was a really good pause you did there, by the way. You
went, it was amazing, wasn't it?
And then the circle popped and you went overlook. You were going to say that even if it didn't. I know.
いや、これはさすがに展望奥でいい。
But you're quite right. J-Lings are going to have a great bit of priority.
このチームさ、発射場でも発射台でもやってて、バロメーターでもシャドーファイトしなかった？
And we're contesting here once again on World's Edge.
あれ？気のせい？
It's almost expected, I think, when you are the last team to get into
regional
finals, you're at the bottom of the lobby. I think there's a little bit element of disrespect, maybe, that you're not going to be given a drop spot. You don't deserve one, so you have to fight for it. And we've seen that Big Fix Gaming, they did have a couple of okay fights versus Ascend. They were never really able to find those final kills to be able to take full advantage of a POI.
Yeah, this is going down over a climatizer at the moment, and you can see some shots have been exchanged. But
シアラね、毎回変えてるよ。
managed to get any impactful damage.
TSM がいるから変えなそうだけどな。変えそうだけどな、どこも。
Maybe collapse on one player that they've seen, or maybe just try and take the height away from the team that's around them. It's VCGO who are around them.
TSM ショートファイトクソ強いから。
A little bit of a split of loot. They had a little poke, they had a little prod, a little bit of shoulder, kind of shoulder to shoulder action going on, but nobody really getting that knockout blow.
And this is frustrating for VCGO as well. Remember, they're one of our bubble teams. They are joint 9th at the moment coming into today's action, and when we are only giving, what, 9 playoff spots plus the extra spot for the winning team of today, if Vortex are being contested throughout the day, this is going to make it so awkward for them to try and find those points and try and push themselves up the leaderboard. So they need to either get out of this fight or assert some dominance early, but it looks like that fight is going to stagnate so slightly. And it's Ascend being contested.
まあでもあれピング差あるからな。賞味オフラインだとって感じだけど。スクリームは結局 NA でやるから対戦。ピングか。結局 NA でやるから有利なんだよな。
trapped between teams coming from launch site and Lava City, and it's pretty difficult. The loot pool's not particularly great in comparison to some of the other POIs, but Ascend have already proved that if they see a little opportunity to leave and reposition away from a fight where they're taking a bit of damage, they're really solid at it, and they've managed to do exactly that.
It's been interesting to watch the development of Ascend and how they maneuver their way through contests, because Ascend for me have always been a team that kind of switch on the elevator music, they loot freely, they avoid other teams, and then they play for placement, and they're one of the best teams at doing that, or have been previously. But then, as the season's gone on, in both Split 1 and Split 2, there has been teams that have said, actually, we're going to try and take Ascend here because they might just run away and give us free loot. Ascend do one or two things. If they feel like they're up in the fight, if they feel like they have the advantage, they will take it and probably do win. But if they feel like they're at any sort of disadvantage, that's when they get out.
A couple of shots being exchanged once again. Over here at Lava Siphon, it's going to be
俺は7試合で終わると思う。7。
Vex Gaming, who are inside of this building they're looking at right now. No real, again, impactful damage being done, but Vex certainly have an armor advantage when it comes to HP. Lifeint and Noth, the only two players who are dressed in blue at the moment. Taylor's still looking a little bit underdressed, shall we say.
リアル7ですね、俺は。
But I think the smart thing to do
12は長い。
is just let each other rotate.
12は長い。まあでもなんかありそうだけどね、12も。いや、多分ね、早くは終わんなそう、俺的に。エイパックノーツみたいなことは起こんなそう、今回の。10もあるよ、全然。あると思うよ。
Still needing weapons and they're still needing any sort of attachments to give them the advantage in a fight. But it's whether they want to take it. I think they're more likely to think about their rotation, as you say. I mean, the Vex might say, well, who dare challenge us? We will absolutely take this 3v3. But I think the Vex, who looks at how close they are to match point already,
マジわかんないと思うんだ
think
よな。
about their rotation, as are the Garmin Gladiators.
やばい。
Moving to no name.
GG ファイトこれ。うわ、この家弱え。
See the knuckle cluster goes down, a couple of grenades being exchanged, and Garmin Gladiators.
なんかヒューズもいるけど。
I should say race for the building. Now find themselves having a back.
危な。
Decky does some damage, but again, no impactful damage. No knock is going to come off the back of it, and that's kind of been the story so far in these lobbies.
いや、とりあえず大丈夫だから。
We see more variety here on World Edge in terms of legend selection. We've got Ash in the lobby, Newcastle, Wraith, Fuse, Crypto, Horizon, Bang. Like, they are the kind of off picks rather than the standard Seer and Valkyrie, which seems to be holding the majority. We have 16 teams on both Seer and Valkyrie. And everyone else is trying to find something kind of in and there between. The other interesting one that we saw was Fire Beavers running the Crypto in Storm Point, and whether that will carry on over to World's Edge. And whether they will feel like that will help them, but certainly it gave them that extra little bit of info and was allowing them to get that beacon information earlier on.
Well, it looks like Vex are gonna maybe catch.
てかエイパックノース4試合はフナティックが上手すぎたのと、俺らもフナティックに協力して完璧だったね、マジで。もう裏、もう影の主人公でしたね。フナティックが表の主人公ですね。本当にそう思います。
You kind of brought up a really good point about, are they going to want to rotate quickly here to this zone? Is it something that's going to be slowed down by
フナのゆかゆさんが YouTube 上げてて見たけどめっちゃうまかったね、マジで。クリプトにしててもうまい。本当にうまい。あと海ちゃんが最後の試合クソ強かったね。SBI 倒したとことか海ちゃんが最強すぎた。覚醒してた海ちゃん。 メルトステラも安定で強いし、もうゆかさんはなんかもう完璧だし、フナティック完璧だったのマジで。
Vex Gaming on the hunt once again for Foot Esports.
あそこもすごかったな。クリマタイザー勝った試合のフナティックとかも一瞬の判断でローバールト焚いて最後投げ物全員で拾って降りながらアークスタ投げてそのアークスタ去ってチャンピオンでそのまま判断が全部冴えてたマジでフナティック突発的な判断とかも。そう、すぐ、ゆかさんがすぐ行った瞬間に、メルトセラと海ちゃんもすぐ投げ物拾って、もうすごい、意思疎通がすごい。超統率取れてる、フナティック。
and they're going to be held out by the likes of Eternal. And when they back out of it, they're probably going to run into Foot, for example, when Foot eventually arrives.
それだけ床さん信じてるってことだよね。
That guy's side, and they're instead going to make a move through on this southwest side where they may meet Alliance, because you always know if you're moving from the southwest side, there is a likelihood that Alliance could be there. And at the moment, Alliance are hovering around Fragment East. You can see on this map overlook that Firebeavers are still doing Firebeavers things, doing their crazy rotation up towards Survey and Skyhook and sitting in the red, getting those armors up and joining the fight late.
Well, one team that I just want to point out here, if you look just to the right of the center of that zone.
あとファンもやばかったな、ファン。ファン、キノトロープ返した1試合目やばくねあれ。あんだけ削れてて勝つんだよ。フォーカスやばすぎファン。フォーカスとフィジカル。あれ勝つの意味わからんね。
Speaking of finding your way and sliding your way down, well, 2R1C have just caught life enough.
うわー、これ抜くのうまいな。カタリスト壁中。ツーリック調子いいな。悪魔。
You've got to make sure you're as close to 50 getting into that game 4 as possible, because as we've seen in other regions, we saw Fnatic win in 4 games. A new record in the match point format. And we'll have to see whether Vex can maybe try and match it here. If Vex were to find a victory, they would more than likely be on match point going into match number 4.
Well, we're going over to the action now, and this is the truck just outside.
ファイアビバー、見てこれ。いやー、耐えたアライアンス。ニューキャでここは強いわ。ファン VS シアラ熱かったね。なんか熱かったね、あれは。
Yeah, that might be the end of
あんまりないもん、ファン VS シアラって場面が。そもそもスクリーンとかでも。なかった気がする。
Alliance for now, but I wonder how long this is going to last, because not just Alliance had eyes on Firebeavers, but it seems like the lobby also had eyes on Firebeavers. They know the strategy, they know where Firebeavers are going to be moving from, and it seemed like people were just already in a position to make things very awkward indeed. So Nine is just about trying to survive for as long as possible, but it's looking pretty dismal.
Yeah, Nine Impulse is stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment, and walked the wrong way down a tunnel, and it almost felt like a train was coming the other way as he took those shots. In the kill feed though, you can see Horizon Union taking some damage. It's Bitfix Gaming who are involved. Searolts are down on either side. Trix is having a bat in the back, and Xerath is having to give up that high ground.
This is the fight that could have happened so much earlier on, but is eventually happening now between Bitfix and VCGO. Trix back and forth, Cracked also going up into the sky. Tries to crack the opposition player, but now just has to desperately try and bat, and it's not looking good for BFG.
is eliminated in the meantime. That will be the end of their game number 3.
今日普通にスターレールとかやってて、配信外で。何もしてないのにズキズキしてて。目から来てるか、寝不足かなとか思ったね。
Remember, SAF, they were in 11th coming into today's match day. They were only 4 points short of the likes of 2R1C and VCGO, who they are currently fighting against. It would do them wonders to be able to take the likes of VCGO out in these early stages. I know it's not that early in this game, but in terms of how many teams we've lost, it certainly would be early to get taken out. But VCGO have found a building to reside in for now. They utilize the to escape.
展望下じゃないこれ。朝か上。
Perfectly times the med kit as always.
KCP いいとこいるね、あんま強いし。
Esports did manage to get back to a 3. We did see that knock in the finish come in, but they got the beacon, they got the they got the banner, then they got
いいよこれ FF 遠いぞアンチ。いいよいいよ。
back in, but they're deep in the zone at the moment and are being
待って
held
るし
out by VG.
バルジャンしかなさそうだけど。
Tough decisions to make for them, but as we can see in front of us, this is a little bit more where we're going to see the end game start to take shape.
いいよ。
Really good rotations coming in from the likes of Phoenix Legacy. You can see him holding down that truck. KCP trying to hold out a couple of teams as well as Nasky. He's having a little poke and a little prod, trying to get some armor checks, but start a fight. They're going to have to fight their way in unless that zone pulls to them, which is very unlikely to do by the information we have.
Yeah, I mean, this zone is more than likely pulling closer and closer towards Overlook, and it's a difficult circle to navigate because about 70% of it is just open ground. It's mountain range, or it's on the other side of Overlook, which you can't even play anyway. So if you've got the buildings inside of Overlook, you're in the prime position. So that's going to be Jailings and Danish, the two favorites, I would say, right now, unless anyone...
GG 見るか。
Блин, как будто бы как они под нас станут, тогда нажму.
あ、やっぱこれだね。展望者だね。
Они целят. Чел на месте стоит. Молодец куда-то.
このチームあってでいいね、多分後ろ押さえるだけだし。2リックこれ積んだな。GG 入ってるのいいね。マジで裏全部切って坂上がっていくしかないね、これ。頑張れ。そうだね、ゆきおさんってさ、気境手術した気境。飛行機乗れないじゃん。手術しないと。したっけ？
Закончи ульту, если нужна будет. Да-да-да, справа вот оттуда пикают. Я не могу мигануть. Подам, здесь. Ты дал?
やばいやばい、死なないで。やばい、でもこれなんか詰めてくるな、絶対。
Одно хп там чел.
そうそう、FFL の時、帰郷できなかったからさ、ゆきおさん。アメリカに。どういう状況これ？ワンパだけここ。右に別か。いいよいいよ。アライアンスこれ。あ、バス入ってないからアライアンス来たのか。アライアンスこれ死んだな。いいよいいよ。
Запиздили, парни, надо посмотреть. Другую сторону посмотрите, пожалуйста. Фри, справа, фри. Челы мунулись по ощущениям справа.
これ右押すしかないな。これ右押したいな。絶対押した方がいい。絶対押した方がいい。いないの右。いないのこれでかくね？でもこれ、なんだアンチこれ。なんだこのクソアンチ。これクソアンチじゃねこれ。あ、結局戻るんかい、展望に。結局戻るんか。だったら GG 渋いぞ。うわ、この丸いないって誰かわかるかな？クリプトパーティーしかわかんなそう。でここの下は、いくチームいそうだけど。だって J リングが全部守ってるもん、ここ。だ下入れる、丸入れる、タンクもアンパーぐらいいきそうで、この裏。これ洞窟のファイトしてて、ここファイトしてて GG 今日振るんじゃねこれ。ギョフレ。ギョフって裏見ろ。もうそれだけでいい。ギョフって裏見るだけでいい。あ、飛ぶな。これ飛ぶな。さあ、どうだべ。いやー、なんか渋い。やっぱいないってわかんないよな。難しい、これは。これは難しい。やっぱいないってわかんないよ、誰も。クリプトいないと。
SAF might be able to pick up the pieces onto this, but Matafe's gone down. So Vex,
remember,
they're our leaders. They're on 42 points. They are 8 points away from reaching match point already. If they were to get into the top 3, it would guarantee them being on match point going into match number 4.
Q hit pretty hard. The missile swarm really doing
some damage to SAF. ベックスの見てるやばいぞこれ。ベックスの50ポイント乗っちゃうぞこれ。
They're looking to clean up these final pieces onto Vex.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Vex as a 2. They're going to have to move away. Matafe will eventually be eliminated, so Vex will run with their tail between their legs, but they've gained so many points already. E6 also wiped out of the lobby as now 7 squads remain as SAF are still hunting down Vex, who might just be able to escape into the zone. Yes, they're going to say, let's go up into the skies and see what we can find.
Problem is the lobby going to just
誰も丸いないって分かってないよこれ。
Are they going to be able to land? I think they want to try and take the height here, and yes, they'll be able to land and take the height, and not only take the height, they've got the space as well. You can see Unlucky up on one of these silos.
ここ取ったのやばいって。ベックスを冴えてるぞ。誰も来ねえぞこんなとこ。来れないね。落下硬直やられるから。オールライ来てる。
It's
オーロラ中段 J リン
as
ク
I
下
said,
だ
if they're
ね
able to rat their way into a top 3. Okay,
で
it's not a
ベックス
rat.
と
They
ね
are a combination of rats at this point. They are holding hand in hand as they are on both of those silos at the moment as they just watch what's going to be happening below them. The only detriment will be if another
Sorry,
team
safe
gets
on that.
up into the sky and notices they are vulnerable there, just as solos on each silo. Pioneers are already pinging it. They know full well as
や
here
っぱ
comes
みんなわかん
SAF
ない
to
ね
try and take this
ま
fight.
丸に誰も乗らないもん
silos though, but they're gonna get shredded. All of the damage coming in onto SAF. They lose 2. They might lose all of them here. It's all down to Blast on his own. Pioneer's trying to force the fight
KCP
from the
強い
low
ね
ground as well. Trying to do that damage. SAF will be eliminated as
ちょ
Pioneers
っとグレスク見る
rise
か
themselves up. Zane takes the hype, but now he's
グレスク見たいな絶対おもろいぞ絶対おもろい絶対配信してるあの人はどこだ探せグネスクをグネスクをさいた
On me, I think.
髪切ってる
I took the middle.
He's flying up to our height. I'm on C-scan, guys. My side's good, I think.
Dal, do you have shield?
No, 99. I have it now.
Show me helmet. Show me helmet. Scan Dal, underneath.
あワイプかぶってるごめん
Underneath
ご
taken.
めんごめんごめん
There's a guy on top of us right now.
ごめんごめん
Should be.
Yeah, he's on this side.
It's only Valve. He's looking for angles there.
I'm batting.
It's fine. We'll just out-trade him for now, because...
Otherwise, we beam him when he peeks. When he
We have
peeks,
a
we can
scanning?
kill him.
Anybody have
I
a
have a
scanning?
frag, but he's gonna. He went.
Him.
He went on the side.
And Zane flies.
Yeah.
Fly now, Zane.
Yeah, fly so you bait him to the side. I'm holding your
I
HP.
fuck, I missed it.
It's fine, he's not. He
No,
ran away.
he's just up there,
Oh,
bro.
he didn't run.
I'm popping a bat.
I'm
All
batting
good,
too.
all good. I have 4 bats.
I have no bats. 0.
Dropping.
まあ張り付くしかないよな
We play here next. We play yellow next, and we're very, very good.
Yeah.
Okay,
Next
okay.
threat is house. Next threat is house. We play on this
Oh,
side
on
of the
top this
silo.
side, on right
We
side.
play on
Watch
my
right
side
side
of the silo.
Oh,
Yeah, all
okay.
aim here. All aim here.
We just kill this guy. If he dies, he can't do shit. Like...
上のパーティーはなんか
Shot right now.
処刑台の上行くなこれ
Roof no. This house knows that we are a threat. so we might
KCP
push
は
us,
張り付く
okay?
しかない
Wait.
Stop
He's
wasting
not
scans.
scanning.
Stop wasting scans.
Okay.
Look at the house. House is all that really matters right now.
I'm baiting him so that he peeks or stops his medkit. Nah, he's not. Alright.
Keep looking at house, guys.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, we
looking.
just
Do we have
gotta be
nades?
careful above us as well.
Breaking their door off.
Yeah.
Okay, no, never mind.
I have nades. Are they bottom floor? I'm gonna throw
Over
my
here,
nade
over
there.
here. On this
Yeah,
side.
run right.
On this side. They're walling.
I'm not wasting my nade.
One
I'm gonna
inside.
zero this corner later, okay?
Yeah. Later.
Above us.
Careful,
It's just
Sing.
a dumb valve. It's just a dumb valve missing all his shots.
Over there, so rotating now.
Down
Flash,
one.
nice.
Okay.
Care up. We play here now.
I'm
We have to
going
play
now.
now. And then look height, and then
I'm
don't
looking
look at
above.
anything but height. Just look at the Valk up top. Please just look at the Valk up top. That's all
He's
that matters.
dropped
That's
any
all that
second now.
matters. He dropped
He
down.
crossed.
Okay, now we have space.
Okay.
Yep.
Zero though, maybe?
Yeah,
Yeah,
zero.
I'm gonna.
In this corner on Zane.
We have to worry about
Yeah,
height.
これ
We have to
下の
worry about
J
height.
リングがな
Height can kill us. Anytime now, they can kill us. One died in the height, I think.
I'm just crouching. Watch out. Don't overextend.
Batting?
Don't overextend. I'm termiting that staircase.
They're not. Yeah.
カーテン左カーテン左
Do the steps.
カーテン左
Climb up height. Now. Climb up, kill this guy.
I'm playing under. One cracked.
Bang minus 16.
Bang one.
Play for
Bang
resting.
one. I'm on the
That was one. Careful, Stone. Play for rest. No. Sane. Now.
Resing.
I have to med kit. I'm med kitting.
This guy. It's fine. Stick it.
I'm med kitting.
Oh,
Bro,
all good.
Let me play you.
You
Let
win
me
this
play
though.
you, Nask.
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah, I
make me
do.
res.
No, I can't.
No. They're climbing up. It's a tree underneath. They're pushing the duo underneath. Now
Okay,
put. Now go.
go.
You win this though.
Good
nice
shit,
one.
good shit,
Yeah, I was
good
just
shit.
looking up at me, bro.
Nice,
No,
well played,
bro,
boys.
just
We're
got
playing very well
double
right now.
Sky-naded, man.
Sane. That's all good. That's unlucky. That's all you can do. You stick in that. You stick in that.
いやーまあ2位だから2位だからいいっしょ全然あっからあ更新されてない
Vex, they are so close. They are 3 points away from match point. You'd have to assume they're going to get there in match number 4. But they didn't quite get there in match number 3.
Hell of an effort, though. You have to say, hell of an effort from Vex. We'll bring Rain Day back into the conversation because Vex is so close. One placement point off as a duo.
J リング中だね 中ムーブしてるね。
Not close enough. And those singular
オーロラ
placement
サイ
play
ド。
styles we've seen in many match day finals, they don't come as easy when you just need one. It tends to be that game you drop
う
and
わー、
get
オ
just
ーロラ来たぞ、
50-50
ここ
right
で。
away. It tends to be that game you make it almost to 14th place, but then you lose at 15th and you don't get the placement point. All these things are possible. So Vex, they have to stay on the awareness for next game. But game one, let's talk a little bit in World's Edge. I think this kind of set the tone now. Things are starting to get serious, Mark. These teams, especially in that final circle, you could see how competitive it got. J-Lings, KCP, Vexed. I mean, going through the kind of tempo of this, what did it say to you? Teams starting to finally find their rhythm.
Yeah, teams certainly
このままだ
find
と
their rhythm, and I think a really important game for
SF
J-Lings
と
as well.
ツーリックとオーロラが行きま
Not good
す。
for them. But getting a zone that you know very well, they
い
drop
やでも
over
オーロラ
Overlook, they win the zone over
と
Overlook. It's a great zone call for
ホ
them.
ライ
They
ズ
know the
ニ
best
オン
place
は
to play. They're gonna get the best priority.
8
But
点
the
差
good
か。
thing about what they did in that end game is it's very easy to sit and try and let the lobby do a lot of the work. But if you can
8点
influence
差ならまだホライズ
like
ニオンが
a
行く
couple
な
of。grenades, poking up those stairs, and especially if you've got the care package weapon in the RE45, a team like Aurora become less of a problem.
いや、わからないな、ボーダー争いが。
Push like KCP did to finish those KP. So not only did they get the zone call right, it was the management of how they played that end game and fully deserved win for them.
And I thought it might have been the Catalyst story. We saw KCP rocking the Catalyst. We saw Aurora rocking the Catalyst, which I like. They kind of pioneered it even last split, and now we're able to bring it here. I just think that what we're seeing too, though, is the recall of Watson, Dan. And what does that mean for the meta here with some of these support and defensive legends showing up? We've seen Cryptos, we've seen Newcastle, we've seen Watson now.
頭痛い。
Anything definitive, or is this just hearkening more to the point that your play style is your preference?
Yeah, I think playstyle and preference and the situations that you find yourself in with your rotations as well. Do you find yourself holding down more positions? If you do, then Watson perhaps is going to be more of a benefit for you. If you need to make rotations with cover, that Dark Veil and Catalyst is very much going to be needed as well. So we had, what, like 7 Catalysts in that game, 5 Watsons in the game as well. So it's split pretty evenly between the two, but they can certainly make a difference, and we know why they're important. You need to have that ring console information, so you've got to play one of these legends that can do so.
Well, let's take a look back at our final circle that just occurred in game number 3. Mark, your thoughts on this, because it was set up for kind of a royal ending here. KCP, Vex, Aurora, Danish, J-Lings all had a chance at this.
Yeah, there's a few moments here that you'll see Aurora just take damage. They're J-Lings, look at the kill feed there. Nags just pops up with the RE45, does some damage, and that just kind of encourages Pioneers to have a little look around the corner when that knock comes in. That's J-Lings doing their job. It's perfect. They didn't need to do anything else because they knew everybody else was going to have to move before them. Zane from Pioneers goes up and does what he does, clears all of the high ground for them. But look at this Skynade that comes in right now. Zane has no idea. Nothing on his screen until now. And then it's just, you know, devastating to see. You try to stick the res, you think you got the gold knockdown, you're going to win the game, but that's the Skynades from J-Lings, and that's the difference.
And sometimes, you know, that's the moment that you just got to say, we've got one player down. We've seen it before. I'm just leaving you. I'm going to finish this fight off. I don't know what's going to happen if I wait up here. It's easy to feel safe. They did the same thing to Vex, who felt safe dropping from the high ground. That happened eventually to them through J-Lings. The low ground wins again, and so we'll have to see if that continues to be a theme, though. But looking at this game, yes, Vex, the big story, they did not make it. We will see the results in just a moment here coming up from game number 3. But what did it say about Start a Fight, too? Having kind of a nice performance. They should be in second place based off what they've done, Dan. They've been showing up quite a bit here over these last 3 games.
Yeah, I think Start a Fight top 3 for sure, and they've demonstrated they have what it takes to win some of the engagements they found themselves in the early stages. I think that maybe they fell a little bit short in the latter stages of that game just because they were pushed right to the brink. It was such a tough rotation for all the teams. You can see there that J-Lings, though, they were able to take first place, 17 points, but Pioneers putting 20 on the board, which I think will push them up into second overall and leapfrog SAF and put them in the conversation of match point. The fact that Vex didn't make it onto match point now opens it up, because we're going to see 2 or 3 teams that could all make match point next one if they were to find a victory. And of course, Vex still have 3 points to get there onto match point.
いやー、NRG が行くのか、
We've seen teams not even
ランイマルズが行くのか。
sometimes in their final game.
It's going to be
うわ
a tense situation here as we get to the top of the
ラン行ってほしいんだよな。
standings. A totally different story.
やっぱ NA 見たいよな。
Showing up, they've been a consistent performer. V2, we know they're dangerous.
このボーダー勢がね、マジでここ。ルミノシティ、ミートラバーズ、ワイルドカード、NRG、コンプレクシティ、ラインマルズ。マジでこのどこがいいか分かんないから。ちょっとボーダー争い激しいね、これ。ボーダー争いチームが多い。 もしかしたら TSM がこけたらいけないし。わからんね、これは。
A little bit of a strange counter rotation out of zone against traffic to then try and force their way back in and kind of got caught off by Alliance. But I think you're looking at the leaderboards at the moment, and I keep looking at the bubble teams, the teams who need points, Aurora, Maestro, for esports, who are one of the teams.
言うて TSM 危ないね。言うて危ないよ。全然。ワイルドカードってどこ？マットネス？
And I think another team that we have to keep our eyes on is Ascend as well. I mean, I'm going to come to that Alliant point, but I'm going to set up this idea that is this a missed opportunity?
TSM と NRG が両方いないとかありえんのか？レプター出てんの？
as the trial for what you want to be in this upcoming situation in playoffs. We know you'll be there, but you still got to perform in these types of situations. I do have to agree though, Mark. You know, Alliance.They've been a team that has surprised me in terms of I think they've been one of, if not the best performing teams across all the regions. But it's also been the impressiveness of the creativity of their lineups, implementing the Rampart, implementing the Ash, implementing the Newcastle. What does it say, just because you brought it up, what does it say about how Alliance is performing today that's either not working, or is it just about and just getting going?I
mean, a couple of rough zones for them, I would say, especially on Storm Point, the second zone, very tough one for them to get to, and that zone as well, you know, they've got to travel all the way from Thermal, so it's a very difficult zone for them to make their way to. It's almost surprising, though, to see,
X なんちゃらが抜けたんか。
to get maybe top 10 with 5 or 6 KP on those zones, because they're that good when they find their way in, but I would say zones certainly come into it. Sometimes we could always go, you know, oh, Alliance aren't playing well, it's like, well, they're really tough for Alliance to get points, so you kind of have to factor that in.You
certainly do. And Ascend, Dan, just your thoughts on that. A team that we know was just a second away from winning it all in London in Split 1 playoffs. Now kind of having an unexciting performance. Is that just teams knowing that they're already qualified, taking it a little easier? Is it just things like maybe a little unlucky of a zone pull? What's your idea on that?
I mean, they got contested in games 1 and 2. They got pushed early in game number 3. Like,
that's right.
Ascend are having a rough time. It's so hard to even blame them because they've just tried to survive. They've tried to escape. They've done the smart thing. They've not taken the fight when they've been down. They've taken the fight when they have been up, but then unfortunately it's taken so long because the other team delayed it that they've not really been able to play their playstyle. Ascend are so good because they rotate well. They know what positions to put themselves in, and they've not been given that opportunity today. So I think that now they've seen the first 3 games go the way they have, they maybe have to be a little bit more aggressive in some of these contests and say, okay, we need to win this fight quickly. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to have a chance to play Apex Legends.I'm
excited for the shakeups, gentlemen. It is really looking good here. I mean, we have a story that is still unfolding yet. No one's on match point. We've got probably 1 point away. For those who are waiting for our series results overall, we don't quite have those for you yet, so thank you so much for your patience. It is just a good reminder to kind of set the stage. We've got 1 more game on World's Edge that we will be playing before we transition back to Storm Point. And we have seen lineup changes with a little bit more of a catalyst being introduced here. We've seen certain teams pop off.And I got to say, one of the bigger stories in EMEA across all of it, Mark, was what ended up happening with IG, which turned into J-Lings, which ended up having Graceful, which went to Element 6, which ended up now being replaced again. IG has done a really good job, J-Lings, of bouncing back.Finding their rhythm, introducing nags, which not as much of an IGL, second noises, but more of a Slayer, and maybe that piece that they needed to kind of get going.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better way to use the shot window than 1 clip in 3 players in a row as a solo on LAN. But I mean, all of a sudden his stock just went.
フェイズは確定だから、
There was no
そう、俺の中ではやっぱり、
you know, they have a great IGL.
まあ NA の理想は
They just needed that one player to help them win those fights because Dan and I were always talking whenever
NRG ラン上がってミートラバーズワイルドカードが落ちですね。それが一番しっくりくる。ちょっと一緒にでき。
Gets into an engagement with them, they don't have their evos leveled up. They don't have like advantages in a fight or a way to hold their own. And if you put a player like Nags in who's like, okay, I'm just gonna like 1 clip someone, then all of a sudden he's got, you know, your white shield goes to blue, your blue goes to purple, and he can just consistently output damage for you. And sometimes it is as simple as that, and IG, you've got me doing it now. J-Lings. They are looking very good, and that was a really important win for them, because I always feel like when you get a zone that's going to your POI, you should win it, or you should at least be in the top 5, because you're going to get that prior position. So I think just for J-Lings, still J-Lings, that was an important game just to get the momentum back.
And you know what? It's actually almost a little bit more pressure. It's the game you got to win. People feel you should win, and there's this pressure to perform that you don't have if you're already in an underdog situation. But great on them to show that they're in rhythm. However, for all of you who have been waiting patiently, thank you so much. Let's see how it stands after 3 in our match point final for our region of EMEA. Vexed Gaming do not do enough. They are 3 points away. Dan, I want to get your reaction to this as we stand after 3.
Yeah, as had they pushed themselves into that top 3 and maybe get that extra kill, they might have just been scraping through. But I think they knew when they went down to a 2, it was going to be very difficult. It looked like there was the chance that maybe when they had those silos, but as the circle closed in, I think they realized they're not going to be able to play the high ground. They're going to have to take a fight. They were relying on other teams killing other teams rather than getting involved in the end. But with how they've been playing, 3 points, you'd think it's likely, but we have seen teams fallen less, really, when they need just 1 or 2. The Pioneers, though, take 2nd place and now put themselves only 14 points away from match point as well. And for all the talk about previous IG, you've got Blasts on SAF. They're in 30 points in 3rd place. So we're seeing some real performances now from teams who are, as Mark said, are on the bubble and need to perform today.
なんか16日にワンチャンバーベキューあって行くかもしれない俺。FC の撮影も17にやるから、16、17はね、出かけるかな。
And they're all kind of in and around the same kind of spot at the moment. So it's not really, nothing's really happened. Like, nothing's really changed. One game, though, that's the great thing, right? One game can completely change it. It can rock you up the leaderboards, especially with match point approaching, with potentially 2 teams.
多分競技勢のバーベキューかな。俺もよく分かってない。
2R1C, who we saw had that nice game too. They ended up taking down KCP, swapping that extra 3 for the placement points. But it's very, very exciting to see all of these teams fighting for basically 2 spots, essentially, because they're that close. Okay, you guys know you've been seeing some top performers. Continue to let us know who is your Monster Energy MVP by tweeting at us, or just tweeting who you think it is, as well as in the chat right now. Hashtag Phoenix, hashtag Zidane, hashtag Kashira, whoever you think should be the Monster Energy MVP for today. Also, here's another page as well, just so we can make sure we share some love to our Ys, our Zs, you know, our Xs. Don't always get love in the alphabet. They come so late in it, but we appreciate you. You're still just as good as the A, Bs, and Cs, okay? We know it, and we love it here. Unlucky. Also, big moment for him. Let's see if X can continue the run and get to match point. Challenger Circuit, you've heard the name twice. CC, we've got another win from Blue Whites. Flash, SSV, Cinetic, Atenum. What a performance so far. They have made themselves a member of our LCQ, which is a 40-team tournament. It's going to be a double elimination format. It consists of our pro leagues and our non-qualified pro league teams and our Challenger Circuit squads in order to get to the championship. If you don't think this is important, remember our first one and remember Furia's performance. That came from the LCQ. So do not sleep on it. It's going to be very, very exciting. If you have what it takes and you want to get involved, make sure to sign up, as we will put that information on the screen for you all. In terms of the dates, registration closing May 24th. And probably ending Taurus season for all our Taurus friends. I know, Mark, you just had a birthday as well. Happy belated, my friend. And also May 23rd for Challenger Circuit number 4. And that should do it for those who want to get involved. Hey, you never know who you might be. The next...
ナウティがツイートしてるこの映画なんだっけ
High praise, but it could happen to you. All right.
100だっけ 100って映画面白いよ。
Edge in our match point regional final, but we had a nice moment where Mark was able to sit down and talk about one of my favorite features coming to Apex Legends Arsenal, and that is the
海外の映画
firing range. Let's take a look.
なんか洋風の海外の映画。結構昔だけど。
Something else that's changing as well that I am excited about is firing range. We've got a big shake up in the firing range experience.
300だっけなんだっけあの映画の名前。
Yeah, so the firing range experience, we're actually trying to
あれ100とか300なんだよな。
up and actually practice the core skills of Apex, which is moving and shooting. So, you know, last season we added, you know, basically bought the infinite ammo. We added dummies that move around. And now we're adding dummies that can shoot back. And the other thing too is we're changing the layout.
2006年の映画。面白いよ。300対100万人。
And we're actually acknowledging that the firing range is a place to do 1v1. So we've actually created an explicit
300の最強兵士 vs100 万の大量兵士みたいな。なんかロード・オブ・ザ・リングみたいな感じ。
And try to embrace that our firing range is a great place to practice and actually teach people how to play the game.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the
そういうの好きなんだよな。
Global Series.
戦う系の映画が好き。ロード・オブ・ザ・リングもそうだし、ホビットもそうだし、トランスフォーマーとか、アバターとかさ、そういう SF とか、なんかタイタンの戦いとかさ、なんかありえない戦いが好き。
As well. It's going to be amazing. This is going to be our next game on World's Edge before we flip back to Storm Point, of course. But we got to talk about Vex.
だからアイアムレジェンドとかそういう系、ハリーポッターもいいしだから。ファンタジーのやつがいいね。
One zone on Storm Point they had access to great pro, played perfectly. Really smart, quick rotation on the second zone towards Mill, and then we saw them kind of change things up a little bit there, recognizing that they were going to have to play edge a bit more. There's a couple of teams kind of hovering in and around, and still managed to pick up points, but just not enough to cross that threshold yet.
So close, finishing with 47 points. They didn't get the memo that we saw from APAC North where they ended.
ハムナプトラとかあったよな、昔。ハムナプトラ。
3 points away from hitting that
砂漠のやつ。
area, and so Vex are looking like they're on another level so far. But then looking on the other
あれ
side
も
of
好きだ
things,
ね。
you really see teams like Gaming Gladiators. They're so close on that cusp as well. So many of these teams that need to start performing. J-Links, you guys talked about it perfectly.
そう、あれもなんかファンタジーというかなんかホラーというか、まあだからあれもだよあれ。パイレーツ・オブ・カリビアンもさ、ファンタジーじゃん。ファンタジーの戦闘じゃん。そういう系好きなんだよね。男が好きそうなやつ好き。
Someone who's kind of been going about their business very quietly, although they certainly made a splash in that last game, Vicky. Pioneers, they could do it in this game as well.
Love to see that too from Pioneers, really popping off, playing off that low ground underneath the barrels that we saw back
バイオハザードも好きだし。
originally there too. Gonna be able to see how this is gonna play into how a lot of
4試合目。なんか長かったな、今回。待機時間。
KCP being right behind him with 36 points. Start a fight. One of the
あ、でも GG あれか。発射場か。マーベル見てないな俺。面白いんですか？有名ですよね、マーベル。
They also have both beacons. They're gonna have all the information in the world. And I'm waiting for this zone to pop, by the way.
ハーデそこはさんの？ここ渋くね風水。サプライボックスあったっけ？え？なんもなくね？あるわ。2つぐらいあるか。2つと手前だけあさって、で、あとでかいとこもあさんのか。アンチは、うわ、これミラボヤ来た。クソアンチや。しかも KCP ミラボヤとラバー、あ、溶岩鋼じゃん。両取ってんじゃん。
making their rotation away from harm.
かなりたくさんあるんだ。
Yeah, better zone for Alliance here as far as Axis is concerned. They can hold down a couple of these chokes and, like you say, kind of hold everybody out that's moving from the Harvester side of the map and behind them from Tree. So, so far today, but as we know, history tells us that Alliance sometimes late for a big performance. May have a little bit more of a better chance to do it in this one. The contest we saw last time with Vortex and BFG, it looks like both teams have decided to split Climatizer. So a little bit of a line in the sand has been drawn, but J-Lings who are trying to take quickly are being chased right now by Eternal, and it's not looking too comfortable for Noises.
Noises is by himself while the rest of his teammates are now making their way from Overlook to give him some backup. Eternal with the only player, that is Bambino, rocking the fuse here. They're still rocking all white Evo, so they were really trying to chase down noises. You can hear the shots also getting shot at from Eternal from their back. That is J-Lings, and they have much better Evo shields to work with here. 2 blues and 1 purple.
Well, Vex just got a knock, by the way, and if they're able to convert it into a kill, that will be one of the points that they needed. Knocked off of that tally. They will be 2
わかんない。
points
あのさ、
away from
虫、
crossing the match point.
大量の虫がさ、人間食うやつ。ハムナプトラ。気持ち悪いの。
So they now just need 2 points, but J-Lings almost kind
め
of
っちゃ印象的だわ。
down a little bit on that rotation. Now find
ちっちゃい
somewhere
頃
safe to
見て。
play. They're inside a fragment on the construction building, which unfortunately for some, maybe happily for
大量の虫が砂漠で動いて。
And they also get Fricks talking about Vex in the feed right now. This is crazy here. As that one last player is trying to get away here.
そう、スカラベだね。
I believe Young Hong Kong was able to make the rotation over to Big Mod from where Vex initially was trying to contest them at exiting out of that lava siphon choke point. J-Lings now on the high ground though, looking down on a third.
ちっちゃい頃見てトラウマだわ。
train tracks. Gonna start making that rotation though and getting ahead of J-Lings right through that tunnel side that leads into landside. And you already know with teams like Fire Beavers who taste control all of Fragment West are gonna be able to also make the rotation.
エジプトピラミッドの話みたいな感じだね。
You know, a little bit of argy-bargy goes down, someone starts kicking off, and then all of a sudden the mates arrive, and it's like, all right, okay, all right, we'll calm it down.
早くねファイト。なんかヨーロッパはファイト早くするんだけど。
Speaking of argy-bargy, here's V2 getting the first knock.
ホライゾンシアバル。
Like we say, kind of decided with Bitfix Gaming on that contest.
ホライゾンシアバル。
Well, they've run into some problems now, but V2 have lost Joke.
Oh man, Ruben being able to get that knock here too, tossing up black hole.
いや、いいアークスターそれ。いいカバー。
Ooh, the arc star hits and the thermal right there. Also being able to find some of this ping damage, but Zidane needs to be careful hiding behind that high ground so that way he could restabilize.
Q not gonna hit, no reset on the shield.
いやー、勝ったなこれは。これは勝ったわ。
The kill though, that's the question. A little bit of hip fire coming through.
V2 今日いいね。
But again, not converting on the kills quite now. Should be.
いやー、うまい。
And finally, V2 will finish that. So Vortex, who have had a rough time here on World's Edge. Firstly, with the contest. Secondly, with running into V2, find themselves the first team eliminated.
Did see that they got scanned originally there by a close beacon. They're also going to have enough time and space to not only restabilize, but work with all the extra loot that are at their feet, thanks to Vortex. But 19 squads left now in the lobby after Vortex was the first one to go down here for this game number 4. But with the circle pulling all the way by Mirage, by the south side of Lava Fisher, they're going to start rotating from the north side, probably going to contest through Skyhook, where a lot of other teams like Fire Beavers who want that information in Grandma's building to try to meet up between E6 and V2.
You said the word Fire Beavers, and all of a sudden I looked at my map overhead. I was like, V2, be careful, because Fire Beavers made me thinking about having a look at this. But one of the bubble teams, they were my team to watch on the previous match day. Are on our screens right now. It's going to be GG. They do have ring console information as well, so they know where that zone's going to be pulling. But the lobby's kind of played out in some ways well for them with the performance they've had so far today. Because it's been Sponges in Vexed and Pioneers at the top. It means it's still close on the overall standings for them. And if they can put in a big performance, it could just take one game.
なんか中途半端なとこしか入れなそう。でかくワードなのに。移動がむずそう。
I love how you point that out too, because now after that previous game, they're sitting in 14th. Overall is 71 points. With Vortex, that we just saw them go down, they're sitting at 72 points, just 1 point ahead of them.
ここまではいけるけど、この後だよね。
Danish was 73 points.
この後どうポイント盛るか。
So that little gap between Aurora and Danish have been built up, but it's still good enough for Gaming Gladiators to have that one pop-off performance to skyrocket themselves in the top 10. As we can take a look at the updated circle.
KCP は安定のミラボヤ上。KCP いいね、じゃあ。ミラボヤの片方無理やりバルジャンで取られない限りは大丈夫だね。アライアンスもいいね、ここ。左下の岩。
I mean, they got a great zone. I talked about their priority to this zone being good. Well, if they have control of the top of Mirage,
X がアンチ以外で弾いてんじゃん。やばくねこれ。ダバサイフォン。
On everybody rotating in, and even though they're in second place, they don't need a massive game here. It just needs to be a pretty damn good one.
うわ、これミラボヤ最強やん。でもこれミラボヤ外れると 洋眼の方なりそう。
Such a good point too, especially when you talk about the positioning that they could be holding there. Even if the circle pulls towards the east,
SF またいいとこより洋眼にいる SF。
There's so much action that's going to be happening by
GG これきついぞ。
use that opportunity to make the rotation. The one team that I'd be thinking about would be a
オ
line
ーロラ
that
動
has
きました
that
中
high
継から。
positioning from the north side of thermal station by that choke point that you
オー
currently
ロラどこ行
see
ったこれ。
sitting on.
橋
Between
か。
them even fighting against foot, that would still give some time over to KCP.
オーロラこれアンチオンだな。アンチオンで橋入ったな。
So good spots all around as we take a look at Ascend on the other side, trying to find an opportunity to exit out of Harvester. Love how we also get to see the Wraith being played out here too. You guys highlighted in the
で、
pregame.
代わりに GG が中継入ってた。でも、GG、番外いないからアンチ読めないか。アンチ読みたいな。
Yeah, it's interesting now that
あれ、オーロラ。
especially in EMEA, I feel like
あれ
teams kind of
オーロラこれどこ行った家か
pick is, and then if they notice something in the lobby with how other teams are playing or how other comps are kind of putting themselves together, it's not too
あ、これ J リン
surprising
ク
now
入
to
った
see
ね
one of those legends being changed out to try and give them an advantage against some of the other teams' compositions that they're running, and I think that's what we're seeing here.
レックスがあと1ポイントで点灯です。
teams in this lobby at the moment, but one team who have got 1 KP and 2 KP, I should say, maybe they only need 1 more point, is Vex Gaming, and it's not too surprising to see.
うわ、グネってチャーラ持ってんのか、ミラバイ上で。最強やん。最強や、これ。
Especially since they made their way around Lava Siphon, like we saw them get literally everything. Taking a look at their evos, you see Tyler with the gold. Squad does get scanned by the survey beacon, so they know where another team is in the distance as Matafi tries to take some shots. Jay Ling's in a fight themselves. They have the high ground advantage here, and they do get the crack initially.
Yeah, V2 is the team on the other side of this fight as well, and this is going to be a fight that has to finish pretty quickly. The good thing for J-Lings is they do have, of course, the ability to redeploy with a Valkyrie if they need to. They have the height, so they shouldn't be shot out of the air too easily. V2, on the other hand, kind of in a sticky situation. J-Lings will hit the Valkyrie to try and overtake them. Question is, can they get away without taking too much damage? Sherlock with some pretty good shots through the air. The J-Lings should be safe to land, but it looks like maybe not so safe. As Nags takes a fair bit of damage, but they do find something here in countdown to play.
You can take a bit of a breather here as Nags is going to be able to pop that Phoenix kit. They got beams on the other side of countdown by another team.
これマップ配信ないの
Scanned here again by another survey beacon from a distance, so they'll know where that other team here is. But J-Lings have nice rotation on the outskirts of the circle to gate this other team that's still chasing them from right behind.
Shows the importance of the Valkyrie sometimes as well. It's not just about, you know, forcing your way into a zone.
J-Link そのまま入れんかい
If you can get ahead of the traffic when the zone is closing, you are the team in the position to kind of command how those fights go down. You can put shots down and you can worry about your next move. Kind of forced into fights they don't really want to have to take. So J-Lings with a good high IQ play, I would say they're hitting that Valk, excuse me, a little bit earlier than V2 were able to do. And now Vexed, let's change over to them again because they're trying to force their way through this vault tunnel. But as you can see, some obvious signs that there might be someone in the area.
Playing on different angles with all these Watson fences. Oh, we're lucky he said fly away. Tyler does have the TG threat because he's got the gold R9, but they're giving away this space. You see their Zero activated.
おっとこれ勝ったら点灯するよ
Has painted this entire tunnel with the
1ポイントでも取ったら点灯するよこれ
Kashira, by the way, on the Wraith. So used to seeing him on Crypto, but now he's got the freedom to just kind of do what he wants on the map. I'm excited to see what this impact can be for him. Ascend holding down this vault tunnel. We're going to have to do so for quite some time as well. Fire Beavers are on the other side of Ascend though, inside of Landslide. They will be safe for this next zone, but being trapped between Fire Beavers and Vexed, I can't really think of many worse places to be.
My biggest concern now moving forward is Vex Gaming with this rotation and with the noise that have already been made by this tunnel. You can imagine teams already on the outside of stage hearing this action could contest them in the middle of their rotations. I don't see them trying to contest through that tunnel. See Joke taking a lot of damage.
いやーバス空いてますよアライアンスさんどこですかそこかバス空いてますよアライアンスさん読んじゃったかも LG は3パッドだねフェイズも3パッドだよ NA V2 はまあどっちでもいけるけどどっち取るんだろうこれ 別にランスラ側でもいいこれ。なんならランスラ側の方がいいんだこれ。広くいけそう。サロッちゃんコンピューターです。あれそこすんなり入らせてもらえるの？え？そんなすんなり入らせてもらえるの？ああ、同じパーティーなのか。まだ減らんねー。これアライアンス入っ
I would say to Dan, I need a digi threat because I need two. It's like take a look at the zone, Vicky. I mean, you can see right now, Eternal.
GG とりあえず中断入ってるけど、どうすんだろう。
Yeah, this is a really nice spot for them, but is it too early for this rotate? Is my question because
we
know that foot are.
Не знаю. Пока нас никто не смотрит. Прям вот полуграунд скатиться и полуграунд наблюдать. У нас есть щилы слева.
Под можешь стать? Ого,
да. Короче, я большую банку хилю, Гоши с правой стороны вниз. Окей. Спины нету все еще.
15 секунд.
Погнали. Иду.
Кстати, МБ Дорита запиздят.
一旦下ね。
Вот он хуй может залезть.
これ左から登りたいけどな、中断。
Мы на втором играем или на самом первом?
Здесь, на первом.
登った方がいい絶対。
На меня залезете. Павимся. Вы отсюда слева сможете упасть. Вот прям тут нормально. Долбоёб начинает.
ヒューズじゃん、上。
Ну, мне норм. Прям как я стою. Он не может как-то. Просто здесь терпим. Платформа занята еще.
Я поставил катушку, слышите? Он на старом поке.
Слева могут.
Смотрите, да, смотрите.
Есть шоколадка, если. Закрывать надо отсюда. Здесь доели кого-то. Меня засканились. Прям тут,
над нами.
中断入られたね。
Конца допекает.
Прям над нами, на втором чело. Здесь. Иду туда. Обратно под эту хуйню. Я найду туда.
Давай. Взорвал.
Я смотрю, чтоб чело не дропнули.
Кракнул всех.
Да. По нам тут стреляют. Я немножко ниже спустился. Взорвал еще. Аккуратно спина вверх.
アライアンス飛んだ。
Надо падать.
飛んでどこに行くんだアライアンス。
Вот там, по мне мы били. Побегайте чело сверху.
うわーうまいアライアンス。ここ入ったの。うわーニューキャッスルだしな。耐えれるんだ全然ここは。やっぱ読んでったなこれ多分ここのビーコン。
Все, Найс, надо смотреть, что на платформе происходит. Спрячьтесь на.
多分なかった。いや
Слушайте, что на платформе происходит.
入ってないと思ったのかな。
Все пиздятся.
うわーこれ一気にアライアンスもうチャンピオンで強くなったな。ファイヤービーバーズもランスラが全部取れてるからこれめちゃくちゃいい。まあ、ただ両方守りきれないからどっちか割り切るしかないかもしれないなこれ。J リングも多分詰めてこれないからどこも。いやこれ GG つらいな。どうすんだろうこれ。これ絶対バルチャンでこう15秒以上に口見るよこれ。絶対いるよこれ。こんだけ多かったら17チームいるよこれ。やばいよこれ。ガチでやばいと思う。いやこれワトウルトないのか。ワトウルトないとこれ次きついぞ。これどうなんだこれ。これどうなるんだ。ちょっと15秒ゾーン行くチーム見たいけどな。出た。
Над нами хитуют, типа. Мэби сейчас упадет.
Слева еще один. Надо под меня уже подходить.
Над нами нокать, типа.
Бала. Пушку дал?
Чекайте меня. Да.
15秒誰も行かない。
Пушки рыса, одна хп. Го проходи, перед нами слева файт.
いやいいよ、GGいいよ、GGいいよこれ。
Мы тут в зоне, парень, слева, лево, посмотри. Оп, на меня, блядь. Большой я. Спина.
いや、神グレ来てる。
Я умер.
なんか裏いる。なんか裏いた。マジか。 うわ、あらやそこ巨フリー行くの偉すぎん？
Be the difference here.
Ooh, Tax. Dancing around the gen real quick. Oh my goodness, he was going crazy. Rugby with a punch. He needed to try to heal up and also get some extra ammo. Maestro get wiped out. Top 5 left here. Start a fight. Another team that's in our top 3 with 37. Still wiping up some extra KP as Alliance cleans them up. We talked about the bloodbath that was going to go down in this area alone, being so open and having to shift away from Mirage.
Look at the position of Jailings as well. Maybe
これはファイヤービーバーズ見ますか？ファイヤービーバーズ。
Лево, агрессивно играет. Они книжку, они кнопку отдали, а я нет.
Слушай, дайте энерго, дайте энерго, дайте энерго, 0 энерго. Я понимаю. У меня 0 энерго.
いやでもこれバス入ってるの辛いな。
У меня есть МП.
Ты хочешь траку ебать? Вот это?
Да, почему нет?
С левого угла берет. Дропни немножко энерго, пожалуйста, у меня 0.
На, я 40 дал.
Пацаны, вот этот трак убиваем.
Да,
я подхожу МПшу, подходите. Я МПшу.
Подхожу.
Да, я МПшу.
Нет угла.
Погнали.
Я ближе подхожу. Давай.
Сломали опять.
うわ、壊されたのいた。うま壊すの敵。
Бля, я сканер.
Один за домом. Сломал бачи.
Понял. Кто там?
Я не знаю, Ватсон. Я хилюсь.
Им выходить или нет? Нет.
Нет.
Давай, я посмотрю, у них нету дигитов, походу.
А лево пушится, слышите? У меня дрона нет. У меня нету вижена, у меня нету дрона.
Нету.
Да. У меня улица.
Не вижу, нету флаг.
Пушит меня, только по Ватсон.
Крак, давай крак.
Окей, я хилюсь.
いや、これは勝ちました。ファイヤービーバーズ。
У меня ЕМП есть, все, я хилюсь и ЕМПшу.
Давай бейся, давай, Ксят, Кирюх, ты один, ты.
リビルド溜まります、これ。
Много, почти одного, валька одно.
Смотрю. Пушит.
Э!
Меня пушит. Нет, это один.
ナズ強っ。
Поторопились, надо было вдвоем бэкнуть.
ナズ強っ。
Бэкнули и пиздец убили.
マジ？
Да не, просто когда я захилился, надо было бэкнуть с нами.
Ты захиливаешься, я понимаю, Лёва.
А Лёва тоже.
Fire Beavers eliminate, Alliance eliminated, Eternal now moving on Jailings to try and close out this game. It's a
こっからゼリン勝ったらマジ最強です。
Bambino, he smells blood in the water here, Vicky.
And with the comp that they're rocking here too, the fuse and the ash now as they're looking to
さすがにね。
clean up what is left of J-Links here. Bambino is a finishing blow as Eternal are your champions for game number 4.
さすがにね。
Well, that makes things very interesting, doesn't it? Vexed, most importantly, cross the threshold for match point. KCP, I don't think they got enough points on the board though to make it. Alliance start to find a little bit of form, however, which could be interesting when it comes down to that story. Who wins overall when this Pro League split is done? But Eternal coming out of nowhere, and is that the first Fuse win we've seen in Pro League so far this split?
I would not be surprised, especially seeing the fact that they're the only team that we've seen rock the fuse out here, and sticking through it too. It's nice also to highlight the gap between Vex, who are now sitting at match point with 53 points with those last KP that we saw them clean up at the very end, and then KCP sitting in second with 39 points after that game. So
朝7時からです。
ま
あ、大丈夫か大丈夫じゃないかって言われたら、
Yeah, I mean,
微妙なラインですね。今回で決まるって感じですね。
How they wanted to approach it. It was like, do we just play for these couple of KP? Do we try and play in a position where we're going to rotate to zone? And then didn't really do either. They got caught in a really tough position, but I've got to say, who was it inside of the bin? I can't remember off the top of my head. Who hit that one?
I think it was unlucky. It was unlucky, I believe.
Here is the pivotal moment. Great work from production here to give us this moment, Vicky, because we talk always about, rotation. We talk about team fighting ability of teams. Sometimes you just have to live long enough for the rest of the lobby to do the work for you. 17 squads remaining. Keep your eye on that top right. By the time the unlucky falls, I think we were down to 9.
I honestly, after this entire fight, yes, because it was all the teams that had to get out of that southern choke point by that train tracks that fell under. and it was Eternal who came out winning that side of the circle here. You can see Unlucky, this is the moment where he was about to get the one clip here, while also, by the way, getting greeked by Bambino on the high ground with a plethora of grenades that he's sending in his direction. Look at that, 140 cleaned him up, and that was Foot also going down as E6 met them in the lobby right behind them.
And that guaranteed the points that they needed to get to 50 and be our first team on match point. Rain Day, a lot to talk about, but I gotta say that moment, it was a pivotal moment, and it was a lot of fun to watch and cast.
Oh, it was fun to watch, I'll tell you that. I'm sure casting even better. So exciting to watch how Unlucky was able to put Vexed over that threshold. And we called it. I mean, it's not easy. There was a moment you thought it was going to go the other way, but they survived, they outlast, and they outwitted. That's my little survivor pun here. Let's bring Vicky back in. Mark, take it easy. Great call there. Vicky, digesting that game. So many things could have happened. I think the ending was just as surprising as the middle with Unlucky. The ending, seeing an Ashe, a Fuse, and a Seer win? I mean, what kind of funky stuff is this? What do we got going on here?
Hey, they're taking everybody. It's not Fragment, it's Funky Town. Yeah, I love it too. And I love it when a lot of these teams play into what they feel like is comfortable. When you get the mix up and take away from the usual Valk, Seer, Catalyst. I like that. Introduce that here, especially when we make the transition into World's Edge. But also, we got to highlight the rotation. They held their ground on top of those train tracks and were able to get involved in this final fight when J-Links had lost out and JMW. So what better way to now move in after you see Alliance get taken out here too. Fire Beavers had just met them right afterwards. Fire Beavers also, by the way, very consistent in these late games. But Eternal took the opportunity, wasted no time here, and were able to see that it was just two of the members of J-Links up and alive, so they were able to just clean up the rest of the lobby.
And this is smart too. I mean, Josh, he does wait a little bit, hits a med kit, but they both move in, and you can see how it's over. If Ashe hits you with a tether, that's what Alliance was experimenting with. That's what we even saw the concept of before her buffs coming in mid-season. We saw Aurora playing Ashe, Fuse, and Bangalore. But this is a little bit of a different situation. We saw that it worked for Eternal here. You saw the mid-fight, you saw the rotation capabilities. Don't underestimate how Ashe's ultimate can get them and keep them to those high grounds and relocate in these circles where maybe you just are a little bit out of position and you need that Eternal. Great job showcasing some legends.
バロがすごすぎて映れてるだけで、割と盛り上がってはいる。盛り上がっていうか、見てる人はいる。
Fighting for one of those spots in that 9th to 11th place. So is Aurora, and of course Horizon Union.
はい、改めておめでとう。
Anything here,
ありがとうございます。
Vicky, you know, reacting to this, but also looking forward to a team that got the highlight this time around. Eternal. I want you to look at some of those stats that they put together, but also just talk to me about it. Did they really have a chance to take this here? They're playing like a team that could win.
They're playing amazingly with 10 KP to the main and the dub on top of that. We make the transition now next over to Stormpoint. So can that consistency stick with this team? I mean, I'm expecting the comms to change up as we make that move over to Stormpoint, but we'll be able to find that comfortability that they've
小時さんからもインスタでお祝いされたな。 そういえば。
You can see the role that Seer is playing
インスタのストーリー上げたら。
and not needing to be involved in the damage. 250 damage, that's okay. He's got the 4 assists. He's got the ability to get in there and give them the info they need. Vexed
のまま
very first team, ladies and
普通にお
gentlemen,
めでとうって
on
言って
match point. For those watching at home, what does that mean? It means if they
お
win,
めでとうって。
it's game over. The standings are as they
私のおかげかなって言ってた。
one more time.
いや、
that does mean there's
まあ
one
そうだ
more
ねって言
game
ってた。
at least for these teams to make
いや、
a
そうだ
move.
ね
A team like Horizon Union, which I highlighted, does not want to be sitting in 15th place here. There are
火
other
曜
teams
火曜ぐらいから来てたから
Maestro,
親。
Gaming Gladiators, 2R1C who are ahead of them, V2 behind them as well, Eternal, Start a Fight. These teams are looking in a pretty good position to jump right now. So you've got to start making it happen, Vicky.
Absolutely. I talked about it earlier with Mark when we were talking about the game, and the teams right now that were on the cusp before that final game, teams like Aurora, Danish, Vortex, one of the first teams that we saw go down in that previous game, Gaming Gladiators, who were so close, that cusp between 11th all the way down to 15th are so close, and this game determined a lot here for the squads that are on that cusp that want to be in the top 10, and with Vex Gaming already sitting at match points, they should start sweating a little bit now that we make that move over to game number 5.
And the question is, Aurora.
いや、ネタだけどね。世界行けなかったら坊主にしますとかいうネタツイートしてて。危なかったな。ネタっすけど。
But guess what? Right after this, we go back to Storm Point to see if Vex can close it out here in our Game 5, or if someone else their legacy today. We'll see you in just a moment.
Time these worlds remembered the name.
ゆかぺろさんのポーズ見てみたいな。ゆかぺろさんのポーズ見てみたいな。ハンドリさんは野球部だったらしいから元。いやでも想像できないな。俺のポーズが一番似合わないだろうな。じゃペロさんの坊主姿を想像したらおもろいんだよな。ハンドルさんってド型だったの？ハンドルさんってそもそも何代だ？あの仕事してたのかな？全然知らないんだけど俺。なんで知らないんですか？知らないよ。だってそんな話しないもん。
Yeah, I was watching with bated breath.
組んで2ヶ月ぐらいだし。
Via placement, was it going to be via kills, and just about held on. I think they were just desperately watching that kill feed, hoping that teams were going to be eliminated. But eventually they get there. So now it's all eyes on Vexed. Can they get the job done here on match number 5? And you know what that means? We're changing maps. We go back to Storm Point, which
だからドリルみたいな役なんだ。
successful throughout the season for Vexed, but we do already see them having a victory today in match number 2.
We do indeed, and they've been involved in 2 end games as well, which is even better news for Vex fans. A real opportunity if the zone gives them a chance to maybe close things out here.
なるほど。
Number 5. It would be a hell of an effort to make it to match point in 4. I mean, it's been a great effort to make it to match point this quickly, but to close it out 5 down.
厳しい教育受けてきたでしょ。
Yeah, I mean, we've seen
ESA
do it in 5, we've seen Fnatic do it in 4. In EMEA, it traditionally goes a little bit longer, and the average would be around 7. But with how Vex are playing, they have the advantage now. They have a free hit at trying to go for a victory. Maybe you can try something a little bit different. They don't have to be too crazy. They don't have to worry about any other teams. They don't have to worry about who's dropping where. They can do whatever they like. Now, we've seen teams in this scenario try do 2 different approaches. The approach of let's just stick with what we've done and hope it carries on, or the complete flip of now we change to a different composition. Now we try and avoid everyone's eyes, and now we try and hope that they don't notice us when we're making our rotations.
Yeah, just to give you an update on what's happening elsewhere as well. We know that Vex are the team who are on match point. It's somewhat of a free hit for them, knowing that no one else is on match point. But the rest of the chasing group, it's so tight now. You got Pioneers on 39. They need 11. J-Lings 38. SAF 37. Firebeavers 37. So you would imagine in this lobby, there's going to be maybe 2 teams joining them if those teams perform. So for Vexed, it's almost a case now of this becomes probably the most important game of the day for them, knowing that they are the only team who can win it right here, right now.
Yeah, an extra element of pressure, and maybe can they deal with that pressure as well? Are we going to see Vexed do it in 5, or are we going to be heading into match 6? Maybe match 7. We could be going into match 15 for all we know. That's why this format is so incredible. But certainly it's all eyes on Vex Gaming off the drop.
そういう感じで、そういう系で。
All eyes on where that zone's going to be going as well. Will it be favorable for Vexed, or will it be one that they're going to have to work extremely hard to get
さあ、5試合目です。何試合、俺は7試合予想で終わると思ってます。
Over in London, She's going to be here before you know it, on the line in this lobby. The fascinating thing for me is SAF feel like they're the only team on the bubble who's really performed so far today.
東京サンダーウォッチ両方あたりだ。ハイポイント高か
We wouldn't
った
mind
か
if Vex win it here because they're already in the top 5. They're in a position where
被ってる
likely
と
they
こは
would be finding themselves at LAN, at playoffs.
バロメーターで
But
す。被っ
suddenly
てま
if Vex
す。
don't win, there is more games where teams start to
ずっと被って
catch
る。
up SAF if they don't perform. It creates a very strange dynamic here as Ascend once more are going to be challenged off the drop by Bitfix.
Well, Bitfix, I'm gonna say they're being aggressive here, Dan.
アテント死んだこれ。
Three of them dive off of the height to get the knock onto Lufka. I mean, if you get to take any of it, Ascend out, I would say Lufka probably the best one to get first, but certainly have given up the high ground and might be given up.
いやでもハイグラ取ってるね。あれホライゾンでしょ。
Becomes a 2v2 very quickly.
え、違う
Alternating
か
for post
アテンドがホライゾンだけかなこれ。
I stand by the fact, though, by the way, whenever I'm contested in ranked, if I have an alternate, I've never lost.
One of the best weapons to start with.
Yeah, well, it was Ascend can kind of prove that theory, although they've already lost one, so maybe not the best.
Don't worry.
うわー、ビットフィックスも
This is going
ホ
to
ライ
be
ゾ
a
ンで
tough
した。
situation though. 3 versus 2. I mean, the weaponry's not great. Alternators around and Mozambique's in the back pocket, but in the 3 versus 2 with Bitfix all running as a 3, it looks like this time they are finally going to be able to shut down Ascend. Remember, they've had a back and forth throughout the early 2 games where Bitfix had the advantage over Ascend, Ascend escaped, Ascend took down Bitfix in game number 2. Well, in chapter 3, it's going to be all about Bitfix Gaming and how they eventually shut them down.
But the good news is my theory kind of tracks, because both teams had ultimators, so it was never going to be one team who came out on the bad side of it, you know what I mean? But BFG, they're going to win this one. Kishira, he's out of there. He might be able to survive, you know, even though the finishes have come in. We have seen Ascend, I've called it affectionately, I must say, the cockroaches of this lobby so far. Every time I say it, I'm like, could have chosen a better example here. But they have survived and they have been able to play the game, even though it's been a bit of a rough start for them. But looking elsewhere, we are going center zone. It looks like a waterfall zone at the moment. Cascade Falls, J-Ling's in a really good spot moving down from checkpoint to play the northern side of it. Vex with good, pretty good.
これ GG 読めてるんじゃない？
Well, you can see they're
読めてるよね。
by the winners of our previous game, Eternal. So this could be a
読めてるからもうコトレスを KCP と取れるんだよこれ。
3-4 Pioneers, J-Lings, Fire Beavers, or SAF would be enough to take them into match point. So I think
長引いたら J-Ling に決められます。
they do not win here in match number 5. It's highly likely we're going to see another team join them. Although we have had situations like this where we've had 4 or 5 teams that are very close to match point, and then suddenly they all flop, and we'll see some of the teams that are struggling really start to take risks. They change their composition, they start to maybe be a bit more aggressive. Bitfix Gaming, for example, we can see the aggression they just had off the drop, and then they have their big games, and suddenly...
GG 大丈夫ですか？
Я туда ставил, но она ж типа ни от чего не сейвит.
あー、内側か。まあまあまあまあ、やっぱ次から。怖いな。あとだし、でかいな。ナースありがとうございます。
It looks like they wanted to make a quick rotation here, and they're being slowed down on doing so. So Eternal causing them some problems, and I think Vex want to make them pay for that. The Zero is going to go down.
いや、シアルと壊された。
Destroyed immediately. Tyler with a really big play, but they've got to capitalize now, and Matafe will get that.
ベックスノリノリやな。
Lucky will move in, and we know he ain't been missing too many bullets, Dan, today, and he looks like he might be able to clean up the last 2 players. That will be Eternal eliminated. The perfect start here for Vexed.
And not only do Vex, you know, take down another team, but they take down a team who was a threat, really. Eternal have just won a game, they're on 30 points. They were closing in on match point themselves. But I love the fact that Vex take the fight. So many times I've seen teams get onto match point and then just avoid fights and just say, oh, we have to make sure we get into central zone. We can't take any fights. What if we lose? Vex know that they can take on anyone in this lobby on any given day. And they show their dominance, they show their confidence. And that is going to be the best way that they will find a victory now here on match point.
Over to checkpoint then, you can see Vortex and 2R1C laying down the lines for a potential battle. Robin's really important in this fight as well. You can see he's holding down that central structure. You can get so many good angles that allow your teammates to push off the back of it. 2R1C kind of hold up though, you can see. But elsewhere on the map, I just want to kind of highlight quickly who's got probably the best position in zone right now, and it's going to be Gaming Gladiators. And for comeback stories to be made, Dan, there's kind of the... I've got a kind of emotional attachment to them for what they've been through, how they've had to kind of progress, missed out on the last LAN. You just want to see them do well. And this might be the game with how close it is on the bubble that they could do well here And maybe that one game could be the
これ
qualifying for LAM game.
でかいかな、顔。
It is a case when you're in match point and you're
Wipe it.
maybe not one of the teams who is going to win on the match point
邪魔にならん
day,
かな。
but all you need is one big game that can get you 25 plus points. It puts you in the top 5, and that could be enough to propel you in the overall standings to get you into that top 10 for LAN. Now, for Gaming Gladiators, maybe has to be something a little bit more significant, like a top 3. But certainly a victory, a big game would do that for them, and they have the potential for it. You're completely right. I think everyone would echo that statement that there's almost that gut feeling you just want to see them succeed. Have to see whether they can follow up with it. As Horizon Union down to just 2, and they're very much just trying to stay alive at this point, but they're being bombarded by E6.
どういう意図かわかんないけど。
E6 just causing them all sorts of problems at the
ちょうどい
moment.
い。OK。
And for Horizon Union, what an unfortunate turn of events it's been for them in previous weeks. They were the team who were kind of holding down one of those last qualification spots, but coming into today, after a very, very
でもなんか一応エレメントフィックってこういうなんかよくわかんない構成するよね。世界大会でもレベラント使ったし。前回の。
Well, they will be eliminated because SAF are just going to come and pick up the easiest KP of their life. Then that will be, again, a rough game for them where they might see those chances slipping through their fingers.
いや、SF も調子いいっすね。
7 points ahead of SAF.
ホライズンに死んだよ。
3 points ahead of 2R1.
これ GG 盛りだけですよ。
and 8 points ahead of Aurora. So there are 3 or 4 teams I've
これ
just
GG マジ盛り時だよ。これチャンピオン値だからこれ。
could be picking up points and they all
GG さん。これ浮き島んじですよこれ。もうこれだろここ。ほら。GG ポチやこれ。KCP も無駄しないだろこんな。頼む。GG チャンピオン取ってくれ。一番いい。ただ抑えるところが多すぎるかもしれない。まあ GG なんつうぞこれ。
That would mean that 10th spot in the overall standings would then be opened up to someone to qualify as well.
Other teams in a great spot in zone.
ここホライズンに落ちたから、もうチャンピオン取って一気に順位上げればワンチャンあります。ワンチャンある。ゲーミンググラディエーターズ。
Marshmallows mixed with butterflies. I've never eaten a butterfly.
ワトでここ守ってるのガチでいい。
I would have lost a lot of money on that being the right on the answer you gave. Maestro though down on the low ground at the bottom of the waterfall. E6 being forced off of that high ground that we saw them holding down a few moments ago. Maybe thinking about trying to force Maestro away from them, but the Digi threat.
いやこれ E6 負けそうだな。
Be a really solid anchor position to play from here, but E6 wants some of it. They're up for the fight here.
E6 are very much up for the fight. That's because they've already qualified for LAN and Case winning on the Octane as well. As Maestro get eliminated. Maestro who were, you know, in that bubble situation, who needed points today, find another game where they fall short as E6 just trying to get back on their feet here.
Yeah, team trying to take the height off of them as well, but good shots coming in almost.
あんま強くね、金2人。
themselves.
赤1人。
Legacy, I think, with the team, yes indeed, who did take that zip line. And Alpha Draft has to be extremely careful to use those shield cells to get back up to full health, but on the top of this waterfall, this is a zone. They might be able to hit a nice rotation into where the zone is going to be pulling. E6, you're looking at the armor checking at the moment. You're seeing 2 reds, you're seeing 2 golds. E6 is in a good position to pick up points here.
Absolutely, and they need them. I mean, it's been a pretty slow start for them. I say they need them. They don't really. They're already at LAN. They've got what they achieved, but you still want to be exactly. You want to be higher up the leaderboards for A, more money, and B, a better seed going into LAN as well. You're not going to see an engagement though. 2R1C taking the fight against V2, but it should really end up as nothing here. When you have those blast doors in the way, usually you just back off from one another because it becomes a bit of an awkward dance, almost as awkward as mine at high school. But now 2R1C will have to take another fight on the other side here.
2R1C gonna have to be careful because there's a couple of other teams in the vicinity, and I think that one of them is Alliance. The zone is starting to close as well in 20 seconds, so decisions have to be made. Xako with some beautiful shots with that R9 though. Can he get the knock? Yes, he can, and it's gonna be North from Esports who goes down. Good news for all the other bubble teams because they have been the performing bubble team so far.
2R1C. Just demonstrating that they can be aggressive, but now this is the time for V2. As soon as they heard all that commotion, they said, all right, we can open up the doors, we can open up the curtains, and we can start to have a look at this one. But 2R1C should be able to avoid the sight lines, and it really is going to depend how aggressive V2 want to be here.
V2 able to reset.
Closing,
got quite some way to go, but it looks like the decision has been made to go back into the wall and maybe craft a few med kits. But they've also found a rat, and that's a problem. Lifing gets 1. Takes a huge amount of damage, and that should be the end of Foot Esports. But that is very interesting as far as the overall stand is concerned now, Dan. We mentioned that FUT Esports have been the performing bubble team so far in the games that we've seen, but them falling early outside of the placement points, and I'm pretty sure they had no KP as well. That will open the door for the likes of GG, Maestro, if they can have a good game here to really put the pressure back on.
Yeah, I mean, FUT Esports down in 18th now, and they really will be struggling, especially if it were to end here. They just give all of the opportunity for all of those teams to take those positions away from them, and they won't have that chance to be able to take a top 10 position and take a LAN spot. So when you are one of those teams that gets eliminated in these stages, you are just hoping Vex do not win to give you one more chance of trying to get some more points, or of course, give yourself a chance of getting closer to match point. But if you are that far off, if you are about 40 points off, you're not thinking about match point, you're thinking about just trying to get as much as you can to go up the leaderboards.
これやばいと思う。カスケとか多分超詰まってるよ、これ。ほら。4敗いる。もう GG アンチや、これ。勝ってくれ、頼む、マジで勝ってくれ。ボルテックスは負けていい。こいつはボーダーや。ハキスなんかバナー作ってたぞ今。さりげなく。エフェクトのバナーを作ってた今。すげえさりげなかったな。縦だけ置いてあるんだけど、キラさんのとこに。あ、オクタージャンプ置いてる。あ、見てる。なんか音が違う方から聞こえてくる、これ。ちゃんと壊してる。
Yeah, because there is about 7, 8 teams that are all outside of the circle right now. Are all going to be pushing in at the same time. There you go. There's the map overhead. Thank you, observers and production. Look where Vex are though.
J リングいいとこ入ったな。
At the moment, they're going to be comfortable
なんか溝みたいなとこ。
very close to them.
次なんですよ。
KCP. And KCP are just slowly but surely getting closer towards match point. We'll see what happens here though between V2 and VCGO. The battle is happening in this building.
詰まるから、裏から来ないとこれ。いいぞ。オーロラだけ弾ければ。
Horizon ultimate, the black hole through the window, or try and trap a few players in corners, or maybe they're just waiting for that Seer ultimate to come back so they can make an effective push. They get the info, the black hole becomes more effective as well. Black hole goes down. Nades go in as well.
なんか右の音が左に聞こえてくる。なんかオーディオおかしいぞ。
Yeah, V2 should be able to at least take advantage of that damage as well, and they will. Vortex will get shot from elsewhere. E6 in the distance, just doing damage, and VCGO unfortunately will fall in 16th place. So we're into the top 15. Everyone gets a placement point, but round 3 is closing, which means we're going to start to see this kill feed get lit up.
Fire Beavers doing what they do, turning up dressed in red. How many times have we seen this assault from Fire Beavers on a building? Cyrol's gonna go down. Taskmaster gets absolutely decimated as he pokes his head in that door, and now Fire Beavers, who probably felt pretty confident in this situation, are gonna have to try and hold off a push that's coming in. They're not gonna be able to do so. They went for the res, and Bitfix Gaming causing problems to this lobby once more. They will wipe Fire Beavers.
One thing I learned in match day number 9 was that Bitfix Gaming can roll with the big dogs, and they just took down some of the biggest of dogs in this lobby. Now V2 are going to be making their way towards the circle, but as soon as you go through this building, on the other side of it are Vexed, but already you've got to get through one team. 2R1C eliminated.
入れねえなこれ。中無理だろ。右行くしかないこれ。
So V2 got to make some decisions. You can see the Vexter set up almost like a round of S&D for them at the moment, just playing some head glitches, waiting for people to poke.
いやいいよ。あ、これマジオーロラ怖え。オーロラ怖え。これ。いやー。これちょっと GG 抑える場所押せって無理だな多分。まず渋いぞこれ。逆にオーロラ。
The trouble for Vexed is look where that circle goes, by the way. It's going to be shifting far away from them. It's going to be going heavily west, which means Vexed have to get through KCP. KCP, who are currently in 2nd place, only 9 points away from match point. That could be a huge fight.
これちょっとオーロラしてみるか。オーロラだね。GG してみよう。
Сломали двери.
私この門2つ見なきゃだし、下の方も車線気をつけなきゃいけないし。いや、いいパイロンこれ。でも壊されるか、ギリ。いや、これあれだな。オーロラ押さえればいいな、これ。オーロラ。オーロラとしてだけ押さえればいい、これ。KCP とベクソでやるから、裏で。多分そうだよね。あー、違う。あ、違う。でも KCP とベクスはこれ裏でやるから、これオーロラを裏に行かせればいいんだよ。でもなんか上がってきてるこれ誰？やばい。これはまずい。この角で耐えれるか。でもこれ耐えるしかないな、マジで。もう場所がない、マジで。
У нас челы прям за забором стоят.
Прям в ебале, да. Да, у меня справа банга. На камне.
Нету вижена.
Нам может идти отсюда, блядь?
Ее нокнули, слышишь?
Спина еще подходит, спина еще подошла.
Да.
Бангу нокнули?
Шлите. У кого-то Вальку нокнули.
オーロラ多分、KCP の方、ギャフリ行かないかな。
Нас еще снизу подходили, смотрели. Снизу пизелка, или что там?
На камне.
Вот тут
На
на
камне
пизелка.
いや、割とこのチーム辛いぞ。この目の前のパーティーも。つら、限界ポジすぎる。ワトじゃなかったら絶対無理だな、これ。
Тут на пике чел. Они слева видятся, надо будет лево подсасывать. Дал сутку. Я двоих подстанил, большой. Ульта серое говно у них. Я на дашке стопудово есть, я там нихуя не вижу. Тоже найду дам.
ベクス死んだ。それをオーロラがギャフリ行くでしょ、これ。うわ、オーロラ取り切ってるもう。うわー、これじじきついな。強い。うわー。うわー、これもったいねこれオーロラウィンだわ。いや、V2 か。V2 が広すぎる。
They find themselves in a different situation, Dan, and they are turning up when they need to.
And it's looking entirely likely that no one will
V2
join
が広すぎるわ、これは。
match point unless V2 were to find a victory whilst killing the rest of this.
オーロラが一方的にやれば。
Find themselves on 40 points. Aurora doesn't look like they would get.
あ、これダウンしてやばいこれ。
Ranch is taking a lot of damage.
Cleve goes in to clean things up. Should be able to do so and does so.
いや、これワンチャンあるぞ。戻って。え、シアルツ座れた。え、シアルツないか投げ物かなんか今それだけね
Both of these teams are going to be ever so close to 50, but probably not enough to
投げ物かシアルツ座れたぞ
50 just because of the only available placement points from will getting first and only 3 from KP. But they are going to put themselves within touching distance of it. What's going to be important here is to try and stop the points being gained from the other team by solidifying this victory. Now, V2 are arguably on the low ground here, but Ranches is trying to make a flank round. If they get spotted out, this could be terrible for Aurora.
3セットがランチェズが死んだわ、これ。
Cleveland and Sunset have got to do something magical. Only 21 bullets in the RE45. I thought it might be the difference maker. He can't even get one. Pop just in time. Cleve, you got some work to do. You're a hell of a player, but it's not going to be enough to see you through this situation. V2 with the win here on Storm Point.
And it's going to be about 2 points off.
Yeah.
Getting to match point, so it's going to be agonizingly close for V2, but that being said, they are only 2 points away, and there's only one team on match point right now. So V2 putting themselves in position going into this next one to be on match point as well. It does mean that Vex still get another free hit. They gave it a good go, but the zone just didn't really work out for them. Such an incredible push, I have to say, again and again from Vex onto KCP. KCP just weren't really able to hold out the building the way they expected.
Well, Vex are still waiting for the win. They are still on match point, and the only team who are on match point, like you say, will bring Rainday back in. It was an interesting game for sure as V2 pick up the win, Rain.
I love to see V2 also performing in the same
シアウル
light
ト
as
使っ
other
たのが
teams
痛かっ
like
たかな
Aurora
正
who
直
desperately need it. Sometimes this becomes a very top-heavy
多分
conversation
か
where
わせられ
we
たのが痛かっ
see
た
after a great cast, fellas, just a team like Firebeavers, Alliance,
あとちゃんと
just
まあ
start
ログ見
to run
て
away with it all. Not today. It's Rinvex, and it's been a
どっ
lot
ち
of
か
other
マジで行く
stories
しかなかった
coming in, and that's why
ず
Vicky, I
っと
want
こ
to
もっ
bring
て
you
たか
back in
ら
and talk to me about what you're
良くない感
seeing
じになってたね
here in this development. After 5 games gone, I feel like more of the
どっ
story is
ちか
shifting
ジュラパ
around the
かどっ
V2s,
ちでもい
the
いから
Auroras, the Danish, who was also
まあ
in
で
the
も
number
前の方か
3,
な
than some of our top teams we were really thinking about coming into it, like Firebeavers.
も
Well,
う
we
取り切
can
るしか
say
なかっ
they
た
could
ね
start a fight there because Aurora are basically counting their breath after
で
what we just witnessed in
オー
the
ロラを
last
は
game.
じ
I wouldn't be
オーロラ
surprised if we
返
could
す
see
しかない
Aurora
も
now
うあれ
staying
は
in that top 10. We have to accumulate all the scores after that last game, but Vex Gaming also sitting at match point. You could already know that a lot of these teams have already decided that, all right, Vex Gaming at this point are probably sitting at match point right now. We got to do something about this. What we heard from the listening in KCP though, in that play where they were slightly separated from each different house,
V2 ってないんだ
we saw what was going on with KCP and how they wanted to play that positioning. And then Vex, it broke my heart because Vex took the opportunity and they were able
18
to turn it into their own favor. And then Aurora capitalized right after that when Vex was already low. So that was
でも
great on
78
Aurora's
ポイント
part
になるぞ
to be able to also clean up the KP that they needed to clean up
2
there.
位だったら
But V2, now sitting 2 points away from being at match point, how is this next game going to determine what we're seeing in this overall standings now for today?
Yeah, it's a great point, Vicky. Let's run through that last match because, like you mentioned, Aurora coming in and stealing the thunder from what could have been Vexed. You know, that's happened with V2 and Aurora already, where they had that huge fight, and then Firebeavers came in at the very end. I think that was in game number 1, where there's just been the story of the third team showing up, the third party being the best party. V2 here, though, ultimately get the win. They've got this position on the opposite side of the zone where they can kind of play in front of them.
Yeah, and you can see here V2 taking advantage of the rock right here for some natural cover, getting that knock onto ranches. They played these different positioning so well here too. It's not always about that high ground positioning, and the cover fire that we're seeing from Zidane was on another point, literally breaking ankles. Now you see me, now you don't, and they were able to clean up around what was left of Aurora. But still, that positioning was fantastic. As we take a look at some stats here, Rain, Joke coming in here from V2, dealing a good amount of damage, over 1,000 damage in total, with 6 kills to his name.
I mean, incredible stuff from Joke. I got to shout him out. I've also got to shout out
今
Zidane,
の
who
ところは
continues to impress me. The thing about V2 as we go into our series results, our match results after game 5, is that although they sit, and I believe 16th place coming into this, so they need some work. They need things to happen. Sorry, 18th place. Can you believe it? They barely made it in. They have got more kills than all of the bottom 10. So they are a top 10 team in terms of kills. You can see it right there. 23 total
この
points.
10位争い SF とオ
Even
ーロ
when
ラやっ
they
てん
don't
な
win, they get kills, Vicky. And that is something that in a situation like a match point where you don't necessarily win that final game, but you've done enough to stay relevant. Get 4, get 7, get 9, get 5, then you win. They're setting up for a
うわ待って
finish
ツー
here,
リ
maybe
ック
even a top
と
2 like we've seen Furia do.
オーロラと SF がマジ同じぐらいだこれポイントマジで同じぐらい
sitting in 18th at the very bottom for a regional final to come out on top 2 points away from sitting at match point and then taking a dub if that happens. Oh my goodness, that would be fantastic. As you take a look at the other side of the
ホライゾンユニオンが17位だとまずいね
we were expecting them to have, since this is a team that feels pretty confident on storm points with only 2 KP to their name, but they still got
こう弾かれて
And as you mentioned
ツ
it,
ーリ
looking at a
ッ
third,
ク
a
オー
team
ロ
that
ラ
did really well.
SF だな今のところ
Nothing this game. Horizon Union.
ホライゾンユニオンが11位になっちゃう
As well as VCGO and 2R1C fighting for those middle spots. Not the best overall there. Alliance continuing.
まだわかんないで
but not
リージョンファイナルわかんないよ
leaderboard today. They dropped down to 12 after 5 with V2 taking the second place clearly behind Vex Gaming. Vex extend that by a few points, now up 13.
次
So it's looking good for them.
次何試合目
Right now, a second
7試合目
if they don't win, or maybe being able to be the only team to close this
もう
one
次
out
7
as
ですよ
well. Vicky,
でも点灯まだ1チームっすよ
Startified Esports, all
20
these good things.
20分の
We have a chance
1
to talk about that a little bit as you head back on the mic in a moment. But
まだまだわかりませんよ。
Dan joining us for game number 6. I'm just super excited though as we continue to look at this match point format that things do not slow down from here. They only get more intense and more exciting. That's what the ALGS is all about, baby. Thank you so much for being here. Remember to vote for your MVPs with that hashtag. And guess what? Game 6 is right around the corner. Will Vex take the victory or will somebody else steal the spotlight? We'll find out right after this.
What 減ったな。やばい、公開スターレールやりたい。リージョンファイナル終わったらスターレールやろう。7時までスターレールやろう。つなぎスターレール。朝4時に更新ないよ。あのゲーム。で、今日月曜日じゃん。月曜だからいろいろリセットされるんですよ。開拓レベル40になりたいな。39なんだよ。やることないんだよ。
Welcome back once again, everybody, and things are certainly starting to heat up here in the EMEA regional finals. Gaskin alongside myself on set, and it's our job to take you through yet another game of Apex Legends because Vexed weren't able to get it done. But they are still
てか世界大会嬉しいな。なんか今だって嬉しくなってきた。世界大会嬉しいわ。
Also, I love seeing the match chatter after the game and before the game in the text chat between the teams. There was a bit of an argument between KCP and Vexed on what should have been done, what shouldn't have been done. It's one of my favorite things about Apex when people start to dissect what went wrong and what didn't go wrong. Of course, if you're watching the player streams, you can see it all as well. But it does seem like KCP were a little bit frustrated with Vexed in that scenario. But it means KCP still have a little way to go. They've got 9 points required before they get to match point. Actually, there's 4 or 5 teams who are in a similar position now.
We're
going to see a couple more teams on match point if Vex don't win here.
Well, it's always interesting for me. There's the team who die in the engagement who have something to say about it. But you know, I know
it's also KCP. KCP always have something to say.
I don't want to add any more fuel to that.
なんとあなた4連続出てるんですよ。
point here, and this is where Vex have been picking up points consistently. And I'm a little bit surprised to see with the zone that we did see the likes of GG and KCP not hold it down for a little bit longer because I felt like they had really good zone priority. It was just that moment of miscommunication, wasn't it? When we were in that listening, really good listening, by the way, just to show you how the comms go down in a team fight when you're trying to watch. You know, Nags is saying they're pushing boys, they're up on me, and he's giving information. He's giving information.
チャンピオンシップ出なかったな。
KCP just too slow to
コロナ渋い。一番賞金でかいのにさ。
to watch all of that, especially when they got the charge rifle, which was the difference maker.
あれ出れなくてフェンネル解散したの渋いわ。
2 players to push up and take height so easily.
Yeah, and I think earlier on, KCP, one of the mistakes they made that they even admitted themselves was they gave up one of the priority buildings to try and third party another team. Didn't work out, and then they had to just give it up, and that's why they ended up where they were, which allowed them to then be able to push up on them. But in the end, neither team were able to succeed out of it because Aurora came and third themselves. But anyway, enough about match 5. It's time for match number 6.
上位とか取れたりもあったし。
Usually where we end the day.
普通にファイナルはいける可能性はあったですね。
Will we be ending a match point day right here, right now in match number 6? Regional finals has certainly been interesting, and I feel for Vex this is.
チャンピオンシップファイナル行けばさ、クソもらえるぞ。ファイナル行くだけで。プレーオフの倍だぞ。
But for once, actually, Ascend have got the advantage. It's almost like a deja vu of map number 1, but with the other way around.
シャカボ火力やばいよ。もうシャカボ火力やばいよ。
Complete opposite deja vu.
but it's very similar.
You get what I mean, everyone. You know what I'm trying to say. Right?
It's where Ascend were before. And
弱いと思っ
it's
た
a
ことない
horrible
もん、俺。
position to
シャ
be
カ
in.
ボーさん
And,
も
you know,
モーさんも。
Ascend versus Bitfix Gaming, it's going to amount to nothing. Bitfix Gaming had to win today if they were going to get into playoffs. Ascend have already qualified for
また
playoffs.
ここ。
So it's a
ま
bit
た
of
こ
a
こでファイト
nothing
してる。
fight. I think at this point it's just ego.
この道で。
Rampage. Oh, we just saw a ninja kick. That was wicked. You see that? Something out of a kung fu film to get that skill down on his own though. So 1v1, I'm pretty sure at this point. Gets the break. The Rampage is singing. Got a lot of bullets in the back pocket.
弾数。
Think about the Rampage, and it was the
弾数多すぎだろこの武器。
So Bitfix Gaming lose, but you're completely right. This contest once again really kind of amounts to nothing for both teams.
But I will say it's
ま
better
たなん
that
か近い
Ascend
や
were
つ
able
だ
to get
な。
the job done quicker. Remember, they avoided the fight.
でも最
initially.
強
They
位
were
は
able
入
to
ってる
escape
か
and their
ら、
rotation was a little bit too
橋も入
slow.
ってて、最強位
Similarly
入って
happened
て、
on
ビルも入って
Morad's
る。
Edge where they
だ
just
から
got
最
out
強
of
位
the
ワン
fight
チじゃん。
early towards Dome and they were just too slow on their rotation. We haven't seen Ascend be able to perform at their very best, but maybe this will be the best opportunity.
今7試合目。
They've eliminated Bitfix early. They get to properly loot up now, and even though their rotation is slightly delayed,
6試合目で、
this is going to be their best opportunity to
レックスのだけ
actually
点灯です。
perform. Now, talking about Circle and talking about who's where, it's a good one for KCP, who
まあ
have
この試合で
already
一気に
moved
出る
into a
ね。
position here to try and set up for the end game.
この試合で2チームぐらい点灯した後。
A zone where we've already seen Vexed win a game. So keep that in mind when we're watching Vexed on their rotation. Pioneers though are going to be playing this bridge, and we saw this end zone. I'm pretty short.
ガベルさんも見てたらトリッキーです。
Last match day.
そうだね。ガベルさんトリッキーって感じするわ。
The Pioneers set up for the long game here. Good armors to
みんなうまい
well,
よ。
especially for
みんなうまい。
an
マ
early
ジで。
zone position. They've got to be in a position to kind of
いやー、KCP ここいいね。
When you're holding down an early spot, I feel like you have to earn enough space. You have to own enough space in the surrounding areas to show presence. At the moment, Pioneers don't really have LOSs on anyone.
They don't, and it's one of those positions where after you've set up for
ジ
so
ャンプパッ
long,
ド使ってる。
if you take your eyes off the ball a little
ジャ
bit,
ン
if
プパ
you're
ッド
not
展開や。
concentrating, if you have just been waiting the entire game, you can slip up. One of the difficult things with Apex Legends when you get into these priority positions early is you have to stay focused for the entirety, otherwise a team might be able to take advantage of that and steal that position away from you, as E6 looking to continue their aggression with the more aggressive composition, having Bloodhound and Octane available for them.
Looks like a little change in decisions here. Slayer's going to pop the ult, but it's not going to be used in an aggressive way. It's going to be used just to see how quickly he can run. To be honest with you, Slayers is going to be moving back to his teammate K Swinny. And one thing that they do have is, I'm going to sound like a football manager here. Great pace in that.
Great pace
in that
さあ、いい場所あるのか
You got Octane, you got Bloodhound, and of course
鳥
you
今
got
丘上ね
as well with her passive.
あ、でも家のパーティーが言ってくれたの多分。
Acceleration boost, shall we say, as well. So, it's cool. If you're going to have an Apex Legends front three, I think that would probably be it.
And you know they're going to give 110%
なんか E6
as
なん
well.
か沼ってたから奥さん使い出したね。
Speaking of running through brick walls, V2
are probably going to get
to this circle, and remember they're only 2 points away from match point, but the only team
ど
on
んどん
match
行くね、どんどん。
point is Vexed, and they are
も
making
う入る場所ない
their
ぞ、
move
これ。
to try and
おか
get
べしかないぞ、こ
closer
れ。
towards this circle and see if they can call somewhere home. Looks like they might have to just go for a rock to work with right now, and then try and find somewhere else later.
Yeah, Vex is just going to play the height at the moment. That's going to hurt though. And that is certainly going to make them aware that there's a couple of teams over at Mill. Tyler's going to swap out a few armors. Matafe probably on duties to try and level that one up himself with some range. It looks like a little bit of a change of fortunes here and a change of decisions from Vex. Speaking of changing decisions, a very simple one for SAF. They've got the damage done and they need to push off the back of it.
And this will be VCGO on the other side as Bushi gets ripped apart by Blast, and VCGO are above SAF at the moment in the overall standings, but it's going to very quickly turn around if SAF keep doing this.
KCP 点灯します、これで多分。
Two down, Watson fences should go down as well.
SF 負けろ負けろ
Peacekeeper causing problems. A Peacekeeper is a problem, and now Blast.
負けろとか言っちゃダメだな。
He's got to finish this off, and if he's not careful, he'll get hit by this Peacekeeper, and this could turn into a horrible.
GG 応援してるからさ。GG 勝てばいいやみたいな感じだった。
Vortex have been eliminated in the meantime, so our first two teams have gone, and Blast, from what looked like, he's probably thinking, what's going on, boys? I got two. Now has to escape because he's only got 20 bullets left for the car.
Yeah, 2R1C came in, they third party, they finished off Vortex, and
あれ
Blast was very aware of that.
あれおもろそうだったな。
In the kill
あの
feed,
パ
so
ブ
he
リ
was
ック
quickly
ビューイン
out
グだ
there.
っけ
2R1C taking advantage of the noise
ALGS
they
の
had heard.
あれ人いたんかな。
Important for SAF is VCGO were eliminated. The
どれ
teams
ぐらい
above
人
them
い
in
た
the
かとか
overall
わかんないか
standings
ら
going one by one is perfect for them.
気になる。
As for 2R1C, well now there's their chance to try and take advantage of this position they've been able to gather.
なんかへしこさん言ってたよなあれ。
Probably thinking about rotation in and around checkpoint, but checkpoint currently
あ、
has E6 sat on top of it.
ハブ。
Phoenix Legacy just on the low ground around the spider tunnel as well, so a very tough move for them to make. Speaking of tough moves, look at what Vex are doing right now. Still holding down the top of the hill. They do have some coverage with those rocks, like we saw a little bit earlier. But Horizon, they get an armor check on Matafe. I'm pretty sure if anyone gets an armor check on Matafe at the moment, then Vex are going to be under duress. And that's why you see them make a move at the moment. They decided that this hill is too occupied, too busy. And Matafe, all of a sudden, changes the fortunes of his team by managing to level up that Evo to blue.
どっちもいいや。
But as it stands, with Vex Gaming already with the points they've been able to accumulate,
あ、海外の飲みはハブ
able
って
to
んだ。
catch them up and get into match point and win, Vex would
動
still
物
finish
の
in
方はハブ
second
か。
place, which you'd imagine would push them higher than Alliance in the overall standings as well, and quite possibly we would be
これ
looking
多
at the
分
number one seed going
最
into
強マッ
round.
チでしょ。
And of course, Vex can make that happen themselves if they
あ、まあ
were
こっち
just to
遅い
win a
な。
match point. KCP are being pushed by Ascend, or maybe they're the ones pushing Ascend. It's hard to tell as we jump over, but
さあ、アンチ
KCP
は
might just retreat back to
ア
their
ンチ
hiding
ど
hole
こ
where
です
they
か
were able to gather right
はい、
near
来ま
the
した。最強
center
ワン
of
チ
this
です、こ
game.
れ。
It looks like they were just trying to create a little bit of space against Ascend and force them away.
Naski got the knock onto
よくわかんないチーム取ってんな。
So Naski doing his job. Didn't have a huge amount of ammo to work with in that process, by the way. The last time we jumped on with KCP, I think he had about 80 bullets in the turbocharged Havoc.
わからんな、まだどっかつか。
in and around Cenote Cave now.
最強言えば安定しっといて。
Make their next victims.
変な姿勢で見てたら腰痛い。
I'm just looking across the map and V2 and Aurora are going to be rotating from the southeast side of the map. Remember, V2 still only needs 2 points to get onto match point.
なんか後々
They were to get top
KCP で仕掛け
15,
そうだ
then
な
they。would secure one of them plus 1 KP. In terms of legend composition, you can see at the
とりあえ
top
ずあれどこ
it
行っ
is
た
very similar to what we've had throughout the majority of today.
ベッ
It's
クス
been
のどこだ
dominated by Seer and
ベックス
Valkyrie
のこ
with
こ
the
か。
flex
こ
pick.
こは渋いな。
As the
勝てないな
whether。it be a Catalyst, whether it be a Watson, we've seen Newcastle, of course, thrown in there.
まだ続き
No
ます。
one going for anything too crazy here in EMEA today. Sometimes when you get onto match point, you might see teams really change their
ここから
composition
勝った
to
ら
go
最
for
強すぎ
something
ます。ベックス
heavily
は。
hunkered down based. But that hasn't happened.
2R1C. Moving through checkpoint. This is the fight I was expecting to see, and they're going to throw the kitchen sink at this. Ultimate goes
いや、
down.
いいホラウルトこれ。いいホラウルトすぎる。
Actually, a little bit of damage done a little bit late.
あ、かぶった。
Now they have to take to the skies.
さすがに降りた。
Don't want to put a full clip into your teammates back though, but they have forced E6 off of this high ground, so they've at least progressed a little bit.
This is why when 2R1C won that fight a little bit
E6
earlier, I
だ。
was excited for how they were going to move
Octa.
across the map because as soon as you get
強
some
い。
extra
オ
damage,
フタン
as soon as
強
you
い。
find yourself getting some shots on, I think you're a little bit more
めっ
confident
ちゃ
in
移
your
動早い。
engagements. And 2R1C have played well today. Not maybe as successful as they have
機
in
動
some
力高
other
えな、この
maps,
パ
but
ーテ
they're
ィー。
doing enough to just stay in the conversation of top 9, if not, of course, top 10, depending on what happens with Vext and whoever wins that match point. The likes of 2R1C, VCGO, SAF, Horizon, they're all fighting for
アセン
those
ドこ
top
こ
10
いいね。
positions.
ここ耐えれる
As
ね、この
everyone
ポ
now
ジ
is。fighting for those areas as well,
ど
and
っ
there's
ちも上
positions
いける。
around Mill. And most
Look at
importantly,
Ascend, by the way. Sorry to jump in here, but Ascend once again, like from a position where they can get getting contested off drop, they've
う
once
わ
again
ー
found
正味
themselves
ちょっ
in
と
a
ね、
great spot in
外のチームきついと思う。
and
本
this is
当にき
what
ついと思う、
Ascend
外のチーム
have。in their arsenal. This is what they're capable of, and this is what they should be doing, but they were just never given the chance to do so. Ascend are one of the best teams at analyzing which are the best areas to take, what's free, what should they be taking, what shouldn't they be taking. But when they're arriving late, that decision is almost made for them. So this time they're able to dictate the pace of their own rotation, and they have found themselves in a very good spot. But of course, they did lose one earlier when KCP were pushing them, so it will have to be a big case of whether they're able to get that third player back up.
今日寒いぞ。
So many teams close to match point now. You can see it at the top of your screen. One good game for any of them. They'll be joining Vex 2R1C to level up those Evo shields. They know that they're going to have to work their way through this lobby and work their way through a couple of horrible choke points. So making sure they've got the red armors to do it is a smart play for them. As you can see on the map overhead though, Eternal inside of the inside of that zone at the moment.
今日明日冷え込む。
KCP
あ、
still
そうなん
holding
だ。
down that bridge position. You've got Jailings who are now going to have to move. They've been in and around that mill area for quite some time. Vex 2 we saw kind of split holding those buildings as well. They're going to have to make their next move, and if Vex are going to win this one, Dan, they're going to have to navigate some late game traffic, which was sometimes a criticism of them. They were very good at getting into top fives with KP previously, but we have seen them develop. We have seen them get into positions now where when they're in top fives, you almost expect them to win games.
Yeah, I think a circle like this was maybe a bad thing for Vex because it was such an easily predictable one that everyone moved early and everyone took some of those priority positions. And because, as you mentioned, we've got 5 or 6 teams that are in touching distance of match point. We have a lot of teams playing it safe, and all of those teams are kind of bubble teams as well, who are going to be playing it even more safe to try and get higher points totals just in case Vex were to win. There's so many things that can change the decision making for all of these teams that Vex are probably going to be in a frustrating position where everyone's playing it safe. Everyone's playing close to their chests, whereas maybe Vex would have wanted a few risks being taken here or there, so then spots naturally open up, but it's not really happening.
Well, E6 at the moment, just looking for KP. Case Winnie looking to stay alive for now. Slayers are going to give him some cover fire with that wingman, but KCP the only team at the moment who are in where that next zone is going to be going. And for a team who doesn't need a huge amount of points to get onto match point, it's a great position for them to be in. The question is, are Vex going to have something to say about it once again? Jailings in the kill feed, you can see Ascend holding down their spot as Jailings find themselves just down to 1. But here come KCP to try and clean up the damage, and this is a brilliant call this time from Nasky. Third
yeah,これいい読みですわ、KCP。これは何をするんだぞ。早火は来た、俺。来たけど、ザインの削りが強い。いいヴァンガールト。あ、これあれか。早火はのヴァンガールトか。
Couple of nades going in, Fire Beaver.
スリック死んだ、でかい。
Utility at this are going to take the spot away from KCP. And even though KCP were probably thinking, hey, this is a good decision, we're clearing out all of zone. Well, now they've given away the spot that they were holding for quite some time. The spot that we did see this zone being won from by Tripods in North America. So Pioneers now have to assess. They will be safe, but when that zone moves next, they will not be.
And just as a reminder, if you've never watched Match Point before, Pioneers have to get to Match Point before they can win. So they wouldn't be able to win the entire thing in this game. They'd have to get that threshold, and then in the next game, they could on Match Point win in this game, and they are still alive, as well as V2, who are 1 point away from that Match Point threshold. So they only need 1 more KP or to get into that top 10. With round 3 closing, we are going to start to see teams fall. V2 have found themselves within the circle ever so slightly. We'll have to see how it's going to pan out. Phoenix Legacy making their rotation from north to south, and it's certainly going to be a rough landing depending on where they go here.
Certainly is going to be rough, like you say.
やばい、降りる場所ない。ガチでない、降りる場所。
Luckily for Phoenix Legacy, they all have red armors, but is the red armor going to be enough to survive? Vex Gaming trying to move in. This is a really risky play coming in. Alliance having a little
look at this as well. They're still alive
in this lobby. One has gone down. Vex is going to get a second hit for Phoenix Legacy, and they're just picking the bones. Phoenix Legacy, it was a blind Valkyrie over the mountain range, and unfortunately they fell to their death.
神のバルダンしない限り無理だぞ。
Because of all the noise, they know there's another team. It's going to be Alliance who are on the other side, and a team that's very difficult to take in a 3v3 engagement. Joke's just got a knock, by the way, of V2. If they can finish that, they would be on match point. But for Vex, they just have to try and calm things down a little bit, try and assess what's going on, and make sure they don't get pushed by too many teams and just get a spot where they can hold out Alliance.
Alliance have forced their way into a position where they're safe. Shield gonna go down from Hackers to maybe support his teammates a little bit. Look at the shots coming in from Effect. The Terminator's back to play here. The GG threat being the difference maker.
Confirmation, V2 have reached match point. Pioneers, the next team that are closest, they're still 5 points away, as Alliance have been having a look over towards Vex, but they're also reluctant to be pushing up. They're on 30 points at the moment, so they're still away from match point, but if they were to find a victory here, things could change. V2 eliminated, but their job is done. They now just need to hope that match point is not done and dusted by Vex in this game.
Alliance have decided they want to take this fight here. They want to try and push up. They want to try and mirror the moves being made by Vex.
GG やりったぞこれ。
Vex just trying to see if there's a third.
見たい見たい見たい。あ、取り切ってる。
Мне кажется, слева maybe free, потому что...
お、アーマー強っ。SF 死んだ。いいよ。マジこの試合取り切れれば 取り切るな。めっちゃ渋いぞ。入る場所決まってるっぽいな、俺。あとパイロンもある。あとはどれだけ被弾せずにアンチに行くかだね。いや、頭痛い。ガチ頭痛い。ここはズキズキする。左下。
Я бы под лево, наверное, вальковался, хуй знает, что по вариантам. Ну да, вальковаться надо под лево. На ноге мы ничего не
сделаем. Да, бля.
Держите, что когда? 10 секунд, надо уже вальковаться.
Полетел на бля.
Я по дереву иду, чтобы из по дереву валькануться.
Найс кину, братан. これは当てられないな、あんまり。
Чек вот этот чок слева. Ну вот есть бинты.
バファリン効くのか、やっぱ。い
Можно под этот камень.
や、そこいい、そこいいよ、いいよ、いいよ。
Большую яму, не терпите. Надо шире спейс.
Я смотрю право.
Встаньте шире.
Я справа держу.
Напротив нас дерутся. Валька.
Справа не смотрит. Справа.
Лево, ебут.
Я чекаю.
У меня нету катушек.
マンデーは頭一つだけでうまいね。
Дрона сама, по-моему.
あー、やばい、このグレー。カバーシェード。
Каверьте меня, я большой ям.
いやー、ちょっと前出てカバーしないとだった、今の。うん。ヘイト取らなきゃだったね。
Можешь, если я покажу.
Да, уже можно резнуть. И справа файты, слышите? Можно вправо. Справа подсасывать? Да. Я на большой. Посмотрите право, смотрит. Правый смотрит.
Одно хп. У них фьёбуется.
Найс. Я сейчас съем еще одну шоколадку. Я кого-то поставил. Я подставляю.
Справа одно хп.
どんだけ促進持ってんだよ。
Лево, надо подсасывать.
強あとその。
Валька. Убил. Го лево подсасывай.
ナイスゴイ。
Дай ульту.
しかもワン、あ、早ビーバーとか死んだか。
Толкушку, у меня тоже это.
とりあえずこれ家下取り切るしかないな。家下で橋下。
Можно просто мост держать. У меня чел.
橋上が渋い。
Го-го.
いけるのか橋上。車とかなんもないもんね。
Валька, по-моему, не? На мост летает.
Вот тут. Они все снизу попадаем, парень, по-моему. Вот тут, в этом пикселе.
いや、橋上渋いぞこれ。
80 дал, Ватсон.
Валька сверху у меня тут.
Я право смотрю. Не
Кабель сверху.
На горе?
Я тоже. Да, на горе. Шилы валькуются здесь, надо посмотреть.
Ага.
縮まれば下からピークはされない。正面からしかピークされない。あとバルキリーぐらい。上のクレーバーだけ怖いな。1、2、3、4。5番目も右かな。上、前下、真下、右だね。だから次、右が先切れるから、右だね。右打って、真下ファイトして勝ち残って、2位で終わる。チャンピオンは厳しい。上が最強すぎる。ちょっと。めっちゃギリギリまで上入ってるから。でも、あえて真下を生き残らせて、上を来させなければ、そのファイトあり、めっちゃあり、そのファイト。めちゃくちゃあり。勝てばあり。いやー、負けたー。 負けた。
Nasky looking for another shield swap. He's got a knockdown shield maybe to do something, but he's not going to be able to do enough. Peacekeeper for Sadell. Can you clutch around the knockdown shields? 105 isn't going to be enough. Pioneers are eliminated as Foot Esports see the opportunity.
これは嫌なパーティー勝っちゃうね。
Huge game for Foot as well. They were down in 18th, but pushed themselves up into 15th. There's Eternal still alive, but Danish arguably in the best position of the game right now. They are the healthiest three, and they might be able to put a victory on the board here.
いやでもアクアマ3人まだ分かんないぞこれ。負ければ。ポジは最強だけど。え、何これ。
As for esports, just try and
バレ
play
てない。
one slow. Look at this position from Bambino.
肉がないでも。
By the way, from the observers, he's just waiting for any damage to come in. Not
あ、バレた。
little bit of a surprise for
バレ
him,
た。
but Eternal will be eliminated. We're now down to 2.
And none of these teams are going to be able to get onto match point, but this, of course, can send you up those leaderboards and give you that chance of getting to LAN if someone wins on match point. Foot have to fight from the low ground here. Danish should have this game. We'd have to see something very creative and expensive in terms of utility from Foot.
いや、クレバ外したこれ。
Not's got to hit a few more
ああ、
shots.
まあでも
Life
きつい
goes
か。
down though.
さすがにきついね。
Not trying to peek, trying to prod, but it's looking like it's going to be a Danish win here. They convert in match
おっ
number 6.
と、これで点灯何チーム出た？
Danish will take the win, but a couple more teams joining Vex in that game down on that match point.
Pioneers and V2 will be on match point for match number 7 as well. As for Danish, they are into the top 5. They find themselves 8 points away
3チーム点灯
from
で
match point, but that gives them a real shot of getting to LAN. They're another one of those teams who are trying to catch up that top 10, that top 9, and if you can sit in a top 5 position when the day is over, the likelihood of you making LAN is pretty good.
Well, we certainly have someone joining Vex
さあ
now,
次
like we said.
7試合目ですよ。
Making that move, Rain Day. It's almost as if like now we really start the things going right now. We feel the juices start to flow, and you know it's getting to a point now where teams are going to be starting to focus each other.
That's right. The warm-up scrimmage is done. It's for real. The whistle is blown. It's time to kick this game off, and I think that's the best part about this type of match point format. Sometimes that crescendo is really around match 4. We saw it end last time. Now it's hitting it around 6, and I think you're seeing teams have to, if they keep playing this way in the next game or two, spill over into match point 3, 4 teams will probably be joining, especially teams like Danish who continue to put together really nice final circles. This isn't a team that, you know, going back to kind of what you were just saying, Mark, around
まあでも GG とかワンチャンプ取れば一気にここまで来んだけどね。
In game 1 they were in the solo Young Hong Kong trying to do a lot in just by himself.
21ポイントで50でしょ。全然いけんじゃん。
And it's important to highlight how well
9キルチャンピオンでもいけるよ。
coming into this sitting in 16th place.
Yeah, they've certainly been playing extremely well and involved in a lot of end games, which is always a great sign for a team. For the, you know, if you're looking at consistency, if they're involved in like top 7, top 8, it means they're getting into
全然わかりませんまだ。
smart rotations and
3チームしかいないから全然わかんない点灯。
kind of, I know there's this battle going down for
パイオニアが結構中ムーブだからワンチャン取る。
The bubble teams keep kind of like one will have a quite a good game and then not do anything the next game. It just seems like people are taking turns at the moment to have quite a good game, but nobody's still had a game where it's like, wow, like this is amazing, like what a performance. SAF pretty good game in that last one, probably the best so far today. It just means like every game that goes past, everyone's looking at the standings going, I hope it doesn't end now because we haven't got enough points. Like it's just another kind of a thing that gets added on to what's going on today.
And it becomes one of those moments with Vex that you dread, but you're very, very elated on when you see them exit that kill feed. And that's what you're picking up on as well, Dan, talking about just keeping that notice of what do we have to do from a macro level? Can we play our game, but can we also understand that there may be no more chances to play our game if we let this team get through? How do you approach this as we head into, you know, some of these results that we're going to see? Excuse me, I think the final circle to look at. How are you approaching this, Dan? Keep playing the same old thing. We're switching back maps again. You know, are we finding playing your game like Danish is doing? It's slowly but surely working for them.
Well, I think for Vex, they're going to carry on doing it. We've already seen 2 examples, and they've come close-ish, but not really had the perfect circle. I think they'll wait for a better circle here. Extreme. But likes of Pioneers and V2, well, now we'll learn whether they want to go for something a little bit different. I think that Pioneers are likely to stick with their same kind of game plan. I mean, that circle was perfect for them. If they were on match point, they would have been just hoping for a circle like that. For V2, I think they're the outliers here. V2 are the likes of team that would do something a little bit outrageous, try and change the composition up a little bit, and try and be a team to disrupt the meta, as it were. We'll have to wait and see. As for Danish, They are now 7 points away from match point. They are in the top 5. Coming into today, they were in 15th, and they were about 8 points away from that top 10. So if they were to finish in the top 5, they would have enough points to push into the top 10. But as Mark has alluded to, everyone else who's on that bubble has been performing well at times as well. So they've just got to hope that they are in the top 5 when that final match point is won.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, maybe the only teams, Phoenix Legacy, Bitfix Gaming, not quite having it, but you'll see here in our series results, teams like Footy Sports, Eternal, Danish, all in that bottom 15, now trying to basically push up together and make it happen. They have certainly done so here. Pioneers with a really nice kill game and finding themselves 14th as well. Alliance also getting a nice 7-point kill game after maybe a relatively slow game number 5. Heading over to the back half of it, you'll see our bottom 10 of the 20, and V2 getting kills on the board always. It feels like they find a way no matter what to get some kills. Ascend, notably, not a great day, but Mark, a lot of that has to do with what we see in the beginning each match, them and Bitfix Gaming going at it.
Yeah, it's almost as if Ascend are kind of like, okay, thank goodness that we got most of our work done before the regional finals, and you know, if we have a okay performance, we're going to be cool and we're going to be at LAN. But like, it's a tough day for them. I think you just got to keep it in perspective sometimes, and the one thing that you can take away from a day like this is like, if you're consistently winning the contest, it can carry over to LAN, because we know that there's going to be drop spots contested. We know that there's going to be teams who are trying to fight for them at that LAN event, because you know, there's only so many amount of POIs, and there's a lot of teams traveling from all over the world who want to fight for them. So I think just getting that team fighting down is important for a team like Ascend.
I mean, KCP, even though they were playing with a sub, and obviously Max Strafey couldn't make it at LAN, they contested half of their group play, and it kind of set them up for a rough run at it. Here, though, nothing rough about it. This is how they've gotten a match point. Look at these stats, clearly performing. You said the 1, 2, and then the 3 clip at LAN. Dan, you were watching that as well. Zane, a monster performance for KCP.
Yeah, I think that KCP played it as perfectly as they could. They, of course, just got thirded in the end, but when they saw that circle and they saw where it was going, they were like, all right, well, we know where we need to be setting up here. This is our jam. This is close to where we drop in. And they thirded at the right times as well. There was a couple of teams that were in the vicinity. They made sure they did the damage. They pushed out, but they also retreated when they had to as well. Impressed with the Pioneers. Find themselves on match point, and now it's going to be a real demonstration of how they can do it under the pressure going into match number 7.
Like we mentioned, V2, KCP on match point. The other teams to join Vexed Gaming, and V2 Pioneers might have been the Batman of the story. Certainly was Alliance, who, despite not getting what they want in terms of overall points, did the skyward dive to land and take down Vexed and open this up for now 2 more teams to have a go at it. If either of our top 3 win, they will end it as it stands. Danish, J-Lings, I mean, I think Aurora is pretty good spot for them to be in, as well as Eternal. We'll see if it transitions to being able to make to LAN. But Mark, there have been some highlight performances coming across the day in terms of kills. Unlucky and Zane leading that charge, and Zidane shortly thereafter with 14. But talk about monster performances after 6.
Yeah, Unlucky just continuing to do what he does, which is just put up numbers. He's consistently at the top of the kills leaderboard for Vexed. Zane, the same can be said for him. There's no surprise to see the 2 teams who are at the top of our leaderboards at the moment containing those 2 players with how they've been playing. But if you're looking down a little bit, Hardeki doing some good work for GG. Hack is still standing up for Alliance, even though they've been a little bit quiet, but SAF were 2 players in there as well.
So let's talk a little bit about what has gone on to get to this state. Obviously, we've got V2, KCP just joining in. This opens up the lobby now, but our front runner, who has been from the very beginning, is Vexed. I want to walk through how they've gotten here in your eyes and do a little bit of a focus now since we've gone 6 games deep. Dan, what has Vexed done right, and how have they taken advantage of these opportunities?
I mean, Vexed have been one of our highest performing teams all season long, so I wasn't surprised when they found themselves on match point first, because they are such an impressive team at how ruthless they are with their aggression when they are pushing, but also nowadays how well they play placement when they have to as well. It doesn't matter whether they have to play on edge or if they have to play central zone. They have that flexibility. It's something that maybe they lacked in Split 1 playoffs, but it seems like they've learned their lesson. They've gone into the research book and they have found a way to make things work. Whether they'll have enough to actually win regional finals is going to be my biggest question now, because they've had 2 opportunities, haven't been able to get there. Is it just a case of they need that right zone in the right place? We do move over to World's Edge, where typically this season they have been better, so perhaps this is going to be their best opportunity on World's Edge to find that. But when you've got other teams on match point, suddenly then the pressure starts to amplify, and it starts to get a little bit more, and you've got the teams like KCP who will be looking to try and prove a point, and you've also got V2 who coming into today we're in 18th position. This means more to V2 than anyone else, so Vex need to be careful that they don't succumb to the pressure a little bit. They stay focused, they say, look, we were here first for a reason. The other teams are going to struggle maybe in their first opportunities. We can make it count here in our 3rd go.
Going to be difficult
しかもイケメンなんですよ、この人。
to make it happen. Obviously, the first chance it didn't quite work out. The second time they get a go at it, it doesn't quite work out. You hear Aurora coming in with a vengeance. The 3rd time, feeling like this might be it, but Alliance plays spoiler to Vex in this situation. You could just see how fast that's happening. Paying attention to another team. It's just that easy. But Mark, dynamic duos in the ALGS. You gotta say, this has to be one of the top ones.
Oh, these guys are disgusting. It's as simple as that, you know, and I mean it in the best possible way. You're looking at the numbers, and you can throw any numbers up. You know, you can look at their assists, you can look at their knocks, you can look at their survivability. They're just monsters. 2 controller players who know how to get it done and very, very rarely miss in important engagements. And I think the one thing that's been impressive from them both is their willingness to learn. I think they might have been seen as a little bit reckless sometimes in previous seasons, but they're learning, they're maturing as players, and now I think that they're understanding that with their ability to win important 1v1s and get opening damage in any kind of fight, that they are a real asset to this team, who's led, of course, by Matafe.
Yeah, and of course you have to give credit to that IGL leadership Matafe brings. He also brings the maturity from an age perspective, but also just an experience perspective. You cannot doubt the young guns, Tyler FPS and Unlucky, though, and what they bring in terms of a kills perspective. That it combining for 30 after 6 with the 2 of them. However, if you think that there's someone else who deserves your MVP vote, or maybe it is one of Tyler FPS or Unlucky, the members of Vex, maybe it's Matafe for guiding him into this spot, make sure you tweet or in the chat right now, hashtag and the player's name you want to vote for your Monster Energy MVP. We will be checking those votes, adding a few of our own, and picking at the end of the day. We should do it. We never know when the game is going to be over. We keep going again until we win, so there may still be plenty of time. It may be over right after this, so if you're going anywhere, make it quick, because we'll be right back with game number 7.
18。倍や。あ、レギュラーシーズン全部か。グレックのアシスト多いぞ、これ。65。はい、来た。
Welcome back, everybody. I have crawled out of my gamer cave to join Dan on the mic this time around, because woof, do we have 3 teams already sitting at match point while we transition over back to World's Edge. But man, I'm excited because KCP V2 joining Vex, who have been probably the most consistent team that we've had in EMEA. I think their worst placing overall for this second split has been like 6th place, and they are still coming out and performing up here for our regional finale today.
Yeah, I think everyone, you know, is stepping up when they need to. They realize what's on the line here, and Teams like Danish, teams like V2, teams who need victories seem to be finding them, and I'm very excited to see whether either of them can now go back to back to try and push themselves a little bit further. Of course, if V2 were to find a victory again, they would be the champions. We have 3 teams on match point now. V2, the KC Pioneers, and of course, we have Vex, who have been there for 3 games now. Surely someone does it in 7, right, Vicky?
I mean, I would hope so. We had our own little bets in the back of the scenes, you know, wondering how many games we're going to see today for EMEA. And 7 was actually the special number that I had in mind, especially seeing how the first 2 games went down. I was pretty confirmed on that. But talking about the teams that are on the cusp of also making their way into match point, start a fight. Out here, I believe, with 44 points, as well as Danish, who just took that previous game with 43 points. So that gap really close together. I mean, in 6, you got Jailings with 42, match that with Aurora, who also have 42 points. A team like Aurora, who definitely needed to show up today to be in that top 10.
We'll have to
よし、7試合目。さあ、俺はこの試合で終わると予想してます。
It's what you predicted. It's what the average usually is about 7. Maybe Fnatic changed that yesterday when they did it in 4 in their region.
フラグアンチですか?
We're going to be heading up a little bit more northeast. So Fragment, Epicenter,
8時から仕事。これは寝なきゃだ。
and BFG will be having their normal fight towards Climatizer. A pretty good zone for the likes of J.
フラグじゃない。
To think about our 3 teams who are on match point, Vex are going to have to move from Lava Siphon, KCP over from Lava Fissure as well. So both of those teams are going to have to move quite some way just to be able to get over there. And then Joke and the rest of the V2 squad, they're moving over from Skyhook, so it's not too bad of a rotation for them either.
Yeah, that was definitely the one team that I was wondering with their rotation. Side, but you can imagine how many other teams are going to try to contest them in that choke point that leads into the high ground of survey. As we take a look at
8時から仕事で今から確かにね終わりだな。だって仕事でしょ ?8 時に起きなきゃいけないとかじゃないもんね。8時からもう仕事だもんね。だったら7時半とか7時に起きて、あ、じゃあ7時半じゃダメだ。7時に起きて、出勤時間とかあるし、無理や。寝れないわ。
possible in some sort of miracle
寝れても1時間ぐらいじゃない
or whatever Marvel film you may be watching nowadays, but they have been enjoying themselves, that's for sure, and they've made things a little bit tricky for those teams that have dropped next to them. I still love what they were able to achieve in match day number 9 to get to regional finals, but unfortunately with the changes they made, they just became a little bit too late for this.
昼から起きてる昨日の。
It'd just be an insane Cinderella story. Also talking about the different compositions that we've been exposed to, especially on World's Edge, as Vortex are on the high ground already. You can see the pings coming in here too, but look over to your side. Also,
いや、こんな短時間レッドブル2本目はやばい。
Understanding as they're good, take the background.
胃がぶっ壊れる。
Of our member here from Vortex, they did get that knock, and they are going to be able to trade that through, and they know that they have no shield while the one last member is running away from Bitfix.
And this is an important fight, not for Bitfix, but big for VCGO. They are struggling today. They're in 20th position, but overall, they were on that bubble. They were in that top 10, but they can very easily be kicked out of it by all the teams that are below them. They need a big game here now, because as we've got 3 teams on match point, we are going to get increasingly more likely to find a victor here today in this game. So Vortex are going to have to make it work in this one. One of the best ways to stop people winning on match point is to win yourself. Maybe they can send it to a match 8.
やっぱバファリン最強ですか?
Deny some of that extra KP too from the other teams that are on that bubble. I love how you highlighted where Vortex is currently overall with their points. Right above start of fight with 65.
在宅っていいよね。だって周りの目気にしなくていいじゃん。
We are moving all the way over to the north side. Survey camp is definitely going to get contested by the teams that we mentioned earlier that want to rotate away from
在宅したことないけど俺。
Wondering if KCP wants to set
なんか気楽にやれそう。
in the northern side, maybe deny that opportunity as
あんま周りの目気にしなくていいから。
So they'll get some information over the other teams like Horizon.
バファリン効くね。絶対効いてるこれ。痛みないもん。
So KCP are making their rotation as well. You can see over towards survey
こんな
camp. If they can find a little hidey hole, if they can find a home early, KCP might be able to set up shop for quite some time.
普通にバファリン言うだけあるね。
difficult for Vexed and V2 to move over, but it seems like V2 might be residing right next to KCP right now. It would be quite a fight if they were to both clash, and they maybe wouldn't realize at first, but after the elimination would get that confirmation. By the way, one of the funniest things I saw in the pre-game chatter was K-Swinny saying, by the way, who's winning? And I think that says a lot about E6 and the fact that they're happy with the fact they've already made LAN, and they're just like chilling, they're vibing, they're having fun, and they're one of my favorite teams.
まあ、この試合で決着がつくんでしょうかね。
But a team that has that kind of like nonchalant way of approaching games are always a threat in any loss. They will push things if they want to, and they will make your life very difficult.
The Octane just making me cry after seeing what went down for that team too. It was just funny. I had the Octane with Bloodhound as well. So interesting composition choices, but that's a team that is having a good time, like you mentioned. And some teams that want to perform and who had taken a win actually on World's Edge that we saw earlier was a Thurnal with this exact same comp. The Ashe, you got the Fuse out here too, as well as a Seer for that extra set of information. They'll be waiting on the high ground for quite some time while looking at the other teams rotating away from FE. But E6, we talked about them for a reason. They have some nice loot to work with. Gold Evo and the 2 purples. V2 on the high ground trying to match that as well, because this is a team that's already sitting at match point.
So V2 were the team I was interested with as well. I was like, I'm going to do something a little bit crazy with their composition, but no, it's going to be what they've been playing. And I'm excited to see whether they're going to be able to really hold on for something crazy. Because the team needs this more than anyone out of the top 3, because if they weren't to finish in the top 3 themselves, they would not be going to land. V2 have already lost 1, and it could be more here.
Oh no, are you serious? Joke now on the high ground. Losing out on Zidane. Taking a nice angle here with the R9. He's got the purple
Mirage Horizon.
Too. Joke is going to be able to at least hold them off for right now.
これは視野に強いとミラージュ。
Here is he trying to get away in time. Out of that line of sight here, just trying to reposition, losing out on his 2 teams.
Mirage Horizon.
That's what I said about E6, why they're a threat, because they are just going to be more than happy to push teams, and V2 unfortunately are going to be victims of that, and the likelihood of them winning this game is starting to very much spiral downward. As now they're just gonna have to try and survive as just Joke alone. Becomes patient, and then maybe tries to get all 3 back in. But E6, who it is, they're not gonna make this comfortable for B2 whatsoever. And E6 will dominate Skyhook. It has been actually the best POI to drop in the EMEA region is Skyhook West and Trials, where E6 are able to drop, and actually it's where the victories they've found throughout the season often come from. So maybe E6 can make a late surge in this lobby to try and pick up some big points.
Can we talk about their comp here too? They put the Octane away, they take out the Mirage, they take out the Fuse, saying, you know, Bambuna looks like he's having fun. We want to talk about that too. And I love how you highlighted that they landed Trials. They already know that V2 lands here too. So they were able to deny that opportunity, as that one last straggler V2 is going to be able to get away in time here, as now see another fight happening. Young Hong Kong on that low ground. It looks like they're just trying to run away.
Yeah, Dana's trying to escape VCGO, who want to be able to make a late push for themselves to try and stay within that top 10 and get a place in the playoffs. 2-on-1C have been a pretty average day, as they want to try and do enough to make sure they solidify their spot in top 10 as well. It's so nervy, I feel, Vicky, in this lobby right now, because we've got 3 teams on match point, and there's a lot of teams who are on the cusp of land who know if they don't pick up a good game here, they might fall out of that top 10 position. And that means that we're going to see arguably less risks being taken from a lot of these squads, but then we also have about 5 or 6 teams who are pretty much out of it at this point, or maybe don't even care because they've already got the land position, and then they can also throw a spanner in the works here, just as E6 did with V2.
And just to like talk about how close the point system is for top 10, well, hold on to that 2R1C, finding the last straggler with a digi threat, the gold R9 in Ochaku's hands.
Yeah, SMG でしょ、SMG.
First knock onto Bushi.
デジ持ってるよ、デジ。
Behind the knockdown shield, you gotta take some extra cover now as a Seer ult is coming in. Ochaku's gonna be able to throw in his own Rolling Thunder as well, clearing him some of that extra space. Just trying to enable the rest of his teammates to actually close in that gap. That team is definitely gonna try to back away in time, but you highlighted perfectly out here, Dan. When you take a look at the bottom 10 teams, they're separated by
まだ冷たいね、構成的にやっぱバリスティックだと。
You have 2R1C with 78, Aurora with 77.
それこそだからバンが
They're at 76 and V2 is 75.
バンが対象です。
So expect the game to pace itself in a lot slower way, with a lot of these teams just trying to survive with 3 teams already sitting at that match point.
そう、3丁目の武器はアタッチメントつけれないんだけど、多分ウルト使うと、その3個目の武器が金武器になる。
trying to get a victory and take the regional finals for themselves. Remember that Earlier on, they were very close to V2 as well, as this fight's still going on, but it's VCGO getting pushed now by Ascend, who have had a pretty rough day. They're another team who have already guaranteed themselves LAN, but can very much change things in this lobby, because you never really know when Ascend will pop off. They could have a 20-plus game, and then suddenly they throw themselves into the top 10 in this lobby just today, and that might push other teams out and take points away from them.
And that's how they started here too. They were experimenting it. We saw Kashira
ウルトの溜まり具合によるね。
swapping right back
ウルト溜まるのが早かったら強い。
feeling a lot more comfortable like this
遅かった
too,
弱い。
because they were also trying to delay and deny opportunities for some teams making the rotation, like we saw with their Watson fences, but they were just stuck in a hard place when we last saw them on World's Edge. Now taking control over the zone on the low ground, they're gonna have to start moving soon with the circle.
バレる可能性はあるよ、全然。
So V2's still alive, but it's just Joke on his own. And as for KCP, they find themselves on the northern side of Survey Camp, where they can just sit, they can wait patiently. And Vexed have also found themselves center circle, so our three teams who are on match point are still alive. And of course, as I mentioned, that a lot of these teams who have already qualified for LAN may not be vying for trying to win today in terms of match point. Instead, it's going to be about just making sure they're as high as possible so they can get those seeding points and the extra prize money. So still plenty to play for. Just when you're that far behind, there's only 3 teams on match point, you start to question yourselves, all right, have we got enough in the tank? The scary thing is, some of them do. And this lobby is very much a lobby that can just throw a spanner in the works at all times. And I'm excited to see what Ascend are going to be able to achieve. E6 have already decided they want to change things up, as you mentioned earlier. The Mirage seems like a little bit of a troll, but also can provide for some excellent watching.
これわからんぞマジで。
Swinny falling incredibly low, the charge rifle burning them, putting them in the microwave here as Yuki's gonna take a different off angle here.
どうなんだこれ。
Tries to get the crack as he goes on the gravity lift and then gets sucked in by the black hole outside of line of sight of Effect, who manages to get that crack and the knock on top of it all with the wingman. Separated right now as he gets another crack from a distance across the train track. Gets a second one down here as Slayer is gonna meet himself on the floor. Alliance viewing themselves as Hockey's has stayed true to this Newcastle. Also taking a look at what they got to work with. He's got that gold extended energy mag.
Fuse が残っちゃったよ。
for E6.
誰が残っても守備か。
E6 get pushed. Alliance stay alive, and Alliance another one of those teams like Ascend, by the way, who could just suddenly explode and rip those points away from the lobby, or rip a win away from the lobby and keep things going into a potential match 8. I did allude to it earlier that all 3 of our match point teams are still alive. V2 hanging on by a thread, with just Joke being the last remainder. As the circle is going to pull back towards Epicenter, and the team who currently resides in Epicenter is Vexed. So maybe 3rd is the lucky charm, and 3rd is the magic number for Vexed, as they're going to have a 3rd attempt to try and win this regional final on match point. There's Joke from V2, just trying to rat his way in, but he gets spotted out, so V2 will not be winning here in match number 7, and they're going to have to hope to go to a match number 8.
Effect is such a scary player, just melting down everybody else with the wingman. I mean, I'm not surprised. It is Effect at the end of the day out here. Waking up as Tax, literally 1 right now. Managed to go for the shield swap. Rugby playing off the low ground alongside his teammates. You need to watch out how they play this on the low ground, because Alliance have taken control over this entire western side of where the circle is pulling. Since Swing's the last one alive from E6, he's not going to be showing face anytime soon. What I'm thinking about are the teams that rotate away from Fragment. I'm thinking about Fire Beavers out here. Take some shots as Maestro now. They're not going to take their chance. They're just taking to the skies right now with the redeploy.
Maestro have a lot to do in terms of trying to catch up the rest of the lobby and trying to keep their LAN place alive. A victory, though, could change everything as Vortex CGO get eliminated. A crack in the air is not enough to take them out of the sky, but Alliance was certainly making it difficult. As you can see, 1 member of Maestro has gone down. Ascend have also lost 1. Players starting to fall now as the circle closes. Maestro do get eliminated. KCP on the board, as are Vex.
KCP あるよこれ。
2 teams remaining who are on match point are getting involved with fights.
Vex はここか。V2 は死んだっけ？ V2 死んだな。じゃああと KCP とベクスルだけだ。超キャンとエクセーブにマッチポイントチームいます。さあアンチはこれです。KCP これあるよ。これ取り切ったらあるよ。これチャンピオン。
A little bit of silence across World's Edge. You can cut the tension with a knife as everyone really starts.
KCP 見に行くか。ちょっと待って。なんかくしゃみ出そう。
I'm holding her back. I'm holding her back. They're gonna spangle you maybe at some point.
Yeah, maybe.
We're holding her back though right now. Are we in on Usain? Are we in on Usain?
We are in on the rock.
They just zero-ulted. They just zero-ulted.
Yeah.
Okay. They are fucking mad, dude. What's in that drop, Sane?
Checking. What the fuck is the drop, bro?
Oh, it's not down. What? I just disappeared.
Valcolt from Epi side.
Yeah, I see that. Are we in on Usain? Are you sure? 100%. Ah, no, we're not. We're in on this side of the bridge.
We're in on me. We're in on me. No, we're not even.
No, we're not.
I guess we just shit on these.
We just play here. We just play here.
They have no zero.
Unless we get an opening.
Really
yes. We're gonna play. We're gonna play on my ping.
Catwall on them. Yeah, catwall the inside of the building and kill them.
Yeah, no, the Bangalore's absolute dog shit. He just missed the whole mag on me in the open.
Bro, that's zero kills at all.
Just keep securing them, though. You guys are so far from me.
Should I walk up?
We're holding our back.
No, you both stay there. You both stay there.
Okay.
I just hit one with the trap. I think that's on the house. I don't know. Someone's closing.
Yeah. Newcastle.
Alliance here.
It's okay.
Almost knocked Yuki.
I'm on Siscan.
Yep.
Alright, let's go. Let's move up.
They keep climbing up on me, I think. Okay, no.
I walled though. They bang out. They bang out. We have to go underneath them. We have to go underneath them.
Yeah, there's one.
Okay.
いや、貼り付けばいける。
Zero, maybe they don't have it though.
Zero?
Yeah, zero thing.
And we look for something on these kids. Okay.
Teams are gonna 3P now.
Break doors. Start to break doors.
Yeah.
I'm getting on the roof. I think we just play on their roof, guys.
Oh, Catalyst 100.
Nice. Chill. We're gonna get wrapped from the right side, maybe.
I'm selling. Behind us, a wall or something. They might push. Careful, Saint, please.
It's fine.
Zero gonna fade soon. We have to start rushing him, maybe, I think.
Wait on my Q. I'm gonna get a good Q probably in 8 seconds.
Care for the wall.
There's a team here as well, okay? They might wrap us. So I would say we just chill
maybe
for a second.
Yeah, oh, they got me on scan. Very bad.
It's okay.
これワンチャンあると
I got this door reinforced. I got this. No, we're playing on my side. We're playing on my side. I need you to scan this. We're playing on my side. My side is better.
岩浦いんのか
There's no one over here.
Or actually,
I guess let's start from his side.
岩浦じゃないぞ。
I think we just play everything, you know?
Yeah, we just do whatever. It's fine. Team
Go
here,
for
I
a
think.
scan. Nothing.
Okay.
Fuck.
If they swing that though, we could be fucked. So I'm gonna play there, okay?
Yeah, can you?
Swing it. Hit him. Wait, below me, guys, below me.
I'm holding.
Oh, you need to be watching
I couldn't.
I'm popping a bat. They might push.
Yeah.
Watch below here.
Yeah.
Is that your wall? Your door, I mean?
No, that's my door, but it's their trap. My door, but their trap. Careful. They might be doing something. I need you to pop an ult if you can, though.
I don't have one. I do.
I'm dropping one more.
Yeah, drop me 2.
かけてくるぞこれ。
Eye on all the doors.
Is there over someone on ping?
Yeah, someone on ping. Yeah,
I'm multi-selling again and I'll have it.
We have to go to the play to the other side, I think.
Yeah, we do.
Wait, I almost cracked the horizon.
Watch out. I'm on
scan. You got me on scan?
Yeah, careful. They're peeking. We have to push here. Can we push here? Red ping?
Yeah.
Go.
Scan it if you
Go.
I got one.
No stun,
on scan.
Sear, look at Sear on scan.
Hang on, cracked.
Sear on scan. Look at Sear on scan.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm popping a bat. Give me one moment.
I'm batting.
I need to pop cells.
Listen, the door they're playing on is blocked by me. The door they're playing on is blocked by me. Okay, chill.
I'm crouching.
Yeah. In the open. Newcastle. They got me on scan.
2 on scan.
Same.
They're in my zero though.
Yeah. I need light ammo if you have. Oh, call 99 catalyst. I need light ammo if you have.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm dropping. I dropped you 45 here, Nasky on me.
Yeah,
Team
taking it.
on the left as well. We're in zone.
Knock one from Alliance. We need to kill house. We need to get an opening.
Yeah. Okay, can I drop and make a scan?
Yes.
I'm looking around.
Look at that.
Okay. Nice.
We can't really do anything though.
Just chill. I'm gonna break it in a second.
You got me on scan.
I can peek my door here.
I broke it.
めっちゃ慎重にやるな。
Yes,
Bang
yes.
dead, bang dead!
Yeah.
Yo!
I'm pushing. Oh wait, I can't.
Slow and steady, slow and steady. CQ it though if you have it.
No CQ.
Watch out, that might chill.
I have CQ in one.
I'm watching 3P, I'm watching 3P.
I only
We
got
have,
the knock.
get ready.
It's okay, chill, wait.
Almost got the fin. I have to sell. I'm dying to new team. South. Stay left.
I see that.
We have to peek for my door.
Bang almost cracked on roof.
Wall's gonna face
They're backing out. I'm healing. I have no cells. You ready to peek my door?
It's held. It's like.
No, that's mine.
Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. In. Sure. Bang, batted. He's low. Dead.
I got down.
Rest him.
Yeah, I'm resting. Zone.
Yeah, I'm going outside.
Last team.
Oh,
No, we're getting held out, fuck.
bro.
I have no ammo.
I'm batting.
Take heady. I need ammo.
Right here on the left.
Yeah, I'm batting.
I have no loot.
I drop you light. I'm reloading.
Horizon 1. All you tell. Horizon 1.
Fuck, did I die to zone?
I had no loot.
いやー、惜しいな。どこ勝ったの？ツーリックやん。いやー。ちょっと時間かかりすぎちゃったからね。
You get various victories throughout the season, but this
8
might be one of
試合
the
目
most
か、これ。
important so far, Vicky.
And it's important because they're sitting with 53 points at match point, joining V2, KCP, and Vex
いや、
Gaming.
これ次、もし次つかなかったらめっちゃ点取するぞ、これ。
Points each. This next game is going to be insane with so many other teams now making their way into sitting with the rest of the squads that are at match point.
So we have 4 teams on match point. Rain Day, 8 games. I don't know how far we think it's going to go, but certainly we get another one.
Unlucky, 23キル。
Say I've canceled any plans I have for the rest of the day. How about that? I think we're going to be just okay hanging here. Wow, what a moment. Who won RC? You thought that they would have found some type of way to end it, and Vex or it was 2R1C who saved us all the trouble of going home. We got one more game at least. Stan, great call. And Vicky, I'm going to bring you back on and get your thoughts on it because there were 2 perspectives. I love what our production did too, showcasing the 2 narratives literally about to run into each other. One from uphill, one from downhill, and 2R1C just in the middle, gotten in between both of them and said, no, this is our story here. We're going to take the W.
Their rotation just definitely helped them out. It also doesn't help that KCP were fighting Horizon inside of that building for so long. That fight was going on for a while, while they were also trying to maintain the high ground, the rooftop, to negate the approach from the other squads coming in from the low ground uphill towards their building where they were originally fighting. So I love the side-by-side because it tells the whole story, and it also highlights what Vex is going for with their comp. You look at the Caustic, you look at the Gibby, you know they're trying to settle down, bunker down, so that way they force the teams to try to contest them. And nobody wants to contest a Caustic gas trap that's settled down inside, unless they got, obviously, a Crypto and his EMP to delete those Caustic gas traps. But man,
4試合はやばいね。
R1C
マジ
now
で。
to the
本当に
rest
や
of
ば
the
い。
squads that are sitting at match points. And with so many other teams on that cusp, that's going to be crazy. Match 8, Rain. We are going the distance.
I love it. It's rare we get to 8 because 7 is the average, I would say, for a match point final. But sometimes you get those days where the right things happen. And if we even just look back at this final circle and examine it, the right things happen for this to continue because KCP could have easily won from the high ground. They were contesting in the team below them in the truck. And so that kind of distracted them. And that was beneficial for the rest of the lobby. Vex as well. It wasn't necessarily that they had the bad lineup for this. They just had the bad position. And I think that if they were in a different position, maybe in KCP's position, Vicky, they might have been able to win this with the Caustic Gibby. It's just the fact that they had no mobility, no burst movement to be able to get uphill. And 2R1C played such a great role.
また頭痛くなってきた。
Like we've seen Fire Beavers do.
ダメだ、
They
バファリンも効かね。
Danish do. at that last moment and kind of then stealing the show.
バファリンも効かねえ頭痛があるとは。
Bit of circle damage at the very end took a chunk out of that, but he still didn't even have time to restabilize with those shields. 2R1C took a big amount of damage, but even then, it wasn't enough because they were still at the health advantage in that final fight versus KCP, who had to get that res. Taking the dub on top of that, they were also able to get 9 KP to their name. I mean, all day, overall, both Thorfinn and Uchaku have been doing a really good job at staying on top with the KP that they've been able to get. I think before this game, they were able to get third as their best placement for today.
Notably, Pioneers and Vexed alongside Alliance and Fire Beavers are pretty much fighting for first place. It would be tough for Fire Beavers to do it, but I do think it's possible. Alliance, though, certainly trying to hold on to that. 2R1C fighting for something else to qualify for LAN, sitting in 9th place. So far, so good, stat-wise, showing that everybody's got a role to play, whether it's assists or kills. You go up and down the ladder. Either way you look, Vicky, Hyreka, Shako, and Thorfinn putting on a great show here in Game 7.
Look at the damage put out by Uchaku too, just also with the rotations. And let's talk about their composition for that end circle benefiting them versus the side-by-side comparison of what we were able to see between Vex and then KCP engaging in that second to last fight that we also got to witness. The Bangalore providing the smokes for those rotations, the Seer with the information, as well as Horizon with the gravity lift to lift them up from the low to high ground that they were able to rotate through if they wanted to get a nice area and different angles on what was left of KCPs. If they didn't have that information that they were low already, from the Seer that they can get.
Well, and in many ways, this is the lineup that kind of usurped this this Gibraltar meta that really, when you had the Seer, it disrupted a lot of Gibraltar, and then you had this Horizon and this Bangalore, and you had this aggressiveness that made the defensiveness Caustic and Gibraltar bring together not enough to withstand the black hole, the movement from the gravity lift, the Seer exhibit information, the Seer Q, focus of attention, all these things that just make teams playing aggressive have a little bit more of an advantage right now. It was a great try, though. I like that we're seeing teams change legend lineups. However, we're seeing teams also not really have back-to-back performances. V2's been very consistent. They got a 0 there. They're also a team on match point. Let's see where it stands, though, for our Game 8. Because after 7, it is Vexed, Pioneers, 2R1C, and V2 who can close out the day with 1 win. Just a win in this next game ends it all. And it would be
マジで10試合あるぞこれ。マジで10試合ありそうなんだけど。
And J-Links Esports also having a really good one.
誰か10試合って言ってたよな。
Horizon Union, a team I highlighted, they're in 19th place.
J-Link とオーロラ行くだろこれ。SF も次。
And do it quickly. All right.
こっから
Big time moments here.
この下はわかんないけど。
We keep it rolling, and if you're watching at home, yeah, that's right. This is what the ALGS is all about. Somebody's got to win, or we go again. Let's send it over to Mark and Vicky and get ready for Game 8 to see if it happens.
Send it our way, Rain. We're ready for it. Game 8 is around the corner. Vicky is now at the point where when we get to an end game, we're doing our best to keep an eye on who's involved because there's multiple point. But that last game, you just felt that fight gets finished 2 or 3 seconds quicker. Maybe that was the game for KCP that they'll look back on and think, did we miss an opportunity there?
やばいオーバーチリーグ7万人だよ。
Honestly, I was really watching KCP sitting on the higher ground. Yeah, they took.
見てこれ。全部チャンピオンチーム違うよこれ。7試合やって。すごくないこれ。
Rotation, having to go from low to high ground like we keep mentioning, and then I was waiting with bated breath looking at start a fight unfortunately go down when they were literally 3 points away from also meeting the rest of these squads at match point. Could have been a big deal for this team too, but with 8 games, you know, Mark, I'm not too surprised out here. We got Apex going down for the whole day, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
It's very true, and I gotta say, I've been here since Poland. I know these things can go on a while, everybody, but trust me, every single game gets more and more exciting, and it just means that every single fight means even more for these teams. And it's just crazy, Vicky, to think how much, I keep reiterating, how much is going on in this lobby right now. It's not just about who wins Pro League, it's not about who wins regional finals, qualification for LAN spots, prize money, like every single kill that you get in this lobby, every single fight, placement, whatever it's going to be, contributes to your day overall. And I've got to be honest, I keep looking like the overall standings, like just to the side. I'm like, well, who's moving where now? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, so anyway, it's all got to be resolved now, but we have multiple teams on match point as we head into World's Edge. Once again, match number 8 is live.
Let's waste no
8試合目
time. World's
Let's
Edge
go.
flying overhead right now with so many of these teams that find more success and consistency on World's Edge versus what we see on Stormpoint. I want to see some of these squads that are on the cusp to meet up with the rest of these match teams because I'm always down for a game number 9, but with so many other teams still now sitting at that match point line, you can expect things to get a lot closer, and you can expect the game to also slow down because a lot of the teams also want to be able to guarantee themselves extra point to also be in the top 10 to make their way into London.
So as we see the teams drop in, we also see once again the test going over at Climatizer. That's going to continue, and I tell you what, it might be a little bit of a chance for both Vexed and KCP to have another go. It's going a little bit more north than what we saw previously. Maybe a little bit of a survey camp ending here. So teams who can get those high rocks in and around the north side of survey camp here, Vicky, are going to be set up for a very, very strong performance. Horizon Union going to be one of those teams dropping here at Survey and Epicenter who should be in a good spot come end the game.
Little glimpse of deja vu with this circle traveling over to the north side of Epi all over again. Also seeing that 50-50 that has continued on throughout the entire day. Not expecting that to change anytime soon. But you also talk about the rotations that we're seeing some of these teams leaving Skyhook. They want to already make the rotation as quickly as possible. Specifically talking about V2 to avoid E6 since they look like they're having a lot of fun. We saw the Mirage come out. We saw the Fuse. We saw the Octane. I mean, maybe they're just going around town to see which of the legends they want to pick this time around while also enjoying themselves since they've already settled their way into London.
I've got to be honest, I was a little bit surprised the Octane. Like, you know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of other legends that would have come before that I would be like, okay, I feel like Octane's quite low down that list. However, as we know about E6, it is a roll of the dice sometimes when it comes to composition, and they do like to mix things up and be unpredictable. But Octane, I was talking about how's the fastest trio in Apex Legends that they were running on Stormpoint, and we'll have to see if the speed at which they can move can turn into kills. But like you say, E6 pretty much got their job done. It's just about prize money for them where they finish in the standings. But no surprise to see once again, Vicky, we get to recast the contest of Climatizer.
I love it. I like seeing chaos already from the beginning. I mean, I choose this all the time, especially with a charge rifle being the problem that it has been. At this point, as Bitfix are able to know where they're trying to contest them on the other side, dropping the sniper optic here while they try to loot the very back. Their POY foot actually contesting Vex off the rip. All right. Talk about understanding what's at stake here for Vex, and they lose over Tyler. They're also still sticking to the same composition with the big boys.
Ah, well.
Tyler down.
Esports. I see you.
何飲んでる多いお茶。
Screaming at your screen right now, but
違うわ、あやたかってお茶っすね。GG3 キルしてる。焦るどうしてる。ナイス。Let's go. Let's go, GG. ミンさん、おはようございます。
Well, Foot also trying to contest Vex and now getting away with the Skyward Dive. I'm pretty sure Vex is going to be able to get that third right back into this game. As they had made that rotate. Yep, they did. They get another right back.
ガスジムバル。
Contested from either Lava City.
ガスジムバルだよ、チャンピオン取るために。
These teams already quick with their rotate, thinking about GG, who are making that rotation away from launch site, Alliance, who take their time leaving Thermal Station, but at least Vex now can take some room to breathe and loot the rest of Lava City.
KCP 終わったこれ。
Kills going down in the meantime. Pioneers on their rotation. Bitfix Gaming and Fire Beavers are going to be some of the victims of teams in and around the area. Bitfix Gaming were eliminated, but it's Fire Beavers in and around Fragment.
KCP 終了です。いや、
耐えた。耐えたぞ。Can KCP escape this? That's the question. As much as they make their rotation up the hill, Aurora inside of Fragment, KCP should be safe for now, but very, very worrying moments, heart in mouth moments here for Pioneers fans.
でかすぎない？これは答えは。
Especially seeing the performance we just saw in that last game. Hanging out on the outside where you see Aurora settling down on top of that roof. They're going to be able to get some extra loot from these death boxes at their feet.
Yeah.
With that 2KP here.
あれ？戦闘チームどこだ？
The W finally.
ツーリック V2 か。ツーリック V2。ツーリックが完結戦で V2。V2 がっつり中いるぞこれ。
I want to kind of go back to Vex because it's a clear game plan that they've got. They've obviously prepared for match point. They feel like Caustic Gibby is going to get them into positions to work and kind of convert on a match point opportunity, so to speak. But Gibby on Edge, you know, when the Gibby meta was at its highest, Gibby was a requirement for Edge teams to force their way in, to play without cover. And the fact that they are running that composition, even though they got slowed down on their rotation, it kind of plays into the hands of Vexed here. They can still fight in and around, and we saw how effective it was in that previous endgame where they had to fight uphill so hard.
I love how you point that out because it literally plays into that game plan that they're working off of. And with the quick rotation there too, they're going to be able to ping what's happening over on the north side of Geyser. 2R1C just rotated outside of that northern building, north of Geyser, through that tunnel. We can expect other teams to meet up in that choke point by No Name to the southeast of Fragment East. So Vex Gaming could probably hear a fight, get involved themselves, and put themselves in a better spot if they want to take the eastern rotation to the high ground that is north of Overlook, because it'll also get them out of a lot of fights that are going to go down by Epi and into the northwest side from the squads that are exiting out of Skyhook in the northern rotation.
Well, my show just been eliminated in the meantime to our one seed outside that vault tunnel like you were talking about, just overlooking No Name for now. Vex's game plan seems to be crafty. You can see them taking their time, and not too surprising to see that considering that one of their players certainly probably doesn't have the to play with right now. So a couple of extra shield bats certainly leveling up shields alongside the Gibby bubble. Might be something pretty important to do if they can force their way in what's in this game. Can we talk about the L-Star though? I mean, we're seeing everything today.
The slinger out here, the L-Star trying to put down some of that damage. He's gonna need ammo soon, but they also have to look out what's going on behind them. Hierarchy could give them that information because again, it's that rotation that I'm considering Vex and how they were right next to that geyser area. But 2R1C now, the circle behind Vex, seeing GG on top of these buildings now, trying to find an opportunity to rotate away from their line of sight.
Nice, Hadeke! さすが
but he gets the first knock onto Thorfinn here from 2R1C. So a 3v2 in and around No Name. Vex may be thinking about having a little look at this. They're going to be moving through the choke just outside of guys. They're kind of wrapping round from that vault tunnel. So the longer that this fight goes on here, Vicky, the more likely Vex are to think about getting involved. But 2R1C seem a little bit stuck in
はい、勝った。GG 勝ち。ナイス。ナイスムーブ。これで5キルじゃん。5キル5キルいいよ。なんかベッチいない？ベッチいない？ベックスの来た。しかも一人だけ洞窟なんだけどこれ。やばくねこのムーブ。なんだこのムーブ。しかもジブバルコーテック。あ、戻ってった。
more roundabout rotation to take their time into what they want to do later.
Kind of like the idea from Vex, and I want to go back to the idea that you had, like rotating into Overlook around the backside of.
やっちまえやっちまえこれ6キル6キル6キル目6キル目。
Going on for so long now. These fights, shots have been ringing out. Hyaka's going to be eliminated here. Artigo should move in again.
Nice.
But with how long this fight's gone on,
6キルです。
It's Aurora now coming to have a look at this, and that's just bad news. And put yourself in a position.
パイオニア多分きついですこれ。
Be a bit more aggressive on that. Take that fight. Aurora move in and probably clean up both teams. So Pioneers though, you can see the cat wall is down.
なんかやってんだけど。嘘だろ？
Nasty getting aggressive with no shields, but doing enough damage to maybe allow them to reset.
シアカタウルトが強いコンビが減り早くねスクリームになってるぞこれあれなんす来たなんか音が真逆に聞こえてくるサインあなたは強いけどきついよこれは
Don't get me wrong, I love a meat sandwich, but it's not going to be a good day for Pioneers. They will fall. They will not be winning this.
流れが来てる。これでパイオニアとツーリックが死にました。あとは V2 とベクソルだけです。あと2チームしかいない。いやまだわからないでも。ベックスのもチャンピオン構成だし V2 も中にいるし超キャンの中にいるから多分 V2 いや V2 もここにいるなんか漁夫来てる
with the Lions taking that separate off angle by this
おい、これ誰もいねえじゃねえか、長距離の
You
中。
think if any other stragglers exiting out of Skyhook are going in a
なんだ
direction.
これ。
For the most part, I'm pretty sure it's clear
カラ
that
カン
the
や。
squads that rotated from the west side have already made their way into the tunnel, thinking about Horizon, start a fight. Jailings even on the north side of the train tracks, north of
アライアンス戦闘しそうだな、
So
これ
the
で。
Lions are in a pretty good spot right here if they can continuously gatekeep those two squads that are north of them.
Yuki trying to dance around this pillar at the moment. Manages to do so long enough for Hackers to take a little bit of a wide angle here. And one thing I love about Hackers playing on Newcastle is one of the features of his gameplay is he loves to take these off angles. He likes to try and catch teams off guard as it has Yuki kind of anchoring and effect doing that initial damage. And the great thing about running Newcastle and doing that is you have the Q to just go down that mobile shield and then you can kind of work behind it. So if you get caught out, you kind of get a little bit of a second chance to get in and get out of that fight.
It's the get down, Mr. President. Literally, the superhero moves just get into a different position. I also like the roundabout Skyward Dive from Effect because he tried to pick up some extra information with the Skyward Dive passive here that Valkyrie provides. They didn't get anybody on the southern side, and they decided to take that other position here in Survey. Noticing that nobody else is around them, but they have to look out for the teams that have taken the real estate inside these buildings already. V2.
J リングこっち側切れば、スカイフック側切ればめっちゃいいね。まあなんか詰められる可能性はあるな。こう。でもこれ結局奥になりそう。アンチ。
Next game in, still alive here, Vicky.
結局一番奥になりそうだけどな。
Fans at home. With a minute 30 left on the clock. They're gonna have to reset on top of this building. Gold Armor's gonna make that a little bit more easier to do. Pop a couple of cells and you'll be back up to full health in no time. This is a tough game for them to win from this position. Trying to force Horizon away from this position. Tyler's taking an off angle. Look at what Tyler's trying to do. He forces the zero as well. So Vexed doing damage. Also, more importantly, burning the resources of their opponents in this team fight.
Look how much damage he's able to get.
なかなかでも攻め手が
CR
と出したら攻めれないね。
He doesn't have that mobility to just retreat right back to the hands of his teammates.
攻めがきついぞこの工程は。
Give him some backup. Unlucky wants to take a different off angle after they were able to help Tyler reposition out here too. While this fight is
めっちゃ慎重になってるね、ベックス
less
を。
than a minute to go into that next circle, and Tyler gets beamed. He tries to take some cover, and with a pixel of health, he is able to restabilize.
Just about for Vex, but what's Vex's next move? They don't have the Valkyrie available. You saw that it was on about 35% at this point, I would imagine, for them. Horizon Union holding them out as well. Oh, Excel being used here by Phoenix as well, so he'll have the Dark Veil back in around 10-15 seconds or so. Urban's also popping an ult Excel to get that exhibit back, and Vex trying to make a play maybe to slide past them under this bridge just outside the tunnel. It's a big play here for Vex. It's a big call, and Matafi's going to get this one right. Let's jump into the comms and see what the plan is.
Yeah, we're good, we're good. I'm on 1-5 for now, 1-5.
I'm 2-7. Nothing about you. Take a back. Popping out Excel. Give you all mine.
俺 GG 漁触れるぞ。ファイヤービーバーズがクソ広い。
We need to hold here and look right. We need to just look right. Okay, what the? I'm bothering. Okay. Just keep looking that. We're good once the zone closes. We're good once the zone closes.
Yeah. And with no bubble left, they're gonna.
No one should push us. And just finish, please.
Yeah, they're
still out there. Just need to shoot them. Just need to shoot them. Hold here and ego challenge.
Crack, see ya. See crack.
Just crack. Dodging it. Nate on us. On you, Tyler, you're alone.
I know, I'm gonna die here maybe.
We can play it though. We can play it though. They're really good for us. Just play this wall.
Okay. Almost crack Atlas.
They're in zone coming.
From that here.
Crack one, so much damage.
Play me.
5 seconds to bubble. Wait for bubble.
No. They just have angle, yeah, they can angle.
ナイス CJ。ナイスガブ。10キルしてるもん。やばい。あと4ポイント点灯や。あと4ポイント点灯。0-3こちらです。GG いいよ。あるよ。
Oh, she's getting nervy. I'm not gonna lie. It's getting a little bit nervy.
Can we talk about Gaming Gladiator?
いや、次の壁がアライアンスだな。バルじゃん。
Believe that sets them up with 46 total points,
Yeah.
right behind the match point that they need to be sitting at for those 50 points.
やれないな。
They won't be having that anytime soon.
てか待って、そもそもさ、
inside of this building a lot better.
バルいないのか。
Rotation in comparison to what we just
レイスか。
We have to play on the outskirts of the survey camp building.
Update for you from the kill feed.
GG?
You have Jailings now
ハーデ好きだから。
crossing the match point threshold. They are on that 50 point, that magic number, which means if they get to go to another game,
あとはもう確定チームだからさ、俺が応援してるチームは。GG だけボーダーチームだから応援してる。アライアンスとか J リングとか KCP はもう確定チームだから。ハルさんホビルです。いや、ナイスポータル、ナイスポータル。いいポータルじゃないこれ。割と。いや、貼られてんな。
On the high ground too, overlooking survey on the outside of this circle. They hear the fight happening right in front of them. See the Wraith portal right beside him here too. Wouldn't be surprised if that's Hardeki, since he is on the Wraith right now. Just looking to see which of these other squads are going to be rotating in Certified's direction.
いや、これ結構いいムーブしてない？
Been involved in quite a few end games so far to date.
これいいムーブしてない？なんか声入ってないけど GG。声入ってないけどめっちゃいいムーブしてる。これファイアベーバーズ切ってんじゃん。ほら。で、これ左クソ詰まってるから、あるぞ。なんで声ないの？誰か配信してないのこれ。ハーデキとかしてないの？してるやん。うわ、広告だる。
They've got to leave the sanctity of this cover, and they've got to find a place to play.
And Jailings are in a really tough spot right now, and with there being 8 squads left, I believe that this is...
見ないとこれ流れないんだよな。他のとこ行くと。もうあなたはレースでいい。
Давай, я вниз спущусь, поиграю.
これも多分50ポイント乗ったな。
Не, близко никого, близко никого, близко никого. Это гора, я так гору цепляю.
Я на дом стою. Надо гору как-то убить, там Валька.
Что, мы все падаем вниз?
Да-да-да, нам надо как-то проходить под зону.
MSOS の邪魔。4、5位が FC と同じグループ。なるほど。
Может левых отпиздим?
Я под горой это шифтую и смотрю, что там. Гора флешная, гора флешная.
Можно левых зажать, и у них спад впереди их, надо просто их зажимать.
Да.
Тут играют, тут играют.
フワちゃんのことも嫌いです。草。あれやすか？
Я отхожу на ко. Большой ем.
死んだな。
А там соло чел стоит все это время.
По правой от камня можно, по правой.
Давай, я бегу с тобой.
Мы вдвоем.
Топ 5, топ 5.
Одно хп, блин. Летали одно. 99-45 дал ему. Я пытаюсь закрыть его. Убили его.
4 位
10 силы стоят у нас. Ладно. Топ-4 11.
Ебать, игра была.
Nice.
Are calling themselves a champion. They have to take out V2, and they have to do it together.
They know that is the question. With them holding the other side right now.
次勝てば
Don, who's been having such an
OK。
amazing day so far, playing off the lip of
V2 生き残ってんじゃん。
V2
V2 生き残ってダメじゃん。ダメ。
Because then they'll be in a beautiful line of sight right now of a third who are sitting in the middle.
V2 終わるって。
V2 have got the game in their hands right now. It's all about patience. It's all about
J リン勝て。多分 J リンが一番強いこれポジは。
Had a little look inside, see if he can get some damage down. But if you're
Jリング勝ちますこれは。匠さんありがとうございます。これは J リング勝ったさすがに。ポジが強すぎる。
They will have to leave that high ground. But can they survive long enough to put us onto yet another game of Apex Legends to send us back to Storm Point? Well, we'll have to go once again.
もしかして語りすると右台で。いやこれ語りいると右。でもこれ最初はどこ？こっち側？
Get that knock. They're not going to try to
pull
you.
They
have to be careful right now with the fuse. Oh, yeah, they're right in the middle of it. They need to reposition. That cleared up so much space.
待ってこれワンチャン勝つぞ V2。
The catwalk's gone down as well. They've cut the zone in half once more. Joke is worried though. Joke gets the bow off though.
いい語りストルトすぎるこれ。
Now they made the play call. They want to try and see if they can take out J-Lings. They're going to try and mirror them right now, Vicky.
This is so smart from them here too, because with the catwall right behind them, they're getting out of the line of sight of the squad. Inside of the middle, but they lose on a hit on. That's huge. They're out in the open. Joke is one. You see the shield swap, but is it enough now? Because now they're just sitting ducks on the high ground. We may see another game 9.
Goes down and V2 survive. J-Lings
9試合目です。
And we're gonna have another game of Apex Legends, everybody. We love a little bit of match point here. And with that, Eternal hold the tracks. They hold the dub. They will be your champions here in match number 8. But for the second game in a row, we have a team involved in our endgame who did everything possible to win it. But they just couldn't get across that line.
長いです非常に。
We have game 9 with 11 teams at
点灯11チームです。見てこれ。50ポイント4チームいます。決まりますこれは。これはほぼ決まります。てかエイパックノースの13試合どうやってやったの
？Mark made me a cup too, man. Maybe 3.
エイパックノース13試合でしょ？あと4試合もいいんだよこれ。どうやって13試合も続いたの？ありえないな、そう考えたら。エイパックノースの13試合は伝説ですね、あれ。
50% of the lobby is now on match point. That means we have a 50% or better chance, I think a 55% chance that someone is going to end the game next game. And I think that this is this is the way EMEA has been. And I don't know, you've been in this split yourself and you've seen how close it's been. A lot of these matches have been separated by 17 points between first and
俺一気に分かんなくなったなマジで。一気に分からんぞこれ。
And I think they're looking to say that hey,
しかも次ストップでしょ？
we're now going to be making worldwide impact because of how they've stepped up their game.
And as more games go on too, it's also granting opportunities for the teams that have been sitting on the cusp from making it into the top 10, for kind of shaking things up and making some teams that feel uncomfortable out here. Teams at match point. That is ridiculous. A game 9, a game 7, boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, I predicted 6. I was way off right there. But it's okay because this could have easily gone the way of V2.
13試合目で13チーム転倒なんだ。
Because they had to make a move.
この意味やばいなこれ。ジョーカーの意味。
So they kind of let things happen, and what it ended up being was they made a move halfway across. And they then became the middle of that fight, and that is what opened things up for Eternal, who had the best position. They had cover. They were in the middle to go ahead and aggress onto J-Lings on the other side. But 11 teams on match point, and one of the scarier parts about it too, as we're going to start to look at these series results, is you're seeing teams now like Alliance, now like Fire Beavers, heck, now like Gaming Gladiators.
めっちゃ NA みたいなのに体調悪いんだけど。
Now they're serious threats to you, Vicky.
Yeah, and I like the play that we saw at the very end for V2. They put up that cat wall, and what they needed to take advantage of was fully singing it onto J-Lings, but we also saw the isolated pick between Hidan going down first too. But looking overall at what went down in that lobby, we got to welcome Danish out here at match point, Game and Gladiators, start a fight, Fire Beavers, Alliance. It is looking insane here, looking at these top 10 finishers for these squads for that game 8.
It might be the second highest win of the day as well. 25 points for Eternal on the back half of our 20. you'll see these teams still get it going. The only team that isn't in the mix
ALGS
here,
Chamoionship
placing maybe 11th to 20th right here again, is Ascend. And that is a really strange situation. But let me bring you back to another Split 1 playoff that happened in January a couple years ago, where Ascend on 11 games took the win over Alliance. And I don't know who the other team was that was kind of in contention with them, but it was kind of like stole away the playoffs. That was the team. That was the team that Sharon had been actually getting a mentality that, oh, we didn't deserve to win. Now we're in a position where, surprisingly, they would be able to steal it at about 11 games if we went that long. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Vicky, do you really think? I mean, it seems like it's going to end next week. Like, people should not turn away.
これで終わってくれ。ちょうどいいから。
I mean, it has to go to one of these squads that are finding that consistency. You would think, at least within these previous 8 games, but we are making that transition into Stormpoint. So that means that some of these teams may be finding their comfort stride on this map that we keep highlighting, because we have been seeing different compositions come out for some of these teams when we make the flip over from World's Edge into Stormpoint.
Phenomenal point there, and I think there are some teams that we're going to see maybe take advantage of this, and it may not be exciting for some of those teams that just perform really well, but that's what happens in Apex. You got to get it done on both sides. Let's look at it officially. Here are the standings. The top 11 teams right now, all on match point, above 50 points. That means next game, if they win, it is over. Teams that desperately would love a win, including Bitfix Gaming, including Aurora, a team like that. But a team I'm looking at, it's that 11th place spot, Vicky. Gaming Gladiators. The thought of Hard Decky, after missing playoffs for the first time ever, now having a chance to redeem themselves with this squad and make it to land with a win, that would be an incredible story for one of Europe's most historied players.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
PSM のストリーマーはEMEAの一番1時間後に指摘しよう。あ、開始しよっか。あ、そうなんだ。
At 49 points, they may be meeting the rest of this lobby at match points if we don't have a winner, obviously, for this next game.
Well, Vicky, you've been incredible. Great cast. I'm going to let you take a break. And of course, we're going to throw it over to Mark and Dan because we've talked enough about it. Let's see who is about it. I hope you got your coffee, fellas. It's time for match 9.
Nearly caught me there, Rain, with a coffee in my hand. I'm not going to lie. We're starting to us very quickly, and we're ready because we want to get into match number 9. Now, Dan, you've got a smile in your face because you love numbers, and there's lots of them being thrown at you right now. So this is like your paradise right now.
It is, yeah. I'll get a kick out of it, that's for sure. We go back over to Stormpoint. It's going to be match number 9, but I just wanted to give everyone an insight of what would happen if V2 had have won that game. Currently, they're outside of the top 10. They're in 12th. They would have obviously gone...
お、やっと2連続、2回チャンピオンだったチーム出てきたね。エターナル。ストポです。
NA
元の予定だと7時から。7時からだけど、わかりませんね。なんか1時間後って言ったり。どれが本当かわからない。
Well, let's see what happens, eh? 11, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I thought in the last game it was gonna get done. The way that V2 were maneuvering around that end game, they did so much, so well, but they just couldn't convert in that final moment. But now, forget about the last game, it's all about this one, and we go, hey, a brand new map, we're back over to Stormpoint.
Stormpoint is where we head over to, and it means that you've got to try an entirely new composition if you were going for a World's Edge themed comp. I mean, we already saw the Caustic and the Gibby come into the equation for Vex. Do they now change back to something a little bit more aggressive that is going to benefit them here on Stormpoint? Or will they try and go for that tried and tested composition of going for match point? Because you've now got 11 teams that are going to be trying to do the same thing. You can't just focus on yourselves. You've got to suddenly be thinking about what is everyone else going to be doing on the rotation. Are we going to see some wacky competitions? Some teams are taking more risks, but 11 teams are going to be taking less. This is going to be such a difficult lobby to try and navigate.
I mean, for V2,
こんなハーベスター被ってるなら入ればいいのに。
Yes, it's still happening.
ハーベスターじゃねえわ。俺も頭おかしくなってる。バロメーター。
But I want to talk about V2's chances now because you were going through kind of map percentages, drop spots, win rates, so to speak, at the start of the game when we're looking through where the teams are going to be dropping. Fish farms, unless I will say it's a fish farm zone, because then it is such a difficult zone to get into for any other team. I would say it's probably got one of the lowest win rates out of all the POIs, and that's where V2 find themselves.
Yeah, you're correct. There was only one win prior to today from Fish Farms. There is now technically two because V2 have already won one today, but it is definitely one of the lower major POIs just because of how far you have to travel. We do see quite a good points total being scored from teams as this fight is still happening. It seems like Ascend have got the upper hand in this engagement and looks like maybe they'll be able to finally put an end to this book. Chapter. You'd imagine, with it being with there being 11 teams, as Bitfix Gaming do go down, it's a valiant effort once more, but Ascend can at least laugh their way into match number 9.
Okay then, let's talk about what's happening in the rest of the lobby now. After the contest once again comes to its conclusion. Good news for Ascend is that we're going to a very, very similar zone. South checkpoint by the looks of things. The 3 buildings
SF 車ムーブしてるね。
maybe a little bit more south just outside of the mill, but
GG は劣りなくクラフトもあるし。
We've seen Pioneers be right involved in that in game. We've seen Vexed win one of those games as well, Dan. And for Jailings as well, they've got good
絶対この試合で決まるわ。絶対決まるわこの試合で。
And they crossed that threshold in the last game as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 teams that are dropping in that area that are all on match point. There's 6 teams who are close enough as well that can get there if they want to. It's going to be a point where we get to the last 10, then we can look at how many match point teams do we have left. And there very easily could be a situation where we get to a top 5 and all of them are on match point. It's happened before in Apex Legends history, especially when we have 11. But sometimes there'll be one team that creeps in. And if anyone's going to do it, Mark, I feel like it could be Aurora. They are the one team that is not on match point. They are on 49 points, 1 point away. For them to stop someone else winning, they probably have to win themselves here.
あ、ファイヤービーバーズ IMC もやってんだ。これは強えわ。セノーテあさって IMC もやってるよ。
Making sure that they're getting every single attachment they can in the game over in the armory. But for GG, big opportunities in that last game as well. Vexed, it almost feels like a lifetime ago that they had a couple of free hits at it, hitting match point first, of course, inside of 4 games where we were thinking, oh, is this going to be done in 5? Oh, is it going to be done in 6? We're on match 9 now, everyone.
To give you a rough idea of like the, you know, we were trying to allude to the magic number was around kind of 82 that we were thinking of, and we weren't really far off. It could be likely that it's something around 78 to 80. It depends really on whether we see the 10 teams qualify via someone getting the extra place from one of the top 10 teams winning via match point, or if it's someone that wins outside of that top 9 and top 10. Aurora, for example, who are outside at the moment, if they were to like come top 3 this game, that could send them into the top 10. So it's not even a case where they have to win here to stay alive. It's just a case of they need a big game to put themselves at least with a chance of getting into the regional finals. Because it's very easy for us to hone in on, well, it's match point, who's going to be able to win the regional finals. There is still places to play for. And as I say that, SAF esports get taken out. So one of our teams who was on match point does get taken out. We go from 11 to 10.
11 to 10, and SAF have arguably been the best performing team out of the bubble teams so far. So that is a good name to see if you're Aurora right now. You're trying to force your way in. Horizon Union having a little bit of a fight against E6 right now inside of this building. And this is going to be one of the buildings that you would imagine is going to be very hotly contested for endgame. Catwall going to go down. Horizon Union deciding, you know what, we don't want any of this. We're out of it. Just trying to escape for now. J Savage taking a little bit of cross. Should be able to survive for now. So a smart decision to go up to the high ground when there's a building free for them to play with. So a little bit of a reset for both teams here. Nobody going to take too much damage.
I think everyone's going to be reluctant to take fights because even though we've got 11 teams, well now 10 teams in this lobby who are on match point,
俺の体調がしんどいわ。めっちゃ NA 見たいんだけどさ。眠いのと気持ち悪い。
Get some good loot and then hope that snowballs into a scenario. So if you are going to be taking a fight here, you need to be aware of it being very possible from one of these teams that are really pushing themselves now.
Well, Zone is very, very busy right now. Everybody's making their way in 2R1C. They're over at Down Beast at the moment. They're just outside of where it's going to be put in. Vexed have found a place to play in Zone. KCP, which I think has kind of been a quiet story in itself, part of the bigger story, so to speak. Those two teams, the amount of times we've seen them engaging together, both being on match point, of course. Horizon Union making a little bit of a play here.
賞味マップ配信が一番おもろい。一番勉強になるんだよな。
These are some interesting positions being held by KCP and Vex as well. Just
posturing
each other over towards Mill. And mainly just holding out teams that
are going to be
from that down beast area. I mean, 2R1C and Foot are both in the vicinity and could be arriving. Foot Esports, by the way, did just get eliminated, so they arrived and they got taken out quickly. So we won't see Foot Esports have a stab and match point, and that could be a situation when we look at their chances of getting to LAN.
Well, Vexed, this is where they won the zone from last time when it pulled
いや、ここ強いと。
I think they're going to be very interested in where this next
zone is going to be pulling.
They do have some information on that. You can see that on the top left-hand side of your screen. They are going to be safe for the long game, and we mentioned with this zone.
これ終わったな。
Once you're in, you're good for quite some time. Everybody else has to force
これ終わりました。
north and the south. Now, if
GG 事故りましたこれ。
towards them, then that would be a huge influence on who could become our champion here in the regional finals. The news for everyone at home, if you can't see on your overhead, it is pulling towards where they find themselves right now, and KCP find themselves right now.
I mean, they're the two favorites, that's for sure. You can see it on the map over
there
now.
この一人で伝説を残す。
There is a little bit of a ruckus going on the eastern side of the map. Alliance and Maestro are next to one another. V2 are going to be arriving late and maybe having to push through that debris.
そこにアンチがいれば、最悪一人でも、一人の圧じゃない風にかければいいから、単人の圧かければいいから、単人風の圧。アンチいいから、ワンチあるんだよな。
This is going to be a zone where you imagine maybe 2 or 3 teams might go down. But then as we get to Circle 4 and 5, we're going to be looking at a lot of squads left in this lobby, and over half of them are going to be on match point.
Crazy that we haven't even mentioned Alliance yet. It's a tough zone for Alliance, but I am convinced that sometimes Alliance do it for the content. Leave it late. And then out of nowhere, they pull a performance out that wins them titles, that qualifies them for LANs. Now, they've already done the second part of that, but winning the title and being top of the leaderboards when all is said and done is, of course, their main goal in this. And on 52 points, they are on match point. They have as good a chance here of winning this game as anyone.
And that's what's scary, is we have so many teams who have had success throughout this season at finding victories. And we know that match point is where some of these teams thrive as well. And you mentioned it, Alliance could be one of those squads. But Aurora really are the one team that everyone in the bottom 10 right now is just hoping finds a victory, because then this can go on to a match number 10. All they need is 1 kill, and then they'd be on match point as well.
Damage onto Maestro as well, but didn't get that 1 point. Like you were saying, the 1 point could have been the difference for them. Obviously, they've got to go and win the thing. We'll hope that someone else doesn't win it. Still can't connect for that knock, though. 2 players cross that they see. Is there a third to peek their head out of this crossing? So Sunset is aware that there is one. Can they cut him down, though? That's the question. The headshot comes in. Going to be able to queue above the Bangalore ultimate, which is going to buy them a little bit more time. But you can see that Maestro are going to be able to reset. But Sunset is up on the high ground here, and he's found some way to avoid that barrage that's coming in.
It is an isolated fight. That's good news for both teams, really. Aurora are going to be the ones who are going to be the aggressors, of course, just trying to get inside on this building. You could use an Arsenal at this point. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But for now, they're just going to have to use whatever legend composition they've got available to them.
They've got the armor advantage here as well. Gonna swing outside though, and now
it's
to do some damage. Kills exchanged between the two teams. Smokes are down. It looks like Aurora have the advantage in this fight now. 2 have gone down. Sunset just trying to find this last player. Needs to just hit 1 more shot. Maestro are eliminated, and Aurora keep their chances alive.
Of course, I meant Ballistic, didn't I, from the Arsenal season. But that's fine. I think Arsenal would have been a nicer legend name, but I say that for bias reasons. Anyway, V2, they're still alive. They're still kicking, but they've managed to get Zidane at least to a point where they can start to craft some more armor. And you know, it's tough looking at this zone to try and give a favorite to you on set, because KCP and Vexed on paper should be in the best positions, but they are also in vulnerable positions where people could ult on top of them. That happens so much at Mill, where people will say, all right, well, where can we go? Let's go to Mill. And then suddenly you find yourself taking a fight. That could really throw the game. So you really just hope no one's going to make that kind of risk.
Interesting to see what J-Lings are doing, by the way. J-Lings are all the way over at checkpoint still. They have not left checkpoint. They've got a ring console available. They've got map room scan. They've got everything they need. And I wonder if they're just going to see where, not only where this zone is going, but what playable areas there's going to be, where everybody else is going to rotate. And their noises and codes can try and work out what their route is going to be to potentially win this game. It's a tough zone for them to get to.
SF がこけたから
make the macro a little bit easier towards that end game. Fire Beavers, who are also a match point, by the way, just kind of
もうポイント越してるから
up on Godrock right now, and this is a great
10インポイントでめっちゃ稼げばワンチャンある。
And Fire Beavers are one of our winningest teams from the region in regular season as well. 6 wins across both maps. Their conversion rate from top 5 is when it starts to get impressive, and when we do start to get to those situations of top 10 and top 5, maybe that's when I can start honing in on those teams that have the higher percent conversions. But for now, Fire Beavers, they are in a good spot. They're just a little bit vulnerable. Playing these rocks is very tricky because you can leave yourself exposed to certain angles, but at least Fire Beavers have the Bangalore to work with to try and cut off.
Some of the most aggressive pings I've ever seen, by the way. I think there was a team behind one of the Fire Beavers players, and indeed it is going to be Aurora, who might be thinking about making an assault on this rock, and you can see that Fire Beavers are desperately trying to get towards him. The only problem is the player with a charge rifle that's inside of Mill is causing Fire Beavers problems, and that now forces them off the high ground and into the line of sight of Aurora, who are from the heavens.
And of course, Aurora have been able to get to match point, but for them, it's about stopping anyone else winning. If anyone's going to do it, you feel like they are the closest team in terms of competitiveness that we've seen so far today, who could win a game out of those who are in the bottom 10. But that is bad news for Fire Beavers, and that goes exactly to the point I was trying to make, that you are vulnerable from certain angles when you play that rock. KCP, they're still alive, they're still kicking, as are Vexed. But Aurora cannot sit here. They cannot stay here. You can see the circle is going to force them away into the likes of KCP and Vexed.
これベックスのウィンじゃないか、ワンチャン。いや、わかんないな。いや、わかんない。まだわかんないな。
But here's the move that you talked about, Dan. The pings go down.
まあ、とりまオーロラ勝ってくれ。オーロラかアセント勝ってくれ。オーロラダメだな。アセントだな。
Throw the ultimate to his right hand side just to buy time for his team to get towards him. That's going to shut down that team.
同居してるっすね。
Maybe potentially thinking about a push. There's a couple of armor swaps maybe these picking up.
同居してるけど、この同居の E6 も多分2人だよ。ワンチャン2人じゃないこれ。さっきダウンしてたよ。
As well, approach the end game.
2人はいるね。
They love to leave it late, Dan. They love to leave it late.
B2 are trying to make their move, but unfortunately they get plucked out of the
sky. 3人の圧を出せ。
Charge rifle.
GG.
Remember, V2 were so close, they could almost taste the victory here in regional finals. Don't ask me what regional finals taste like, Mark, because I'll give you a stupid answer. But at least they are still alive as a 2 here. Joke's gone down.
J-Ling's eliminated as well. Horizon Union eliminated on match point teams, Dan. Are falling one after the other at the moment. V2, even though they are a 2, are going to have to be the best version of V2 if they want to get through this. Sliding down towards the rock, shots coming in from the height up on the mill, but also from the height of that God Rock. Yolu gets taken down from distance.
And it's looking unlikely the V2 would be able to survive here and win this game. But remember, they need to get as much points as possible, even if they are trying to rat out for placement points. Because if match point does finish, if we do see a team win here, V2 need to be as high as possible to give themselves the chance of getting into that top 10. But
NA のボーダー勢1人謎番食らった。誰
？Even if they had got second
place
in the previous game,
ミートラバーズじゃね。ワイルドカードか。
and someone else can do them a favor. One of the teams that is outside of match point, who could also throw a spanner in the works, is Ascend. We've seen Ascend win game after game throughout the season, and they haven't had a pop-off game yet today, and they are still alive as Vortex also go down. 12 squads now remaining, and if my math's correct, I think about 8 of them are on match point.
Well, Lions have cleared out this side of the
あれ
map.
死んだあれ
And with more teams dropping one after the other, the likelihood of a successful Valcult increases with the amount of playable space that is available. But Aurora want to take control of the top building. Inside this building is going to be Pioneers. Vexed are on the other building.
実況の音小さくしてください。はい。
So this is 3
どうですか
powerful teams stacked up at the moment. But KCP are going to be feeling extremely nervous.
I think everyone in this lobby is feeling a little bit nervous now. When there's this many teams on match point, you know everything could happen as V2 do get eliminated in 12th position. So now they're going to be really hoping that top 10 will win this game, because V2, even though they've had an incredible day on set, they will drop that little bit further down the leaderboards with people getting points now, and they probably wouldn't do enough to get into that top 10 for LAN. So that is a very scary situation for V2 as they just have to watch on.
And Eternal, by the way. Eternal. Oh, look at this. Look at this from Alliance. They want to try and kind of sneak underneath, maybe play the top. The smokes go down. Alliance want to take this fight, but this is Aurora who go up on top. Both Zeros are going to go down, and it looks like both of them will be destroyed.
いや、これオーロラもあるな。全然あるな。いやー、ニューキャ強いな、ここ。これアセンド以外全部、アセンドとオーロラ以外全部あれだ。戦闘チームだ。ここの見る。いやー、俺は無理だな。アセンド見かけるしかない、アセンド。おー、ミルアンチやん。アセンド2人か、しかも。いや、これベックスとかツーリック勝つでしょ。マジでこれ。何もない限り。あ、GG 死んだ。ギリ11位か。
Here on match number 9, but there are still 4 teams who could throw a spanner in the works. Gaming Gladiators eliminated. That's another match point team down. Ascender's still alive, but the KCP, they're getting involved.
Look up. Gets the kill, or gets the knock, doesn't get the finish on.
ここでアセンドが死ぬってなるともう全部点灯チームになっちゃうの、こっちが。
Due to the fact there's so many teams in the area, Effect is thinking about having a go at it though. He gets the shield break, he moves in. Effect on the Valkyrie jumps up.
いや、オーロラだけだと。オーロラがいる持ってきた。でもオーロラもデュオでしょ。
Ranch is still alive though for Aurora, but all of a sudden, Dan, Alliance look like they could win this thing.
All of a sudden, we are losing the teams who are not on match.
これアライアンスウィンじゃね？
Few teams that is available is E6. They could make.
ちょっとアライアンスウィンなんじゃないでしょうか、これ。
They smoke. Right side. Playing 90. Right side. Below.
Guys, look at this. Right side trying to come up.
I'm trying to loot.
One sec. All you effect. All you. I have the wall. I'm putting a wall, okay? Look at this. 3 kills on me.
I got shit on of energy, guys.
On your side.
なんか壁見せたな、これ。
Here, you can take my wingman. Take my wingman, Hike. You can. I'm gonna grab the. Can you look for me? The team below.
One sec. I'm dropping armors and shop.
ちょっとミスったな、これ。壁ミスったな、これ。
I'm just trying to Q. Climb up on the right now, okay? Climb up on the right. Yeah, you have to hold. Just hold right, Yuki. Keep scanning. Yeah.
これワンチャン負けるぞ。今ので。これ壁がもうちょい前だったらチャンピオンだったかも。マジで。だってここさすがに全部取るもん。屋上取り切れてたら大丈夫だけど。
Okay, listen. We need to play right. We need to clear the entire right side. I'm gonna wall in the open. You have a gold helm? Anything? Gold helm or anything?
キーヘラんの？
No, nothing. On me, walk. Drop down.
Nice.
Should drop down.
Just hold left now, Yuki. You say anchor that side now.
キーヘルないとたまんないな。
Can you perma watch this, Hikes?
What? Yeah, I'm holding climb up.
This climb, perma watch this.
Yeah, oh my god. Careful. Come help.
I'm coming.
COL か。
I'm here.
バンされたの。
The fucking hay, man. They just threw me
Don't push it. Don't push it. Time. In the open.
Negative.
Just swing in.
I got light ammo, Yuki.
Okay.
Listen, just hold.
Yes. I'm holding with Hikes.
これまずいぞ。
Straight blows. Straight blows.
ウルトマービーもない。
We have to slide to this, okay? We have to slide to these boxes. I'm gonna wall them, okay? We're playing for the boxes.
2 teams on us and 3 teams across.
I'm at 80% on multi though. I'm at 80%. We stay roof actually. Shoot the right side. We can't let this guy come out.
I think so too. I think we just use this later, I guess.
Shoot this team. Shoot this team. We need to force this team inside and then we jump out right. Okay?
I'm watching climb up.
Yeah, just hold this team inside.
It's all you two. I don't want any team to climb up my side.
いや、ウルト上がるぞ、これ。
You should look at this effect again. Look at this door like.
ウルト上がる。これアライアンスウィンかもしんない、マジで。
Look at this. No.
Careful, Hikes, careful. Good nades.
I'm jumping in the open. I'm just making my wall.
Stand up, look across.
めっちゃいい、これ。たまったわ。
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I can't, can't. Oh shit. They died. Crawl down to me, crawl down to me. You're good, you're good, you're good. Get to me, crawl down.
I'm crawling full speed.
Okay, okay.
I'm
Come
not,
down,
they're
come down.
fighting below.
Yeah, fine, fine.
Give me.
Arms up right here, arms up right here.
One guy knocked in the middle.
Yeah, arms up right here. We have to swing the right side, guys. We have to swing the right side soon.
Oh shit, I fucked up. Yeah, push.
We can't. Nice. The Q on you, careful. Come back. Get away from me. Arms up it. Come back, come back to us. Come back to us.
I'm batting. Two guys pushing you.
Flash.
They went back, you good. It's two duos.
Batting. Guys, heal. They're fighting.
Full heal.
Nading us.
You swing left. You got the knee for left side?
No. Crack one. You can swing, you can right.
No, stay on the right side.
Naya.
Shoot out the knock again. Shoot out the knock. Guys, lost him. Hold down.
On the other side behind you.
That's
Too fucking easy.
Good
fucking shit.
あらやつみんや。
Oh, let's fucking go.
やばすぎ。
Good fucking shit.
Oh my god.
さすがすぎるわ。いや、さすがすぎる、これは。さすがすぎる。おお、これ勝っちゃうか。これ勝っちゃうか。
Oh my god. That was funny as fuck.
11 kills. Juice, boys. GG's.
うわ、ホライズンにはいけないんだ、あれで。オールラいった。ツーリックオールラエターナルだ。やっぱアライアンスいいんだったよ。だと思ったよ。でもニューギャルと見てたとき死んだと思ったけどね。やばいと思ったけどね。
Oh my god. Good fucking job.
いやー、これはすごいわ。でも、ニューキャ生きたね、今の。アーマスアップ用意してニューキャで。マジか。インペレハル、部屋でかっ。部屋変えたらしいね。待ってね、何この部屋。すごい。アートがある、アート。広すぎだろ、部屋。優勝トロフィー置いたんじゃん、ここに。部屋の奥行き半端ないんだけど。143ポイント。ほんとだ。143ってやばいな。でもこれも143だよ、この。FA プレイヤーズ。ヨーロッパで143やばいね。あ、151がいたわ。オーロラ行ったね。ビザで行けないとかなきゃいいけど。
Bro, this lag is getting me killed. Holy fuck.
TSM は、あんま余裕ないですね。76っすけど、下が72、72、71、71だから、要は俺らとリグよりもないからね、差が。あ、ビザもあるんだ。じゃあいいね。5ポイント差とか6ポイント差だから全然ないね、余裕。余裕はないね。これ。とりあえずラン行ってほしいよ、ラン。ラン NRG 行け。行け。行ってくれ。頼む。何時からなのこれ。何時からかわかんないのとトイレ行きたいからトイレ行ってきます。 よいしょ。寒い。チャートさん発表です。NA は何時からなんでしょうか。1時間後っすか。
J-Lings, E6, Ascend, 2R1C, Aurora, and Eternal. Those are the teams that will be representing the EMEA region. Aurora and Fire Beavers will finally be at LAN. Two of the top teams in the region.
一応予定では7時だけど、ヨーロッパが長引いたから8時なんかな。そう、チャサさんそれ合ってます。
To the bang team, man. Holy fuck, it wasn't even them.
何時に始まんだよ。わからんからスターレイやろ。わからんからスターレイやろ。始まったら教えて。始まったら。いや、第6世界クリアしてよ。今んとこ最高難易度の。大変だった。何回負けたか。月曜日だからリセットされたね、全部。なんかいっぱい来てるし。朝4時に更新だから、このゲーム。TSM はリージョンファイナル8以上なら確定。なるほど。NA リージョンファイナルまでやっとこう。俺ね、ちゃんとね、配信外だけど、全部宝箱集めた。今んとこの宝箱全部集めた。偉くね。多分マップ見ればわかるんでね。このさ、7分の7って書いてあるじゃん。これ。全部それだ、これ。ほら、8分、10分の10。7分の7。11分の11。で、ここ今多分ストーリーの限界だけど、多分1個開けれない。いけない。多分。いけるのか？ここにいけるのか？いけそうだな。あれ？ なんかいけそうだぞ。ちょっと待って。一回行ってみよう。ストーリー止まってんだよな、今。17日にアップデがあるから、これで更新されるのかな。さあ、これ。敵邪魔。河原さん、おはようございます。で、回転させて。ワープ。ワープ、ワープ、ワープ。で、これも回転させればいいんだよね。できるかなあ、できるわ、やっぱり。これで向こう行けるかねあ、来た。あ、玉六さんあります。いけたやん。これいけないと思ってた俺、ここ。あ、はいはいはい、わかったわかった。
やるわね。
ヤクロは可愛い。船が勝ったことには意味がある。そう、意味がある。宝箱あと1個どこなんだろう。
しつこい。はあ、はあの世に送ってやる。誰かな。すべては星々の選択。
そう、またノーセプと同じグループなんだよね。CR とノーセプと同じグループ。
殲滅開始。うっとうしいわ次。目標を狙うほどこの鎌は早く。
なあ、邪魔だこいつ。敵いると動かないんだよこの鳥ちゃん。
しつこい。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。あの世に送ってやる。はあ、はっ。いや、あの世に送ってやる。はあ、はっ。
ずっと私のターン。ノアさん、ハッピーだね。
目標を狙うほどこの鎌は速くなるのよ。
あ、宝箱あった。これ全部や。現状全部や、これで。あれ、どこ行った鳥さん。いた。よし。これが あれ、模擬宇宙もリセットだよね。ポイント報酬。そうだよね。更新された。これと、あと、これが、じゃあ、これか。だから、とりあえず、これだな。これ、結局あれか。結局40、開拓レベル40いかなきゃダメなのか。取っとこう。お、かっこいいボスと戦うか。かっこいい音楽のやつ。アイテム食ってやろ、俺。アイテム使うとこないし。こういう時に使おう。なんか攻撃アップの。あ、入れ替えられるんだ。まあ、さすがに重複はできないか。1時間後ぐらいかな。やっぱそうだよね。この音楽かっこよすぎるんだよな。
礼儀がなってないわ。誰かな。よいしょ。気をつけて。ララもみんなを守りたい。
そう、ヨーロッパが遅かったから、多分1時間遅れることになったね。あ、これ壊さなきゃなんか忘れてた。久々すぎて忘れてた、これ。壊さなきゃな、これ。
しつこい。
グーパンチ。
楽にしてあげショーと共に散れ。スターレイファントム直してやろうか。トリア
ブレイクさせて、ブレイク。よし。で、私のターン。こいつの下技は速度が上がる。単線において速度が上がるのはでかい。あれこれなんだっけ。何が起こるんだこれ。なんかやばそう。グーパンチ。
力こそ希望だ。見せてやろう。強炭の薬よ。助かったわ。クラーラもみんなを守りたい。そりゃしつこい。危険指数低下。気をつけて。過去を飲み込んで。うっとうしいわね。楽にしたショーと共に散れ。スターレイファントム騙されたのか。
で、チームミル多いね。これで、まあ、これをゲットで、次が、ビャクロさんだから、ビャクロさんこれか。もう一回行かなきゃ。
たやつ。誰かな。すべては星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。重傷じゃと。よいしょ。勇気を出さなきゃ。誘ってないです。
ぐまい。旧世界が崩れる。
しつこい。それ。怖くない。
殲滅開始。
クラーラもみんなを守りたい。楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。優勝じゃと。とりゃ見せてやら。強炭の薬よ。助かったわ。礼儀がなってないわ。誰かな。私が怖いの。いや
過去を飲み込め。
勇気を出さなきゃ。気をつけて。よいしょ。すべては星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
力こそ希望だ。
足をいじめない。
ヤールから離れる。
蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。
はは、1万1000食らった。やべえ。気持ちいいこの数字。やべ、一生バトルパス買ってね、買うとか言って。早く40にしたいな、マジで開拓レベル。40にしないと何も進まん。消耗品を一回合成する。出た。模擬宇宙第6行くのはめんどくさいから、何行こうかな。これなんで Q で止める人多いんだろう、これ。もう装備。分かってんだよな。 第4でいいわ。第5もめんどくさいわ。クラーラなしでいいや。あれやべえ、何がいいんだこれ。やべえ、何がいいんだこれ。見てなかった。ちょっと待って。あー、順守でいいや。めんどいからオートでいいや。第4弱っ。精鋭が強いからな。なんか中ボスみたいな。順守出て順守。順守は出ねえ。なんもいらないね、これ。なんもいらないから、とりあえず持ってないやつでしょ。なんもいらない、これ。
しつこい。あの世に送ってやる。楽にしてあげ。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。
出な。マジ出ないな。凍結状態とかもそもそもいないんだよな、あれが。氷キャラが。結構運悪いぞ、これ。勝てない。勝てない。イベントやってみよう。
鬱陶しいわね。誘ってないけど。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
俺が守る。
しつこい。あの世に送ってやる。楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。あの世に送ってやる。あの世に送ってやる。誰かな。
おい、順次。こんな。ガチっすか。あ、来ないわ。これオワコンっすね。
前方に敵がいるわね。戦う？めんどくさいやつ。
いや、こいつ仲間呼ぶタイプだから、なおさら惜しかったな。
楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。礼儀がなってないわ。直してやろうか。よいしょ。
チャンスだ。 槍先に火を、炎の槍を断ち切れ。大丈夫。
鬱陶しいわね。
あ、でも敵弱いな。マジ弱いな。
あの世に送ってやる。誘ってないけど誰かな。
なくても余裕だわ。
すべては星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
ランス戦闘準備で。
しつこい。へえ。弱っておる。よいしょ。鬱陶しすぎ。
あ、間違えた。
楽にしてあげ。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。
イージーですな。あ、マジで来ないわ。マジで来ないから、とりあえず持ってないのでいいや。あと何分後だ ?NA。やっと順序来た。まだ30分以上あるっしょ、多分。そんなないか。
しつこい。鬱陶しいわね。礼儀がなってない。誰かな。
舐めすぎた、すぐに。
重傷じゃの。
ランス戦闘準備。
しつこい。いや、あの世に送ってやる。
よし、順守。3つ集めた後は
鬱陶しいわね。
6個かな、次確か。あれ6個だっけ。
楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に
10個だっけ。
スターレイファントム。次。すべては星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。直してやろうか。よいしょ。
俺が守る。
6か。
誘ってないけど誰
こい
かな。
つ硬っ。第4のくせに硬いんだけど。何時から？ヨーロッパが終わった1時間後かな。
しつこい。楽にしてあげ。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。いや、あの世に送ってやる。
よし。はい、順守来たー。ありがとう。遭遇って何なんだろうな。分かってないんだよな。あ、これ見たことあるかも。違うか。あ、遵守の祝福獲得できる。いいね。
めんどくさいやつ。
槍先に火を、炎の槍を断ち切れ。
遭遇はでもこれ、本当は敵強い敵なのか、これ。
いや、楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。礼儀がなってないわ。楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。誘ってないけど誰かな。すべては星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
俺が守る。
しつこい。いや重傷じゃ。よいしょ。
ランス戦闘準備。
礼儀がなってないわ。
助かった。
うっとうしいわね。誘ってないけど誰かな。
俺が守る。槍先に火を。炎の槍を断ち切れ。
しつこい。いや直して
これギリたまんね。
それ楽にしてあげ。ショーと共に散れ。スターレイファントム。
ランス戦闘準備。
いや重傷じゃの。ほれ
助かった。ありがとう。
はい。敵形遵守。はい、来た。これだ。これ持ってないからこれにしよう。選んだことないし。
前方に敵がいるわね。戦う？めんどくさいやつ。楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
魚さんコンピューです。
直してやろう。よいしょ。
一瞬にして仲間殺す。
うっとうしいわね。誰かな。怖く。それとりゃ。
俺が守る。
しつこい。いやすべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。よいしょ。
ランス戦闘準備。
礼儀がなってないよ。誰かな。
俺が守る。せい。
いやほれ助かったわ。見せてやろう。ひょうたんの薬よ。助かったわ。
仲間呼ばないな。
誘ってないけどうっとうしいわね。次
ランス戦闘準備。槍先に火を。炎の槍を断ち切れ。チャンスだ。
楽にしてあげ。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。礼儀がなってないわ。誰かな。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。しつこい。よいしょ。
仲間呼ぶだろ。俺呼ばない。全然呼ばないんだけど。
うっとうしいわね。重傷。血を分けよう。助けても何も出ないわよ。
あ、まだ撃っちゃった。やべ。あ、まあいいや。呼ばないからいいや。
次誘ってない誰かな。直してやろう。とりゃ見せてや強炭の薬よ。助かったわ。いや楽にした蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。
今更呼べやがった。
槍先に火を、炎の槍を断ち切れ。
すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。怖くない。誰かな。重傷じゃ。よいしょ。誘ってないけど。
はい。うわ、順守来たわ。よし、これも来た。これクソ強いんだよな。なんか順守とかのウルトのダメージが上がるからクソ強い。お、会心ダメージアップした。やった。ローブがいっちゃん強いまであるよな。
なんだ。
怖くない。
はい、終わり。
それしつこい。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。誰かな。とりゃ
で
誘ってないけど。してあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。礼儀がなってないわ。直してやろうか。ほれ助かったわ。
俺が守る。
いやあの世に送ってやる。誘ってね。重傷じゃの血を分けよう。助かったわ。うっとうしいわね。いや
あ、順守。あ、これめっちゃいいやん。はい、順守。取引がよくわかんないんだよな。あんま行かない方がいいイメージなんだよな。あ、これ次ボッて。3匹のプロ、これ初めてだこれ。初めてこの部屋。
槍先に火を、炎の
第4だから勝てそう。これすぐ逃げるんだよな。
蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。礼儀がなってないわ。誰かな。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
混ぜた。
ランス戦闘準備。
しつこい。いやあの世に送ってやる。楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。
これは逃げれねえな。
スターレイファントム。
遵守きたー。何これ。3枚目あんのやば。えぐこれ。うわ、遵守2個、やばこれ。これはやばいな。わかんない。どっちもいいや。どっちもいい。
なかったら向こうも見過ごしてくれるわけ？めんどくさいやつ。
こいつなんか雑魚兵呼ぶよな。
楽にしてあげる。蝶と共に散れ。
なんか手呼ぶよね。
スターレイファントム。
マスターハンドみたいな。
誘ってない？誰かな？
俺が守る。
脅威上昇。
あれ普通の雑魚兵呼んでる。
うっとうしいわね。いやっはっそれとりゃ
計算中。増幅。
しつこい。いやっ楽にしてあげ。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。礼儀がなってない。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
再評価。
うっとうしいわね。誘ってないけど誰かな？重症じゃおりゃ。
槍先に火を。炎の槍を断ち切れ。
やべ、イージーだな。
ランス戦闘準備。
申請承認。
あ、やべ、こいつだるいんじゃった。たまんねえ。束縛しないで。はい。
あの世に送ってやる。楽にしてあげ。蝶と共に散れ。スターレイファントム。しつこい。いや
配信しか出ねえ。やべえ。
見せてやろう。強炭の薬よ。すべては星々よ。開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。よいしょ。礼儀がなって誰かな？うっとうしいわね。
いいし。お腹減ったな。2200もらえるんだこれで。これがめっちゃ強いらしいねこれ。運命の反響。さっきのあれがダメージアップするから。運命の反響。ここまでいったらめっちゃいいらしい。450も使うんだ俺。やったー。月曜日になったからこれがゲットできる。 5000マックスか。いや、デイリーうめえ。あと2000か。2000で40か。開拓。これさ、信用もらえるけどさ、どうやってさ、フレンダーのキャラ使うの？どうやってさ、これ使用できんのこれ。俺使用の仕方わかんないんだけど。ガチャ引こう。これあと70回引けば確定なんだよな。確定じゃないし、交換できるんだ。いやー、出ないか。ナタさん持ってる。あれ、俺さ、星5出たよ、俺。昨日出た、昨日。あれ、ナタさん5突か、これで。これが出た。公園水。純種の公園水来た。しかもこれめっちゃいい。会心ダメージ上がるし、会心出なかったら会心率めっちゃ上がるし、めっちゃいい、これ。ゼーレ専用の公園水の次に強い。これ。デイリークエアとか。そう、だから、星5公園水がね、これ2個目だね。これと。クラーラも1004持ってるし。ビャクロの欲しいね。ビャクロのさ、これ交換できるじゃん。これ。ガチャ回してこれを頑張って集める。あ、これ無限交換できるんだ。やべ、これ、多い方ってやってた。これもあれか、1週間経ったからまた交換できるんだ。もうデイリークエストマジ適当でいいわ。てかさ、このゲームめっちゃ作り込まれてんだよな。なんか、適当に話しかけて、たまにクエスト出るんだよ。だから、めっちゃ話しかけなきゃいけないんだよ。なんかその話が凝ってんだよな。だからモブの人でも結構話す内容濃いからめっちゃ作り込まれてる。
マリボタンの花すっごく綺麗だよ。
そう、ゴミ箱とかさ、ポストとかも調べれるし。俺もめっちゃ走り回ったよ、マジこのゲーム。めっちゃ走り回った。クエスト出ねえかなとか思いつつ。なんかこの街灯にもあるもん。ポストとかさ。 だからこのモブの人でもなんかさ、だってなんか、いっぱいほら、こうやってなんか、聞いた方がいいのかなと思っちゃうもん。例えばこれとか下の場合どうなるかみたいな。なんもならないと思うけどね、これ。基本なんもなってない。こういうの。たまにクエストがある。追加される。なにこれ経験値もらえないじゃん。私は経験値が欲しいです。あ、もらってんな。あ、ここにもある。これもクリアしとこうかな。クリアしてるわ。してるけど、これが全部含めクリアはできてないって感じか。高級とんかつ定食さんのコンビニです。うわ、とんかつ定食食いてー。うわ、いいな、寝てる。俺も寝たい。これで終わり？あ、レベルボーナス。なんか新しいクエストやってる。
ここに交際確か以前すまない請求人員これらの記録改めて俺はお嬢さんずっとたまには気を
なんかもらった。なんかさ、これ、アチーブメントさ、26分の26って書いてあるくせにさ、なんか話しかけたりすると27分の27になるんだよね。増えるんだよな。めっちゃ使うやん、誰か、フレンド。俺のやつ。1レベル上げたい。なにこれ BGM 来てんの？なにこれ？ああ。いや、これなんか動かせないのすげえもぞもぞっていうかなんか。あ、ここの BGM 変えれんだ、ラウンジの。モンハンみたい。モンハンも変えれるよな。どれだ、カカリアのやつ。カカリアの音楽。 ないのかな。うわ、なさそう。これだ。肝心向きだ。これだろ、どう考えても。壮大なんだけど。
見物は貴様の山には気を抜く。
ねえ。
リスナーの皆様、こんばんは。スターピー
1
ス
時20分から
がやってまいりました。
オッケー。
こんばんは。
何これ、なんかニュース来た。
孫悟を司るクリフトの巨大なハンマーがゆっくりと振り下ろされ、全世界に響き渡り、耳をつんざく。
博識学会清空生態学派による発表です。琥珀2157期が終わりを迎え、琥珀2158期が到来しました。
新たな琥珀期においてもスターピースカンパニーはこれまでと変わりのない銀河系の平和的な共存と交易の繁栄をお約束します。
カンパニーは決して初心であり、最初で唯一の原則を忘れません。すべてを琥珀の王に捧げます。
続いて共に琥珀2157期の出来事を振り返っていきましょう。
琥珀
長いな
2147期から発生するようになった奇妙な現象、
長い
性格がもたらした汚染は依然として続いています。性格は文明間の道を塞ぎ、かつて琥珀の王の運命のもとに団結した世界を分断しました。
しかしスターピースカンパニーは10琥珀期もの間、世界を再びつなげるという目標を掲げ、諦めず努力してきました。
博識学会の協力のもと、私たちは正確の汚染を回避する技術を手に入れ、113もの成形で実験を行い、喜ばしい成果を上げました。銀河は果てしない広さを誇ります。しかし
歌詞ありバージョンないのかな。こっちもかっこいい曲あるんだよな。もしかしてこの2個か。ラフの雑貨店で購入。
時の流れは早いな。
落下点ってどこ？ここじゃね？お前か。あった。これや。レシピ持ってんじゃん。よし。俺ね、開拓力使って40にするしかないよね、これ。俺がやることって。うわ、あとこう足りねえ。お、覚醒できた。これめっちゃ使うんだよな。足りないな、これ。1レベルに5個使うから。この草。20個だね。少なくとも20個だな。これを使って、頑張ってあげるしかない。どうやってあげてんだろう、みんな。わかんない。
誰かな。よいしょ。気をつけて。
殲滅開始。
オートです、これは。
星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。よいしょ。
隠れろ。
助けてスワローグ。蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。
あ、早終わんの。早っ。もう終わったん。これで。20個っしょ。あと6個は取っとこう。OK で。オート。
誰かな。
クラールから離れる。兵器がクラールから離れる。
蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。よいしょ。
クラールから離れる。クラールから離れる。
蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。それ。
殲滅開始。クラールから離れる。
助けてスワローグ。
よいしょ。
星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。
カレーがあるんだよな、俺、カレーが。
気をつけて。
カレー温めなきゃだ。やべ、全然集まんねえな、これ。全然集まんないんだよ、これ。
うっとうしいわね。蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。
あと10分後じゃん。
蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。それとりゃ。蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。よいしょ。
隠れろ。
レアフ方法ってさ、これしかないよな、今んとこ。あとワンチャンクエスト、話しかけまくってクエストをもらえるかぐらいだな。よし、これで多分強化素材は OK かな。クラーラパイセンのがないんだよな。これ交換できないのかな。あ、できないわ、これ。これだ。これはめっちゃあんだな。これクリアしないな。まあ、結局経験値もらえないからいいや。後でいいや。はい、オート。
いや、誰かな。とりゃ。星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。助けてスワローグ。蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。それよいしょ。
隠れろ。ベレシコ。
正則さん開拓力50いってんの？
蝶と共に散れ、スターレイファントム。
どうやって50なんかいけるの？相当課金してるこれ。
気をつけて。わしを入れるな。よいしょ。
配信見に行こう。
星々よ、開拓者たちに真なる祝福を。蝶 と共に散れスターレイファントム。
模擬宇宙？
殲滅開始。ベレシコ。
次蝶と共に散れスターレイファントム。
え？何やったらこんな上がるの？何やってるこの人。この人が何をやってるかを見てる今。やっぱでも開拓力消費してやってるね。あとあれもあるな。あれは関係ないか。これ面白いですよ。インストールしてもいいっすよ。面白いですよ。した方がいいっすよ。なんだっけあれ。なんかあるんだよな。わかった。1個わかった。ここの、ここだっけ。あれ、毎回できんのかな？毎日できんのかな？
あんたは休憩、私は見張り。後で交代しなさい。
あるんだよな。謎解きみたいな。どこだっけ？どこだっけ？いや、違うな。ここじゃないな、多分。あ、これだ、これ。このマークだ。なんか40になってからね、また解放されるからいろいろ。とりあえず40にしなきゃなんだよな。あ、これ。これなんかもらえるよな。宝箱もらえるんだよ、確か。クリアしたら。まさのりさんこれやってたわ。思い出した。これまためんどくさいんだよな、これ。むずいんだよな、これ。こうじゃね？あら、引っ張られるな。これむずいんだよな。クロス組まなきゃいけないから。 What? What? あ、来た。
やるわね。
え、あ、でも一応20もらえる、やっぱり。ちょっともらえるんだな。むずそう、これも。うわ、なんだこれ。引っ張られるぞ、めっちゃ。めっちゃん？全然わかんないんだけど。ここだね。なんか惜しい、なんか惜しいぞ、これ。なんか惜しいぞ。やべ、ちょっと頭おかしくなる、これ。このゲーム頭おかしくなりまして。違う。なんか頭おかしくなりまして。何これ。え？どういうこと？始まっちゃう。マジで始まっちゃうんだけど。違う。違うんよ。来た！来た！ちょっと待って。これだけ終わらせたい。あれあれえ？置いてかれたんだけど。報酬ないのかよ。
人が罪を犯す確率を大牧師で占えたら。
え？何俺なんでさっき報酬もらえなかったの？なんか惜しいな、これ。なんか違うな。なんか違うな。はい。
やるわね。 無駄足じゃなかったよね。
よしよしよしよし。いやーこういうのトロッコもあったな。こういうのがあるんだ。見に行くだけ見に行くわ。やんないけど。確認だけ。確か。あれトロッコのやつなんだっけ。しかもどこだっけあれ。まだ NA 始まったよね。ここじゃないし。大航空か。これかじゃ。違うな。あれトロッコのやつってもうできないのかじゃあ。もう俺終わったのかな。毎日できてるとかじゃないのかあれ。失礼します。あ、更新ないのか。あ、そうなんだ。もう、やりません。俺は、もう NA 見ます。来すぎ。よし。終わるぞ。NA 見るぞ。こんなゲームやめて。あ、でも音楽流してる。
And of course, Lou. Finding this synergy between three mechanically gifted and experienced
始まんないからカレー温めてこよう。
something that works in the pro
一人できま
It's
す。
not always the case. We see it fail time and time again in this esport and in esports across the world. But today, I think there's a chance for them to go up that 14th place position and jump into a land spot. They certainly have the experience. Alba's already won several in his career, and I think that with Lou and Naughty, they're determined to make it happen. Plus, they're playing Loba, Rampart, and Valkyrie at times. I love it, and I need more of it, especially in the big show. We'll see which one of those teams can perform and which other teams might end up stealing the spotlight heading into our final match day of our ALGS Split 2 before our playoffs. The games will start on Storm Point, and for those who are curious, it does end up switching, but this time not at 3, at 2. So for differences in our regular season, this is another one. You will have to get good and get good fast as we switch onto these maps, and it's going to make sure that you are not only a strong team on one, but a diversified team across it all. And I like to say this, sometimes the battles, the fights that you see, the ultimates, they're a little bit like the words in a screenplay or in a book, the dialogue that you hear. But in terms of the structure, the plot, where this thing is really going and what's the setup, it usually is where these teams land and where they end up having to contest. And that's where I leave it over to Dan to talk a little bit about the POIs and where these teams are setting up.
Glitch Energy, Barometer. No, I'm not going to do that. We've got now some of the best teams, of course, and where they're going to be dropping. Glitch Energy over at Barometer, a 7.4% win rate from that POI. Only a 3.7 win rate for Oxygen at Shipfall. For Luminosity, we've already seen throughout the regions that Fish Farms has not been the ideal place to land. The southern side in general has not been the ideal place to land. As for FaZe, it's going to be good at Launchpad, and then we get CLG versus Native Gaming. It's what all the talk's been about in this region. Who's going to win that contest? Drug Free should have a good job over at Thunderwatch. It's been a great POI to find success. And Exit at Cascade Falls, one of the highest success rates we've seen of a POI throughout every region. It's 11.1% here in North America. As for NRG at Checkpoint, they've yet to find a victory so far this season on either map. We'll have to see whether that changes today. The same could be said for Lanimals at Northpad. It's not been the best POI to drop at. Optic Gaming, though, have created a lot of success from Downed Beast, and I'm expecting more of the same here today.
A massive shout out to Longshot, our APAC South broadcast partners who helped put that together and that we took that incredible visual from to help educate our audience onto the little things about where these pros are dropping and why that sometimes makes such a big difference, especially on a relatively vertical map like Stormpoint, which tends to have some tough finishes if they're all the way up north for some of these southern teams. Keep an eye on it. Dan and Mark will do a great job along with a special guest who you probably already know who it is, but I haven't introduced them yet, so we'll keep in touch with all of that. Season 17 also is upon us. It's 2 days away, by the way. Brand new season of Apex. Welcome, if you don't know. Arsenal, you see this guy, Ballistic right there. An incredible character. And though I have some inside information, I wasn't the one who's going to be giving it to you today. Our man, Mark, on set, has found a way to interview devs like 7 times. I don't know what he did. I don't know how he bribed them. I don't know who set this up for Mark. Maybe it was just his charm. I don't know, but they definitely spent time with him. We have at least 3 or 4 of these interviews we're going to be sharing throughout the broadcast. So stay tuned to it and pay attention. If you did miss the few that we cast over EMEA, check out Play Apex Esports on Twitter. They should have you covered on catching up with all of those dev interviews that our lovely Onset has already done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. It is ready to go. We are here with our Match Point Regional Finals for North America. I can't think of a better duo to kick off the action. Let's go ahead, Onset and Gaskin, take it away.
Well, it's a beautiful setup, and it's a beautiful day to cast some more Apex Legends, and it's our first time to get a look at what's going to happen in the regional finals here in North America. Gaskin, you talked through the POIs beautifully, I must say. By the way, lots of good vibes on the show. I think Rainer kicked us off on the right foot here. Lots of compliments, lots of, you know, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling good, but also slightly mischievous. I don't know why, but I am. Yeah, that's the trouble. When he starts it off that well, I think I'm going to get flack from you now, and you're going to bring us back down to earth, and I'm going to get insulted in some way, but I'll wait for that to happen. Maybe that's at match 3 or 4. One thing I didn't really get to focus on during the POIs, we didn't get to see the likes of Furia, where they land over a lightning rod, one of the higher percentage win rates as well. The wall for TSM, another incredible win rate for some of these teams that have been featuring and landing at those locations. In general, the north side of Stormpoint has about a 66% win rate over the southern side. It's a bit different in North America compared to EMEA. So those teams who are on the northern side should statistically have more chances of winning games.
Border
right
team
now,
は TSM.
it's about getting those points. And we have seen teams on the southern side have big point games where they're slaying through the lobby, where they are picking up kills. And then who knows, maybe you move over to World's Edge where you have a better drop spot, where you could get a victory. Going to be a very interesting day of Apex Legends. Like we say, EMEA went 9 games. Last time we had a match point format. Before that, and of course in North America, it was a little bit of an upset. A surprise to some when we were finished in 5 games where ESA took home that win. So we're going to have to see today if there's going to be any more surprises down. But you kind of talked through your teams to watch. But who do you think are going to be the teams? I'm putting you right on the spot here early. I told you balance. See, his compliments coming, but now I'm putting on your spot. Who's going to qualify? I'll let you pick one of the bubble teams at the moment. You know what? I'm going to go for NRG. How could you not go for NRG, right? They haven't found a victory so far today, but so far this season, but I think they
週一さん3200円のスパです。世界大会おめでとうございます。応援してます。ありがとうございます。頑張ります。ナイスプレス。Thank you.
Probably the most shocking statistic that you brought up was they haven't won a game yet in this split, which for a team like NRG is, I think, unacceptable is fair to not win a single game.
I think so. I think at a team of that standard, you'd expect them to win a game, even though it's not about the wins necessarily throughout regular season. If you can still pick up the points, you know, they still find themselves within a shout of top 10. NRG are a team who pride themselves on being able to play for zone, being able to win those late game filled circles, but they just haven't been able to find that success this season. But they are still there. They are still within touching distance of LAN. It wouldn't feel like a LAN without them. So we'll have to keep a keen eye on how they do today and whether they can push themselves in. But it is all about native gaming and the contest that we're going to be seeing over here.
Well, CLG have been winning this
うまっ。
convincingly so far. However, when it comes to the regional finals, who cares about scrims? It's all about getting the job done yourselves. And Native are going to get the first knock here after a big headshot coming in from the triple takeable weapons.
I mean, during the pre-game chat, everyone was talking about this contest, and they were saying, well, let's put bets on CLG versus Native. How's it going to go down? Because we're going to be seeing plenty of this fight today. As you mentioned, though, CLG have already lost one, so advantage to Native, but doesn't mean it's over yet. When you have these early fights just with white armor,
違ったの、ピンです。あ、おはようございます。
That's a triple take again. I tell you what, that thing is doing some work right now. It's going to fly in. It's going to finish things off with a triple take, and Klein is going to eliminate counter logic gaming. Native win the contest, and that is something that they haven't done too many times until it really matters.
And of course, Native and CLG in a
similar
enough spot. They're both low enough in the table where they're going to have big days today if they are going to find themselves on land and performing in a point where they can actually be competing against the biggest teams in the world. But Native Gaming will win the initial, and you can see where that ring is going as well. Over towards
これ結局上の可能性あるんだよな。ストッキャーの左の家とかあるよこれ。か、まあ裏切りで下行くからね。
You can see there's actually going to be a team just rotating underneath them instead of taking the fight. So that fight is kind of slowed down a rotation, as we know it will. And it's Drug Free who have managed to scarper on past here. But they're going to have to be very, very careful. You can already see a
観光まではしないと思う。FC は多分。
Also on their way to zone as well. Dark Zero already on their way to
多分ね。
So it looks like this is going to be a zone heavy lobby with
わかんない。
trying to get priority.
Yeah, 7 teams already with
ブートキャンプすると思うよ。
See on your screen, and there's 4 teams I can count that are currently moving their way over towards it. And then you're going to have the edge teams. You're going to have
FC がブートキャンプしてたから。
going to be late to the party. They're not going to be able to beat those teams who are dropping close to the POI. So instead, they're going to have to bide their time, loot up, and then think about their rotation and how they're going to break through.
仲多いね。フェイズもランパード。
From the north, you've got TSM, Furia, and NRG. Maybe Optic if they go for a northern rotation as well. Everyone else is going to be fighting most likely from that southern side.
ハピンです。
The circle is shifting to the kind of northeast side of the middle. It means that we might get a big fight on that western side.
散歩配信ね、まあできたらします。できたら。
to try and rotate through the likes of Cascade, for example.
ロンドンの街並みをね。まあでもあそこ都会。なんか、街だけど、あんまなんもないんだよ。
This is the average points from the last 3 games. It's been worked out off. You've got DF down at the bottom, CLG underneath them. But after E8, you've got FaZe and NRG right next to each other in that bottom 5. 2 teams who, you know, I talked about FaZe at the top of the show. Amazing electric start to the season. But they're really off. And NRG, if they perform like that today, they won't be at LAN. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and I think that's the scary factor that if you look at on form, there are a few teams that probably won't make it to LAN, but at the same time, match point format does sometimes bring the best out of these squads.
なんか多いな。
In a certain way, and it's not a case of, oh, I'm going to have to be a little bit more consistent across the board. It's like, no, okay, we need 2 big games. We need to get to 50 points, and once we're at 50 points, we know what we're trying to achieve.
TSM はどれくらいやばいんですか?
Apart from squads who are doing things a little bit risky, because throughout regular season there are going to be teams who are going to try maybe different tactics, because they said, okay, well week 1 didn't really work out, let's go for a composition, let's rotate a little bit differently here.
俺が固定コメにしてる順番でやばい。
Now we have the best lobby possible.
後ろの方がやばいって感じですね、固定コメの。
And we know teams like NRG perform best when they are amongst the best. So we'll have to see whether that changes now that
どこ降りるかはまだ確定してないよ。
it might be a bit more consistent.
It's such an interesting conversation to have, and I think you raised
だね、多分コーチに聞いた方がいいかも、コーチに。
better and better lobbies, not only because of the pressure. I think they deal with it extremely well, but it's almost you can.
わかんない俺も。
Teams are going to do a little bit more. You can prepare for these lobbies. You can learn about other teams' rotations, and you're not going to have a team who maybe has fought their way into these lobbies through challenger circuit, who might kind of catch you off guard a little bit, who might be a little bit more aggressive than what you're expecting. And NRG are absolute masters of navigating that high quality traffic. So we'll have to see if they can do that today. Optic are going to be around checkpoint at the moment, making their way down. NRG have just left the armory, as you can see right at the top.
確定してるチーム自分で見ろ。マジで。これ。みんなさ、聞く前に調べようよマジで。バトルフィーってサイトあるんだよ。 このプロリーグってとこで、スプリットついて、確定してるチーム見れるよ、これで。携帯で見れる、携帯で。バトルフィーって。なんか、やべえ、これ、俺、更新しすぎてさ、戻りまくってもなんないでいいほら。ここで、バトル T ってやると、これ、イヤー3って出るじゃん。イヤー3って言って、そうするとこれ出てくるのね。で、さっきの画面行って、この画面になるから、フリット2ってとこやって、この地域があるの、ここに。で、今のこの順位が見れるの。なんなら、このリージョンファイナルのリザルトもここで見れるの。これさえあれば、もういちいち質問しなくていい。マジで。チャンリオさん言ってたけど、知らん。もう、知らん。
You know, you're going to lose friendships potentially through games like this, and I hope it doesn't happen because everyone seems like it's nice and have gone about it the right way, or some might say the wrong way. But I do think Sentinels will still come out quite healthy.
バトルピーっていうね、まあ、ALGS のサイトがあるんですよね。
And I'm sure they can do some real damage here today in the regional finals.
Well, looking at where the zone is going at the moment, it's going to be somewhat of a rough zone for people to try and play, especially the fact that everybody is kind of set up in and around the staircases.
今更だけどピノさんフラン出場マジ嬉しい。いや嬉しいよ俺も。NA1 位、8位、9位と同じグループになります。1位は1位候補だからあれだよね。X セットかオプティックだよね。だから。で、8位、9位。8位、9位わからんな。ワンチャン TSM あるな、これ。ワンチャン TSM あるぞ。
We turn our attentions back to the POI I was just mentioning, where Native won that contest, and now they're going to deal with Furia.
But what a time to win the contest as well when the circle is pulling towards you. You can see with their scan, they know the circle is going to be pulling a little bit further south now, so the building they reside on is not going to be within that next circle. For Furia, they've already lost Pandas, but they are going to be able to at least get him back up. And that's why his Watson's making his way back over to try and
Furia 死んでね？なんで？
do so.
一人死んでる。そう、TSM 世界大会っていつも TSM がメインになるんだよ。他の日韓は何グループか忘れたけど俺ら CR とノーセップは一緒。
Let's see if we can get an indication of why Optic Gaming are so good at Storm Point. This is a zone that wasn't particularly good for them. It pulled quite far away from them. And they've had to Valcult twice now. So decision making's everything. This is all on where do you land, how are you going to fight, what gaps are available, and where are you going to move to. And I think one of the main things to have in mind when you are ulting into a zone that is going to be heavily contested, what's your backup plan? It's all well and good trying to point out the best possible area, but there's going to be times where there's no areas whatsoever and you have to go for plan B. And plan B quite often for teams just ends up being alright, screw it, let's just jump on this team. And that, I don't like that strategy at times. I'd like there to be a little bit more of a factor behind it rather than just
トップ10以外のチームが優勝することだよね、リージョンファイナルで。
Dark Zero trying to put pressure onto Optic Gaming at the moment, but two of them get hit by the CQ, so they're going to back out for now. And like I mentioned, Optic in a position that we saw in EMEA, Pioneers tried to hold down on a couple of occasions, and it can be one where you can kind of get stuck a little bit, and you give away pretty easy high ground angles, but using a Catalyst Wall is going to allow them to walk up onto the building that was being held by Dark Zero now, and you have to think, are Dark Zero about to regret not making that push themselves?
Not indeed. I think that sometimes when you're beaten to the punch on some of these areas, it can be a little bit frustrating that you have to accept second best, but at times you might just have to take the fight, and Drop's taking a lot of damage here.
Drops has to take his time to pop a battery. Nox is going to try and
できれば FL の時みたいに FC の個人視点配信してくれるとありがたいです。運営に言え。俺に言うな。ブナさんコンピノです。 日韓でこのチーム苦手とかありますか？わかんない。もう俺尖っていこうかな。賞味あれはさフェンネルだからやったことでなんか選手から言うの違う気がするんだよな。
now know that Optic are below them, and if they do try and rotate, then they're gonna have to probably use that catalyst.
2日目のカレーかな。チャンピオンシップと世界大会何が違うんですか？まずチャンピオンシップと世界大会は全部世界大会です。プレイオフかチャンピオンシップかの違いです。プレイオフはスプリット1、2両方あって、それも世界大会です。チャンピオンシップはスプリット1プレイオフとスプリット2プレイオフの総合プレイオフポイントが高い40チームが出ます。あと LCQ ですね。LCQ と、プレイオフポイントが高い、30何チームかが出ます。プレイオフのみのポイントですね。プロリーグどれだけ順位良かろうが、プレイオフ40位とかだったら0ポイントです。アンチキュースありがとうございます。all fighting for that high ground. It's going to be one of the lobbies that's going to halve itself with just the amount of traffic that finds itself in one area. So for someone like Jaguares here, if he stays alive and gets a res onto Yanya, and they can just 全然試合見れてね、試合の内容入ってこねえ。やべえ。まだ一部隊しかしてないんだ。これダークゼロやばくね？終わったよ。オプティックは発射、あれがダウビか。19 squads still remaining as round 3 about to close here. Looks like we might lose our 19th as Jaguares is going to have to take this fight, but as I say that, Complexity also losing a player as well.
Monsoon has gone down and Sheila introduces herself to the lobby as well as Exet, who are going to be running alongside them to try and finish off that kill for now. But Sentinels holding all of this platform area, but it's a very, very difficult position to have to hold down for the long game. Like I mentioned, having to move uphill, Luminosity go, Complexity fall as well. 17 squads now remaining as TSM also hit a Valcult and are going to be rotating down the staircase a little bit further north. But Optic also get the knock onto Gem Burton, and it looks like that fight that we were kind of watching for quite some time is starting to conclude itself. As Optic and DZ continue to fight.
DSM いつもすごいんだ。
They get eliminated by TSM in the end, but TSM did lose a couple of players. Whether they'll be able to get them back up, that remains to be seen.
これ TSM ウィンじゃね？ TSM いいよこれ。めちゃくちゃいいぞ TSM。いっぱいあるハール。いいよこれ。
We have zone.
We're completely good. We're completely
I'm
good.
watching my side. I can give you optic cells.
Cannot pop optic cell yet. I can't.
Here, I'll give you one here. I'm just holding my side. I'm not moving right now.
Yeah, okay. I'm popping one optic cell. I'm gonna grab that.
ハルグさんありがとうございます。
I'm gonna hold west.
We need to pry.
日韓と世界最強してるっつ。
There's a team looking at me over here. One of you should come.
日韓は今もうゆかふさんじゃない？今はもう。
Make sure we don't get oobed also. Someone might.
ゆかふさん、オブリー、カロンプラス、実なやばいと思う。あ、サツキング。サツキング。
Yeah, it's fine. Jordan or Evan, maybe you want to play back here. I don't think you want to play that close.
世界最強は、
So we can play one corner.
I'm just holding scan down here.
世界最強、まあ、春じゃない？
Grab nades, grab all the fucking nades.
やっぱり、世界最強って言えるのは。
There's a Kraber on the field. People are getting fucked down here. Look down hill.
I have range, but I'm not looking.
まあいっぱいいるんだよな。なんか、いっぱいいるからわかんない。まあ、春は やばいっすね。
On my side, he's like zip.
I'm gonna watch her back, make sure we don't get landed on.
Yeah. Knock the crypto on my side.
Okay, I'm coming this way.
I've got to get the thirst. Yes, he's in the knockdown.
あと X セットもやばいっすよ、この。
He's healing in the knockdown.
元チームリキッド。
30 flash. I got my kill.
Nice.
30 purple.
Is there one guy?
Yes, it's one guy. It's one
爆発力は TSM だけど、世界一安定してるチームはやっぱ X セットかな。
I'm watching it.
Evan, you gotta watch for the oob. Watch for the oob, Evan.
He's getting shot. That solo's getting shot.
Watch for the oob, Evan.
春の部屋もう、なんやこれ。図書館
I got a kill.
なんか、美術館だ。美術館みたい。
I finished one, I got a kill.
トロフィーと絵が3つ置いてあって、アートやん、アート。なにすごいすごい。すごい。IQ200 ムーブみたいなの押してるけど、この人。ランじゃん。ランだ。アルブラッタチア。ランあれさ、ランっていうのラニマルズっていうのあれ。いや、これやっぱ TSM アンチや、これ。だと思った。やっぱラニマルズなんだ、あれ。いや、エイムいい。仕上がってる。
Look at he's down the hill. Look at 3 kills on down the hill.
I'm coming.
All you, I'm watching our back.
これキル拾いたくねこれは。いや、エイムよ。取り切った方がいい、これ多分。
Careful. Wait, Craver. Somewhere. Over here somewhere.
There's downs down here. Can you cue these guys?
Yes.
上がってくるよ、これ。
He's resting him.
モンモンジュニアさん、ハピノです。
Couldn't get in range with the other guy. This guy's sliding under the rock.
Look, I need back up.
You need to back up.
You gotta look.
I'm looking for you.
Go back, Jordan. Go back. You gotta go back up the hill. They're right here in the corner. They're all in this corner over here. They didn't take our spot. Okay.
危な。
I need energy. I have like 50. I have 50 energy. I need energy.
I have 80. I have 70.
Jordan, watch on the hill. Evan, watch west. They're all in this corner right here.
This team's ending them. There's a team ending down the hill.
Okay. I'm watching west. It's all you. They're taking our spot. Knock flash. Knock one. Ned, we're up in the corner. I'm nading that. Okay. Jordan, watch on the hill. Watch on the hill.
Shoot them in the corner. I shit on them in the corner.
I'm nading that.
I got a bat. I can't watch on the hill right now. I will in a second.
I have an angle. Come to me. Keep long range. Come to me.
They're pulling up.
Nice kick.
Pulling on me, Wraith. On my rock.
Yeah.
95 on the Wraith. Help me.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
They
Coming back.
took one on the rock.
Coming back. Focus us together.
One's on here.
I need a loot. There's a solo still above us. By the way, be careful.
That Wraith is low.
I got
a bat.
We got catwalk on.
Energy.
I don't have any.
Evan, is there ammo on that?
No, no energy. I got one. I got a solo. The solo's still on height.
Right here, grapple.
I'm looking.
On my ping.
Okay. Yeah, they're close.
It's 2, I think it's 2.
Yeah. What? Be careful. There's a solo still height.
日程決まってると思う。
He's not a solo. There's 2 up there at least. There's 2 up there.
Okay.
I have no energy ammo. Only have heavy.
I don't have any either. I have 17.
Any ultic cells?
No. We gotta hold our side here.
I have 70 heavy.
I don't have any heavy.
7月何日からとか決まってると思う。
Yes. We cannot let them take our height. We have to stop them from taking our height, okay?
Full 3-man in front of us.
Maybe you guys walk on the right. I'm holding
中旬ってことだけか。
I'm running double fucking R9.
Double fucking R9.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, it's not. I have no nades. I only have a
I have 0 nades too. I have 0 nades too. We cannot let them have this plateau. They're killing the duo.
Should we kill this team now?
No. I killed the solo.
Rampart has the Kraber.
Don't let them get the plateau. Don't let them get the plateau.
Whole team on height. They're looking over us. They're looking over us. We gotta kill this
Maybe the seventh team. We have to get second here.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I'll be there in a second.
Half dead. Nice.
Well done.
We can win this, we can win this.
2v2, 3v3.
On height.
On your right.
That's fine, that's fine.
We need whatever. We had to get second.
That was good job, good job.
Good shit, boys.
That was great.
Yeah, for sure. Good shit.
We had to play for second right there. Good shit, good oob. Really good oob.
Good oob. Holy shit, that was good.
どこだ
Bro, my gun took like 5 seconds to pull out. I don't know, I almost 200
ランパ流行ってんな。どこですか ?1 試合目は。フェイズ。3キルスナイプダウンだけ。X セットやっぱ強えな。安定してんだこのチーム。TSM13 キル取ってんだ。でもいつの間にあそこいたんだね。
To talk about what we just saw, because like I mentioned, FaZe have been slow in recent weeks, but that is a hot start for them.
Hot start indeed. I had to unmute myself. I was screaming, looking at Pathfinder for the very first time in competitive since what, Season 2? Since Poland? What the heck is going on? Notably, it is a legend that is very, very popular in terms of overall play. So a lot of you probably watching say, hey, I know that guy. It's me. Yes, it is. And it's me here, Rain Day, back on it. I'm going to give Mark and Dan a bit of a break, but that means I need someone else to join me in breaking down this final fight of our game one. I think I know.
いや、どこが行くかね。今んとこボーダーチーム TSM 以外落ちてるね。
Welcome back to the broadcast.
You already know it's not just the Pathfinder, but we also saw Nocturnal coming in with the Sheila hitting them with a brrrr. You already know. But man, what an ending to that game. I also love it when the guests get thrown into the trash because FaZe, they're here to eat. They're eating in other games right here, so that's a spot.
8時間やるんだこの人たち。8時間じゃないか、もっとか。
And I'm all in it for the FaZe out here because I'm so excited to see how so many of these teams do, Rain Day.
Yeah, let's watch this final circle again. Walk me through this, what you're seeing here, because FaZe, they look like they've got a lot to deal with. They've got Furia over to the
FaZe もともと階段だチームだよね、階段。
Ends up working out for them.
Yeah, and that's the position that they're holding that really helped them out here too. Furia also just landing right in front of FaZe, allowing them to also
これも春に取られてたしな、綺麗。
and then actually get some breathing room here too. Look at that over to the other side. Nocturnal had gotten that huge Kraber shot over to the left field and then
Let's go, baby.
Of Furia. So Furia getting eliminated in
と
fourth place spot.
スナイプダウンは行ってそうです。スナイプダウン配信してないかな。フェイズ配信してないイメージなんだよな。フェイズ配信してないよな、オプティックも。しろよ。フェイズ確定だろ。しろよ。オプティックしてるわ。フェイズしろよ。スナイプダウン。みんなしてるぞ。ユーリアも。確定だからよくねして。めっちゃ見てる人多いやん。春の MV。てかさ、結構みんなさ、一部の人言ってるけど、リニアさ、消していいよね。リニア消すだけでパッと弱体化するじゃん、結構。詳細感度だけにするとか。それだけでだいぶね、パッとの火力が落ちると思うよ。みんな強い人リニアだもん、今。
They have found a way to get back into the conversation of seemingly going to land. And these are the performances that give people so much confidence on them and then inspire this kind of mythos around TSM. Vicky, it's like they've got plot armor, but for real, they do have plot armor. It's a great start in a tough day that you know, Xset, FaZe, Optic, they're coming.
そう、近距離がやばい。 中距離はなんか慣れればいけるみたいな。俺は無理だったけど。無理っていうか、なんか、そもそもデッドゾーンなしの、勝手に動くやつが嫌だった。強みは近距離だね。アシストが格段にある。詳細より。詳細でクラシックよりあんのかな？確か。
But you could use the rocks and then the tree line to try to get out of line of sight of the other squads that are trying to go for hard rotates, specifically talking out of the direction.
後配信英語わかんないんで、ピノさん見に来ました。あ、俺が全部翻訳してあげるよ。ああ、オッケーオッケー。
Sentinels also
oh, yeah,
getting
yeah,
much done, but 3 points off 2 kills. Meat lovers as well. We know the roster swap.
no.
Energy, a team that has been, phenomenal. They put themselves in a position.
T2 も早くオフライン行けって感じですね。言ってますと。フェーズ早く配信しろって言ってますね。
However, I do want to mention that for those teams that are not performing now, there's a chance for them to
俺も皆さんと同じ理由で2位は無理でした。結構そういう人多いと思うよ。リニア99はマジで強い。
And it will be decided by the end of today's broadcast. So tweet us with a hashtag and the player's name right after it that you think should earn it, or
ハッシュタグ早く投稿しろって言ってるこいつら。クソったれがって。そこの見てる暇人ども早くハッシュタグつけろって言ってる。この人。早く始まんねえかなって言ってるこの人。ほら、みんなハッシュタグつけてる。ほら、脅されてる。ほら、こいつの脅されてる。みんなハッシュタグつけてる。アンドリさん、ピノさん、ペロさん。ペロさん数時間だったよ。俺、デッドゾーンショーでもやったけど、なんかね、戻した。なんか戻した。ゴーヨークラシックあれだね、チーキーさんじゃねそれ。みんなハッシュタグつけてる。あの人に脅されて。シャープハルとか言ってる。詳細の方がまあ合わせやすいよね、細かいところは。なんかちょっと気になるなみたいな。今は SMG の時代だからね。
So yeah, this season we're putting
別にいいんじゃないの慣れたので。慣れたっていうか使いやすいのでいいと思うよ、本当に。
Most notably, we've completely rebuilt the matchmaker. So now we are going to be creating matches on a hidden MMR, and we've refactored the entire scoring system about climbing the ladder. The points are now called ladder points to kind of indicate where you are in your progression of your climb. The main goal here is to kind of, as often as possible, give extremely close competitive matches for the duration of your climb. In addition, we are adding provisional matches for placements. So you will, when the season starts, your first 10 matches of ranked, you will see your placement start to calibrate a little bit, and then after your 10th match, you'll be dropped on your starting point for the season. We also are removing splits for ranked. So the ranked season will start and run for the full duration of the entire season.
Oh, that sounds exciting. That's the reason to grind. I got to jump in there. That sounds awesome. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, with the provisional matches, what it really does is it opens up. Trying to find a good time to start ranked was always like right at the season reset or right at that split reset, and that's everyone's like, you felt like if you missed that window, it felt like maybe it wasn't worth your time. But now that we've slowed it down and we've given provisional matches to find you a placement, you can kind of start to play ranked at any time and it still feels rewarding.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Hey, welcome back everybody. Okay. Game number 1 in the books. We are moving on to game number 2, but can we talk about the frying that was getting put down by TSM, ending that in second with 13 KP. FaZe feeling pretty comfy with their 3 KP, taking that dub on Stormpoint. I believe you actually mentioned that was the first Stormpoint game that FaZe was able to take in this entire Split 2 season.
Yeah, which is kind of nutty and the best time to do it, I'd say, when you get into match point and you have to be able to win on both maps. FaZe putting themselves in the equation of saying, you know what? We can win on both, and maybe we can win this entire match day. I'd say both teams looking as good as Onset did in that interview. Good to hear about the rank changes as well. Very excited for any rank changes that are going to come and make games a bit more competitive, because I have seen games that have been one-sided, especially when Onset's involved, because, you know, he's... Oh, I was going to insult him, but he's actually quite good at the game, Vicky. Honestly, I have to try and give him some credit. He's the duo after all. But excited for game number 2.
So
excited to see what happens.
You are so honest, Dan. I have to give you so much credit. You're so honest. I absolutely love it. You got to give Onset the credit. But how does he keep sneaking his way into these cool meetings with the devs? I'm looking a little jealous out here. But you know what? We're going on to game number 2. We got to ask him later. I got to figure out what strings he's got to pull so that we can have a meeting like this, because I want to find out even more information. I'm so excited for the new season. But before we even get there, we got to look down at the action that's happening today in this NA regional final.
And I'm just excited to see what happens in round 2 of Native versus CLG. Native take the first win, and CLG, even though they have been winning it in scrims, they go down in the first one. Stormcatcher is actually going to be a hotspot as well, so maybe some extra loot to fight over, and I wonder whether we're going to see the likes of 100 Thieves push over quickly to try and pick up the pieces of this contest at this POI.
And they're already on the high ground right now here too. Klein, incredibly low already. We also talk about CLG, Rocket, Maggie, the Bloodhound, and the Seer. I mean, if the information that you have with Seer isn't enough, I mean, you want to double dip, I guess, even with those Bloodhound changes that we saw in this season. CLG, though, did pick up the Purple Evo off of Rip, so Nano is eating after this fight.
Certainly a composition that is ready for a contest, that's for sure, as CLG want to get involved. They have the shield advantage. But of course, we're going up against a Rampart. It's always going to be a little bit of an awkward one. And the longer this fight goes on, the more likely we are to see a third party, because the whole lobby knows this is happening. It's been talked about in scrims. It's been talked about and spoke about in leading up to this game, just in the pre-game chatter. But it looks like both teams backing off at the moment, and that will just allow for a potential third party to happen.
Interesting for these elongated fights, like you said. Mama landing those wingman shots, but the longer this fight goes, the more welcoming it is for these teams around the area to try to get involved in the third party. We'll have to start moving soon, in less than 30 seconds, into that next circle. Luckily for them, it's not too far away, but still, you can imagine like 100 Thieves trying to contest them by command center in the rotation. Mamba taking a nice cheeky angle with the PK, and even has that gold extended shotgun mag right here, rather the barrel to try to control us.
I think because the circle is going to be moving to the northwest, maybe these teams will get away with a lack of a third party, because I don't think anyone's going to really bother rotating down towards Stormcatcher.
お、たつさんおはようございます。たつさんこれあれですよ、FC のオーナー？That's not Ona?
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen those hot nines, but the follow-up between the rest of CLG taking the different angle right underneath Mamba was fantastic to clean up what was left of Native here now. As we take a look at the side by side, we are going to be expecting this 50-50 contention to continue here between CLG and Native, but with them now coming out on top and seeing where this next circle is going to be pulling, look how quick.
さっきも CLG じゃないな、さっきは CLG 負けたわ。1-1だ今、ショートファイト。早っ、もうカスケードフォールのあれ、Xセットも来てるし。あ、TSM 早いね、今回やっぱ。近いからか。もうノースパットいる。
puff their chests out a little bit and force some teams back. 22 points already for TSM. Remember, if you're new to watching match point format, it is 50 points that you require to get onto the match point threshold, and then after that, you have to win a game to win the regional finals here today. We have seen teams get onto match point in 2 or 3 games historically, but then afterwards, which is what sometimes eludes them.
やばいね。
You could see us trying to go to
クソしょうもないやん。1位取ってからのショートファイト。
I love close competition out here. NRG wanting to
NRG はチェックポーだったよね。あれチェックポーだよな。
They're going to be taking their time on this replicator. It's nice to note, as you can see on the top left side, shout out to our prod, with the mobile respawn beacon making its way today, swapping over the weekly rotation. That's something to note, and the 3-time scope that you can see Guild rocking with one of my favorite weapons.
SSC と SEC 解体したのは不幸中の幸いではある。確かに。チャンピオンシップ確定組じゃないスプ1プレイオフチームが案外落ちたのと、1000が望み棒プラス SG 解散で、ああ、なるほど。そっか。スプ1行ったチームが解散とかあったね。西野さん、内面です。ありがとうございます。
an even better region here as North America might just go even further.
エナジー上がってくると中継どうなりますかね。わかんない。そういうのがあるからさ、まだ決まったわけじゃないんだよね。
What in the middle of the open while Fodi's on the other side of the rock and Snipe Down is hugging the side of the building right in between the line of sight of Oxygen. They're literally getting beamed in every direction.
He's still alright though. As long as there's no quick push or a denial from the Q, it looks like it should be okay. But Phonyhead's got good angles here. At least he was able to cover the area so that there wasn't going to be an easy push. And FaZe, after winning that previous game, want to make sure they find some consistency here so they can push closer to match point. Looks like they've been able to get out of dodge. They can reset. The rampart walls can go up, and now FaZe can just breathe after that initial knock. Always terrifying times when one of your teammates goes down because you always assume there's going to be a team barreling towards you afterwards.
And I have to ask you here too, especially seeing the uprise of the Rampart. What are your thoughts here with these composition changes coming into play? I know we originally started seeing it a lot to try to deal with Callus and in trying to stop the rotation with some of these teams, but it also allows teams to bunker down where they feel comfortable. They feel like they don't have the best rotation in front of a lot of other squads.
I know there's some who don't really like the Rampart pick. For me, I like being able to generate extra cover when you are out in the open. I mean, back in the day,
Apex South なんか
俺より悪いね。Fell out of favor mainly because of how countered he could be by the likes of Seer, and then Mad Maggie came into the equation as well with her drill charge. I think that being able to create cover out of nowhere is very important, and that's why Newcastle can come into a really big factor here, and why Rampart can do similar things as well. Or you can just go and be Oxygen and have a Gibby anyway, and you can have a bubble available to you, and you can jump on a Trident and go across the map. Oxygen like to do Oxygen things, you know, and I'm here for it. I'm here for different legend selection. I'm here for people just picking what they think is going to be comfort picks for them. And I will say the diversity of legend selection in North America is wildly different to that of EMEA. We've got, what, about 12 legends being selected in this game alone? Yes, Exit are kind of ruining those numbers by playing a Pathfinder, but you know what? Why not? Pathfinder's still good.
I love seeing it. I like seeing the change up there too. The Mad Maggie, 2 Gibbies in the lobby, 2 raids. Love seeing the mix up, and I can only imagine after this game here. But first off, seeing where all the other squads are
FC は前回早めに現地行ってましたよ。
Close to that northeast area, so many teams Dan are already through that
あれだね。TSM も入ってないな。
Wildcards have to eventually get through to the right. Ooh, the crack already with the R301. That's all he needs is a 2-time scope and a dream with that light blue mag.
There are a lot of teams over towards checkpoint at the moment, and they are all going to have to move north, but I think they recognize how awkward it's going to be to move through those chokes over towards the trenches down the so it might be about just trying to pick up some
WC だともうトイレにしか見えねえ。
Try and get yourself closer to that match point threshold. Wildcard didn't necessarily
トイレ、私マットで
that
す。
was expected. Onset was telling us that in scrims they've been performing very well.
最初からレプターだったっ
at
け
the same time, but they weren't able to quite get it done in match number 1. We'll see whether they can do a job here in match number 2. But where they reside, they might think they're okay right now, but they don't have that circle info. They don't necessarily know that it is going to be heading up towards those trenches, whereas other teams have the ring console info and have been able to move early.
あー、デザインフルたちだ。デザインフル一生レースだな。
You could take that high ground real quick. Oh, looks like they're actually going to try to chase him. Designful dropping from the high ground now, trying to chase him originally, but putting himself in the line of sight of his other teammates here. See, Design now with the rest of his squad just trying to take different off angles to provide him some sort of cover fire. Forced it back away in time. So Rolling Thunder is called in from Wildcard, but I love how you highlighted this team. This is a team that I definitely have my eyes on when it comes to the regional final today.
I think you've got to. I think there's so many teams that can just pull out an upset here that could
NRG
that could really shake up the leaderboard.
グリッチエナジー倒してる。
Of course, those 10 spots that are available, and you've
なん
got
かキュウリはまた死んでる。なんで死んでるんだ。
Fury will bring back his Watson into the fray with the mobile respawn beacon being in the crafter as well.
シアホラバル。
It is we are going to see teams bringing back players more often than not.
TSM が漁夫っていく。
They're fighting TSM, so on that northern side, there's plenty of action that's happening.
TSM was outside of the spot for a really long time. All energy were actually on the high ground.
TSM 調子よくね。
So TSM
こんな感じで調子いいんだら多分大丈夫そうだな。TSM 世界大会。まあ多分安心するわこれは。なんか1試合目よくても2試合目こけるときはダメだったけど今回こけてないもん。なんかいけそう。
So much. I mean, we're going to see when this circle
1試合目良くて2試合目ダメなんだよな TSM いつも。この2試合目乗り越えれば多分いけると思うよ TSM は。2-3ぐらいでちゃんと乗り越えれば多分 TSM はいける。
At the same time, TSM could try and get aggressive. They do have the ability with the horizon to maybe just wipe a team quickly, but they are very aware that NRG is still there, is still present.
プロリーグ中もすごい初戦めっちゃ良くて、その後ダメダメみたいなのが多かった。でも今回は違いそう。
Where can they go other than trying to rotate to the northeast side? Because if they keep rotating towards TSM, they're going to get third-partied eventually by the squads that are exiting out of the down beast area. I'm thinking about Optic out here. So energy.
大逆転しても TSM は大丈夫なんですよね。待って待って、行ったそばから終わったんだけど。
And when he's got that charge rifle, you know that there's no good being done for you. How being the only one to get his teammates back up again.
あ、終わったねこれ。あ、これ終わりです。え、強っ。ハル強っ。え、NRG も死んだよ。え、遠倒れや。オプティックまあまあや。
オプティッ
クまあまあされたやん。ハルこれはちょっとハル切れてそう。うわーこれ左ついたねこれで。うわ X セット。彼ら強いっすよマジで。見てみましょうか。見てみましょう X セット。マジ強いんで。え、パスファインダー？パスランパシア。こいつら1位だから遊んどるやん。
Bruh. What?
この人めっちゃ強いんだよな、ファン FPS で。どのキャラも使えるし、エイムバケモンだし。判断も神だし。でも、年齢高いんだよね。このチーム年齢高いからね。年齢高いのに一番強いんだよな、NA で。平均年齢27チーム、7ぐらいじゃないチーム。27、6ぐらいありそうだけどな。体育とかいくつかわかんないけど。
I mean, this bunker team over here has to have alcohol or something. Yeah, I think they're about to bank smoke alcohol.
On ping, two of them. I'm gonna get down. Leave you here.
Oh my god, I'm so snug right now, bro.
Yep, you got a bunker.
You see this wall up here?
You got a bunker up there.
Valko,
right.
Straight east.
They're gonna take DZ's bunker.
No, they collided, I think, with someone. They just died. One of them did.
Oh, fuck me,
That's
bro.
the bunker team out on the rock.
I'm not hyping it.
They either have to push us or them.
Oh, no,
They're gonna push them. They're fighting. We're not.
Valko 120, Valko 180 on that kid.
Wait,
I'm selling. I'm gonna be 1-3.
On ping.
I'm gonna be 1-3.
Am I safe here? I'm not safe.
No, you're not. You're not.
ヒューレ死んだ。
Furia's dead.
Oh my god,
They normally wrap this too, so that's.
Fucking bitch だって。
Last time they just drove a car from here. I'm gonna be 1-1. Oh fuck, here, I'll drop.
マギーとかジブとかいるね。
1-2.
I'm 1-4.
Yeah, we have to play. We got to play tight now. Just fucking server economy. I'm gonna wall right here.
Can I walk?
Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Oh no, I gotta replace them all now. Be careful. I'm gonna replace every single one of these.
I'm wondering if I can go here.
That second one is just good for now. They're in there.
Yeah, they're still there. Oh fuck! No! Oh
no! That wall's really. This wall's really good. Yeah, this wall's insane.
We're safe again.
Yeah, we're in here on these walls. Back on this rock is in too. All that is in. Everything is in.
うわー、これ X セットそうやな。誰も来ない。
I'm wondering what this looks like. Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
もうこいつらいいや。こいつら多分残るからいいや。残るわこいつら。
But in a minute and 20, this is where things go from
もう
bad
待って
to
るだけでいい
worse
も
for
んこ
these
れ。
teams. There's actually only one team that are within the next circle, and that's going to be Xset. They've poised themselves perfectly to try and take a victory in this game. They've called the circle, they've called the zone, and they know exactly how they want to play it. WC in a spot of bother. They're stuck between both two teams.
自分はとっくり。
Oxygen, who are above them at the moment, but don't want to give away their position just yet, because if they do push out, they're going to be so vulnerable to the other team that was watching.
And they've been here for quite some time too. Hill falling low. Sunnox trying to take a different angle with the Mastiff before having to retreat all over again. But we talked about this team comp earlier before, and playing inside these buildings worked for them, but in less than 40 seconds, you're going to have to start moving soon while denying the opportunity for these squads to their south that they're trying to contest from rotating and getting ahead of them. Here is enemy has to be careful. A smoke grenade coming out from the Bangalore that's right outside their doors.
And a lot of these teams down here are going to realize that they have to go for KP here because trying to find a victory is going to be unlikely with where the zone is pulling. FaZe being one of them. They've lost Snipe down, but they did manage to get a
この試合で
one of
X
the
セッ
other
トが1位になりま
squads. It's
す。
just about surviving at this point. Trying to see if you can pick off the pieces.
この試合で1位取るか分かんないけど1位になります。
And maybe there's even an opportunity of getting a res as Oxygen having a little scrap with E8 here as the Mastiff hits hard.
I know a lot of people are excited to see what Lanimal's got to bring to the table today, especially if they can make LAN Oxygen Esports inside of the building. They'll be able to clear out the rest of what we see from E8 for right now.
マップ見てわかるよこれ。
Playing patiently. You hear fighting
ほ
going
ら
on on the
見てこ
outside
の
too. This is going to be so chaotic.
なんもない
Circle is closing right behind Oxygen's
なんも
back.
来ない
They can try to inch their way forward and
見
get
てこれ
involved in this third party.
こんなん X セットイージーやん。
Do think FaZe were able to get sniped down back up as well. They were, but not for very long, as now will be taken down as you can see Snipe
ポジションがいいんだよね
desperately stay
本当に
alive as he's got such little health as FaZe now. It's
でなおかつフィジカルもめちゃくちゃあるから
He will try and shred with what he's got left, but
だから
FaZe
1位なんだ
eliminated
よな
Optic have
マ
also
ジで
gone down as well as Oxygen, and suddenly we're down to 9 squads, and it's not done yet because Luminosity's still moving. They'll be shredded by Dark Zero. Now it's 8 squads, but it's going to be even less than that, Vicky, because everyone who was already within this circle is just picking up the pieces.
Oh, this is a massacre with all the squads that had to rotate outside of the armory direction. Now complexity.
でもこれラン魚振るんじゃね
Hinged exit on the other side. That no building that you were talking about. Those teams.
はい
they at least
X セ
take
ット
some
勝ちました
Complexity can't say the same right now as they get fully dove on here. Nocturnal finding some of these picks with that Nemesis being a problem now. Cody trying to run away. Can't get far as exit clean up what is left of complexity. 5 squads.
No one in our spot. Oh my god, I'm getting shit on.
I'm shooting for you.
Okay. I need to pop it back. I have zero bats. Our spot's all the way in back here. I'm running back here. Hold this. Yes, sir. You guys should come to me.
I can play here.
It's really.
I'm holding our wrap. They're crossing here.
ランかラン行ったな右行ったなもう全部右や
No, that was the south team. Everyone is fucking mosh pitting. Yeah.
右展開してもいいんじゃねパスだから
All out here. You should come get set up on me though. You should come get set up.
I'm already set up. Actually, over here. Nobody.
Hold 3-man here.
Flush down here. He armor swapped.
もうこれ X セットウィンです絶対
How much heavy do you guys
絶
have?
対ウィン
No, 0-0.
Oh shit.
あ
Fucking 2x.
打ちすぎた
You want that?
ヘビアもない
Give me running water. Give me water. Give me water. Get the kill.
Like, almost cracked him.
We have 3 kills on me. Look at me.
Flesh in the open. Give me flesh.
Cross into here.
I'm watching the push. There's a guy on the right. Gibby.
Give me dead.
Both dead. Top 2. Walking across in a wall. 50 on 2.
Ha, pass it.
I'm getting a battle.
I have no bullets. Walk up.
Kill these guys. They're gonna have their bats off.
Got done.
Almost cracked. Nice. GG, boys.
Fucking job, baby.
Man, what a good
もう勝ってったよ。イージーチャンピオンや。
I used to hate when fun streamed his POV, but now I love it.
Playing Seer, yeah, just fucking wow. Donut wall simulator.
I might have went 3 for 70 with the Sentinel.
Dude, don't worry.
You with the 2x 400-meter shot and he didn't hit his shot.
Bro, I took the armor from him and he's like, fuck, I hit a shot. He's like, fuck. He's like, I hit one, damn it.
Nice, the 7 kill win, baby. Good job. Good fucking job. Holy shit.
35ポイント。
What?
NRG18。これ NRG やばいぞ。世界大会いけないぞ、NRG。まずいぞ。
Oh, it's 2-2 from the start. Oh, wait.
Yes, sir.
ラン4位、ラン。でもこのままだと、ランいけるね。
Back to Seer.
NRG ワイルドカード越して、ランがいける。
Welcome to Anubis. Ah!
Wait, we got a third and a first, Brennan. What are you thinking? Like Maggie Fuse or what?
That's a hot.
How about we get a first?
Let's feel it out first.
Although Optic did.
オーダーチームがだいぶ下だな。ワイルドカード、コンプレクシティ。
They did die pretty early.
Yeah, no, giddy.
コンプレシティか。コンプレシティ。NRG が下だね。ミートラバーズもだいぶ下。ルミノシティもだいぶ下。ランと TSMA が全部下やん。まだ2試合目ですからね。じゃあ、春切れてるか見よう。切れてそう。
Clear out that side if we can, I think. Hitting him.
What, guys?
Trying to look. Hey, anyone?
Somebody die here.
Yeah.
I have to go on the gas, I think.
It's fine, it's fine.
We got resin. I'm dead too.
I literally said that. No one is listening to me. Come to me. Bro, you guys are fucking trolling! Fucking listen to me! Jesus!
We could have canceled it.
Oh my god!
Well, I don't know why we're like it's taking so long. Like we're not in. We need to literally just get the fuck out of there.
なんで切れてる何で切れてるんだこれ
I didn't even acknowledge that we're not even in for so long. Like we're just like.
Yeah, we're just fucking looting, running around in circles like George Evan is chasing the kid. Like, I'm literally.
I wasn't even chasing. I was just.
Yes, you are. You literally shot him in the gas.
I never left our building. I just sat on the roof of the building. I didn't even hear left.
Okay.
You could have called to cancel out the Valkyrie too. You didn't have to commit to this dying right there. Like.
Yeah, I probably should have just called that, but.
I mean, even if we Valcaught a zone, we're gonna die, like, honestly, because we're taking zone damage, we're the only team to Valcaught, everyone's just gonna stare at us.
No, it's fine. We could have Valcaughted easily if we just fucking went into the gas, killed the fucking duo, and then Valcaughted behind the north path pole. We would not take any damage. Flying in. We'd be fine.
Okay, yeah, I agree about these things.
Like, how the fuck did we both die out of the air, too? Stupid fucking charge rifle.
Hyundai Tucson versus Toyota RAV4.
You start looking at them as maybe the storyline here, but who I'm focusing on, Vicky, is Lanimals. I talked about him at the start of the game. They are now second in terms of today's second game standings, because they have 16 points, and that's just ahead of 100 Thieves. Look at that. Albrelelli has decided no more Loba. I'm going to take Gibby, and by the way, I'm also going to top frag on Gibby as well.
He was going crazy. I love the space that he put in between himself and that final fight that we saw them in when we were watching their point of view with the dome and then the thermite on top of that, and then even trying to cover his back. He was literally multitasking out here. But Lanimals, definitely the team that so many people have on their sights, especially today. I want to see this team make it to LAN. I mean, it's in their name here, and they've also been able to put in the work with that LAN introduction to the site up originally.
もうすぐ24時間になるよ俺。起きてから。寝てないんだよね、昨日俺。寝ようと思ったけど。寝れなかった。
Nothing to worry about for FaZe and Optic. They had a good game one, couple of points in game two. They'll be looking to bounce back as we switch to World's Edge, which is happening quicker than usual if you're an ALGS fan. NRG and TSM, they get kills, no points off of placements, and native game.
昨日12時ぐらいに起きて、そこから起きてるずっと。
This time around, and CLG,
昼の。
they only have 3 kills to show for it. Here is how it looks after 2. Xset, TSM, FaZe, Lanimals, and 100 Thieves rounding out your top 5. E8 notably in that V2 position, Vicky, which is where you have an 18th place team having an opportunity, if they do win, to make a spot at LAN, and that would change everything.
Yeah, that'd be super huge. And when you talk about teams like Lanimals out here, if they could consistently stay in that top 4 finish,
S ちゃんさん302じゃないですかです。おはようございます。おはようございます。
control over their own fate. Again, all
おはようございます。おはようのためにバチャを投げてくれるんだよ。さすぎん。調子悪くなったのって言える範囲でいいので、何だったか知りたいです。何それ、俺のクリプトがダメだったって言わせたいのそれ。そうよくないそういうの。そうだよ、俺のクリプトが悪いんだろ。あれはな、チームでなったんだよ。遠回しに言わせてるだろ。分かってんだよ、俺でも。ボドカにこすられまくってた？え、そうなの？ボドカさんに？知らなかったんだけど。ボドカ、ひろたうんこ座りしてくれ。俺マジ、ボドカさん、俺 COD 民だからさ、元。COD 育ちだから、めちゃくちゃファンなんだよね。普通に。チームの雰囲気良かったですか？みんな真面目な人だから、すごいみんな真面目にやってたよ。雰囲気いいのか悪いのかわかんないんだよね。みんながどう思うかなんだよな。いいのか悪いのかいまいちわかんないんだよね。自分でも。でも初週のクリプトは、だってあれペロタンだもん。俺じゃないもん。ダメだった時俺がクリプトだもん。2週間ぐらい。
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for us to head into map number 3 of our North American regionals now. Dan has a smile on his face because he's excited because we're changing over to World's Edge now.
やっぱボドカさんとハセチンさんとカセンさんは俺しおり育ちだからファンだね。
It's also because we had, the trivia on the
screen. You
gut feeling it meant you got it wrong, and sometimes it just makes me have a little bit of a giggle. But yeah, we move over to World's Edge, which means we have teams who are a little bit better on this map, or teams that maybe are picking up big points totals on World's Edge as well. So we'll have to see who is going to be able to do that, and whether it's going to be some.
それこそハセチンさんが一番最初で、ゴーストの頃だから本当に7年前とかから動画見てたね。
Well, it's similar to Stormpoint in that actually World's
Edge by the
northern side here in North America. It's been pretty
カセンさんはその後、まああの人もともとエディターじゃん。動画編集者じゃん、カセンさんって。そのエディットがめちゃくちゃかっこよくて、 毎度見てたね。ボドカさんも、ボドカさんはエディターじゃなくて、プレイヤーだったね。スナイパーのクリップを取るプレイヤーだったね。だから、もう、覚えてるね。ボドカさんもクソうまい人だったから。
But really, it's about Skyhook. It's been Skyhook that has been able to find so many victories for these teams in this region. Dark Zero are going to be dropping down towards Fragment West with a really good chance of trying to take advantage of the central zone.
ボドカさんはもともと COD のスナイパーがクソうまくて、クリップとか出して、海外チーム入って、めっちゃ伸びたね。それで有名になってた。それと、暴言で有名になってた。
This is where we've seen all the wins happening on set, and I'm not really surprised because anywhere that XSETs drop in, they've been finding the W's.
I was like, hey, what a surprise. The team who's doing the best is where our most wins are coming from on the POIs. But, you know, trials, when you get trial zones and Skyhook zones, you get such a tough zone to fight your way into, especially the trials one, which we have seen a few times. Plus, you're always coming out of trials.
河川さんとかソアクラ入ったしな、
確か。It's going to be interesting to see if XSET can keep up that performance, obviously winning on Storm Point in our previous game. And I'm interested to see what's happening at the other
フェイズ、それこそフェイズクラン今でこそ有名だけど、もともと COD だからね、これ。フェイズは。COD で天下取って、スナイパーで天下取って、こんなでっかくなったんだよね。あ、オベイか。ボドカさんオベイだ。オベイボドカだ。オベイボドカ。フェイズパマジね。でパマチオプティックも入ったね。フェイズの後オプティック入ったね。
Yeah, even though we've only had 2 games, of course, and as it stands, it's still very important because as we get closer to match point, we'll know the teams who are there or thereabouts. But for now,
こっちもショドファイトかい、ネイティブゲーミング。
it's the games in front of us, and of course,
両方ショドファイトだ。
Native versus CLG once more, and CLG get the first pop.
なんかパマジのアイコンいるって、名前もパマジだって。
Revenant has not been prevalent, but Revenant to silence people in a contest is a pretty good thing to have.
フェイズフォトナで爆発した。いや、多分ね、フォトナの前に COD で爆発したよね。で、また多分フォトナでも爆発した感じだね。オプティックは COD だね、最初。オプティックとフェイズは COD だよ。
I think they just have to find somewhere else to play, Dan. Dare I say it?
You know, we had a similar situation with Ascend and Bitfix Gaming in the EMEA region. We've
これ終わったらボドカさんの動画見よう。俺印象深いなんだよね。
goes down statistically tenfold. You are not going to have the same sort of looting scenario. You're not going to have the same rotation. You are often going to get third-partied. It's so tough to find success if you're having a contest. And the likelihood of either of these teams making land because of it has just gone down so much. So it's going to be a tough watch, but who knows? Maybe one of them can take advantage. CLG making native retreat.
レイスホライゾンカタリスト。ショドファイト構成かな、これ。アンチは、まあ結構いろいろパターンあるな。バスアンチもあれば、まあ、ここのアンチもあるし、サプライアンチもある。
I'd say at least twice more. Someone might get to match point and kind of put both teams out.
ラストのソサワのボドカスのクリップ。カガスミレさんから手紙もらったやつを見たっすよ。
And it looks like we're moving to the north side, probably around that train station, probably around the Beacon House. So for Sentinels who have already made their way from Overlook, they're going to be in and around that zone. 100 Thieves just trying to beat them to the priority position as well. But Complexity, this is a really good zone for them as well. Not only can they get into a position to control the high ground over at Epicenter, so the teams leaving Fragment are going to have a problem, but they can also rotate in late and maybe take that big rock, which kind of overlooks the train.
世界大会中継ですか？まだ決まってないかな。
teams that are rotating early fight against one another. The, 6 teams that can already move into one of the priority positions should be fine until we get to like the last 10, depending on if teams drop on them, of course. The main action is going to happen on the surrounding edge teams who aren't going to be able to make the early rotations, that will have to take a fight in some of the chokeholds that are going to happen. And it's whether you can pick up that KP and then snowball into a position where you can maybe force your way into one of these circles, but it's not going to be an easy one, especially for those in the southern side. And as I was mentioning earlier, the southern side of World's Edge hasn't seemed to have found the success this season in this region.
Well, an interesting decision from Dark Zero here. They did have some pretty good prio to zone, but not the best, and they've decided that they just want to craft up and make sure they're looted for some fighting a little bit later on in the game. They've already spotted out a team which is going to be on the triple stack building, kind of overlooking where the zone is going to be pulling. That's going to be Oxygen, who find themselves up there, but Glitch Energy and 100 Thieves have introduced themselves in the least polite way possible.
Well, Glitch Energy can just kind of hold them out here as well, and it's not a bad position to be in for them, because they're going to be on the northern tip of these train tracks, where you imagine the circle is going to pull on the southern side of the train tracks, where it kind of finishes and you get the carts that are going to be there waiting next to the big old rock that waits in the middle of the map. So if Glitch can just hold this team up and dominate this northern side, then they might be in a decent spot to try and take the game, or at least get to the latter stages of it.
ヒューリア以外とも被るんだよね。だから嫌なんだよな。
When that happens in our games and I communicate that to you, that means we're running at them, that's for sure.
That is my rule. If you use a charge rifle in ranked, by the way, then expect to get aped. That's what I'm saying. 114 damage, though, from Scurry. This isn't the ranked games that I run for other people. This is the ALGS, and at the moment, that charge rifle is doing a good job of just suppressing everything, but the Dark Veil will go down.
Wow.
That's going to let them escape for now, but 100 Thieves doing a good job at getting poke damage, but with 1 minute and 56 seconds, and it looks like they've committed to this fight. They don't have the Dark Veil now, Glitch Energy, to play around a little bit later, so if they do take the same amount of damage, then 100 Thieves might be able to push.
I mean, that's a lot of respect being shown to drop the Dark Veil and say, all right, we recognize how much of a threat you are. Because now they may not have that ultimate if they are forced out of the train tracks early, but 100 Thieves say, look, there's no point taking this fight. We can go the other way around, but maybe they'll collide a little bit later. Around TSM making their rotation, they'll be taking the balloon. Very excited for the portable balloon that we're going to get. The evac is going to be added to the game, Mark. I do think it's going to change things.
I tell you what, if it's not called the Porty Balloon, then I don't know what everyone's doing, let's be real. But TSM, they're trying to chase down Lanimals at the moment. They did get a momentary knock. I'm not sure if Lanimals managed to get them back on their feet, but from the looks of the aggression coming in here from TSM, they want this KP, they want to take Lanimals down.
Nice shots with the R9, and Lanimals do get eliminated in TSM. It's a
where we can play.
Hughes Maggie.
I'm grabbing nades back here, hold on.
So I can spam.
Hughes Maggie Baru.
In a second, I'm grabbing nades. Coming now.
I'm walking up.
It might have been in the choke.
Hughes Maggie Baru.
One might be on the trailer with you.
Oh, yep, it is. Falling on the other side. Come on, Tears again. On roof, careful.
すげえ。カタリストに対してヒューズやべえな。
On roof, R9.
ヒューズがカタリストに一番いいな。
Yeah, we can.
マジ強いな。なんだ今。
Here, we don't have to go in immediately. It's only ring 1. We should scout out before we even slide in.
姫さんコンピューターです。ランパートに対しての対策。
Team here. This guy's they gotta be solo in survey. Oh, pulled up. Yeah.
クリプト。
Does it goes? It pulls.
クリプト、ヒューズかマギー。
We can rip balloon. We don't even have to walk.
さあ、ネクストアンス。まさかのこっち？いや、これは多分予想できないわ。多分裏切ってるこれ。誰もいないもん、こっち側。普通ね、こっちだと思うよ、上の方だと。裏切ってますね。ボンボンボンボンボン。ボンボンボンボンボン。ボンボンボンボンボン。
Or it's just this one. I think it's normal zones.
これ裏切ってますよ、だいぶ。うわ、X セットだ、勘がいいな。X セット勘がいいよ。
Slam it.
Oh, that's the tunnel team. They're playing out here. It's you.
Oh, that guy should have not shot at us.
サスケとチェホンマン足して2で割った感じ。
Oh, you're cooking. You're oh.
俺の顔
I'm 4.
Here you go.
サスケってどんな顔だ
I'm 4-3.
チェホンマンはわかるけど。
Here, take 2 from me and go get 2 from him. Yeah. Team, low ground and inside.
I mean, I'm just gonna hover in between you guys.
TSM どこだ
This slot is really good for the fucking zone, so.
TSM。あ、真逆だね。しかもヒューリアと。
Yo, G. Hey, man.
That is a nasty heady. I cannot peek.
NRG ランパートだね。
Thank you for teaching me that. Okay. I'm solid. I'll be 4-7.
I'm moving inside this building.
Yeah.
That team has Horizon too, SG. Actually, they play Cat on this map. Tripping. Or do they play Cat on...
ああ、そっちのサスケね。
I think they have Horizon on this map.
あれそっちのサスケ。昔からいるパズラーの強い人
Horizon on one of the maps for sure.
あれその人サスケって名前だったっけあれ覚えてねえな。
I think you're right. I think it's Storm Point they play because they land around Storm Point.
でもランパーやっぱりあれっすよね。アンチ読めるってことだよね。あ、それコスケか。
Dude, you could drill. I guess this team?
あ、俺が知ってるのコスケだ。
Yeah, I'll play that, yeah. Not good to just sit up there?
You can hug this right here. Hug this because West or East can shoot you.
似てなくねどっちも。
Oh my god, this is Pride Rock.
Maybe a real shit if I just Maggie balled you right now, bitch.
チェホンチェホンマンとか目ついとるか。コスケってあれだよね。マックス村井とかとパズドラしてた人だよね。めっちゃ強い。昔見てたわ。
Oh my god. Easy kill. Careful.
大丈夫かノクタナル。
I can hold tower fun if you want fun to go with you. Kill that. I'm J chilling. No, they can't push.
あ、TSM 死んだ。
TSM killed.
やばい。TSM はやっぱりなんか1試合目以降ダメだぞ。
Are they underneath bridge? Yes. God, you would fucking murder them.
マジジンクスというか、なんて言うんだろう。あるね。
Oh, careful.
1試合目以降めっちゃ転ぶな。
This window can see you.
ワンチャンも危ないぞ、TSM 全然。
Yes, I do. Wait, my game has crashed.
Punch him.
Oh no, I'm good. My EA app just literally tripped.
Give me your medical kit.
That happened to Sauce. Should I get down?
Get funky.
高俊のタカに似てるって言われて大事に使いましたよ。かわいい。さあみんなこれアンチ裏切りましたよ。裏切ったけどどうします？
I have two.
Can I get one for me?
Wait.
でこうなるとさ、待ってこうなるとさ、デザインフル歩くね。
My game keeps crashing.
Turn EA app off.
How do I do? It's not even open.
Control. You need to go into your task manager and turn it off.
デザインフル見ます
These guys are
か？
dropping.
Wait, can I get back in?
What? Are you on EA?
No, I'm on Steam right now.
No, you just need to turn EA app off.
Like a startup?
ケオティック見るか。
I took a lot of bats off the bodies. I have 6.
Okay, and
I have 3 cells.
I'm gonna go up to the tower.
Take this.
しかも赤か紫。
Drop me free.
Alright, 2 bats and a fucking gold knock.
Okay,
Take that.
you take the gold knockdown.
パチスロ動画のサスケ。その人わかんないな。パチスロ見ないからさ、わかんないわ。チェホンマンはなんとなくわかるけど、まあ、わかるけどって感じ。似てる気がしないんだけど。
You can also craft. You can throw extra bats on craft if you need.
I have to. I have 3 cells. That's all my meds.
I'm 2 bats, 7 cells.
I have 30 heavy.
だって俺さ、誰に似てるって言われるとさ、いろんな人が出てくるんだよね、俺。
With 2 short cells.
We gotta worry about Valkyrie on Tyler because he can't 1v3.
We should probably have 2 people in the tower. I think you guys
I should come up and I should come up and catch you it. for you.
Can we all take a
Yes,
deep
yes.
breath? I feel like we're all
I think
talking over each
both
other.
of you guys should be up here and I should be
Yes,
extended.
yes. You should be over here.
I'm just coming up cat cute right now. Obviously, I'm
There's
still.
an ice cream truck outside my house blaring music. It
What do you
sounds
have
terrifying.
for heals? Nothing, Zach?
I have 5 cells. That is total heal.
I'm
5
dropping
cells
you
and a
back.
phoenix.
多分友達にいそうな顔だよね、俺。
We need to control that
友達に一人はいそうな顔。
I'm dropping sick.
The LB's not in next zone, so it doesn't
Oh,
really matter.
that park.
I've got 140 energy ammo. That is it.
God, if people Valkyrie and land on here, I want you to drop down and go play here, okay?
Okay.
And instantly start pressuring them because we will play to kill them.
いいよ、これめっちゃいいよ。
I'm just
Is
crapping
there a
about.
fight over here, Tyler?
I think
I
there's
don't know.
one knock.
I could peek it.
Yeah, if they're
There
hard
is, there is.
fighting, bro.
I'll
I
come
mean,
back.
we
in a
should
second.
low-key wipe that.
このチームあれだね。
Gotta go with them.
上登るキャラいないから降りると怖いね、バルジャンが。
This chaotic, make sure there's no one
Yeah,
in there.
yeah, yeah. I got 3 cat
It's
cutes
all
up
the
there.
way
You
at the
should be good.
building.
Oh, then we're chilling.
Yeah,
We
but
can wipe my red ping if there's people
Yeah.
there.
洞窟いないよ
One
な。
got knocked. I'm thirsting it.
うわー、こんな
Saw you.
下押さえれば。
Tyler, do you need chaotic or no?
She got thirsted. She got thirsted. We're good. It's just a
ゴミアンチだな、こ
I
れ
don't。see
Look at the
anyone
zone,
in
guys.
there.
We need to
No,
clear
no,
that
I
tunnel.
don't see anyone in there. Supply bin's not even looted in there. Supply bin is not
こ
looted
っちに
in
つい
there.
たらおはぴので
In
す。
there or it's a rat.
Okay. Can I'm going to check these supply bins for some
Do we
energy.
think it's better to play from this route?
なん
or
だこのアン
chaotic? I
チ。
think chaotic.
I think me.
Yeah,
I-
100%
we're locking in
me.
chaotic. We're locking in
100% me.
chaotic.
初めて見た
But。we need to stay in the tower because the team will Valkyrie and take the tower and fuck us.
I'm just gonna stay up there with you because
I think
if
you
in,
both need-
yeah,
yes,
I've
you
got
both
3
need to stay in
cat cutes
tower.
up here. If they land on us, we insta kill them.
You guys can. I'm gonna take space on the left side. You guys can watch this right hill. It should just be a duo that comes this way.
Okay.
I killed the Horizon. She's thirsted. I didn't get the KP though.
If they
It got
call in a
stolen.
Moby, we're full committing to that side, by the way. We're gonna go kill that Moby. If
No,
call
because
it.
they will get mirrored.
I
There's a bunch
really
of teams
think
in
we
tower.
just play on our
There's a
side.
shit
I
ton of team
really
in cap.
think we play our side.
Yeah, we will.
We have this whole side of zone for
we will.
free.
Alright, I'm 5-2, just so we're all on the same
I'm
page.
212.
We got good
212.
maps.
Here, take some cells.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Shield cell here.
You should be.
I have one arc. Do we have nades?
I have an
One
arc, a frag, and a thermi.
One thermite.
One of
Nice,
each.
nice. I'm really expecting a Valkyrie oob into that corner, Tyler, so let them go there. We have a lot of
We have nades.
okay?
Yeah. And I've got khakis.
The only team that can land there that can kind of fuck us is like a Gibby team, and if that happens, it's okay. We play slow.
I don't think.
If it's a Gibby
I don't
team, you
think-
don't throw your nades.
いや、ちょっと違うアンチだね。まあ似てるけど。
I don't think
We gotta
Cat will
just
get
hold
that.
for that. As long as we can
最後、パルブレックス
as
と
long
ワ
as
ン
we
ブ
can
ワンしたやつ
stop
ね
and。swing from that right side, we will be good.
パルブレックスだっけ、最
Should
後。
I
多分。
hold more space over there or deter Valkyries over here?
あれパルブレックスだっ
Stay
け
where you
No,
are.
you just sit right here, bro.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
sit right here, and when people land with their Valkyrie,
あ、そうだね。こ
Play
の付近のアンチだね。
Play safe. Like make sure you.
もうちょいフラグ側だったね。
Demon time, baby.
Should I just start choking? Because like you're like shooting
Bro,
shit when you're choking.
I'm shooting like.
わかんない。この二人の感度は。
Eyes are just fucking like watering and he's just shooting fucking laser beams.
I'm choking like a.
As we slide,
そう、似
chaotic,
てるけど
we're
細
moving
か
on
く
right.
違うのが多いんだよ
Yeah,
ね
still。
この
holding
ゲ
it
ー
right.
ム。でもこのアンチ初めて見た。
I hear Valkyrie coming kind of towards me. They stopped early.
I'm just hard ADS and right still.
これ右来なかったらマジでかいな。
In the Valkyrie.
Could get oobed, Tyler. You're not looking for oob
Yep,
or
I'm
zone
watching.
wrap.
I'm watching. I am.
I'm hard ADS and right still.
Zone
Until
wrap
the
is not
very last
possible.
second.
That's all you, chaotic. I'm no longer holding with you.
Yeah.
I'm clearing tunnel. No rat in the tunnel.
We should be good.
Let's walk up on the right, Angle. Let's walk up on the right together here, please.
There should be a lot of teams to our left.
Yep.
Zach, be
Yep.
careful.
We're just gonna look for pressure, bro. These teams aren't safe. We're holding over half the zone right now.
Okay.
Oh,
We're
we are
good here,
so
we're good here.
chilling.
I don't think we can get zone wrapped anymore, right?
Watch that one.
No, we can't. We cannot. We just have to hold left.
Well, we could get
have to
oob.
hold
We
left.
can get oobs, guys. Still.
エナルジーやばいね。エナルジーガチやばい
Can
と。
we fight for where Tyler is?
No, no.
おい、エナルジーが世界大会いないのか
Building and a Maggie team underneath them. They're about to fucking implode each other next zone.
Listen, when they fight, we have to third that.
Not really.
You don't think
Not
we
really.
hold that? We just hold that.
右の岩が入ってるね、これ。
From here.
Somebody's up
We have
here.
headies over on you, right?
No, where I am is so safe, bro. Just come here. They can't play that.
Yeah.
That's
They also get insta shot by
Oh,
best
wait,
team.
that is. They can play on top of that.
Best team will kill
just
him.
gonna
third-
There's
We're
somebody
just
on
gonna
the best
third our
rock.
right. Yes, but they're gonna get walked up on. We should be able to just third to our right.
I'm just gonna cut two
If
random
all
shit,
these teams
okay?
implode each other on the left side. We can just swing this right and kill them. Hopefully.
I've also got
I
cat
think
wall.
left has higher prio. 'Cause
Okay,
of this,
listen,
Tyler.
listen,
We're
I've
probably
got-
gonna third left.
I've got cat wall, so if
Right,
a
I'm
team
gonna
goes here, I'm a catwalk it off and we can.
You guys are talking over each other.
I know, I'm just.
You're talking over each other.
I'm just saying.
I'm just showing presence here so they don't swing this way.
I've got catwalk, so I'd catwalk first straight, and we should be good.
Yeah, no matter which side we go, you have to catwall so we don't get shot in the back.
みんなで喋ってるね、このチーム。
It's a clean wipe, I think.
誰が愛してるとかあんまなさそう。
You should play solo. You should play really solo on that. 13 seconds on zone, Tyler. You could stop the res.
Yo, Zach, if you climb to me, you can charge right with these guys. I'm potentially getting knocks.
Yo, Zach.
Like, trust me, there's a team here, you may be able to get knocks in a second.
Yo, Zach.
Hey, Zach.
ヘイ Zach.
70 as well.
独特だね、ボールが。
Gotta go to him on the left. You have to hold that left.
No, I'm backing up.
Are they aping you?
Hey, Zach.
Yes, they're aping. Backing up.
They are full sending you at full speed, bro. Do they have a serial or no? Could I serial?
No. It's a Maggie fuse.
We need to be careful.
X セットの左。
Easily peek us and fuck our game up right now.
Yeah, we can't play their design. It's up to you.
なんで勝ってんの？もうマギ死んだ。
I'm just holding it. They played the rock, not the right side.
Stay there. Okay. Do not get aped by the Loba team.
I think they died.
They're right here. No. They're right here. Walk up, Tyler. Kill this kid.
They're playing headies. Mean headies.
I'm just holding me.
Yeah, safe on me. Full safe on me, Tyler.
Says pack here.
Look at the end game, guys.
Maggie ball on us.
Hey, they can't push you. I'm watching.
でも俺多分 IGL やんないってよ。ハンドリーさん IGL の俺多分オーダーなら多分。最後のやつもね、多分ハンドリーさんがねオーダーって感じだったからね。次からそうするよ、多分。
Burning.
リージョンファイナルもね、多分ね、まあでも2人でオーダーしたけど、基本ハンドリーさん軸みたいな感じだったから。俺がねサブオーダーになるね。
Yeah, like you're in a wall to us if anything crazy happens. Yeah. You even think someone's pushing, either one of us, you wall straight to us.
I hear the other team down here. Do you?
Yeah, I see him.
Yes.
They're not close.
I need cells, Zach. Do you have cells?
I have 3 cells, 2
I've
bats.
got 7 shoot cells.
Another Maggie team.
We're playing my side, right?
Fuse team.
Or...
We need to keep them low.
I think this team's gonna...
that might be the duo to the right, by the way.
No, it's a full team, I think.
80 on the fuse.
Shot cap.
Not yet. You're gonna have to wall for me and Tyler later on. Tyler is still on your left. They can triple mantle, bro.
I know. I'm angling them with the other team. Maggie balling towards me.
Steve, gotta leave.
I'm playing him right.
I have them on Q.
I'm good. Based.
Count his wall, please. Wall.
I'm watching this wing.
Big.
Bad wall.
Swing anymore. I'm good.
I'm gonna bat.
Playing wall.
One of them died.
Crouch, zero.
Yeah, I'm patchoning.
I just zeroed it.
I'm literally the center.
You play a knock. That's the left team. We should focus the trio.
They got one back.
They're all fighting.
I think we slow down. Walls are gonna go down soon.
X セット強くね？
Playing knock down on the right.
Finish.
2 squads.
One's on right.
待って、X セット強すぎる。
Bro, that fuse ult was crazy, low key.
Yeah. Fuck.
Damn.
X セット強すぎるんだけど。な
Holy fuck, good shit, boys.
I think I had 3k damage that game.
Dude, oh my god.
Holy shit, boys. Good fucking job.
We're ending this shit in 4?
I think I'm ending it in 4. No. I straight up said 3k.
What?
Yeah, get spoilered.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
最強す
That's what winners sound like.
ぎおーい、フナティックかよ。
in the dub, baby. Let's fucking end this shit.
End it right.
何このさ。
Holy fuck.
That puts us on match point, right?
おい、エナルジー終わるぞ。
Yeah, we have 60 points, I think.
でもこれだったらランいけるよ。ラン TSM いけるよ。
What are they cooking over there?
ラン TSM ワイルドカードじゃない？
Somebody said I fell off. I needed that shit, bro.
Alright, Humpty Dumpty, calm down.
Wait, I got that meme. I got.
あとミートラバーズかな。
Impulse DM me said, wanna like calm down over there?
LG か？俺だったら LG か。
Yeah, phone, that was gross.
やばいなこの人たち。
Is this what happens when you go on a caffeine detox and then drink 400
Dude,
fucking milligrams?
Dude, yes, I go full depresso and then I have the espresso and it's just fucking, oh my god.
I go
the
for the
presser to
presser,
a
and
so.
I got the express.
絶対ナイスビッグびっくりしてる。
8 is
わーって言ってる絶対。オーマイガーって言ってる絶対。絶対言ってるよこの人。
Complexity does.
TP66 a 1. Me das uno en la base, me singué uno. No. Casi matan a la Maggie.
The Mad Maggie ball.
Cuídate, cuídate, cuídate.
And
ワイルドカードが右にいたの。
Complex. Holy shit. Literally unbelievable. Just die here. I think they just die.
I'm gonna try to die so you can have an armor swap. I'm gonna die for free.
Oh my god. Is Xset going to take this game? Wait a minute. Shuby's still alive. Shuby's still alive. Shuby's not alive. Sykes and Xset get the kills. Nocturnal and the boys. Trying to take game number 3.
They were like last though.
ノクターナ3000ダメだよ。
Depends on how many kills they had. They just got third.
And Xset! Xset take game number 3! Oh my god!
3000ダメージはやばくない？ノクターナさん。ちょっとイカれてますよ、この人。世界最強じゃないマジで。フナティックといい勝負してない？アーカイブあんじゃん。こっからどうなったの？この後もう見てないけど。ならしまずいよ。まずいよ。
They're gonna go. Just focus them east. Focus them east. Taking blues. Okay. Stun, flash. No, he's still flash.
One's on the outside.
Shooting. Hold on. Give me some.
G dot over there.
I don't know if we wrap or play underneath the build.
We can play underneath.
彼こっから2000ダメ稼ぎます。
Broken 140.
Wait. One. I have one back. Move. We can move.
Just get in here.
150.
Just chill. Nobody's here.
This team is playing mad aggressive though.
Okay, then we can just fucking kill them, bro. You just want me to ball in and kill them? I'm fucking balling.
No. They have a
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
They're dropping on them. Another Valko in front of us.
I'm holding the back door right now.
I'm killing garage.
Out in the open.
Back door peeking. I'll peek it.
Okay.
I'm coming. Valk one again.
Play it slow. I'm looking for more kills.
I'll put a nade through the window.
I'm looking east. No sights east.
They have to. You start drilling this stuff. They have to.
I don't have it. Don't have any. I'm looking to kill this team over here.
I'm ticking purple. I was gonna show.
Okay.
Purple, blue, and gold.
Yep. I'm drilling. That's a bad.
One thing here.
Yep. Sykes, you need to watch with him. Brennan. Watch with him. Just watch with him.
Which side do you think they're gonna run out of? Garage? Do it any second.
I don't think they're going right. They're going. Rampart, shit on!
Crack the rampart.
I'm killing Rampart.
I'm batting.
Rampart's dead. Balling. I'm good. Play on me.
You're good on me as well.
I'm safe for here. Play my knockdown.
I'm batting.
Yep. Crawling back.
Crack
me, Brennan. Okay. You gotta punch me in.
こここそでかいな。
You gotta res me.
I got covered. We can't.
Sykes, res me. Sykes again. Yes. Yep. We have to focus that team. Yep. No med kits, no med. Safe on me, safe on me, safe on me. Okay.
Even safer. They're gonna push in the back.
Yep. Res me, go back.
You need to watch west. Watch west for. I'm queuing this corner.
I'm drilling this. We have to kill Logan.
I need the bat.
Valk 100, Valk 100. Okay. There's a Valk. We think it's... Okay.
Swing right with me. Come to me.
Okay. Come.
Never mind. Back up. No one. They backed up.
Oh shit.
Just chill. We're safe.
We need to slow it down. There's a duo right here. Yep. I need energy ammo.
I have no heals. I'm watching
no shield. Tier 1, shoot at.
That's all I got. Peeking left. All peeking left.
Kill another. Okay. We drop low. Drop low.
Stay at 100. In the knockdown. Right here. Full killing.
Dead.
Kill that guy. Nice.
Top 3.
Oh, look up top.
Armor.
Top 3.
Yep.
They're looting.
Yep.
Everyone's scared. A lot of energy. You need more energy?
No, I'm good.
I need a bat. If you have a lot.
They're fighting. Loba team right here. Loba team on the opposite side, south side.
I need a bat.
Here. 3.
Above.
Yep. Oh, that's annoying.
I dodge scan.
Dodge scan also. We just focus north. There's a Loba. Yo, there's a Loba team right here. Here's another bat.
眠い。やばい。超眠い。早く終わってくんないかな。マジ眠い。何も喋る気動きないわ。セル26個持ってんじゃん。確かにマッチポイントいったチームは取れないジンクスあるね。現実に。プレボーダー大丈夫じゃないよ。俺もう気にしてない。もうだからね、全部がうまいんだよ。この人全部うまい。報告しかり、オーダーしかり、フィジカルしかり、立ち位置しかり、全部うまい。だから基礎が全部しっかりしてるもん、この人。
1 HP Wraith!
Steer shit on!
Got the lava! I'm killing them! They have to move! Oh fuck, I might have thrown.
I'm cooking, baby, I'm cooking, don't worry.
I'm batting.
It's just too fucking easy. It's just too fucking easy.
These boys cooking right now. Easy, baby.
What are we cooking? Oh my god, get them out the kitchen.
Fudge this hard comment. I'm just having a good time.
Holy fuck, good shit, boys.
Fun, I think I had 3k damage that game. Dude.
そう、エイペックスがうまい、この人。
Holy shit, boys.
We're ending this shit in 4?
エイペックスがうまいです、彼ら。
Google Play Game。
なぜこんなにうまいのでしょう。ノクターナの15キルだもんな。すでに。天才グいよ。倍だよ。全員と倍だよ、これ。だって2連チャンだもん。3位、1位、1位だよ。で、現状も総合1位です。現状も総合1位です。でもこいつらが一番強い、アメリカで。絶対一番強い、今。
I don't think there's anything that you can see that's come out of respawn.
まあ、フナティックと戦ってほしいわ。
You can say isn't an improvement, and the biggest thing that comes out to me is the
フナティックが X セット世界飛んじゃねマジで。マジでこのフナティックとあるな。
even more easy for people to understand. So I'm a huge fan of it personally.
フナ X セット。今回ダークベロと TSM じゃなくて、そのどっか来そうだけどな、マジで。
On the broadcast, we'll be dropping them intermittently, so keep your eyes
トロトロ
to the screen. Dan and I, we're going to take a quick break, you know, have some bro time, me and Dan.
ノーセプもハマれば。
And Mark, take it away. I know you've got somebody
あります。ね。
I do indeed, Rain. Thank you very much. And look,
逆になんで前回世界大会決勝行けなかったんだろう。
Anything could happen here. Anybody? Very exciting. But speaking of rank changes,
絶対行ける強さだったのに。
with my good friend Vicky. She's going to be joining me on the cast for game number 4. But my favorite thing about the rank changes, like I mentioned to all you wonderful people at home, is I think the concentration on back onto winning the BR instead of just chasing around the map and looking for those KP. I think it's going to give us some really good quality games. And hitting MMR is always fun because that means we're going to have some sweaty lobbies. And there's someone who loves a sweaty lobby. It's Vicky Kitty joining me. I've seen you ranked. I've seen what you do.
You already know, especially since you have to watch you, because I feel like you're just one of those type of players to try to frag out and hold forward. Gotta bring you back a little bit.
FC は最強です。
But can we talk about XSET? What did Hodsig feed these guys? Talk about repping the set for
俺は世界大会決勝行ったことないもんな。
point with such a huge gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. I mean, I'm scared. Watching these guys, I'm terrified. They are so consistent. They are so good. And I loved listening to those comms at the very end. Listening to their confidence, talking about how they need to reel each other back in, trying to stay focused, covering each other. It was perfect all the way through.
I think it was one of the best listenings we've had in ALGS. And to be honest with you, I think we're looking at the composition that they're running, and obviously we can have discussion about that, but I think they could have been playing without any abilities in that end game. The comms were so good, the comms were so crisp. And the one thing I'm always looking for is, like, we talk about chemistry in a team. There was a lot of discussion going about what we should do, who's watching what, but as soon as a call came in from Knock, it was immediately followed. There was no second guessing. And that's the secret to success, right? It's backing the decision that is made. And if it's the right one, a lot of the time, you're going to come out in a great position. But even if it's the wrong one, if you all send it and try and follow up on it, you usually have success anyway.
I've had so many great conversations with Knock behind the scenes during LANs, and his Apex brain is huge, and the way that he looks at his team is even better. The way that he tries to combine his knowledge with the rest of his team while also taking into consideration what his team is trying to look out for. You got extra pair of eyes looking in different directions while he's focused on what's important, especially when it comes to positioning. And that's why I always love listening to the comms of XSET. You talk about their team composition, and we are going into another World's Edge here. So I'm excited to see how they're either going to probably bring out what we're expecting, which is that Mad Maggie fuse, or if they're going to change things up since they look like they were having too much fun with the Pathfinder on Stormpoint.
Well, as we head into this game, are we going to see XSET go back to back to back? The three-peat is on, and if that happens, then we'll all be going home a little bit early today in match number 4. World's Edge, we're going to see you again, and XSET already with a win on both maps, Vicky. Is this the best XSET we've ever seen?
Honestly, when I think about best teams, XSET has always been in that conversation for me. Even previously, when they were formerly known as Team Liquid, this is also just the team that I've always had my eyes on when it comes to the consistency and the jumps that we bring out to the table. Now coming in, literally repping the
世界大会決勝行きたい。
number 4. But man,
体ボロボロや。
what? They won game number 2 with 7 KP. Game number 3, they won with 14 KP. Game 1, they got top 3. I mean, what can't this team do at this point? But what this does make me feel here, Mark, I'm fearing for the teams that are hanging out in the cuffs. I'm thinking about Luminosity, for example, that are
世界大学ありがとうございます。
Yeah, I think that's a
世界大学特別推薦。
You got the teams
right
on the cusp of qualification or big sad. And
to be honest
with you, with XSET playing the way they do, it puts more pressure on them to put a game in here which could just quite simply qualify them for LAN if we get to see the end of play right now with XSET closing it out match point. But no surprise, Vicky, you've been watching this one from the wings. Native Gaming versus CLG. The contest that will never end.
なんでみたいなパフォーマンスしたら絶対怒られるよ俺。日本人だからね。日本人はああいうの怒るよ絶対。絶対怒る。こいつ何言ってんのみたいな。X セットの構成また変えてるんでしょうか。変えてません。ヒューズバギーです。
Just kind of circling around each other at the moment. Not going to come in. I feel like it'd almost be applicable though, just to have the Benny Hill music playing for this contest, because it's if you didn't see it, by the way, there was one of my favorite ever scrim games happened this week. There was a clip of it where, let's just say, scrim quality fell off a little bit towards the end of the game, so the entire lobby landed on the outside of Harvester and just watched this contest. It was amazing, honestly, one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen.
I feel like you could also cue in like the circus music and just watch everything happening from afar. Oh, welcome. Everybody's here juggling out, looking like clowns out here as we take a look at where Native Gaming is going to start rotating to, denying themselves loot after that 50-50 contest.
なんかヨーロッパでもあったな展望アンチ。でもこれは別に展望とは限んないね。
But you can also imagine with this circle and now taking a look at where it's going to be pulling to.
いや、でも展望の確率高いな。
Oxygen as well with their quick rotate, but I'm mostly concerned
確率高いけどワンチャン鮮度とかもある。
from the teams that are going to be rotating from the southern side of the zone.
Yeah, going to be a tough one for them for sure. Interesting to see if anyone tries to make the rotation.
いや、Q.9 じゃなくてが渋いな。Q.9 一番好きなのに。
Very effective. But for Lanimals, we were mentioning the team.
世界大会誰と写真撮りたいですか?
Zone for them, but they need to convert. We always talk about, yeah, it's a great zone.
写真か。
One of the best spots. But conversion rates from those spots.
写真か。
At this point, you know how close we are to LAN qualification. This could be the last game if Exet win it.
レップスとアルブラです。
Can't let this chance slip through your fingers.
It's so important too. Lanimals sitting on that 10th place spot with 82 points, with wildcard right in front of him with 83. It is so close.
それな、デメッツ先弱体化しろよ。
all the way down to
絶対
12
そっちの
right
方がいい。
now as NRG Sweet being on this rampart, looking to restabilize here. Nathan trying to take control of
ス
the
ナイ
high
プ
ground.
もいいね。
NRG trying to rotate, but because of this battle that's been going down between Native and CLG, all of a sudden NRG slowed on their rotate, and this is going to really frustrate them as well. You can see Claims managed to kind of sneak away, and it looks like NRG have completely lost track of where he is, and he could be a real problem for them if they don't find where he is. CLG is going to still be in Harvester as well. So NRG, who have got a tough rotate to this zone, have got to earn their money right now. They really have to. Native Gaming have been eliminated. Sweet finds Claim finally and takes him out, but I mean, a confidence boost at least for NRG. There's a KP on the board for them, maybe even 2, but they're going to need plenty more.
They need it.
もう X セット買っていいよ。これ眠気が限界ですね。買ってもらわないと困る。
Loud sincere, they didn't even need it real quick. They still found that last straggler as they're gonna go in for the
やっぱ寝ずにやる、寝ずに見るのは厳しいね。もう8時間だったもん。配信。
wondering here if they're going to be able to put down.
しかも昨日の昼から起きてる。
But they don't even need it. They got the vault key and they're going to be able to scoop up all this extra loot inside of the vault.
Oh, it's time to go shopping and everything's on offer. Everything is free for NRG
これ今までハーデッキとユキとハキスとファン FPS とハルと取ってきたね。ナウティとかも取ったけど自分の携帯に入ってないんだよな。
are hot on the trail of NRG, but it looks like they've realized they're not here. They're not going to be able to get that loot themselves. They see the vault has been raided, and now they decide this is not the fight for us to take right now.
I don't blame them here too. Trying to wrap around and pinched in case another team does try to rotate to the south. They won't know otherwise here. And if they do rotate through staging, they can get that extra set of information if they haven't done so already. NRG already on the rotate, going to the construction building here on top of this train tracks. They did get scanned by a survey beacon, so that's also more information for them to see where these other teams are and where they were able to get that scan here. But taking control over this high ground, they can try to see where they want to rotate to next.
Pokemon card moving
all the way towards the outside area of Overlook, where there's a lot of that open space, and specifically those buildings that are going to get contested by the more bunker down teams in No Name.
Complexity on the outside of Climatizer here. You can see the Furia in the vicinity as well. Complexity, another bubble team. At the moment, if play was to stop right now, they would not be qualifying for London. They're currently finding themselves down in 12th position, so they are right on the edge of qualification. 77 points they have. 10th place is being held down by Lanimals as it stands with 82. So it really goes to hammer home the point I'm trying to make to you people at home of how close it is and how important this one game of Apex Legends could be for teams. And NRG, they love to leave it late. We saw it from Alliance earlier in EMEA. They came home with the win overall, but for NRG, it's always been about the late game in the season. They're trying to make it happen again.
Better late than never. Gonna pick up some of that momentum here too. 1 KP at a time. That's what I like to see here for NRG. See the Wraith, or rather hear the Wraith portal come in, and that's not going to stop Nathan from holding forward, trying to find an opportunity to catch them. Oh!
いや、日本の効果はないと思う。なんか FC も欲しくない。FC も欲しいと思う。
Get the knock himself, some decent damage off the head glitch with that car as well. And as this fight goes down, we do have an opportunity to jump into a listening with NRG and see how the comms are sounded.
事前に多分マイナス、あれ、マイナステンポは消えてるか。ワンチャン事前に言えば、交渉していいって言ってくれるかもしれないね。いや、これカード曲がってんだよな。
Get on the roof, kill. Get on the roof.
Yeah, get on the roof of that building. Someone's hitting a player scan south of us.
Season3さん発表です。
Okay, you can loot it, guild. Actually, I'm gonna loot one more thing real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, just lob a Q up here when you're done, and then I'll go loot it.
You can go loot it.
Very good. You can loot. We need to try to hit player. We need to try to hit zone scan here. I'm gonna try to set it up with rampart walls. After you're done looting, we need one person to stay up top there, and
One's
everybody
over
else.
He's wrapping out here north.
Yeah, he's running.
これ赤色のどこやったっけ？
No, that's a whole different new team. That's a new team. New team.
Get on the roof and
Are you good? Are you good to hit it? Should I come over with you?
I don't know. I'm worried.
I'm coming with you. You can.
ユニフォーム。ユニフォーム。
I'm playing the roof right now.
ユニフォーム。
Getting shot from frag.
Frag.
I didn't see you exactly where. Oh, I
Am
see
I
him
good
right here.
to hit this?
Yeah, you could try and hit it.
You can hit it for right now. You can hit it for right now. I'm looking around. I'll try and let you know.
Wait, that was actually a goober play. It shifts back. I had a feeling it does. Okay.
It was just the Wraith. It's the duo. They're still in Frag West. They just rezzed on construction.
Where do you want to hold for this zone?
Ideally, we just hold like here.
All right, I'm coming. I'm getting on my
team is
building.
crossed to there. I don't know if anyone's up there. But ideally, if we can play up there, that'd be definitely buckle and we scan and we like look around.
ヘンデルのやつあったんだよ。どっか行ったわ。
That's a really good fucking zone for us.
やっぱこれと。
NRG
やっぱ荒いやつでしょ。
situation with a few more meds to their names. They've got a place that they want to play as well. We heard the plan, and now it's about seeing it through.
And I love how Sweet called it out perfectly because Meat Lovers were looking to third party exactly at the time that he felt uncomfortable taking that long fight. Now they've taken control over the high ground, and with Gil having the charge rifle in his hand, he's looking to terrorize the rest of the lobby on the low ground. Here comes another Valkyrie skyward dive, taking to the skies, trying to find the opportunity. One of the players are Flesh. Can he find that one last player?
これ NRG いいんじゃね?
Separated just right in time, but NRG still in a really good position up on the high ground, overlooking the squads rotating from
Dark Zero vs Furia
the squad, you say, I say, let's go to Overlook because that's where we're finding ourselves with Furia inside of this building and Dark Zero on the other side of this fight, coexisting for now, but they don't look like they want to share the same kind of space at the moment as both teams are exchanging fire, and here comes the push from Dark Zero.
Excuse me, don't see the double wingman. I only see one real quick, and his Watson's hand and the grenade sending him all the way down.
多いからできれば名前入りが欲しいです。
Making their entry. They have the advantage. They got the digi threat. Zainu trying to dance around his own smoke here, hiding right inside of the spikes. Love the falls that we're now seeing from Gen here. As the rest of Dark Zero clean up what was left of Furia there. 18 spawns up, but a rather quick fight. Some extra loot at their feet.
Yeah, you can see it was actually the first knock came in from Complexity.
探せばあるんだろうけど、
Thrown through one of the doors that got that first knock that allowed Dark Zero to then make their move. Complexity though under duress, they are under pressure inside of this train cart. For now, they're going to be able to stabilize, but the train carts are always a scary place to hold, just due to the access for grenades and angles that you just don't know are there.
俺チャンピオンシップのプレイヤーカードもらってないんだよな。ホテルに置きっぱで帰っちゃったんだよな。ダークゼロさっき入れ替わってるよ。もうモチベないからね、だいぶ前に抜けたよ。
Light Mag 2 in his hands with the R9. He manages to reposition with the rest of Complexity. Huge game here, opportunity for this team. Dark Zero, though, in the safety inside of that building. But currently, Complexity are pinched, and this is a difficult situation to be in. Exit being on the other side.
I mean, Exit somehow have managed to maneuver their way through all of this traffic to find themselves in one of the best spots in zone. And look at Nocturnal. Nocturnal's going in, but no! Zainu, the new addition to Dark Zero.
Oh my god.
You blink and you'll miss it.
またモデルパッド発売されますか？されないんじゃね？されないされない。
Are you kidding me? They're letting him just do it. There's two other teams in this same area, and they actually pulled off the res on Nocturnal.
I mean, the smoke went in the window, the ult was down as well. They threw in a few grenades in, and it just bought the few seconds they were desperate for to get Nocturnal back into this game. Nocturnal falls down, the air starts off thin, but gets a little bit thicker as he falls, but Jim Burton does not let him have an influence on this.
さすがに無理か。
Not today. It doesn't matter if Complexity is looking at us from the windows and the cracks of the truck. If they could just get Nocturnal, yeah, it's perfect, right inside of this little lip of the cliff. They're gonna be able to get this res, but I mean, he's got fists in a dream right now. He won't even be able to get to his box.
You just wonder if they're going to be able to do something very similar here. Knuckle cluster causing all sorts of problems again, and this was what Fuse was built for, to cause problems for teams hold up in buildings. Nocturnal, he's got a Phoenix kit to pop here. You wonder if someone's going to drop him a gun as well, just to do a little bit of damage, or if he can find a few boxes in the surrounding area. Nocturnal back in the game is not what you want if you're the rest of the lobby and you want to call yourself a champion.
いや NRG いいね。
I'm just wondering what their game
あれ
plan is
TSM ど
for
死んでね
Yeah, okay, they are going to be dropping one of those weapons. It makes the most sense because they can't backtrack.
あ TSM いませんけど
Making their way through Epi. If they try to backtrack,
死
they
ん
put
で
themselves in
る
a worse position. They can maintain the high ground here.
これ
Fun is having so much fun,
E8 もいい
by the
ね
way, He is able to pop
ザックた
up,
ちいいね
so much space. They've been fighting off against Dark Zero. While you currently see just complexity over
え
on the other side, just looking at them like, all right, nothing to see here.
死んでないあいやいるわ
Also getting
あ
involved
いるわ
on the train tracks right behind exit. They have to watch out with the squads that are fighting right behind them while also trying to keep Dark Zero at
いたい
bay.
たいたごめん
Meanwhile, LG with these Zolas
見えなか
also
った
trying to make that rotate right in their line of sight.
I mean, we got a crazy zone pull here, a wild zone pull. We were thinking
やばい俺疲れてんな俺
all the way back towards epicenter, and who's right bang in the center of it? The team.
間違えた間違えた間違えた
The high ground from that Valk ult
あ
that they
天皇が取っ
called
た
and
か
disengaged with originally, even after they saw the construction site, getting the res was such a good call from Sweet here. This is what they needed. They're going to be able to maintain that high
TSM
ground
は
as long as they
いい
can try
と
to
は
clear
言え
up
ないけ
that
ど
open area between epicenter and that cliffside that Guild is going to be holding on to. As we take a look at Exit playing up the low ground, they lost out on Nocturnal. Nothing Nocturnal could do here, unfortunately. He really just had that charge rifle that they dropped for him, but he didn't have many meds to work with either.
あれ
There's only
結
so
局
much
ノ
he
ク
could
ターナ
take
ル死
away
んだ
from
か
Sykes and Fun.
Except playing this one out as a duo though, and I tell you what, Fun and Sykes is very difficult to deal with even if you've got 3 players still alive in that fight. But I think the story here
こんなんこの構成だったらバレバレやんてかまあ X セットってわかんじゃんこれ
made a really smart early rotate. Well, they have to leave as well. They're another bubble team, but NRG right on edge of zone as Sykes is right on the edge of death. Ooh, but get back and manage to pop a battery. They're gonna have to leave and work their way through each other. And with Complexity overlooking it, with Dark Zero overlooking these teams that have to leave, this is gonna be rough.
I believe that's 100 Thieves on the other side of that truck here too. Local cluster coming out, 100 Thieves. They thought they had the advantage. They had the catwall out so that way nobody could try to contest them and third party them from afar with a charge rifle. I like the positioning now as Vaxlon is able to reset, trying to get that other player inside of that corner. What is left of Exet, they are being torn apart. But this is just going to welcome the third parties from the south side.
なんか別発来てる
Here they come. 100 Thieves take a little bit too long. They disengage, but they lose
ダークゼロや
and Exet is still alive. Can Fun get the barrier off? No, we have another game.
これダークゼロよくね TSM もいたかったよね あれ TSM 死んどる
Popping off, re-engaging when they needed with the timing that they had here. TSM get wiped out. Dark Zero taking control over this side building now. I believe EA is also in the distance overlooking the action that's
待って
happening
こうなる
on the
と
ground here, but look at all the loot that Dark Zero has to work with aside from all the KP that they scooped up in that final fight.
Dark Zero is still going to have to make their way towards zone though. They've got E8 in front of them, holding them out on that high ground.
This building, focus.
Bro, we need to go back to our spot. We need to go back to our spot.
I'm gonna back.
このチームいいぞ
You gotta take the portal.
Gallic's dead. Gallic's dead.
I'm not. I'm good.
You're in your wall if you have to. We're in your wall if you have to.
I'm in clear space.
Shoot this for him, please.
I'm gonna buy. I'm in the biome. I'm good. I'm
Clear
good.
space. 100 perp.
Gallic might be dead.
No,
bro.
I'm good. I'm
You're
good.
gonna
I'm
have to
good. I'm
wait
good.
for him.
I'm good.
They're going to this
All right,
rock.
they're gonna swing our right.
I'm with you. I'm
Where
with
on
you.
our right? I'm confused.
I'm gonna
They're in
make
these
it.
fucking. They're in these RVs. They're still in down there, I think. No, they're not.
I'm getting shot on my back. I'm gonna back. I'm gonna back.
They're queuing up, I think. No, they're right here.
I need to med kit as well. I need to med kit
You
as
might want to
well.
walk, lurk up here, Design. Lurk up there.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
Lurk up to my red.
All right. I think there's a.
フットルさんコンピューターです
There is.
I'm swinging right over here. I'm taking angles on this. Close.
うわーラン死んだ
No, 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 that's a full 3-man, Tyler. I
Yep,
think
I
you go
know.
to my red ping. I really think you go to my red ping. Yeah, look at that spot, Tyler. That's what we want.
I have 2 short hills, 1 bat. No med kits.
I have 9 cells, 3 bats. Dropping stack of cells.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta make sure this team doesn't swing us.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm just gonna ADS him.
You're gonna have to all in this team. I'm trying to help them.
Okay,
trying to
I'm
help
just
them all
ADS
in
in
that
left
team.
side.
And then we can swing far right. Dropping an extra alt XL.
Don't need it, I have ult. 70 on that
Alright, we cannot give up control of that bridge.
えマギ X セットじゃないやつもいるんだ。
X-ray is dead, by the way, so we don't have to worry about the game.
Yep.
We need to get our points here, guys.
Our team so they can walk up on them. We can
Keep
play
watching
down in
your
the
back,
lava
Tyler.
too.
That team can make a triple
俺さすがに NRC 勝つよな。
No, I'm helping them right now.
さすがに NRC 勝つわけよな。
Close. Okay, chilling. I have walls down. They're peeking far from here.
Yeah.
I think we just have to play the pills and survive on the back side of the pills in the direct center of the zone, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna move forward and I'm gonna fucking pull walls down. Come to me. Come to me.
Yeah, he's on you. He's going to try to kidnap you.
He missed. 180 on him. Hold the port. Hold the fucking port.
Take it back. I'm shooting it.
I'm out of it. Rolling backwards. Wally, no one's looking for it.
No, I'm dead. I'm dead from east.
Popping it back.
What's your knock?
The corner is
I'm
full
taking
take
portal
on
back.
me.
I'm taking portal back.
They're nading the fuck out of me. I'm gonna burn to death.
I'm the safe grenade, but I might go down. I'm alive. Everyone's fighting. I'm getting walls down in a second. No one's being gaslit behind us. I'm putting walls down. I am so low on health. Yeah, I'm gonna be good.
I'm resing you.
これ起こせんの熱っ。
He's behind the knock right here. I'm needing your cross.
There's 2 knocks on the low ground. Got another one. Almost got another.
I'm needing your cross.
I need a red armor. I have 2 knocked down in the water, Nate. I have 2 knocked down in the fucking lava, bro.
We should maybe peek this.
I'm looking down here. We need to make sure no one. I guess got fried. I have to run away. I'm hitting with no bats.
You want me to come? Underneath in the
We need to
lava.
look backwards. We need to look southeast, please. Can someone please look southeast? Breaking rampart walls there. How long on mobile?
It's on me.
No, I know.
Yeah, heals for me. I have 1 shield cell, no bats.
No, I have nothing.
There's bats in here. I'm grabbing it, dropping a bunch of
Grabbing
bats.
2
3
bats.
bats on the ground.
Dropping my ult. Or my. Dude, they're fighting in the left.
They're still fighting, but I think the solo might have killed them. There's a full team on the right.
Yeah, the solo's here. I'm gonna kill him with the re. Hold the team on the right. He's phasing. We're fine. I'm coming back. I'm coming back right now.
Right here. Walls right here.
Hold on. I have to heal real quick.
He's peeking the right, Val.
Yeah, they're walling up. We're safe on my corner. I'm re-walling all this.
We see the red tops here.
They look right with us. We need to force the team right to the left.
One set down low now.
Okay, we gotta chill here, please. We gotta shoot right.
There's a duo below us in the lava. Duo.
Okay, that's fine. All we gotta do is shoot right.
He's on the right. Don't touch him.
Come back and heal, Nate. We gotta shoot southeast. Make them go left. I'm running out of voice too. Broke last. Replacing walls.
At least one wall on our back for the duo.
No, all we gotta do is kill this 3 men.
Okay.
Trust
I'm
me.
popping my pit.
Make them go left. I have another wall. They're gonna cross bottom left. In a little bit, and then we're just gonna play the middle of these rocks.
In the corner.
Next wall in 8.
The duo's about to jump up. I'm watching our back right now.
Yeah, I'm moving forward with my next wall on the side of this rock.
They're crossing.
Fly to the top of the rock. Break that rampart wall.
I have to bat.
And it's one click. Hang on,
Chill on me. Play back.
Cheer on me.
Done. I'm popping it back.
Left team, I'm on the right. Play the right.
I'm popping it back.
Swing left.
80
on it. Oh my god. Nice try.
Oh, nice try, baby.
Was it X-Set?
No, it was Dark Zero that was behind
That's
us.
fine, yeah. They had to do it.
Phase. They will
Phase
be the
ka.
champions. They will win this
Phase
game.
ka.
What a wild game. A wild game of Apex Legends that
いや、わかんなくなってきたぞ、これ。
To take another dub after game 4. They took game number 1 with 3 KP, and now they take game number 4.
構成されてないこれ。
Huge with even more KP for them to work with. But man, you already know FaZe, Dark Zero, shaking hands real quick because NRG was stuck in the middle when Dark Zero decided to fully push on them and ate that team.
いやー、わからんよ、こ
We're
れ。
gonna have to watch that one back from some different POV.
おい、エナルデッキ7位来たよ。
NRG are dead. Sweet went through a portal. You're like, how is he gonna get back
俺わからん
into
よ。
this situation? Somehow does it. Gets his teammates back up as well. Dark Zero, I thought, were dead about 2 or 3 different occasions. They managed to get into the top 3 as well, and certainly have an influence, a massive influence, on that final result. But you're quite right. I mean, the winners of that game, FaZe, 2 wins now, joining Xset with 2 wins on the board. I tell you what, match point is looking spicy.
Yeah, and this is
ケオ
what brings me
カオティッ
to
ク
the
ケオティッ
exciting
ク
part, the exciting
のと
part
こ
of
は
match point, because now
優勝しかないね。
I don't think they're as high up as Xset. They're probably in second place, but with Xset still being at 62 points, probably even at the end of that game without securing themselves any points, it's
ESM
still a
は
huge gap
ルミノシ
between
ティ、
themselves
ミートラ
and the
バー
rest
ズ、
of
ワイルド
them.
カード
FaZe
より上だっ
probably
たら
leaving
全
them
部
in。that second place spot, and with the KP that they're able to get,
TSM は全然大丈夫だね。
after that game.
全然大丈夫。
Back in because that was a wild game.
ランが危ない。
Just to catch my breath for a few seconds. So please, please.
ランがやばい。
10-second break at least.
No, let me talk to
ミ
you
ートラバー
about
ズ、
it. You know, you can
ル
listen
ミ
now.
ノ
You've
シ
done
テ
a
ィは
lot
抜
of
くけど、ワイルドカード、
talking
コン
that
プレック
cast
ス、
mark. I'm going
コ
to
ン
try
プ
to
レ
give you what really
シティ
happened
に
if you
は
guys want to know. So he went into
抜
the
かれる。
interdimensional rift, chose the different timeline of when him and his teammates were actually still alive before they fought, and then just brought that back with them. That's it. Pretty simple explanation. And,
LGX
it actually goes with the lore of Wraith. So there you go. I did you all a favor.
あ
Vicky, I
ー、
don't
だ
know
か
if you
ら、
agree with me on that. I mean, I guess there's no proof. We didn't see it. It was off camera. But I think that's a pretty
NRG
solid line of reasoning.
It was the fact that he stayed alive.
ワイ
The
ルド
portal was
カー
still
ド
there, even outside the
ラン。
circle. He stayed alive, probably
今の
right
順でい
back
く
into
と
the portal again. Rest his teammates, had the pillboxes to us
NRG
natural cover, but then what we saw
ワイルドカード、ランがいけるね。
swap over into the FaZe point of view, I
プレイオフ
believe,
に。
was Sweet just
だミー
terrorizing
トラ
two
バ
players
ー、
with
ル
the
ミノシ
shield
テ
out,
ィ、
so we had enough
コン
time
プレ
to
シテ
get
ィ
the
が
res, get his
落ち
teammates
る。
back as they were healing up, and then
今
still
の段
give
階
up
だ
the
と。
shield so that way nobody could push his teammates after getting the res on top of that. That was insane. I mean,
Yeah.
when Sweet says that it's time to wake up, it's NRG looking to show up, because I think after that performance in the previous game reign, I think they're in 7th in the overall standings currently for the day with
そうだね。
23 points.
That's a big deal because getting into 7th from where they were, which was in the back half of the
でも
20.
わかんない。もうまだね、点差が近すぎるからね。次の試合次第だね、本当に。わかんないね。
NRG will have to at least kind of maintain this position. But if it ended
マジでわからん。
they would probably have qualified for LAN. I think we've done some numbers. Nothing official, but behind the scenes, that's how important Xset losing and giving NRG the chance to have a pop-off moment was. And it also, I think, was incredibly important to acknowledge the fact that NRG did something that we often don't consider as like the
今回
highlight.
これ
play, which is
何色なんだろう、こ
they
れ。
just survived the tough time. They survived the earthquake, so to speak, of everyone getting
これ、前回のプレイオ
everyone
フ。
shooting at them, everyone under
なん
duress.
か、
But in that
一
same
番最
way,
初
we
赤、
saw Tyler FPS and
赤、青、
do that to survive and get into
緑
that
みたい
match
な。
point situation. And
赤、
that
赤、
little
青、
rock
緑みたい
star.
な感じだね、今のところ。
Sometimes if you make it past that early stage of it, things open up for a little while. Like people stop paying attention to you because they're like, I can't keep focusing on this team. We haven't been able to kill for 20 minutes, so we're going to move on into a different direction. Feels like that's kind of what
黄色と
happened with
白もあったような
NRG.
ゲームでな。
Lasted that pain
黄
point,
色と
and then
白。
they actually had a really good chance at winning this game.
確か。
Second place, they will be happy with that one.
Even going into the listen-ins that we heard from Sweet, who called out the third party from that elongated fight, not because they saw the third party going in, it was just the timing, and Sweet felt uncomfortable. And he was right. Meat lovers were looking to get involved. Even to the very end, though, they were duking it out with CLG, which was the initial squad that they had found in Fragment, which were also able to get their third back in, by the way, after they got the res in the construction building. And even in the comms, you heard them say they got the res. And this is in that moment of time we see Sweet literally dancing not only around his teammate's knockdown shield, his own deployable barrier, but then jumps into the portal, jumps right back in, and we get to see his point of view here at the very end. Even
Sweet これ知らなかったの偉すぎるわ。
The riot drill. Yeah, and you know what? We don't mention the fact that Nathan's safe that entire time. And I don't know if Sweet was just being cautious, and maybe because we had his POV, we weren't sure, but Nathan's just hiding behind those boxes, and he's completely safe. So there's an element of the fact that maybe Sweet gave himself and his team a contingency plan, Vicky. Hey, Nathan, you stay here. I'm going to go take the portal. If we keep getting pushed, at least one of us will have a chance to maybe swing back and close up this fight and get some more KP. But it worked. And NRG, this is exactly what people have been looking for from them. But let's not forget, Vicky, they didn't win the game. They may have had the most interesting, multi-dimensional play, but we did see FaZe time this one out perfectly, show up on that third party, and really just take it home. With Snipe down, I don't think he missed a bullet.
Oh yeah, and not only just that, ooh, alright, saw that with the Kraber real quick, but not only just that too, Dark Zero was right behind Energy, and they've already taken so much damage from that initial fight. Nathan's trying to reset with the shield bat. I don't even think he could pull it off, well, he pulls it off at the very end, but the same can't be said about Guild. They're already weak, and FaZe just cleaned up what was left of NRG right there, but FaZe held down that spot for a really long time, even overlooking Optic that was inside the truck to their left, so they were able to split their attention more than once.
And look at this, FaZe, obviously with a big win. That's their second of the day. It's put them in a great spot overall. This is a team that's already ready to qualify, should be going to LAN after a performance like that. It would be hard to usurp them, even though they came into today.
たくさんがプレイオフ組で一番おじさんかって言ってました。
Depends on how long it goes. We went 9 games in EMEA. We're only through 4 here.
そうだね。え？じゃあ俺2番目におじさん？
But they're staying in the mix. Something could happen there. They were our winners of our first 2 games in our first day in Split. But Dark Zero, a team that I think everyone's eye has been on. 15 kills, and led by that man right there, just joining Jin Burton, is Zainu, alongside Zero, who has put up some really good numbers, Vicky. In fact, I mean, if you really contributing almost evenly in terms of how much damage and how many kills they're putting on the table.
あれ？サクさん俺の1個上だよね。
I believe he's ranked second right behind Nocturnal with 76 kills, and to put into perspective, Noct has 85 kills, so he is literally in that second place.
いや俺もね、APEX 競技シーンではね、上の方なんだよね。
You can see how this has been able to influence Dark Zero and their confidence too, because Jen being able to get that follow up with 6 KP.
長さんで G さんあたりが一番高くて、次にサクさんで。 そう、サクさんが1個上なんだよ。
It was a great performance. Dark Zero questions again. Maybe like Xset.
うわー、俺はそんな取ったか途中。そんな年取ったか。
But TSM obviously being so successful early on, maybe answering some questions, maybe though still needing to answer a few follow-ups here as we take a look at the back half of these results for this game. Let's go to the series results though as it stands after 4. And it is Xset on top. They only gain 1 point from that, so they allow the group to move up, albeit Vicky.
26若いはずなんだけどな。
Yeah, even with that double win from FaZe, I mean, it's just because they didn't have the
30まで現役ってさ。 あと4年でしょ？あと5年だ。もう APEX 発売してから今より長いじゃん、それ。だって4周年でしょ、APEX。その期間より長いって相当だね。もうなんか1000人じゃん。APEX1000人じゃん。
Well, there's
APEX のこと何でも知ってるな、それも。
We'll see what happens in game number 5 as again we look to try to switch things up.
ガチのレジェンドだね、それ。APEX レジェンドだね。
Back to Storm Point, but before we do so, we're going to finish up this
絶対
conversation.
衰退してるもん。
All broadcast long.
あと5年後とか衰退の
If you want to find out all the details,
マ
make sure
ッチ
check out
に
Play
1時間かかるんじゃない？
If you missed them earlier in EMEA or today, and then make sure you catch this one right now, our final piece to talk about ranked coming in Arsenal.
いや、なんだかんださ、終わるって言われてる APEX なんか続いてるよな。まあ多分面白いゲームがないからなんと思うんだよな。
How you guys think that this is going to impact ranked play at the higher end of ranked, and I can already see with what you're saying there, there's going to be some intense end games.
Absolutely. So the problem with our current ranked system is when you get to master, particularly pred, the game pretty much demands that you W key, that you push and find fights and keep grinding and trying getting those kills. Taking focus off that, the scoring is now normalized, and so there's a static entry cost every time you enter. It is not a gradation on whether you are on the rank, and it puts a much more emphasis on just focusing on winning the match versus kills. And ideally with the MMR system, you're going to get much more competitive matches. So those matches where you were just W keying before because the skill was all over the place, that's going to be a whole
12の順位優先ランクに戻るね。あ、らしいね。確かに。
After years of exile, disgraced legend Ballistic returns to the arena. Will he show the next generation how it's done? Or is he past his prime? deal.
バロはいいよね。でもバロいや、よくねえな。よくはないっていうか、いいとこもあるけどよくないとこもあるよね、やっぱり。バロもバロで。なんか一時問題されたじゃん。競技シーンがどうのこうのみたいな。
Because they've won on both maps, it doesn't seem to matter where their success is. But I have to say, very impressed with how FaZe played that last one. They were very.
それぞれのゲームでそれぞれ悩みがあるよね。
They played that final circle in a way where they waited, they were patient, they didn't try and third anyone.
APEX は APEX でチートがね。チートとかドスとか。まあいろいろあるし、バロもバロでね。あるし。
But of course, it cannot physically end as it was because we need to find someone who wins on match point. But things are looking better, things are looking up if you are an NRG fan, but they're not quite there yet.
Not quite there yet, and I think it kind of takes some of the gloss off of that previous game. If it would have ended there, like you say, it would have been good enough for NRG, but now they have to repeat the dosage. They have to put in another game like that if they want to be in contention with qualification. The same could be said for Lanimals. They need to step up as well. All of the teams who are on the bubble coming into today's action still find themselves in a similar situation, although some of them, NRG included, certainly have improved that situation after the last game. But Storm Point is where we find ourselves once again, Dan. XSET's still the only team who can win it right here, right now.
And our best Storm Point teams have been the likes of Optic, TSM, XSET, and Furia. And you could probably include Dark Zero and Glitch Energy in there as well. So those are the teams I'll be keeping an eye on. And of course, only one of them that I've mentioned is on match point. Will we see the same contest? Most likely. I mean, we said it was going to be happening between these two teams. Are either of these teams going to make it to LAN? Unlikely because of the contest. But I still, you never know. If you see one of these huge games from COG, they are still possibly within your shout of it, but Shiny
down.
Shiny's down. Nano's down. This is high quality play-by-play commentary from me right now. They look like they're going to get the better of CLG this time around.
海外プロ野球バロは OW と同じ道をたどってるらしい。
Which is happening and is kind of just like not really influencing what either team are going to achieve in this lobby. It's a bit disappointing, I will say that. But Native look like they're winning this one. CLG eliminated. Bye, CLG.
Well, unless, Native go on and win this game.
ダメやん、ゲーム終わりやん。
Is going to make anything of it. But we can talk about
うわ、来たこれ。
Barometer.
これ 100% ここやん。100% この下やん、ここ。
They're going to be slap bang in the middle and with a survey beacon to work with as well to get the info on where teams are going to be arriving from. Another team is going to be close. You've got WC, you've got Oxygen, Complexity, EA, and Dark Zero, by the way, already making their move. You can see just on the map that they're making their rotation nice and
Dark Zero, hiya.
Side of Storm Point.
Pretty sure they're on that trident. Oh, look at that. They are on the trident.
Dark Zero 早すぎ。
Not going to get musical now, but Barometer is where Glitch
移動に命かけてるね、これ。
trying to do some damage, but Dark Zero should be able to just about get around this corner, and they're heading right for where this end zone is going to be, and that is going to be right at the northern, the southern tip of where this zone is appearing on your screen. We've seen it before, and if you're not there early, it's a really difficult zone to try and access.
開幕ランクしといたらやろうかな。
Water that you can see. If you're moving from the north of Storm Point here, you're kind of playing for KP and a decent placement. You can't really expect to win this game unless you're a little bit special.
And I don't know whether Oxygen could tell that Dark Zero were going to be there and maybe heard the trident, or if they're just trying to take a different position. But they moved closer to Barometer rather than on this side. Looks like Complexity are going to be in a more southern area. WC starting to make their move down to the southern side as well, but I think they're going to get the bad news that someone has already taken what is arguably one of the better positions. But it looks like Optic might be running straight into Dark Zero here.
Yeah, this could be interesting. You can see how much people are valuing this position for the end game. I mean, Lanimals also trying to take that position away. And Oxygen, I kind of like the play, to be honest with you. I mean, they've picked up a few kills as well along the way. Oxygen's position's good. Not got access to where this end game's going to be. We saw him momentarily Hill looking at where that position would be, but they can now hold out all of the lobby. They're one of the last buildings before you kind of access where that island is. End zone is going to be, so they can hold out everyone. They can pick up a lot of KP if they play it well. Already breaking the doors on some of those other buildings. Native gaming, land on a cannon, land on some heads. Question is, can they click on them to win the fight?
And also, if you are a team like Oxygen, you need a big game with big kills, not just a win. if you're going to be propelling yourself up the leaderboards, just as Native are propelling themselves across the cannons right now, but they are going to be chased very quickly by the meat lovers here. Meat lovers who haven't really been able to have a crazy game as of yet today. They find themselves in 19th place with the pickup of Luxford. I mean, it's always going to be difficult when you are playing with a new roster. But they are still within a shout of land.
Yeah,
unless they have a good game soon, they may miss out on it.
Well, the contest between CLG and Native ends up in them both being eliminated first in the lobby, so...
最下位でも確定。
FaZe though continue in their form. They picked up the first knock here against 100 Thieves. They've got Zero down. They've got a few people on scan as well. Snipe down on the flank. This is where we've seen him do it for years. Dan does a huge amount of damage normally.
Yeah, and FaZe have put themselves in such a prime position to guarantee themselves LAN. I mean, I think they pretty much guaranteed themselves LAN after a couple of weeks in Pro League, but they slowed down very much, and it seems like they found their pace of the early days of Pro League once more. And I'm really excited to see how they do progress. I think that in that last game in particular, they really showed how strong they are when they're playing placement, how they stick to what they know and their rotations, and they won't pick fights out of nowhere. One of the criticisms Snipedown had in his early stages of Apex career was always wanting to take fights and maybe being let off the leash a little bit too often. But I think as the team grows, as they realize the fights they need to take or not take, this FaZe roster becomes more scary the more they develop.
Yeah, in the kill feed as well. Sentinel's taking a little bit of damage from the nemesis of Chaotic.
いや、でもこれエクステッド厳しいな、多分。
Pretty good for quite some time, so.
厳しいよ、これは。
40 points. Where they find
だって
themselves
下だもん、アンチ。
They've already got a couple of KP as a team to move them a little bit closer to 50 points. They are the closest competitors right now to XSET, but they, just to remind you all at home, XSET the only team who could win this right here, right now. NRG in a little bit of a fight now. Inside of Barometer, it's E8 are on that high ground.
I just like that XSET seems to change composition every game as well, by the way. It's just trying to prove a point that they can win a game with whatever they play. It's the Rampart that they're going to be on to now. Nocturnal playing Rampart. Sykes on the Valkyrie and Fun on the Seer. I mean, this isn't exactly a wild composition, of course, but it is one that XSET could try and find a victory for, because as Onset was mentioning, FaZe is starting to catch up now, and if XSET do want to walk away as the winners and make sure they get that extra cash money in their pocket, they need to get the job done soon, otherwise someone might be able to steal it away from them.
Yeah, I think it's a smart decision from XSET just to go with a more basic composition. It's one they're comfortable with, of course, but it also disguises them a little bit more to the rest of the lobby. I mean, when you're running around as the only fuse in a lobby, I mean, you saw it numerous times. Hey, that's XSET.
Yeah.
They're running Fuse. Hey, this is XSET. They're running Pathfinder.
Yeah,
I have to be a little bit smarter about things.
In the pre-game chat, I think Nocturnal said, hey, if you see a Pathfinder, just don't shoot me. But I know that that's just going to be jokes and all, but it was like that. I think XSET were, it was like sticking out like a sore thumb, you know?
Verhol said, by the way, in the chat before that, sorry to like expose all the players. He was like, hey, XSET, just shoot in the air. We'll come and protect you. Just let us know where you are. So,
well, it's because TSM know if XSET get it done, they're going to land.
To be fair, if anyone's going to do it, it's probably Verholst.
Probably would be.
Just a wholesome, nice guy.
Also, you can see it on their streams. You're not exposing them. Don't worry. It's all there for people if they want it. Unless they're covering it on their streams. I don't know. But pre-game chat's one of my favorite things from these lobbies because everyone does have good banter. The community and how these players get along is one of my favorite things about the game. Has to be said. XSET are going to be now making their move ever so slightly. But it looks like they're trying to pick out a couple of teams who are rotating in. And XSET, I like this. I like being aggressive sometimes when you are on match point rather than just hunkering down, because you want to make sure you get those shields up when you get to those latter fights. If you've just got blues, they're going to be very difficult to win the 3v3 engagements.
Yeah, I like this wrap as well. I mean, Lanimals were holding that building they're pinging at the moment. There's also a Trident which has been left for them if they want to try and make a little bit of a quick dash across the open water. But if that is open and they can hold out this side, and they can kind of walk up and pick fights. There are a few fights that are going down in and around that island where things are going to be ending towards the end of this game. So XSET playing this one smart. I like this rotation from them, kind of staying away from the bulk of the traffic. But when that traffic starts to pick up and you see a few teams starting to engage with each other, that's when they can pick their spot to move in.
We've got about 8 teams who are within the circle or close to the circle, and everyone else at the moment is going to have to move in. Optic had to go all the way back, by the way, to Cenote Cave just to pick up their third member. I think they lost one while they were hovering around in the southern side, so they gave up one of the better positions on this map, and that means they're going to have to really fight to get back into a spot that they could call themselves home, and that means they have to get past XSET as well, because XSET are watching on, and Sheila's out ready to try and spray down.
Send it. Not going to show for now. Certainly going to do some damage to the rampart walls. What's a good way to counter rampart, Dan?
Rampart on rampart action. It's one of my favorite things to watch, actually. And it was actually, I think, Lanimals they were shooting at there. So they've got Lanimals at one side that have taken the position off of Optic, and then Optic are now going to be behind Exet. And I think Exet are about to learn that because Optic are on their way over.
Optic just making their way through the cave at the moment from Sonote towards this position. Like you say, the Exet are holding down and trying not to show any presence. Got 37 seconds until that zone starts to close. You can see they're just waiting for each other at the moment to see if they can get any initial damage. But look at this stack up inside of the egg. It's going to be FaZe and TSM right next to each other at the moment. Nades flying down from above. FaZe do have the high ground. TSM kind of trapped on the low ground at the moment. And the rampart walls are going to make it even more difficult for TSM to really do anything, to be honest.
Yeah, FaZe have more utility as well. They've got arc stars, they've got frag grenades. They can squeeze TSM out here. As soon as one of those grenades connect, then FaZe will be able to push down and most likely finish up on that damage. But as we've seen throughout recent broadcasts, pushing a team in any of these nut buildings can be so difficult, especially with the legends now that allow you to put up walls, for example, like Rampart. And because of how consistent these pros are at hitting their shots, the one clips we see, if you even step 1 foot out of line, those mistakes can be punished.
I mean, you just don't want to walk up that staircase right now. You got Frex just sitting there with a R9 just staring at you. He's behind a rampart wall as well. There's only one winner coming out of that for TSM. I think it's just about survivability and just not giving any free damage away.
At the same time, I don't really want to walk down the stairs because Verhost is there.
Players
are hitting his shots, and it's probably why we have this stalemate. I mean, they may know who they're fighting against just off of rotations and off of legend compositions, but at the same time, it may not be something they are realizing at this point. So you've just got to assume that you are the better team. I think that both teams would also think they're the better team. That's why there's so much confidence in this region. Everyone is always going to be believing themselves in any 3v3 engagement. They do have time because the circle is going to allow for it for now. Eventually they would have to move, but right now they've got at least a minute or so.
This is an exhibition in shoulder peeking right now from Verholst. Making sure he's not giving any player model away to take damage. It looks like Imperial How might have a way out for them. And it looks like they might think about making a play off the back of it. How has managed to get out with that Q. And if How can get into a position to help his teammates get out, then TSM will be able to escape. So this is a smart play, I think, for both teams. Nobody gave away anything there, and both teams can survive, most importantly.
Well, you think that, but Meat Lovers are also in the area and may now take the fight against TSM. So it might be out of the frying pan and into the fire here for the TSM squadron, and we'll have to see how they deal with it here.
Yeah, FaZe is just going to poke out of this as well. You can see that Imperial How actually got taken down by Phony Head. So TSM, smart decision to try and leave. The problem is they did not know that they
全然わかんないな、俺。ヘッド、エアワンドしてんの。髪の毛で覆いかぶさって。
Even this egg is not going to be
safe.
So you have to make sure you win these fights quick enough that you can start to plan your next move. It was something we heard during listen-ins in the EMEA region. All right, you two focus on the damage, you focus on getting the kills. I need to start thinking about where on earth we're actually going to go and have a plan of action. If you focus for too long on the fights, you're panicking a little bit when you start to think about that next rotation that's coming through.
Pretty sure the respawn beaker was in the craft though. It's a risky play to make in the middle of the open, but with everyone else looking forward, they might be able to sneak out this game. It's going to be a similar situation to what we saw from Nocturnal though. He's not going to have too much to work with. Furia have been a little bit quiet in the last few games. They've got an engagement to try and force their way through right now as well. Here's Watson on the six.
ランみたい、ラン。アルブラレディ。頑張れ、アルブラ。
About that. I mean, yeah, I'm just wondering if we should foul cult from here, or if we should bubble our current. I think that if that team is controlling the rocks up here, there's going to be people too close. They're not controlling the rocks up. They're controlling only these rocks in my ping. Can we move there early? Start yeah. Start looking. Yeah. We should probably bring the car up and start moving early. There's a CR right here. He just got queued. I'm scouting right now, guys. Just chill. I'm gonna ask questions. Just keep watching back right now. Yeah. Attack this guy in blue. I think that's DZ back there. Okay. Oh, I might be dead here. You might have to throw me bubble. I'm watching. Popping a bat. This is a tough one. Yeah, come back. Bubble. Yeah, we have to balcony. We need to watch out for them. Watch out for you guys. Watch out for you. No, they're going left. One of them died. They're landing on the rocks. Guys, we got a top of the rocks.
Guys, we got a 1 one of them. Yeah, I know.
I don't have bubble for 30.
Come to me, guys. Come to me. Pile me.
Coming to you.
I'm on tier scan from the north team.
I know. I think they're fighting over here. Yeah, they're getting big ulted. Come to me, guys. Come to me.
I am. I'm here.
He's still on the rock here.
We're just gonna scout everything. Come to me, guys.
Bubble 110, bubble 110.
I might die going up this.
No.
Fuck! They're still in the rock.
Bubble 1 2,
You
not
should have just walked in, bro. You have to give me ult them.
I'll give you ulted. Slide to get out of the west, Naughty. I'm batting. Oh, I fucked them up, Naughty.
Yeah, you guys, you kill him.
Naughty, come to me. Naughty, come with me. Come with me and look right. Come with me and look right.
I'm coming as fast as I can.
This team here too. Just tuck in the corner and look right.
Yeah, you guys need to tuck and kill that. You guys need to kill that.
I'm batting.
It's complexity.
Naughty, there's a team down to the left. I'm trying to peek them. They're trying to walk up. They're trying to walk up.
They're trying to push.
Bubble 1-5, Naughty. I need to bat. Crouch. Nice. Naughty, I'm bubbling. Naughty, peek with my bubble. Peek with my bubble.
You guys have to kill them.
They're all dead.
Nice. You have to play on the armor swaps.
I'm running back. It's bad, Naughty. You have to look at the rocks. Scam balls if you got him. I've got a knock for you. This is recoverable, Naughty.
Keep looking down, yeah.
I'm gonna bleed out.
ねなんかフェイズいいね。フェイズこれマッチポイントいくんじゃね？
I mean, if you can, go for it.
Listen, Funny, watch our back, okay? I'm walking up, setting up here, okay?
We're good. We just
ま
need
あ
to
ここのファイトさえ乗り切れれば。
He has all the space. I'm getting stopped.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm safe. Are you guys able to grab any more space?
I mean, I can try. He's just on the fucking
I almost
thing.
got a pick. That guy's fucking one shot.
He's just right here.
He's inside this one.
Yeah, two of them. Yeah, this guy's
Just play slow.
I got a nade
I
going
didn't mean to do that. I need to watch our back.
Yeah. Careful, Funny. I'm trying to shoot him for you, bro, but...
I might die here.
Are you dead?
Oh, no.
No, I'm fine for now. They see my line behind. Look at him. Fuck. I got down, by the way, boys.
Snipe. Yeah, just snipe. You need to get to me here if you can. Can you? This team is trying to bully us, okay?
They're gonna let it on.
Okay.
Play duo. I might be able to be res.
No, I got knocked, bro. I'm coming to you, Price.
Come to me.
Full team on the right.
I'm in right here. No.
Okay, just give me a second, bro.
I got clavered. Twice.
Give me comms. Shut up.
I got a nade behind him. Behind Nate. He's holding off, Billy. I died.
いやー、厳しいな。どこだ？ワイルドカード来た、ここで。マジでワイルドカードやん、これ。
I was hit 180. No, we just need to swing them no matter what. I literally fucking dropped a thermite that ticked all three of them. Literally 70, 80, like, bro. Yeah, that was our only.
I got my help.
No, bridge. They're sliding off the height.
Okay, look over me. Connect.
ガチワイルドカード来たぞ、これ。
They're still down. No. They have height.
No loot.
There's no way we can grab any loot.
ミートラバーズと COL やってるね。
He's being wide 8 plus while that's going down.
LG もいる。
You watch. Can you swing wide right at all and look for kills?
No.
I'm helping stream. Hold the spot rep.
Okay.
I'll hold the spot. You guys have range. I don't have fucking ammo. Swing it on us now. Down low.
Okay.
Right here.
I'm here. Drill thing.
Good drill. They're my spikes. They push back, I think.
They're pushing up.
They're pushing up.
Open.
I'm building.
Help me.
Get inside.
120 on the shield.
We need swing it.
Swing.
One HP, I'm betting.
No way, bro. Clear life.
いやー、どんまい。当たればな、今の球。
I don't think my voice has reached that octave in quite some
Dark
time
Zero
for good
強。
reason, because the new pickup putting the damage on the board and giving Dark Zero a chance to get closer to match point. As a 2 now in the top 4.
ダークゼロ悪く
Actually,
ね
they
こ
are
の
in a
ポジ。
position where this zone's coming towards them, and LG and Sen may be forced to fight. If they can bide their time, if they can be patient and wait out Shubi here, there's still a chance Dark Zero could even win this game from this position.
I mean, that's disappointing from WC. You know, wildcard 3v2. Yeah, Zainu and Zero. I mean, it feels like sometimes it's a 4v2 in those situations. But you got to do a little bit better.
Yeah,
now
Sunlight.
Shubi has a little bit of revenge. Takes down one. Zero's going to jump into the zone, but he's going to take some damage on his way as well. Wildcard will be eliminated. Zero, there's got to be careful from the line of sight, because that Kraber could still impact this lobby.
Dark Zero 4 points away from getting onto match point. They just hope now, they pray that LG and Sen will take the fight, but with where the circle's going and the building that currently they hold, they might have to show themselves before that fight were completed, and as a 2, they may be targeted as well. If LG and Sen have been paying attention to the kill feed and keeping an eye on those number trackers, they might know that it's also a 2 that's going to be across the way, but we'll have to see what Dark Zero do and how they play this one.
Sentinel's going to have to leave this height.
Nice shot, Soda.
Desperate to land a few bullets and do some damage. Zainu and Zero are going to move out with that position. I don't know how they've done it, but that play from Zainu.
いや、これ降りなきゃじゃん。センチネル。ダークゼロワンツーあるぞ、これ。
Like you say, Dark Zero could be a team who are close enough to call
あ、仕掛けた。
EMP. This is the push now from Sentinels. They're throwing everything at LG.
This could be perfect for Dark Zero as well.
あ、マジだ。
We said Dark Zero a match point team. Well, the fight's happening between the 2 threes.
はいはい、ダークゼロ、ダークゼロ。見せろ、ダークゼロ。なんかこっちの方が早いんだけど。おちょっと、ネタバレ食らったって。個人視点の方が早いんだけど、このコマンドセンターの方が。ネタバレ食らったんだけど。せっかくゼロの酒見ようかなと思ったのに。おー、じゃあこれで一気にまた変わんじゃない？お、ダークゼロ点灯。
Yeah, ridiculous. The match point specialist Dark Zero coming to life here as well. I mean,
やばい、ランが13位だ。これじゃいけねえ。いやー、バルジャン遅かったね、ちょっと。ちょっと迷いがあったように見えた。このままだと TSM、NRG、ルミノシティ、ワイルドカードがいくね。
I love the call and I love the play, and I think that this just separated what Dark Zero did from some type of piece of speculation we've all got to see about Dark Zero's journey of
ミートラバーズ、COL、ランがいけない。
No, this is actually just a statistical play. This brother frags, and I love to see what Vicky thinks about it as well, because that's simply all you have to say. Zainu frags. He's a second place overall kill leader, and he's proving to maybe even be a first place overall kill leader if he keeps this up today, Vicky.
The synergy, he is cooking. I think today alone, he's been able to secure 12 KP for the entire team.
Yeah.
Today. So he
いやー、わからなくなってきましたよ。髪型変わってないよ。さっきヘッド、なんか、あれかつけてきた。おでこに、シュッてやつ。ヘアバンドみたいな。これしたら目覚めましたね。初めてつけた。配信で。
in a match point scenario, in a game 6, and it all comes down to the wire. They know how to maneuver. They know how to show up. Zero got that title, the best IGL in the world, and it was taken away from Hal based on his performance at LAN. Rightly so. But the fact that they're doing this right now, the fact that they're
NA なんでランパー遠
so
い
seamlessly, you know, I'd love to not only see
アルブラレディが
the
生やした
final circle one more time, Vicky, and get your thoughts, but I also just
生やらした
wanna
だ
get your
生やしたって
overall
なんだよ
thoughts on, is
生やら
this
した
Dark Zero really coming to play? Can we now start talking about them as potential LAN favorites if they make it there?
Oh, absolutely, especially with their history in general for this
イ
team.
ンターバ
I
ル
would
中
not
筋
be
トレしましょう
surprised. And now sitting at match point on top of it to meet that with Xet, who originally built up that huge gap between
筋
themselves
トレ
and the rest of the
ね
lobby after getting match point at what game
た
number
方がいいよ
3.
ね
So now we have Xet and Dark Zero above the rest. FaZe is right after them. I thought they were gonna hit match point at the end of that
Yeah.
previous game, but they fell down with 45 points. So 5 points away from meeting Xet and Dark Zero in that match point area.
Well, we've got a pivotal moment. We talked about it. We saw it before. Zainu. And of course, Zero also making some nice plays to get Dark Zero into the position they needed to be. As a duo, it's not easy, but in some ways, you get laser focused. A trio, you start trying to optimize. A duo, you just try to survive, and you do what you need to do. You know you got to hit these shots. The fact that he connects 40 other damage off that R99 into the player as he transitions from
ALGS
down into a hit.
もう喋んなくなると眠くなる
Then Zero gets that bat off. They go on the chase, and they just eliminate right here. Zainu actually doesn't get this final kill.
NRG は3以
It's
上
enough
で
for
いけ
Zero
る
to go and say, you know what? You know, new fella, you
いや今でもいけるよ
let me go ahead and then pick you back up after all the hard work you did.
ベンチプレスとかやったことない
Let me help you out there. With
上がんないと思う
light mag too and some limited ammo to work with
脂肪だから筋肉じゃなく
So
て
they played that really nice shoulder to shoulder, and also their timing for this fight here. We saw what happened when Sentinels tried to.
でも筋トレはね興味あるんだよね
They didn't even look at the high ground originally. Dark Zero were just able to roll in and clean up what was left of that team as we take a look at their overall stats from the game that they just won.
興味ある
Look at this. Zainu, 5 KP, Zero getting that 2 KP, but the damage output has been pretty consistent
いや
between
帰ったことない
What I like about this squad too, Vicky, is that they're letting Zainu do.
通いたいけどなんか一人で気になんない
overlap Jin Burton with
だから誰かいないかなみたいな
Jin's taking
感
on the
じ
catalyst, and that may not be his natural choice for a legend selection. But what it does is it means that he's taking the burden on adjusting, making sure that things need to work right. If he has to be a little less aggressive, or if he has to be a little bit more support oriented,
そう割とねそう割と硬いんですよ俺
you know,
割
hitting
と
shots like we know he can do, he's willing to do that. And I
ひょろ
think
ひょろ
that's
で
the
はない
right thing to allow your new member to join your team and seamlessly operate without having to worry about, oh, and here's your new role. Oh,
そうだねマジで歩かないから
I
運動
love
不
the
足になる
way
よ
that they're approaching this, and you can see as we go to our match results here after game number 5 that it's working really well for them here, Vicky.
I really like that point too, and it's also nice to note that he's literally 4 kills away if he gets in this next game, and Noct doesn't get any kills to actually tie up with Noct for that number
マ
1
ジね
split.
何かしら運動はした方がいい
So that's also something nice.
いやマジ正則さんが近くいたらな
As we also take a look at that top 10 leaderboards that we see right here, Dark Zero.
正則さんと一緒にやりたいわ筋トレ絶対あの人優しいやん教え方
Desperately needed a good game. Luminosity, who came in second place with
スターレイルも教えてもらえるよそれで教えてもらいながら筋トレも
2 or 3 point game,
教えてもらう
it's going to be tough to climb back before. You've given Xset 2 opportunities now to not close out the game. Can you give him a third? I said 1 and 3. It seems like it's going to happen. Well, that would be bad news for most of this lobby. Not for the teams that have been performing pretty well though lately, but I certainly think that you got to get to match point quickly. Series results wise, let's find out. Did anybody join them as we take a look? Yes, Dark Zero have made it just barely with 53 points onto match point as well. Meaning, Dark Zero or Xset win the game, we go home. If not, we go again. Vicky, what are your thoughts heading into Game 6?
I'm scared because Xset is one of the most winningest teams literally out here in this lobby. It's scary to note too, looking on the other side. Optic, although they are pretty comfy already, making their way into LAN, sitting in that second half really does indicate how the strength of this lobby has played into this, the way that these teams want to take these different approaches at match point format. It's a different game and a different ballpark for these teams to play into this next new pacing. Much more laid back when it comes to playing much more just kind of patiently here, playing into that circle. We saw what happened to TSM when FaZe was right behind them, counter-rotating them and not really expecting them was TSM. And FaZe are right there with 5 points away from meeting Dark Zero and Xset in that match point format.
Xset and Dark Zero are really the two teams that we would expect to be
ブリードさん知り合いではないね。
performing here today. Whereas
FF 内だけど。
optic that maybe we would have expected, Furia not having the best day quite yet. We'll wait and see if that continues. But no more waiting and seeing. We've got one more interview. I mean, Mark, how many did you do? This is like 20. Okay, he got one more for us. It's really good. World's Edge, a little update on Season 17. We promise all that other content at Play Apex Esports.
はるはるさん、コンピューです。
As we go to break, watch this little preview of what's coming in Arsenal, and we'll see you in Game 6 right after that.
It's time these worlds remembered the name. August Brinkman.
We also have some changes to an old favorite.
筋トレしてるだけじゃさ、脂肪って落ちないよね。落ちんの？なんか走ったりしなきゃダメじゃない？有酸素運動みたいな。筋トレプラス走る。走るが一番だるい。
to Apex and to the games, and so kind of fictionally paying homage to the history of Apex, but then also try to shake up the experience there. And I know people love the hot drop there, but like make it a little more interesting, change strategies up.
基本飯減らさんとはしてないですよ。
The last several seasons.
What were some of the team's goals behind making the changes to Fragment? Because Fragment's been through some changes over time. It's
食事が一番わからないもん。
down, and now obviously we have these changes. What are you trying to achieve with that?
Trying to make more interesting play, make decisions more interesting in terms of landing on Fragment. I think pubs will always play in a certain way, but like with ranked, trying to bring
温泉をひたすらにこするバイトを進めて、どういうこと？
The new POI called Stack, removing the construction stack from Fragment to Lava City.
ひたすらこする。
Some of that action somewhere else in the map and bring some different types of play. And then Harvester, we're revamping
筋トレと減量は別ですよ。
and bring a little bit of different action.
So
basically trying to get some of that excitement, that kind of urban combat feel in Fragment.
食事が一番できないって。
Then also provide different avenues the way players approach that POI.
Welcome back, everybody. You can hear some of the changes that are coming very soon to World's Edge. But before we get to World's Edge, Dan, we've got some more Apex to conclude.
いやね、結構動画見てるんですよ。ボディービルダーとか。
Almost there. Dark Zero definitely there. Xset definitely there.
すごい考えた食事してるよね。あの人たちは。ボディービルダーレベルだと。そう、実技がさ、得意なんだよね、みんな。
Yeah, it also means that a lot of these teams that are battling for those top 10 positions for LAN are
動画を見るんだけどね。
sweating at the moment because it's the unexpected.
めちゃくちゃなんかもういろいろ気にして。
You're like,
you're
comfortable, you think, but then suddenly if the game ends, you're happy. If it doesn't end, you're like, oh, we had a bad game and now the teams below us are catching us up. Is it ever going to end? Are we going to be here all night? Quite possibly. You've got to make sure you are strapped up and you're ready. You're in this position. Match point is one of those formats that is about stamina at times. And you've got to make sure you're switched on every single game. Because if you drop the ball, there might be a team who takes advantage of that and pips you to the pulp, and we'll have to see whether anyone can do that.
今週はね、親がいたから親の飯食ってた。
Let's give you a bit of a lay of the land of the overall standings at the moment before we get into the. Look at that! Great job from production. This is where we stand going into things right now. This is the lobby as it stands. Xset and Dark Zero, like I mentioned, the two teams. By the way, Dark Zero.
夜の量を減らすだけで全然痩せました。あ、言うよねそれ。朝昼は朝は食べていいって聞く。何作ってくれた？いろいろ作ってくれたよ。 今日カレーだし。ハンドルさん鍛えたらガチムチでしょ。
Like you say, even more nervy. NRG, Luminosity, you're probably thinking, yeah, we're pretty good at the moment, but one game where you lose your first fight and you see LG, Wildcard, Complexity, Lanimals pick up points. You got to sit there and watch, and you're preying on their downfall, but it's very rough to be in those lobbies, I think, for these teams. Every decision is pressure.
Speaking of like picking your fights, you know the expression like, if a tree falls in the forest and you're not there, no one hears it type thing. Do you think if we don't watch the initial engagement between Native and CLG, it won't actually happen because they're not being observed. They might just go off to different POIs and try and survive. Is that how things work in Apex Legends, or do you think it's still gonna fight?
ペロさんに俺のお腹の肉食べさせたい。
That's the problem.
Yeah, we are.
You know, it's.
But if we ask the observers nicely, they might just ignore it, and we could just go on with our business and talk about other things. By the way, the crazy thing about EA, the crazy thing about EA, and you said they're having a good day, they probably have to win on match point to really qualify for LAN. That's what really sucks for them. Maybe a second place might be able to push them close enough if other teams that were in that top 10 would fault, but likelihood is, as it stands right now, they would have to win on match point, so they need to push themselves onto match point first and then try to take it down. But the Duke is still alive. That's the exciting thing about match point, is there are still all these teams who in theory could still qualify for LAN no matter where they are. As it stands in the overall standings with the points they would have gained from this point, 10万くらいだよ。家のこと全部やってくれる彼女。レンタル彼女やん。 But the teams that would maybe lose out, the likes of Complexity, Meat Lovers, so still plenty to play for as we go into match number 6. And as you can see on your screen, these are the qualified teams from all the other regions that we've seen, and the qualified teams from North America coming into this broadcast. Dark Zero, Furia, Optic, and Xset, but still 7 more to join them.
なあこれ。ああ、決まったチームか。
Threshold, but the #1 team came out on top in EMEA. They will be there, and Effect was named as the season MVP as well. He has been absolutely blistering for Alliance so far this split. You can also see all of the other regions that we've got. Obviously, Moist Esports are going to be joining us again. Onyx Esports going to be joining us from APAC South. And I tell you what, APAC North got done very, very quickly yesterday. Fnatic ran their way through the lobby. Got it done in 4 games, Dan. 4 games. What an easy day for those casters, eh? 4 games is all they had to do.
I think what was even crazier was Fun won the first 2 games, and then suddenly Fnatic came out and won games 3 and 4 to take it away from them because Fnatic had just got so many points on the board in matches number 1 and 2. And I thought maybe we were going to be seeing similar how they were performing and how quickly they got onto match point, but with North America and how tight this region is, everyone's just been pushing each other right to the limit here, and it's not going to be the walkover that maybe Xset would have expected, and now they have stiff competition on match point as well. Dark Zero have shown they can do it when their backs are against the wall, and we'll have to see whether they can do it here in match number 6, because Dark Zero always seems to be the name on the tip of our tongues when it comes to match point. They appear out of nowhere when we least expect it, so I wouldn't be surprised if they steal it away from Xset.
Yeah, of course, 2 LAN championships they've won. You know, they were the ALGS champions. They've been phenomenal when it comes down to match point, and they're looking pretty good again today to maybe steal another match point victory away from the rest of the lobby. Match 6 is where we find ourselves, though, still on Storm Point here before we head back over to World's Edge once more. And I can't remember who you said was going to be one of the teams. Did you say NRG? I said the team who went through?
You asked me today, I did say NRG, and as it stands, they are in 9th.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty good.
But I have cursed a lot of people today, so it doesn't bode well for NRG that I predicted them, and we'll have to see if they can carry on with their form. But, you know, it shows the difference in just a few games as well. By the way, if Xset had won it there and then there would have been some teams that lost out. But now we go into match 6, potentially 7, who knows, 8, 9 like we did in EMEA. If NRG were to now slow down a little bit, then suddenly they might drop out of those positions, and that's where you have to stay laser focused. You have to stay on top of your game, otherwise people will take those positions off you. All it takes is one good zone pull. I mean, how many times have we seen a team that's been struggling all day and then suddenly the POI that they land on, the circle comes towards them, they win, they get 12 kills, and they find themselves in the top 5. That could happen for anyone here.
And we'll take a look at some of the legend pick rates as well, because we have seen a little bit of variance in what compositions have been played, especially by Xset. Xset, by the way, when they're mixing up the composition, they look pretty good. As soon as they've gone back to something a little bit more standard, all of a sudden, Dan, just saying, theory crafting here. They haven't fallen off. They just had 1 game where they didn't win. It was simple as that.
7度から料理作ってもらったらお前最高やんけ。
Looking forward to the day where that isn't there, I must say. Personal opinion, by the way, 67% pick rate. Valkyrie there as well, 65%. Wonder if that's going to change with the new season just around the corner with the porty balloons.
Porta balloon, I think, is what I went for, and you then changed it to porty balloon, which is something entirely different. But I mean, it kind of works.
I hope that they label it that in game. That's all I'm going to say. It would not be maybe in fitting with any of the Apex Legends lore or branding, but I'm just saying there's an idea there.
If they don't, it might go in like the Hall of Champions, like 2 seasons down. You know, it might have a plaque of your face with porty balloon,
103で我慢しちゃって。かわいそう。扱いかわいそう、それは。あの人のアイドル、クソうまかったな。たくさんの。推しのこの曲。
At the top of the leaderboards, I mentioned how E8 have put in a good performance today, and a lot of that is down to Chaotic at the top of the leaderboard. 16 kills to his name.
16 is an insane amount for the day, and Nocturnal not far behind on 15 as well. Everyone playing their part. Kill leaderboards are always an interesting one as well, because damage leaderboards is what I sometimes want to look at, because I know what some players are like that I've played with that steal those kills away and get that final knock when I might have done all that damage. Unlikely, because I'm usually the one who does it to other people, but still, we have to say that.
By the way, Dan, this is spoken like a true charge rifle enjoyer right now.
I hate the charge rifle, especially when someone uses it against me. I saw Hal actually say in the pre-game lobby he's looking forward to another game of charge rifle Legends, because TSM have not had the most fun rotations today. 2 or 3 times when they've gone up into the air, they've been charge rifled out of the sky, and I cannot describe the pain that I have felt being in a similar situation. I can only imagine in a competitive environment, destroyed out of the sky, but they've got to stay focused. They're in a good position right now. They're in like, what, 6th as it stands overall, so they would be making LAN, and as long as they can keep this consistent points total across the board, we should be seeing TSM at LAN indeed. The likes of 100 Thieves seem to be comfortable as well. Luminosity and NRG, Glitch and Wildcard are all there on the bubble and would be making LAN, but it can all change, not just in match number 6, but if we go on to match 7, 8, 9, maybe 10.
Well, here's a segue for you, Dan. You've done a great job in lining everything up for this game to get started. Well, let's talk about Season 17. Let's talk about Arsenal. Terrible. But let's talk about Ballistic, the new legend that's coming into things. You talked about charge rifle use as well. This may be a way to counter that, to get up in their faces and cause some problems. You can see some of the things we've been kind of thinking about with this new legend. Ballistic, of course, a new assault class legend. We've heard from some of the devs. Big shout out to both of them for having a quick chat with me and kind of explaining some of the thoughts behind the changes and what Ballistic is going to bring. And I'm kind of excited to use the ult. I'm not going to lie. I think Tempest is going to be right up both of our streets when we're triple stacking.
Especially because of the amount of times I run out of ammo, or the amount of times you're screaming at me for some ammo. You can play Ballistic. You can get us some ammo with the ultimate and make sure we are locked and loaded as we push. I do think he is going to change how the game works. I think that he will be a very important factor for these teams. Not just in competitive Apex Legends, but ranked as well, which is, you know, a form of competitive Apex Legends. And personally, I think even having the extra gun. I'll be in an engagement. I'm seeing pro engagements where they use all the ammo in both of their clips. If you get an extra one to whip out, that could be the difference maker in, you know, getting to a final circle. It could be the difference maker in winning a 1v1. So I think Ballistic is going to be very fun to play, and I can't wait to see him in action.
Well, a man who's played a little bit of Ballistic, jealous, by the way. Just gonna straight up say it. Rain Day, tell us a little bit more about your experience playing some Ballistic.
Well, you know, one of the cool things I got was doing this firing range video. I asked them, and they said, you know, can I play Ballistic, or should I not show the new character? And they said, you know, yeah, make it, you know, firing range video, but you could play Ballistic. And so we had with another creator, Sword Daz, you may know him. Big shout out to Daz. He jumped in and helped me out. And my editor Dara, who is actually like an aim god. He's on like an aim team called. So we went in and we 1v1 for like an hour on Ballistic. And got to experience his from all the different places of fighting in high ground, fighting in felt that speaking of his tactical was incredibly valuable in to make that kind of play that maybe an Ash type of star might, where you can kind of hiding behind. 反感を買ってまうぞこれは。よくないよくない。もうこの話はなしで。いやもし小さい女性の方が今見てたらね、俺の配信閉じると思うからこれ。別に小さいか大きいかで言ったら大きい方がいいってだけで別に。そこを求めてないから。 If somebody turns their back on you and you've got a nemesis or a wingman, you're definitely taking advantage of that situation.
それがダメとかじゃないから。
I love it, honestly. The fact that they've actually made a legend during the new season, which is called Arsenal, which is of course my football team, and the new legend is England.
真面目に語った俺、真面目に。
I didn't even realize that. That's actually pretty. I didn't even That's crazy. That is actually really crazy.
タヌカナって何タヌカナ
When
っ
I
て
did the interview, it was just after we lost to Man City as well. So they kept saying,
こいつらも多分今ね、胸の話してるこいつら、この3人で。
Yeah, you got the win today. Man City's also been winning, but I mean, it's you
こ
know.
のこの今実況の人たち。
Synergy there for the character. I loved it, and the other thing that I noticed was the sling, and I think the
して
sling
たらおもろ
is
す
for
ぎる
all
な
of you who watch Apex Esports. You're probably one of those people who likes the theory craft. You want to know how this character would be good. You want to know what lineups are going to work. You know, Mark Dan, we were talking a little bit like maybe an aggro lineup with this, a Maggie, something Bangalore, maybe a Seer. But
身
the
長
sling is the thing that I
170以
didn't
下
figure
人
out
権
yet,
ない
and
の。
that's why I think it's such a
ああ
ability. You have to
いや、
put in
身長
things
170ねえし、
of
俺。
whatever weapon you're carrying as that third item. And even if you have two weapons, they're fully equipped, you throw it in your sling, all your attachments drop off. So there's a little bit of a process there.
俺
But
ねえわ、身
what's
長
the
170。
value of having a peacekeeper in there and then going to your ultimate, turning that into a gold peacekeeper versus maybe just having a sniper as a third option that you just carry around and can use at a basic level. Sometimes that's all you need, a couple of shots, a little bit of threatening while also running maybe a nemesis, also running an
マジで身長は中学生で止まったね。
that actually created a lot of really interesting thoughts that I had to have
お、
about
パルスさん、500円のスパ
I
で
don't know if you guys have any ideas
す。
what
見るの
would
や
come
め
to
ま
mind
す。
to be using in that sling that as a base weapon would be
やめ
valuable,
ないで
but
くだ
also
さ
when
い。
it's fully uploaded, you
や
know,
めないでくだ
upgraded
さい。
would be something that you could take
ナイ
advantage
スパ
of.
です。
I'll take an RE45, an R99, and another R99, and then I'll say, Mark, let's push. And
笑っ
then
て
we're
る。
in the face of all the opponents, and they're, you know, they're
true controller combat. Controller to controller.
タヌカナ基準だと人権ない。
If you don't have a Sentinel win that.
No,
Sentinel in the sling. Drop a couple of shield cells in that bad boy.
人権ないか、俺は。
I'm saying you guys are going to be all really, really excited. I'm so glad we got to talk about this, but guess what? The thing you're really here for is underway. Mark, Dan, take us to match 6.
よし、来た。
Thank you for staying with us, everybody. We apologise for the interlude, but now we get back into the action, Dan. And I tell you what, we still got two teams who might be able to close it out right here, right now. Xset and Dark Zero both crossed 50 points. FaZe just 5 points off now. They're gonna hope they don't see a banner that says Xset or Dark Zero at the end of this game.
What did I say? I don't want to watch this fight. No, hey, you never know. We might be able to get the final chapter here between Native and CLG. Elsewhere, by the way, everyone now trying to work out if they can get to match point before Xset decides.
彼らはいつまでショートファイトをしてるんだ。
Xset were unreal earlier, and it's good that they've allowed everyone to get back into the possibility.
ジェガーさん、コピーです。
No, I'm just joking, but I've loved what I've seen today from this region. I think that not only have Xset demonstrated how powerful they are, but also we've seen Dark Zero come out and show us what they're made of with this new roster. There was always going to be questions around them. Will they be able to fit in? Will the pickup be the right one? Well, they're on match.
ショートファイトしてるせいでお互い順位悪いもん。
I get the feeling this contest, Dan, even though we're kind of like, you know, being a bit lighthearted about things, it's a little bit like when people say, you know, you go through things in life that are a little bit frustrating, but when they end, you kind of miss them. And I feel like that's how I feel on this contest right now. Do you agree?
I think as I go to sleep tonight, I'll still be seeing the bullets from Native going into CLG and vice versa.
おじみさん、こんにち
I'll
は。
be able to stop thinking about it, honestly, with the amount of times we've seen it.
今、XZ とダークゼロが点灯ですね。
They just,
2
it's
チーム
an
だけ。
element of never back down, right? They want to keep this fight. They are sticking to their truths. And as for much as I joke about it, where else do they go? Right? Every POI is taken. If they go somewhere else, they're probably getting nothing. And they feel like their best chance is just taking the fight. It's kind of one of those situations where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So all credit to Native for taking the fight.
どういうことなんであんな早いの
Elsewhere, Circle now.
あ、バルジャン
An overarching view of where it's going to be. It's going to be relatively central.
バルジャンか。
A little bit north.
ファイヤーセンチネル。
Yeah, so looking a little bit cascadey, maybe a little bit wally, and for Xset that's going to be pretty good, or maybe it's going to pull a little bit more towards where Lanimals find themselves in the armory. For now, it is going to be actually going exactly there by the looks of things, so we are going to be having a pretty similar zone to what we saw a little bit earlier on. However, not quite as north. You can see that the building inside of Northpad isn't going to be in this first zone. We're going to be probably pulling towards where Albrelli and the rest of the crew are finding themselves. So this is going to be a tough zone, but a good zone for NRG, a good zone for Xset. They've got good prio, of course. They have good prio to most zones over at Cascade Falls, but for Lanimals,
あ、白羽さん、コンピューターです。ありがとうございます。
chance now to put points on the board.
It's also going to be another one of those zones where everyone can move early, especially if you've got that ring console information. There will be some teams who maybe are second guessing themselves a little bit, but as I say that, I mean, a lot of the IGLs and a lot of the teams here are so good with their circle calls now. Even from just seeing circle number 1 on Storm Point, we see people knowing where to go without the ring console. So just expect there to be a lot of teams, a lot of bodies in the northwest, but it's about where you can get. If you're arriving a little bit later, you might just have to accept you go for a secondary priority position rather than one of the biggest and best.
Well, Optic Gaming and Dark Zero very, very close to each other at the
이거
moment. Kind of trying to rotate alongside, shoulder to shoulder, and Dark Zero will force you to fail as a rotational tool this time to move from point A to point B without taking any damage. And I tell you what, Dark Zero have done a pretty damn good job of it as well. Optic, for now, going to retreat back to one of these gondola buildings and playing the trenches between them. But Dark Zero, if they can sneak in and around where that north pad building is and kind of just work their way across away from Optic Gaming and maybe into one of these gondolas, and they might be set up for a good game as well.
And I like that you mentioned the match that we had earlier that was a kind of around this area where a lot of people took trenches, and we saw some very difficult games for people, because I think that trench games are tough because once you're in the trenches, if you're joined by someone else, often you are going to struggle to escape. It's a very narrow area. You have to try and navigate, and as soon as you start climbing, you can then be vulnerable. There also might be a team above you, could be a team behind you, and it's so tough when you do try and play these areas. As Dark Zero do get a little glimpse of Sentinels just running past them, and they'll have a little bit of a posturing against one another, but I don't think this will end up in a fight just yet.
Difficulty with these zones as well.
で、ミートラバーズはその人の代わりに
no lines of sight. You know, the walls around you don't allow you to really access any other teams. If someone walks up on you on height, you're just in a really rough position to try and exchange fire. I also don't know why I've started calling these gondola buildings, Dan, because they're not gondolas. I've always called these the donuts, and they're one of my favorite things in the world. So I'm gonna rewind the tape, scratch the VOD. Dark Zero and Optic.
いや別にさ、ちゃんと寝てればいいよ。俺寝てないよね。もうオールです、それ。あと2時間か1時間ぐらいでオールですね。だからしんどい。ちゃんと寝てれば全然しんどくない。
It looks like they might be going back to revisit that. You can see that Phony was at least scanning to see if they were there, but it looks like they're going to be okay for now and might even have the chance to craft a little bit.
Yeah, they should be okay for now. And 100 Thieves are kind of, I was going to say in the vicinity, but I don't think they're looking to really engage. They're more occupied with the rotate they want to make in and around where FaZe find themselves. But you've always got to have someone on lookout, and you can see that Snipedown's got that responsibility right now. His job is just to make sure no teams are approaching from the north. Nobody's up on that high ground by the zip line, and Frex is trying to join him alongside. Why they craft these armors? It's
9時間も配信してるんだけど俺。
Even if it's just holding an angle,
バケモン。
you need to make sure that you never take your eye off the ball for a second, because that could be the difference between it not coming in from distance or you surviving and leaving with purple armor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to beat around the bush. They're long days. Sometimes these match point formats, if they don't end in 4 or 5, and you can go on to 6, 7, 8, even 9 like we did in EMEA. And it's very easy to switch off every now and then. You suddenly just grab a drink while you're having only one hand on the keypad or maybe on your controller as well, and a team suddenly pops up and you're not quite prepared. These things you can't allow to happen. I know it sounds like so trivial, it sounds so amateur, but at the same time, people can sometimes just let their guard down a little bit, and some of the biggest and best teams will be well drilled and not allow that to happen. I will say now, as I look at the circle and where the teams are currently set up, I'm a little bit concerned for the teams who are going to be arriving from the southeast side, because there is starting to be a little bit of congestion towards that side where the chokeholds are going to be near impossible to break through, and that's going to force you to have to Valkyrie over teams. And we've already seen with the amount of charge rifles in the lobbies today, Valkyrie ultimates haven't really worked out for these squads.
Well, Funny had shown what an important responsibility it was for his team to make sure that they were watching all angles at all times, because a team did manage to sneak up near them and take control of one of those buildings. If he wasn't watching, person on the crafter gets eliminated very, very quickly. Inside a checkpoint, though, is going to be Complexity, who haven't had the monster game that we've seen from the likes of NRG today, where they had that big performance from FaZe and Exet, of course, the two winners of our games that we've seen so far alongside Dark Zero. But for now, it's going to be the Valkyrie, and very well as well. You can see they wanted to make sure maximum height. That's just good knowledge. All these little spots have been
応援するチーム変わっちゃった。やべえ。マップ配信、マップ配信。どうなってる今。TSM は端で。またこれセット上じゃん。アンチどっちになるからな。左寄るか右寄るか。
I think they might be able to, I was going to say get a reset, but they're not going to be able to because there's a charge rifle coming in from distance. And Oxygen Esports right now stood in the bubble, stood in the building going, what the heck is going on? Senox gets punched in the face. Enemy's now left on his own, and Oxygen Esports are run over by Complexity. Cody's still alive. Monsoon's on his back, but they're trying to stick that res, and he might be able to get Mon back on his feet.
I mean, that is huge for Complexity's chances of qualifying for LAN. They need to be staying alive in these games. If they can get that banner, then maybe they can stay alive, as FaZe have lost 2. Zera Tricky being able to take down Frex finally, and it looks like Snipedown's just going to have to try and escape and maybe play this one on his own.
There's one on his own, or maybe a res is
これで50ポイントいけなかったら渋いな。
left hand side of your screen at the start of this game. FaZe run 45 points, and they have nothing to add to that as it stands. 18 squads still remaining in the lobby as well. Does only have one banner to play with to try and get back into the game. The question is, does he play for the second and try and get FaZe back up to a full squad?
5 points isn't easy to come by as well as a solo or even a duo. I mean, unless you're Dark Zero, they managed to pull off the unthinkable in that game earlier. I've even seen teams struggle to get 1 or 2 points when they're trying to get onto match point, when even as a 3 when they've not been able to get there, especially in a lobby as tight as this, especially in a zone as tight as this, where everyone has moved so early as well. FaZe would have to not only get into the top 10, they'd need kills and probably have to get 6th or 7th. Like, it's not really the most easy thing here, so they need to give themselves the best opportunity, and maybe that is trying to get the second player back on their feet. TSM, who are in 6th, and actually, as it stands overall, are in 6th in the standings and would be going to LAN as well. 29 points isn't the highest total, but it is enough to be ahead of the majority of the lobby because Exet and Dark Zero have gobbled up so many of those points.
But the scary thing for TSM, as good as it sounds, you know, 6th sounds like a qualification spot. It sounds like you're going to see him a LAN. Sounds like everything is rosy. There's only like 2 or 3 points between the teams in and around TSM outside of the ones that you mentioned. So one slip up here, and you can go from 6th to outside of that top 10 very, very quickly. But look at what is coming down from the skies, and I'm pretty sure that's going to land right in and around where TSM find themselves. Verhulst is going to pick it. There's a Kraber in the air, and it's landing a little bit close to TSM.
Yeah, that could be nice and juicy if they are able to pick it up, but from their position, they are going to have to do quite a lot of work from this eastern side. It was the area I was worried about, because as you move in, you've got Glitch Energy, you're going to be holding position, Complexity, you're going to be there waiting, Native are also just south, potentially get involved in the fight. There is a lot of scraps that could be happening. Speaking of scraps, LG, Furia have LG in their sights. And we still haven't seen Furia take off today, but when you look at their points totals, they're on 18, TSM are on like, what, 29? It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility for Furia to catch teams like that up in one game.
Because Watson wants to be aggressive on this. He's trying to get through the bang ult because he knows that damage is done, and this is a really good play, but it's a smart one at the same time. He crosses while his teammates do the damage, and now his Watson takes down Neazor, and you can see a few players from LG. This might be the end of the run.
Oh my god, 目覚めたわ。
That's so tough as well for Luminosity, even though they're within the top 10 at the moment.
裏切りやがった。
It's so tough.
Zone wrap, like I said, you gotta watch the zone wrap, Jordan. Like,
yeah, I'm just
from Cascades.
TSM.
I'm literally just staring at it.
裏切りすぎ、マジで。
Like,
これあるよな、たまに。
I can't see them if they like go behind the building. There's just no way for me to see that.
Okay. Keep flying up and looking for it.
Just have to get good damage on them. They try to wrap us.
We gotta make sure nobody oobs us, but they can't actually. They can't make it over here. Alright, side.
Yeah, nobody can oob us from north or from west.
I'm gonna hold this choke then.
これはありがたいな、TSM にとってはこれ。ガチ裏切ってるからこれ。絶対上多いもん。絶対上を見るよ。絶対上多いもん。ほら。1、2、3、4、5倍旅行に。下もでも多いな。1、2、3、4。 しかも中にいるのがグリッチエナジーっていう20位のチームだ。だってここ絶対ファイトするやん。絶対ここファイトして、もう切るだけでいいじゃん、TSM なんか。やべ、なんか回ってきてるこれ。なんか回ってきてるよ、下。まあ大丈夫だな。
When zone closes, they can't zone wrap, really. They can, but it's a big ass rock they have to go really around. They're hard fighting. Here, if you want to shoot that. You can maybe walk up and shoot, look at that.
まあ、タイポジはあるね、一応ここら辺に。バルジャン来るね、絶対。
The tree team has a charge rifle. Native died.
Cray Brown field on this here. I don't know where.
People getting charged off at armory.
Make a request to the observers, by the way. Can we go and watch Monsoon? Because he's got a Kraber in his hand and he ain't missing many shots at the moment. Dark Zero, 56 points. Zainu now left on his own with 15 squads remaining. But Complexity, who we saw about 5 minutes ago or so, I mean, they were in all sorts of shambles, having just won a fight. They were under pressure, but they found a Kraber. Drug-free eliminated. There's only one of him. It might as well be 3.
Complexity there, still a 2, and there you go. Your wish is your command, and Complexity now.
Oh!
Monsoon as he's still connecting, still hitting these shots. Dark Zero
死なないかこれ。
now only exit. The match team is still
189
alive, but Complexity are putting themselves within a chance of pushing towards land.
Complexity need this. 31
いやー、このアンチか。これなんか逆に、これヒューリアじゃん。一番近いのは、今度。100T vs ヒューリア。TSM は広くは守れてる。
Of the qualification spots who know how close it is between everybody. A Monsoon with a Kraber in his hand, even though there's only 2 players here. For Complexity to now might be able to make something happen. 68 coming in from Mon with the R99. But nothing connecting quite now with the Kraber unless it can hit this shot down to 1 HP. And unfortunately for him, Albrelli fires into the back, and now Cody is going to be left on his own.
I think this was inevitable.
They were by that team, guys. Don't do too much, please.
I'm just going back. Watch the choke, Jordan.
I know. I'm watching it.
Do we have any arc stars?
I'm full watching. Yes, I have 1. I have 1 arc
star. TSM. TSM.
Evan, you gotta hold that side, bro.
TSM.
You have to hold that side.
TSM.
Yeah, I'm going back to it.
来ましたよ、TSM。
There's multiple teams in this choke, by the way.
もう11部隊です。いや、ここ全部入ってんのつえ。このアンチ。
I hear a car to the north. They might just car up. Okay. Get ready, guys. They might car up at us.
I'm trying to look. I don't see, bro.
Yeah, I see.
まあ、バルジャンは来るだろうね。
Okay, okay, okay.
We're going to do it.
I can maybe stick it.
I try to stick under it, you know.
This team's still safe over here. This team is not gonna move over here.
We have to focus this team here.
Yeah, I'm coming over.
They're gonna get in the car and bubble, like 100%. The Valko team, they're not gonna make it. Be ready for to shoot these guys.
They're gonna land.
They're gonna land short. They're gonna land short. I think.
We're not getting mirrored, please.
I
don't see them at all.
They're gonna die to zone. They might oop. They might oop. They might oop. I don't see them, bro.
I don't see them at all.
They might just oop the rocks over here. I'm not sure.
I think they died though, bro.
They died on the other side. They had to have died.
Okay, walk up, walk up. Look our left, Evan. Look left.
Look at the team over here. Look at the team right now.
Oh, Jordan, watch our left, please.
I'm watching left. There's nothing going on left.
Can I go up to the top of that rock?
Maybe.
I'm gonna do it.
We have this entire east side of the zone.
I need to look for kills. Look for kills. They're resing the left side, Evan. Here.
I can't see that from where I'm at.
I gotta go back. Wait, it's a full 3-man on me, man. A 2-man. It's a 2-man.
We gotta shoot this, Evan. Valk 130.
Dead?
It's fine. It's a bang on my body. It's a solo. You can.
80 on bang.
Just play. Stay.
Give team's walking up.
It's just the bank. It's just the bank. You got it.
Knock them, knock them, the DB team.
Nice. Come to you. Come to you.
Buddy, no.
Help, help, help.
Tell your wife.
Kill him, kill him.
He's still in.
Nice.
I'm definitely
Yeah.
north. Let's get the solo, I think, maybe.
It is a solo.
It is a solo. It's a solo. It's 100% a solo.
It's Bangle thing. Can you crawl back? Can you crawl back?
Yep.
It's a box. Just play your life, Jordan. Play rat. Play rat. If you go to bins, baby. Go to bins and send to bins.
まずい。危な。
Yo.
They like wrap the rock on you guys?
I don't know. Just shut up and focus. This team East is the only team that knows that you're there. East, Southeast. There's a solo Bangalore. You need to kill that kid.
They might look to end you.
やばい、眠さ 98% ぐらいいった。
They were underneath Evan the entire time. They were playing underneath Evan.
レプスいるよ。
It has come in so much handy here. It has been
え
incredible.
X セットいたけど。X セットえ X セットいつの間にいんの
and retreat to his teammates. The catwall's going to go down as well, and Fun has to desperately try and escape, which he will do. Gets the armor swap as well, but E8 wants to push onto Exit, and that might leave the door open now for another game of Apex Legends, because NRG are on the other side of this Sykes, trying to keep the dream alive. Exit out. Meatloaf.
死んでるんだけど、なんか。早いってよ。ネタバレになるな、これ。
Dark Zero and Exet, and with how they're fragging at the moment, you'd expect
NRG 来た
player goes down. NRG
NRG 来た
and it looks like they want to make a real play for life.
うわ、終わると思ったのに。俺寝れると思ったのに。
As long as you get the job done, nobody will care. As long as NRG are there alone, NRG fans will be smiling. I mean, they just leave it late every time. This season I was like, hey, they're good to start. This is very un-NRG like. And then they fell away just to, you know, do what they do. Leave it with just a little bit of time left before they get that game on the board. But Dan, amazing performance from NRG once again to clean up in that final end game. Exit so close though, Rain. I'm going to bring you back in. Rain Day, I mean, you just felt maybe that was the game for Exit.
4チーム転倒です。
I mean, going into the top 8, we all saw that POV. They had red and Evos, purple Evo. They were feeling confident. They had just survived to fight. I thought it was over. I really did. But this shows you the caliber of teams that we have in North America. And in many ways, the dark side of it, which is the inconsistency sometimes that we have with these teams. And not to put a damper on what NRG has done, which phenomenal win. That's going to give them confidence. E8 as well. The story that is maybe the most interesting, a potential 18th place team winning match point, kicking one of our current top 10 teams out of that place and only taking the top 9. That would be a story. But in terms of, I think, Exet having more and more opportunities, when does it become a problem? And when does it start to mess with you mentally? Because, Mark, obviously, it's not easy to even get to the position that they're in. Is there any point that this becomes negative? Or is this just something like, hey, we go again, wipe the slate clean, we're going to land anyway?
I mean, it depends on the team. It depends on the player, right? Some teams will be like, okay, we're in a great position. We're still on match point. There's not many other teams who are joining us.
で、このデザインフルたちがいったらやばいね。
Opportunities you have in front of you, you don't convert. The doubt starts to come in naturally. It will. It doesn't matter who you are, how much experience you've got.
ここだって1位しか無理だよ。
Was that the game? Are we going to get another chance? Is that going to be something we're going to regret? But this is the NRG POV, Dan. And I mean, the way that they played this side of the zone, clearing it out and just allowing themselves a perfect position to third party this fight was beautiful.
Yeah, it really was an incredible way to
白草さんコンピのです。寝れないです。
because they distanced themselves from teams enough where they could watch what was unfolding in front of them and then
寝
pick
たい。
fights at the right time. It's always
あと2試合ぐらいして無理だったら終わんなかったら寝ていい？
avoiding certain fights but then getting involved when you need to. and also doing damage to teams from a distance, because then you can almost encourage those fights and help those fights finish a little bit quicker. As soon as they started to see the kill feed light up, that's when NRG said, all right, we're in a spot now where we should be winning this game. And from this point onward, it was never going to be a failure. A team like NRG does not throw games like this away. They put themselves on match point.
配信つけてる時は俺絶対いびきかくんだよな。
As it stands, they're actually only 1 point behind TSM if it were to be this position. The scary thing is we have 4 teams now on match point. So those teams who haven't been able to do enough today, we're getting increasingly more likely to find a winner.
終わってくれ、終わってくれ、終わってくれ。
And of course, Dark Zero and XF, the teams on match point that you mentioned, Dan. Gildersons with a big game. You could see how aggressive he was starting to get there in that final zone. And it's just that little momentum that NRG has, that swagger when they start going. We saw it all the way back when even in Twitch Rivals, Hal and Sweet teamed up together. They got that 37-point win with Reeds and ultimately ended up taking a huge comeback victory. There's something about the way Sweet it likes to IGL this squad, and the way Nathan and Gildersons are just 2 of the best in the business at doing damage and creating milestones. That means when they get going, they're almost impossible to stop. I know we have our series results coming up pretty soon as well, so wait for those. And obviously, you could see NRG after that big win, 25 total points. We haven't seen anyone jump really past the 26 points, but we've seen a lot of 25, 26s across EMEA and North America today, Mark, and so it's been a good showcase of NRG to get into that match.
Once again, up there, second place finish for them. Exit close, but close might as well have been a million miles away, to be honest. It's all about the win for them at this point. Meat Lovers, though, that's a really important game for them, but I keep saying about the bubble teams, man. And whose turn is it this time? It seems like 1 by 1. It's a bubble team who steps up. Yes, NRG with the big win.
寝てる姿とか一番見られたくないわ。電気消して寝るわ。そしたら。電気消して俺が寝てる姿は見れない。
Kind of like every time these standings come up and I'm reading through them, I'm just thinking about who's going to miss out. Like someone has to miss out, and it's just like, can we just not have everyone? Like, just let them all come. Just do a 10-day event.
That's the story, isn't it, Dan? When you win, you're unfortunately providing a losing experience for someone else most of the time in competitive sports. That's the nature of the game.
And that's the scary thing for some of these teams who are in the top 11, because 11 go through, but if we were to see E8 to win on match point, for example, suddenly it would only be 10 going through on points plus E8. 11th place right now is Complexity. And now Complexity, we saw and we heard soon how the tribes and tribulations that he went through, the disappointment of not being at LAN. We heard the same thing from Snipedown as well, and we know what it means to these guys to make it. And if you were to lose out because another team wins on match point, it pushes you out of those placements, then it's going to hurt even more so. So it's about putting yourself and putting your best foot forward. So if you're the likes of Complexity, Meat Lovers, Wildcard, who are kind of on those 10th, 11th positions at the moment, you need to do more to push yourself that little bit further so you're not even vulnerable to that possibility.
Overall series results after 6 games. Can't believe we're going back to World's Edge. It certainly felt like we could end there in game 3 or game 4, and then of course Storm Point seemed likely, but no, we're heading back to the map that in 2 days will be nicely revamped. Can't wait to see that on competitive. I'm sure that will still be in place for LAN. So a nice little sneak peek we've been doing there. Xset, Dark Zero, NRG, E8 round out the top 4 with FaZe right behind them. TSM still keeping pace. Meat Lovers in the back of our top 10. And yes, more to be done for our bottom half. But of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't players out there who are doing well. And if you think that you've spotted someone, we mentioned Monsoon. We've obviously been watching Hal and seeing his play. Gildersons impressed me in that last one in Fun FPS, just off looking at it. Been incredible performers today. Whoever you think is the top performer, your Monster Energy MVP, in the Twitch chat right now, use hashtag and then that player's name, and we will count your vote. Also on Twitter, if you want to go ahead and write it there, we will tabulate that as well. We have all the fancy systems, so don't worry about it. We'll make sure we get it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on World's Edge. You can see Xset having won twice, FaZe won twice. It's been a good day for FaZe. Even though they're not the storyline right now, it's been a good day for them. Dark Zero, NRG, and now match 7 with World's Edge. We are going to be making it happen, and guess what? I'm going to be sending it over to someone we haven't heard in half a second. Dan and Vicky Kitty, it's game 7 back on World's Edge.
TSM 90、NRG 89。 ワイルドカード
I
83。
mean, I'm saying I'm excited for this game, Rain Day, and I'm excited to have Vicky back alongside me as well. Match number 7. It means World's Edge. It means that all
TSM やれそうだね、じゃあ。
comfortable on Storm Point for a couple.
TSM と NRG 確定でね。あと1枠になるじゃん。
And I start to look at who have been the standout teams from World's Edge throughout this season. Furia, Exet, TSM, and even a team like FaZe have been able to find all of their victories. So there is still a lot of games to be played, potentially, if we see some of the teams who are outside of those match point teams actually finding a victory here, Vicky.
And I gotta take you away from Mark real quick, okay? Because you guys have been absolutely killing it on the mic. You know, we gotta give Marco some chance to breathe here, as Native Gaming haven't had their chance to breathe. They keep taking these 50-50s constantly here, and it's no surprise we're seeing it happen again. Also, would love to highlight the fact that E8 have been such silent killers. That's another team that I'm definitely gonna be looking at, because Chaotic from E8 has been going insane in this entire lobby. I think he's gotten like 19 kills overall. Crazy to see as we see CLG with Mamba literally 1 pixel away from getting knocked, trying to get away and being able to reset with that shield bat.
I mean, EA really would be a statistical anomaly if they were to win on match point. They only had one match win throughout the entire regular season before coming into this game today, or this match point today, and they've already found themselves in a position now where they could win on match point if they were to find a victory. But where did they find that one map win? It was on World's Edge.
そんなことより俺の眠気の方がやばい。
Maybe we will have that Cinderella story of a team who is down in 18th place finds themselves at LAN by winning on match point, rather than it being one of the top dogs. But they're going to have to compete with the likes of Exet, the likes of Dark Zero, and NRG.
いや、目閉じてる何回か俺。
Also want to get it done, not only to try and get to LAN and secure the extra seeding points, but also get that extra dollar.
何回か目
It's been
閉じてる
so
わ。
close for so long for like the last 3 games here too. It's so much on the table for this game, as CLG are going to be taking their time to try to get some information before making their next move and where they want to rotate here too. First circle going to be closing in shortly. Love to see an overhead of where this circle is going to be pulling. Even though of course we do see the contention going down there. They are taking their time inside these bunker doors with the rampart. They're not going to be moving anytime soon. But while this fight does go on and it's going to be taking its time, I'm scared about the third party is going to be rolling in soon.
Yeah, I mean, Harvester is going to be a pretty central location, especially with where the circle's going. We're heading south. We're going down towards Tree, down towards launch site, and everyone is already making their moves. FaZe have also already lost frags, but maybe it doesn't matter because Phony is able to shred with the car here to try and help out and try to put things in FaZe's favor. Snipe down, goes down as well. And they've been so close for several games, but they're not going to be able to be on match point, and Wildcard probably going to get thirded here as well. It is absolute hell here.
Right, TSM, nice.
What, with so many teams already making their way over to the south side, it's TSM cleaning up what is left here already, starting the action so quick. You have to also imagine the mental that these pros need to keep themselves in check as these games go on. They need to keep that stamina, and it could be pretty detrimental for some of these fights, especially early on.
So TSM decided they wanted to get involved. They wanted to take advantage of maybe some of these fights. They're only 11 points off making match point, by the way, and I know that TSM have always prided themselves in being victorious in match point scenarios. I think that Hal even went back and watched some of the famous match point wins on his stream the other day as well. But they need to get there first, and they need to make sure they get there before we see one of our 4 actually win here on World's Edge. And that's the circle that I was talking to you about, heading down towards launch site and surrounding areas. We've already got about 7 teams that have made their way very quickly. Optic will probably be one of the next to arrive. And then once the CLG versus Native fight eventually finishes, if it finishes, one of them could probably move quickly into the zone as well.
Q さん、こんにちは。
Well, the 2013 EDM buff help out Hal here with TSM's mental and the way that they need to be playing in this final game. I mean, right now it's showing that it's happening. So as you mentioned, there's so many teams already making their way into that southern circle. Optic, though, with this rotation, they will be able to take the southern point of launch site, which will help them ease their way into the next circle after this one closes in. But with so many teams taking control over the northern side of launch site, it's going to be real quick if they have rotation already from the southern side, since nobody's going to be there.
The southern side is often the better way to try and approach this circle, because if you come from the northern side, there's so much open ground once you leave the train track area and you start to head down towards Tree.
俺はマップ配信でいいからさ、
as you
思っ
cross.
たけど、
There
み
will
ん
be
な
a
良く
lot
ない
of
な。
teams with charge rifles, with distance weapons that can make your life so difficult. So you've got to really plan that rotation out, whether it be having an idea of what you want to do with Valkyrie, or if you do want to try and go for a sneaky little rotation on the southwest side or the southeast side. Certainly that's what Optic are doing, down towards Dome, for a little bit, and then maybe they're going to move through on the southeast over towards where TSM are on launch site. CLG still alive, still
APEX 1試合長いって。
Outside of these buildings here too. And Black Hole, they're going to be able to break down those doors. Black Hole for Black Hole. Everybody's getting stuck inside of that room right here as a gravity lift is going to help them try to reset, but he took too much of that tick damage from that thermite. Now Native Gaming, a tale again as old as time, constantly finding CL.
久しぶりに来たんですけど、今どんな感じですか？今は俺の眠気がリージョンファイナルですね。ほら笑ってる実況の人も。俺の眠気がリージョンファイナルマジで。本当にやばい。テクノブレイカーさんコンピューです。
Sentinel's going to be fighting their way through the zone now. So 17 squads remain, but we've still got a lot of heavy hitters that are on match point with a chance to try and do it in 7.
We
had 11 teams on match point before we found our victor. So in theory, we could still find ourselves in that situation with North America. Certainly hasn't been as much a total sponge as there was in EMEA in some of the games, but NA have spread the points out a little bit more evenly.
Listen, Dan, Game 7 is usually that magic number, usually the number that we see a lot of these teams settle on, but I'm always down for some more Apex, especially after the EMEA action that we got to witness going all the way up into Game 9. Apex North ended too early. Very different compared to their
点灯してるチームは4チームぐらいいる。
13 games or something. It was crazy, and they ended, you know, just the
X-Set、ダークゼロ、NRJ、E8 がマッチ点灯チームです。TSM は今のところこの順位だったらいけそう。NRG も。
A particularly good spot as well. Panda's the last remaining player, goes up into the sky, but is being looked at by Sentinels. I think that's what they were chasing in the end, trying to take out the final remaining member. And it hasn't been a good day for 5 points, so they're a little bit off the pace. Again, a big game would catch them up, and this might be a demise for Pandas, a slither of health to stay alive and just keep Furia in it for now. But considering they were the most winning team coming into today, I was perhaps expecting a little bit more, but we can't discredit the season they've had, and they are
中継確定か分かんないからな、今のところ。
maybe just regional finals hasn't really gone their way.
鳥は中継いくかもしんないけど、話し合わないと分かんない、そこは。またみんなで。
But you know, like you said, they got a lot of room to work with. They had such amazing games in the last few days of Pro League. They're currently sitting at number 4 overall, right behind Dark Zero with 102 points. So they got a lot of room to breathe out here, taking their time. Even with a lot of these other teams just fighting for the way to be in the top 10. I'm talking about wildcard complexity, Meat Lovers and Luminosity, literally a point away from each other and tied. As we can see, Xset making the rotation here, taking a different approach and a different look here in terms of comms. No fooling around this time around, no Pathfinder. That's all for the Storm Point games after they lost out and getting that top 3 score where Energy was able to take it over them. Now finding themselves in a little nice nook in between the rocks.
A lot of responsibility here for Fun with the heartbeat sensor to try and work out what's available, but it looks like it's not going to be Fun for Fun because the team now arriving above them, it's going to be Meat Lovers, and they will take down Sykes. And we might see our leading team, one of our teams on match point, fall here if they're not careful.
And we just talked about Meat Lovers.
中継だと中入り、ある程度中入りするかな。
Information as Nocturnal is going to be able to get the
revive,
but they're getting shot from a distance. Shots were coming from there earlier on. Smoke grenade now, maybe he could find some room to breathe.
Smoke going to help out, and Fun should be picked up here. It's whether Meat Lovers take another look at this, but because there's so many teams in the area that have eyes on, Meat Lovers weren't able to finish things off. Native are still alive. This is the area where Xset were looking at. They were trying to work out if they could go into this building, but as soon as they saw the heartbeat sensor, they recognized they weren't going to be able to. So a little bit frustrating from Xset that they got dived on ever so slightly and have lost 1, but with the mobile res being in the crafter, there is always the opportunity that they've crafted it early and they could get themselves back to a full 3. 17 squads remaining, round 2 starting to close. And there's only, what, 3 teams here, Vicky, that are outside of this next circle? Everyone's found themselves into at least zone 2.
And that's what you can expect from those launch site circles, especially when you want to cherry inside of those buildings, especially over the southern side of launch site, that southern building that gives you the high advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if they already made their way there. Can we also talk about the Lanimals cop that I'm witnessing here? If you get Sykes in this would be huge. Under Thieves and the feed get absolutely obliterated. LG, by the way, another team that desperately needs points because they are also on the cusp of that top 10 spot that we were mentioning before.
So XZ back on their feet, and also Fun doing some damage with the Nemesis just to try and create some space here and keep people away. Say, if you even try and send things on us to try and take down our newly arriving teammate in Sykes, then we're going to make sure we actually put a fight up against you, and you're going to take enough damage that maybe you'll get thirded. XZ trying to escape now as a 3 and should be able to get into this little snake building, and it means that the dream lives on for XZ to try and take this in 7th. Here in the North American Regional Finals. It's just about getting some loot here for Sykes. It's always one of the most difficult things. If you do get rezzed and don't have the death box nearby, then you are just going to be playing with the scraps.
Just with the squad probably rotating to their south, I would not be surprised. WC usually could rotate long through tree if they wanted to take a longer route around here. Dark Zero inside of this tunnel. Still rocking that white Evo here. More so taking their time as well. That you can see some damage being put on the board, but they got some nice.
この試合勝ちる試合で終わると思うんだよな。
I mean, we saw what he was able to do with the blue mag. Now he's got that purple mag ready and that gold extended heavy mag on the flat line.
And this is going to be one of those circles, I think, that finishes on the northern side of launch site. TSM at the moment are in a position where they'd have to move a little bit further up. Dark Zero are going to have to, of course, drop down a bit south. There's a team below them. I think they've heard them and they will fire some shots towards them as well. And fairly certain that might be XZ that was there earlier on. So we could have our 2 biggest teams that are on match point fighting against each other if they're not careful, but it's whether they want to take the fight, of course, because they're both going to have to move into that next circle, and sometimes you will avoid fights and just play placement instead.
Imagine he's got the skull piercer on that longbow, landing those shots out here. Dark Zero being absolute monsters today. One of our other teams on match points. Talking about the teams on match point, E8 still alive out here, 56 points. Exit as well, 75 points. NRG, also Nathan, really coming alive out here too, with 2 KP to his name on that Loba. So NRG, another team that's still in this lobby.
None of those teams are within the final circle, or really in one of the priority positions for that final circle. Instead, it's the likes of Complexity, actually Sentinels in one of the better positions. Lanimals are also in an area that could win the game. Everyone else is going to have to move a little bit further to get to that circle. You spoke of E8 though, they are potentially having a little bit of a scuffle here. Utility and grenades go down just to create a little bit of space, but they will go back inside and just retreat for now. But in 20 seconds, they have to move east.
Love to see Chaotic's point of view here too, especially with the way
あ、このチーム分かっていいわ。
did pick up 1 KP in the process, drops down from hip firing on top of that roof here. But the
あと5試合やったらマジ死にますね俺。マジ死ぬと思う。
enough information off that serial.
目つむって休んでればいいよ俺。ワイプ消して休んどこうかな。始まるまで。
Let's make sure the other team has to chase us. It's Luminosity who are on the edge when it comes to those teams who are fighting for land positions. 10th at the moment in the series standings, but also trying to push into the top 10 in the overall standings as Q comes out to try and stop any sort of healing. But this is such a horrible fight to take. It's one that I'm sure all watchers have had to take themselves in their ranked games. Trying to fight through these snakes, sometimes if you take a little bit too much damage, you can't quite escape, and grenades can definitely ruin your day.
Also scary too with the teams, you highlighted it, the teams that have to forcibly go through that north side of launch. That huge beamage coming in right now from Chaotic Much, looking both downstairs and through that upstairs window. Just waiting to see if they have more of these different angles, but they're trying to restabilize at the same time. E8 stuck inside of this building here, but you can expect third parties to be rolling in once the fighting is done from the north side of where Tree is.
And I wonder if Luminosity know just how important this fight could be. Not only do they put themselves closer to those land positions, but could be taking out one of the teams who are on match point and could be ending it here. Because if it ended now, as it stands, Luminosity would not land. They need more games. They need points here.
これ勝てばいけるぞ世界大会。
Going blow for blow at the moment, but no one getting anyone to the ground. As I say that, design goes down.
That's huge here for LG right now to have the number advantage now on their side. E8 though, they're not even going to poke just yet until they get to reset. Chaotic much having the opportunity to pop that Phoenix right through that cat wall that he was able to set up himself. Excellent one of the members of LG, but he gets beamed, only leaving Zach up alive for E8. LG desperately needed to take this fight, and they're coming out on top so far. Zach Mazer trying to find an opportunity to reset. He gets the beam on the hip fire, but E8 get wiped out after Yanga gets the follow-up right here. You love to see it from LG. Exit in some trouble too, playing off that low ground, and they still were able to finish up that previous fight without getting third party, because this fight right here where Exit is still happening to the right.
So the entire lobby will be made aware that one of the match point teams are out of the lobby, meaning the chances of a match number 8 get a little bit closer, especially if they knew that Exit are down to just 2, but of course they wouldn't. Fun's banner has been picked up, but Sykes is about to go down unless there's smoke. No, it's not a Hail Mary. Nocturnal last remaining player.
だけじゃね。
It takes him down, so we are seeing
あ、なるほど見てわ。
team on to match point team as NRG
よし頑張れ。
take out
X セッ
Exit,
ト
give
ソロ
themselves
や
a。better chance of being able to take this entire day. And it would be the most NRG thing to do if they were able to find a victory here today on
Right,
match
NRG
point,
だ。
especially after the first couple of games where they looked pretty slow out of the blocks. Lanimal's also having a fight against Meat Lovers elsewhere, and I did mention that Lanimal's in one of the better positions currently for this final circle.
I mentioned it earlier, but with their composition too, we cannot ignore it. Albert Lily is on this Pathfinder, Naughty on the Caustic, and Lou on the Loba. NRG choosing violence with this charge rifle as Nathan is gonna burn them down. Nocturnal, meanwhile, has caught LG in the middle of this rotation, as they've been able to get a knock here too, as Yanga is gonna be able to retaliate onto Reeds. You know, Nathan is still farming with this charge rifle, the missile storm coming in from left field here, but NRG are doing the deed and just holding down this middle ground.
So NRG have lost 1, Exet have lost 2, E8 are out.
いいよ NRG。いいよいいよいいよ。もう勝っちまえ。勝っちまえこのまま。
Anyone's able to make something of a bad situation. Luminosity go down. Glitch energy also fall. Exet do finally get taken down. So they're gonna have to go to match 8 if they were to become
まあ TSM 勝っても次の試合か。
Such a nuisance at the
次の
moment.
試合か。
Charge rifle, a pain in the backside.
Like my games when I get griefed, especially with that charge rifle just coming out of nowhere while I'm minding my own business. By the way, I don't know how Nocturnal got away with harassing LG the way that he did. He was by himself that entire time. They finally cleaned him up, but he was able to take care of LG when they were forced to rotate south from Tree. And it was TSM that are actually in that same spot. So probably them that were able to take care of Nocturnal. And like
久々にこんな眠いわ。
still on this high ground, still with his charge rifle, and with some natural cover to work with, while Lanimals hanging out on top of Pride Rock can now go for a counter rotate here. Albert Laley with the overlooking the squad right underneath them. They've taken the high ground.
And everyone's just going to be watching that kill feed, hoping to see NRG get eliminated. Because if they do, we're guaranteed to go to a match 8. 3 other teams that are on match point, all been eliminated already. As Animals now holding the high ground here. Black Hole comes down. They're trying to make sure they don't get sucked into it, but they look like they're going to struggle. Naughty's going to be the last remaining player. It's Sentinels that are doing the damage, and Naughty can at least utilize the barrels to stay alive here and just get that gas down.
That was actually huge here. Naughty literally living off the sticks with these shields.
Naughty's gonna
so incredibly low, but playing off this high ground out of the line of sight of some of these squads. But with Lanimals giving up that space on the platform here, the circle is closing in. TSM can't rotate in that direction, so they're going to be forced to rotate from the low ground into the line of sight of NRG.
Well, NRG have a 2. And TSM may be aware of that if they can get a Q off here with the Seer. Surely they recognize the team is in here. Yeah, they will have their information. TSM could keep this alive, send us to a match 8 here, and not only that, they are edging into match point themselves. It's going to be red evos for NRG, and we have already seen a team like Dark Zero win a game as a 2, so it's not out of the realms of possibility, but TSM very aware that it is dangerous whatever way they push this, because there are eyes on them from every direction.
Everywhere. Meanwhile, NRG finding Mr. Hakulo on the other side. That is Drug Freak trying to take the opportunity to push onto TSM. They find themselves going down as they took a lot of damage from NRG from inside. That's why TSM didn't want to wrap around here. Nathan, though, gets beamed, and this may be the green light for TSM.
And because they've got the low, but they've had all of the shield swaps available, NRG are making this difficult for anyone who wants to try and take this position off of them. And the fact that they've got the rampart as well, they're able to fortify this little RV truck, and they've made it so tough for TSM. But now here comes the utility. Now here comes the nades. Nathan will fall, and surely this is the demise of NRG. It was a valiant effort, but Sweet on his own to try and keep this alive for NRG, but TSM will start to march on in.
Sweet telling everybody, mind your own business. NRG, the last team on match point alive, and it's just Sweet with a dream. He's getting beamed from behind. Doesn't look that that dream is going to be lasting any longer.
いやー、追伸だ。
Of 3 squads, they clean him up.
おー、TSM いる。
TSM have taken control over their truck, and Sentinels
あー、燃えるな。
taking care of Lanimals are making the rotation into the middle of the circle.
Well, NRG saw their chance in the RV, but it was quickly ripped away from them from the entire lobby, and that means we're guaranteed a match 8. North America said, well, EMEA went to 9. Hold my drink. We'll do exactly the same. We'll try and get there as well. TSM are closing in on match point. They only need 3 more points, whether that be from kills or placement. But it's not the easiest position because they're being targeted by both Complexity and Sentinels right now. Optic also in a fine spot because they've used the Dark Veil to at least stop any sort of coverage from Complexity above them.
もうやばい。
come down. Sentinels get sent on as well. And now this is the engagement that
お、愛ちゃんさん320円スパです。ストリーミング大配信。もうそんな俺ちゃんと見たいのに。TSM。いや COL かこれ。COL。COL。COL。
TSM are on to match point. They achieve it. They're into the top 2, but it's going to be Complexity that should take the plaudits here. But TSM have done crazier things, but it's not going to happen. Complexity also put themselves.
No way.
Point. We now have 6 teams going into match 8, and Complexity.
3点 TSM。点としろよ。
They put themselves in the best chance to do so.
Oh,
feeling going into today. They're now sitting at match point after taking that dub, meeting together with TSM. Add on to the other teams that have now been sitting at match point while we go on to our next game, Dan.
Well, I mean, 6 teams, and the fact that Complexity hit exactly 50. They needed exactly a victory and that amount of kills to get there. I'm sure they're going to be beaming right now. Rain Day, I'm sure you are as well. You're already smiling. You must have enjoyed that one.
How'd you know? I was smiling. It was a great finish there. A lot of teams
俺めっちゃクマできてんじゃん。
to get to a position of match point. We now have
クマできてる俺。
as we head into
やば。
game 8. Vicky, I'll bring you back on and let's wrap up about it because TSM Complexity, we see NRG having a great performance there again, almost making it work. Tough stuff. I mean, the lobby is starting to heat up. It took a while for North America, but we're really starting to see now the landscape start to shift where more and more teams are getting onto that match point.
Can we highlight the fact that Xset was at match point after what, game number 3, and they That is insane. I mean, yeah, they've been having some fun with some different team compositions, but it can also make them stand out like a sore thumb for some of the teams that do call them out, especially on Storm Point, which I do believe is what we saw when NRG had the opportunity to dive in on them. But man, more teams now making their way to match point, and looking at the cusp, Sentinels 2 points away from being at match point after that previous game.
頭から離れないんだけど何の音楽か忘れた。
who has been so close since Storm Point.
何の音楽か思い出せないのマジモヤモヤするんだよな。
But this is a game that Complexity desperately needed, and they found this spot early on.
Complexity also getting things done with less big wins. Less wins, but when they win, they're winning bigger. Phase with 2 wins on the
携帯のマイクで歌ってみようかな。
point. It makes you, it kind of tells
検索で
how they've decided to approach this. And Complexity
思い出せないから。
with Luda, with Cody, with Monsoon. Mechanical prowess and ability, the ability to win 1v1 fights, to take them as a trio and be better than the trio that they're fighting. That has always been something Complexity has had a kind of a shine on. They've been so good at that. Now they're putting the macro together, and this is just a nice recap of how they handle this final circle. Vicky, the charge rifle doing work from distance for Luda.
Still showing what a beast the charge rifle is from the distance without having to overcommit.
面白い作り取れたので DM で送ってもいいですか？ダメです。送んないでください。送んないでくださいのと広めないでください。
Had the number advantage and the health advantage in their favor, taking not only the dub but also 6 KP to their name, totaling them the 18 points that they needed to be sitting at match point. Exactly 50 points after that dub. TSM also right behind them.
もう自分の顔嫌だから送んなくていいよ。
That is a solid performance. It almost feels like a win. I think this
NA 確定してんのは
that we've seen in terms of total points. So 20% of lead the lobby in terms of moving up the ladder, which is what they certainly are hoping to do. Native Gaming, drug free.
この上位7チームかな。
Games they've been on match point 4 games.
まあこれ8チーム確定からも TSM も。
The story. Will they change it? Still got another chance in game 8. Let's take a look. I believe at the backside of this with Luminosity, Dark Zero rounding that out. And I have to say, EA, although they kind of stormed into match point, been a little quiet since then, Vicky.
Yeah, struggling out here. They did find that fight versus Luminosity, who cleaned up the points, 7 KP, but the positioning and the rotations unfortunately were cut off by TSM there too, and by Knock.
ベイカクロネス、ベイカクロネスおはようございます。なんだかんだ TSM そうだね。TSM 来るね。ああ、眠気覚めたからいいや。熊がすごい。いや、俺なんか残業してる人俺。
Hope to be a little easier as well. I mean, when you're in the 18s, it's not looking like a good day so far.
ブラック企業に勤めてる人みたい。
Optic Gaming, Lanimals,
メガ。
lovers, they've also got time, even Furia, but they've obviously
皆さんコンピューターです。
spots ahead to land. As far as the 6 teams who can end it all in Game 8, it's XSET, NRG, Dark Zero, E8, TSM. Boy, that's a scary thought for a lot of teams in this lobby, and Complexity. I cannot wait to see what ends up happening. Guess what? We don't have to wait too much longer. Match 8 about to begin, and of course, let's send it over to Mark and Vicky to take us through it.
You ready, Vicky? Are you ready?
Always.
Give me an honest answer.
Always.
Honest
You already know.
Always. You're ready. That's what I want to hear. All right, okay. Let's talk about this game then, because we've now got 6 teams on match point, and I got a funny feeling that it's not going to end here. I think we're going to have another game after this one. I think we're going to have a few more teams join in. I've got to be honest, I feel like we're going to be here for some time. The lobby cannot decide on what's going to happen at the moment. Except, like you mentioned, quite right.
NRG
Great position here. We're playing amazing Apex Legends, and before you know it, we're in match 8 already. They still haven't won it.
Yeah, it's like
いや、NRG 確定ですね。
the W right in front of us, and then they're like, you like sleep?
だからあと
Don't you like more Apex? And you know what? I don't disagree.
あと2枠。
I know you're feeling the type of way after that, but if you guys could carry on the legend,
ミートラワーズワイルドカード、
I guess you could say
ルミノシティ、コントレスティ、
and NA has to try to contest that. But here we go. We have game number 8, and we
Nan-
still have those 6 teams
Imarze.
sitting at match point, all on the table here. And then what do you call it? It's the contest that we keep seeing from these 2 teams.
I'm not sure if this is a contest or a nightmare at this point. By the way, triple take is doing work once again here.
はい、またショートファイト。
Off guard, not enough damage being done, and COG versus native. At least we're
ミ
back
ルト
to
クリマ
Monster this time.
クリマは多分変えるかもしれない。
Change of scenery in the previous game.
ミルはダークゼロとか
They were looking like Mr. Worldwide.
DF とかじゃない。
all the way to the buildings in the outskirts of Thermal Station.
いっぱい出
It's
てるよ。
crazy out here. And Native Gaming do have the number advantage of looking a little.
ダークゼロが変えなそう
Just going to be able to try to restabilize with high ground here, and it's the 50-50 that we keep seeing that is never going to end. Don't expect anything to change out here for either of these teams.
It does give us a chance while this battle continues to talk about where we find ourselves though and the teams that we do have on match point right now.
なんか急に目覚めた俺。
In position to maybe win this whole thing.
眠気の峠を通り過ぎた。
The list is as follows. Exit, they are on
俺も
NRG joining them.
まだ全然いけるわ。
E8 also on match
峠通り越した。
We saw TSM and Complexity both join that match point collective, we'll call them for now. Teams who can win if they win this next game. And if you're looking at
限界を超えるとね、眠気覚めるんだよ。
teams across the lobby, we probably are getting into the stage now where you can
あと5時間ぐらい配信いけるわ。
those teams in endgame.
うわ、ダークゼロ。待って待って、これフラグメントあんちゃう。フラグメントこれ絶対決まる。絶対決まるこれ。いや、これ絶対決まるわ。しゃ寝れる。もう決まります、これで。決まりました。まあでもランがチャンピオンだとしてな、ランが。ランチャンピオンでもいいな。ランやばいね。ランマジでチャンピオンとないときつい。
Where that zone might end, it could be a bridge zone. It could pull a little bit towards market and maybe even a little bit further north in towards the backside of Frag where Dark Zero is set up right now. But this is a zone
いや、まあここで終わるか、ランが勝つか。この2択です。俺のと。
cohabitation, we see a lot of teams stacking up inside of buildings, and it's going to be one where
発射場行こうとしてないよ。休憩どうかなって感じだけど、まあ、NRG 来るね。
Seeing that the contest keep going is like watching a little mini game, honestly. Just gathering my thoughts after CLG go down again. NRG
あ、NRG チャンピオン構成だこれ。
already making the rotation, and landing on the other side of this train tracks. It looked like they were going to
Lampard
land on top
と
of
なってる。
them here, but they also picked up on the Valkyrie passive that there was another team that had the high ground right beside them, probably being Dark Zero on the other side of Fragment West as well as Lanimals, but it was Oxygen that they also picked up. So more squads now making their appearance, with Luminosity also making the rotation outside of Landside. So they'll soon be
ラ
in
ン
the
チャンピオ
action.
ン取らないと敗退かも
I
ね。
absolutely love watching Nathan play Apex Legends, by the way. I feel like my two favorite
いや、アルブラ来てほしいな、マジで。
mechanics and like wild stuff that they do is Nathan and fun. They just seem like you could put them on
トリマーファ、ランは50ポイント乗せたいね。
It's something about the way they move, the way they just snap onto people. I love my controller players, but there's something special about it. You know what I mean?
I totally understand. It's actually how I've been feeling today about Zainu. He's just been on another level here today, too. Love watching these controller players. I also feel the type of way about that charge rifle. I know that's probably your favorite gun. I feel like knowing you, that just fits your playstyle, doesn't it?
I don't know how to take that, honestly. I mean, if you fight... Dan Gaskin, by the way, will tell you, if there's a charge rifle in my hand, we are having a rough day of Apex Legends, alright? That's all I'm saying.
I love that call out. Especially with the way that you probably... You,
フラグのここなのか、左負けなのか、もしくは右なのか。
One of those squads that we got to highlight out here, one of the teams that are at match point currently. Chaotic has been having an amazing day so far, finding a team inside of this building over on the southern side in thermal.
おお、仕掛けるね。
Trek for this team to go eventually, but trying to cover their back end here as this Zeinful is going to be able to call out that flare with the alternator.
We had to use the spikes to just reset for a second. The alternator is so good.
お
Look at that nade. Absolutely.
はあ、ケオティックが強い。
And EA seems to come out the better side of it for now. Should be able to finish this one off.
いやー、ワイルドカード。
Been eliminated, but for a second that got a little bit hairy.
ワイルドカード、ここで落ちた。これ E8 が勝ったらマジ熱いな。E8 は1位しかないんですよ、もともと。ポイント的に。
Trying to continue that forward here, they need to, especially since literally 2 points away from also sitting at match point. If we do see a game number 9, 18 squads left in this lobby as they're going to be able to take that jump tower to reposition here. They don't have a Valkyrie here, so it's about getting to that next circle and to a better position quickly.
Sentinel's kind of creeping up on match point now, and you feel like their only way for qualification is to win this whole thing, and they've been in some pretty much involved in every endgame that we've seen so far. So Sentinels, if this goes one more game, we'll be in a position to maybe make the miracle run. And what a story that would be, Vicky. The trials and tribulations
匠さんコンピロです。もうそろね、もうそろ6チーム戦闘だから決まるよ。
The precipice of complete and utter disappointment and despair to qualify for LAN. What a story that would be.
So many storylines to highlight out here too, and they'd be starting from what 17th in the overall standings before the day started here today, and to be out here putting in the work so close to reaching match point. As we take a look at the teams that are still hanging out over here at Skyhook. Circle, but they're going to start moving soon. If they don't have that next set of information, this circle is traveling south, so that choke point exiting out of Skyhook, the teams
次のアンチで決まります。どこなんでしょう。
like by countdown are going to inevitably meet these teams when they are in the middle of that rotation.
It's so crazy to see. Every time I'm looking at a team right now, I'm like, you need to do something, you need to do something. And like complexity, just a little bit of weight on what they did and what that match in that win in the last game meant to them. That win has put them in 10th place overall.
もうこれ左かここやん。
They would qualify for LAN if it was to finish right here, right now. So complexity, what a story that is in itself. For them to be so close to qualification. I mentioned at the top of the show, they were my team to watch because they had a 3-point day, which really put their backs against the wall heading into regional finals. But backs against the wall is one thing, but performing when you are under pressure and need to is another. And that's exactly what complexity did in that last game.
コンプレスティは50ポイント到達と。到達ってか、もともと到達なのかこれ。もともとか。ブラックオッツのコンピラです。
Pander's on the other side with a Nemesis, your other favorite weapon to work with, Mark. Ooh.
The Chad weapon, that's Nemesis. Everybody loves it, and it's for good reason. Panders with some good damage coming in off that as well. Tries to follow it up, but his Watson has got an even bigger gun, and his is can find a dome with that one.
ラフティさんコンピュータです。プレイオフおめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。
See the pings going down, calling out that team that wanted to disengage from them. But while they are disengaging and all this noise is happening,
マジ眠気の峠通り過ぎたなさっき。
north side exiting out of survey camp. Furia trying to take control over this high ground right here. Nobody to their south right now. As Sentinels just going to be able to call this and just try to disengage, approach from a different angle if they can. On the other side of Epi, on that high ground that overlooks Fragment.
Just to give you an idea of how close it is, by the way, and I'm talking about LAN qualification right now. FaZe are currently sat 93 points. I'm going to go down just one by one as we see His Watson just lining up a shot, decides to hold the trigger there. FaZe 93, 5th. NRG 92, 6th. TSM 91, 7th. 100 Thieves, they're in a sketchy position right now. They're 8th with 86. Glitch 84. Complexity 84. Luminosity 83. Wildcard 81. Meat Lovers 80. It is like 1 point or 2 points separating all these teams at the moment on that qualification bubble. It is nuts. It could not be closer.
This is actually insane. Literally by a single to 2 points. That's literally not a gap.
Glitch and Complexity tied on 84.
Actually crazy. The only slight gap there is really between TSM and 100 Thieves out here too. That's crazy to think here too. And then if you consider the other gap too, Meat Lovers and Lanimals is another one too.
Yeah, it's stressful for me to read, let alone play the game right now. So, I mean, it's pretty nuts for these teams, and that is why you are seeing lobbies being played out with such trepidation. Every time you see a knock in the kill feed like we do right now, as NRG lose Nathan for just a few moments, it has an impact not just on that team, but the entire lobby and the entire lineup of North American teams who are going to make it through to the Split 2 playoffs. XSET still in the position, though, that they found themselves in after 3 matches. They are on match point. They just need a win, but this is a tough zone for them to navigate.
ヘロさん、ヒロさんか。ありがとうございます。クリさんと話してないよ。あ、そう、これね、バックの内容に全然合ってないんだよね。わかる。ESM 浮き山か。だ。
Yeah, I agree. TSM in a really smart position at the moment, especially for a lobby that's going to be really stacked up on top of each other, like we mentioned a little bit earlier. Inside of fragments,
avoidsこれ NRG 勝てるかもしんない。ボロやな。もしかしたらランも勝てるかもしんない。いや、これ決まるかもぞ。決まるかもぞってなんだ。決まるかも。金田さんコピーです。ボロやボロや。
Or do they have to try a different rotation? Maybe taking a bit of zone damage, but with zone 3 closing.
ここだ多分。ここら辺でたら最初のうち。NRG 動かなくていいねこれ。
Not that it would even be easy for them with the position that Drug Free is already holding here, and with the weapons that they're also using. I do like the split positioning that we're seeing from E8, so that way Chaotic could be in a better spot. And it's actually wander Drug Free off. They're forced away from this choke point, and they're giving the space over to E8.
Give them some space. But are they just backing up to hold the zone? They want to be safe for themselves. E8 kind of forward, like you say. But no damage being done, but you're quite right. The third party from across the way is a worry for both teams right now. That's going to help. Zach Mazer kind of saying, okay, you kind of let us move up a little bit here, Drug Free. Maybe we'll put a few shots into LG as a thank you.
LG's like, hold on, wait a minute. We gave you that space. We gave in the third party off in left field, but E8's like, don't think you can get away with this right now. Because it's still a difficult rotation. Because now E8 is going to rotate in between 2 teams if Drug Free hold this position. But it doesn't look like they can because they're getting beamed from a distance with another charge rifle.
Charge rifle for you, charge rifle for you. Everybody has a
E8 はどこだ ?E8 はどこだ
And everybody can't poke. Everybody's finding it tough to move across.
うわー、CS 渋いぞ、これは。ここはもう、正直下のチーム渋いと思うよ、これ。OXD 超えるし、鉄骨もいるし、フェイズの方行くしかない。お、TSM バルじゃん。いや、いいとこ入ったかもしれない、これ TSM。誰見よう
then it can be a problem. Speaking of problems, TSM have got a big
あ
one right now. They had to leave that
死
epicenter
んだけど、ここは起こせるよね。
Verhol's got taken down from the skies
え、
as
起
well.
こせない
Verhol's
こ
gonna
と
go
誰
down.
こ
This
こ
team just raining down nades from above.
オーマイガーコースティックかよ、まさかの。
And Reps is gonna survive. Does manage to just about get across to his long
うわ、核入ったバカル最悪や。
how, but Verholst, he's done for.
Name a better duel in the Valkyrie redeploy into repositioning into death here for TSM. You hate to see it as they're playing for their lives. Exit doing the same. They did lose out on fun earlier. Nocturnal trying to reposition right behind this truck. They also traded because they were able to get Yanya, but let's not forget what's happening on the other side of LG. This is going to probably be the re-engage from E8 now that they have that opportunity to get involved in this fight.
Question is, can they get Fun back up? Where is Fun's body? Is he down in a resible position? Can Nocturnal just do enough damage to force teams back? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do exactly that. Sykes is going to be taken down as well.
いやでも EA とかこれ来るぞ。
And now has to cross to where those knocks are going to be. Has the knockdown shield to play between, but he's also got the entire
Oh.
E8 roster up on top of them. And Exet will be eliminated. And E8 are making a run at this.
Oh,
They are
oh,
on match point, and they are
まだわからんぞ、これ。
After being pinched in between LG and drug
うわ、これ NRG かダークゼロ勝ったろ、これも
when the fourth party then got involved that is called
う。いやでも、
and they took
いやもうこれ込みすぎてるこれ。やばい。舞台率やばいこれ。込みすぎ。
They are able to take Verholz's
まだ15部隊もいいんだけど。
drone flying right around TSM, but they're on the mosquito swatter. Just information for that team.
しかもこれ鉄骨入ってるこれ。
I don't know how TSM have got out of this situation, but they have. Reps is going to have some players on his heart.
待って、熱いぞこれ。
Might be able to hit a good Q this.
え、これさ、だって。 あ、間違えた。
What's bad though is that Dark Zero is the one that's holding broken.
しかもこれさ、
That's bad.
アルブラパスだから、天狼上にジップ焚いていけるんだよ
Where
な。
do teams have to rotate in? Where do teams have to rotate in? Is there
ビーナンチ。
Look at TP.
ネクストアンチが
Back to it.
あ、でも線路入ってないのか。いや、そうなると渋いな。
He dropped portal in.
I think he climbed up a level.
I don't think they can take that shit.
NRG がコランパと対強すぎる
They all
な。
took it back. They have to walk up. They're gonna have to triple take the TP or walk.
I think they have to walk. They die if they take
わかんないけど、とりあえず勝ってほしいわ。
Yeah, they do.
なんで
I'm looking at the fucking walk up. See her
They have
going
to
right
walk.
to left, right to left.
84 cracks on them.
Two shots. Two shots.
They're gonna go under here.
Yeah, they are.
This team might try and take our fucking zip.
140 on Wraith.
うまい。
Right there, one shot.
70 on Seer.
Another Valcolt. I'm looking at the Valcolts, guys.
Yeah. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Red ping. Free kills.
I'm looking. Seer. 32 red. Cracked him.
One more.
Nobody call single that.
No.
Okay. They took
Actually,
a
is it?
portal.
Yeah, they're not in there. They're not fucking in. I just stunned them. Look at it. They have to die.
Alright, I'm looking.
I'm tossing nades on it.
ES の死んだ。
70 on Seer.
コンプレクシティ死んだ。
I'm done mining that.
まだまだ死によこれ。
Blue boys, they're not in zone there.
Burning one. Wraith one. Seer dead. Nice.
EA の死んだ。
No, I had a 55 flash. They might try and fight us, guys. We need
オ
to
プティック
be
死
careful.
んだ。まだまだ死ぬよ。
We need to figure out where they're rotating. We need to figure out where we're rotating in.
Let me know.
I think we should play
Bridge
tracks.
isn't
Yeah.
in. It's not in.
Yeah, I know. And then I think we slide off and play the car or something. The cars.
I have to use my zip to get naughty to tracks.
そうだね、線路上。
Okay. I'm about to put Lobo down. Okay. Yeah. What did you say, El?
I have to use my zip to get naughty to tracks.
Okay.
Gold knock. I'm getting that red. I'm also
Grabbing
getting two
bats.
bats. I got two bats. Yeah. Here, purple here. Alright, what do you want me to do exactly? I have my costicle. And
I'm not sure. We need to start brainstorming. I'm not 100%.
Okay.
Listen, if they fight here, Lou, I think we
さあ、周りのパーティーの状況見てみましょう。
They're going to look. Why are they looking that direction? Like they're about to fight. Yeah.
NRG ダークゼロはあれだよ、チャンピオンだったらもう終わりだよ。フェイズも。フェイズもだよね。フェイズは違うな。NRG ダークゼロだけだな。あと2チームだこれ。え？これ2チームだよ。6分の4死んでるよこれ。
I don't trust it. Yeah. I don't trust it.
あと2チームが向こう側にいる。
Look, they're fighting here.
Okay, yeah, we should set up a zip to that.
I'm making the zip.
We should set up a zip to that.
I'm gonna wait.
Shoot this right here.
Going now.
Shoot at this, guys, shoot at this.
I'm going. I'm burning them
Yeah,
on
man, hold though.
Shit on right on you, Lou.
Yeah, kill him.
Get the corner, get gas down now.
Yeah, come to me. Get in the corner.
Get to me now, Naughty. Get gas down. Look
ナイス次。でかい。高尾さん、こんにちは。熱い。ナイスジップすぎる。てか、これじゃない。これだ。ナイスジップすぎ。
No way, bro. I'm good. Rest. They're about to fight. I'll look for this. No, chill. Stop. Bro.
I didn't even see that nade.
I'm batting. Naughty, we have to kill this human side.
Yeah, you guys have to get the KP. You guys have to 30, get the KP. Throw gas on them. Throw ults on them.
I'm batting first. Hold on.
I'm peeking this window.
Listen to
Naughty,
me.
do you have gas aid?
No.
Take upstairs and then throw gas nade inside downstairs.
He doesn't have gas aid.
いやー、これ今ノックダウン張ってれば知らなかったのに。って感じだね。
I'm watching your right swing. Swinging right.
I'm holding it.
You need to get more gas down.
No barrels. 5 seconds.
Get a barrel right here, Naughty.
When do you have ult?
I need an ulti cell. There is one. I don't think there is one now.
There isn't one.
One ulti cell. I have one. I'm not gonna have it. 10 seconds on a barrel.
I got an ulti cell. I got a ton of nades too.
Please. I'm popping an ulti cell.
Throw your nades. Spam nades. Hard spam nades.
Some Naughty, slice
Get
me
this
now.
KP. Get this KP.
We're good, Naughty. Stay in the corner.
Nice. Get the
Nice.
You need to get gas nade. You need to get ult.
やばすぎ。これ、NRG 死んだ。ダークセル残ってる。
I'm batting.
You need to slide down.
ダークゼロ、フェイズ、
and sit in it.
オキシジェン、ラン。
Al, you might need to ride.
やばい、これダークゼロが勝っちゃう。
Matt, give me. Oh no, fuck it. I'm popping this ulti cell. I have my ult. I have ult. What do you want me to throw it?
Gas it. Somebody play gas it.
I'm down.
Good try.
It was impossible. I had to ult the right team when we had to get to the cart and crouch, but we couldn't.
Okay. We have to hope that we're still in.
ダークゼロ勝っちゃう。ダークゼロ勝っちゃう。
Phony still alive, and does he know this is Dark Zero? If he does,
ダークゼロが勝っちゃう。
he can still influence this lobby here for FaZe. He needs to do damage to them. If FaZe want a chance at winning the regional finals, then he needs to damage Dark Zero on this cross.
Oh, let's see what Phony's gonna be.
やばい、これダークゼロ勝った。
Dark Zero's gonna be able to try to take this fight against Oxygen. Phony needs to time this amazingly right now. Oh, he gets sent.
ダークゼロだ。
Two squads now left. Oxygen versus Dark Zero.
Dark Zero are gonna do it. Dark Zero are gonna win it again. The match point specialist surely see this one out, and they do. The regional champions of North America are Dark Zero.
Concluding it 82 points to their name to even things out between themselves and exit. What a show up from Dark Zero at the very end.
これどこが行った？
Pressuring team, by the way, against NRG when they had nowhere to go. The logo said, and unfortunately, NRG were met back in the lobby. But what a finale out here, Mark.
Yeah, crazy endgame.
うわー、ランいけなかった。うわー。
Was the perfect one. I mean, they swung onto Phony, but
うわー、こうなりましたね。
this kill. Zero did damage, hoping Oxygen would
こうなりましたよ。
damage. They did. And while Oxygen were focused on Phony, they take some amazing angles on the fence line.
2ポイント差や。3ポイント差や、もうこれ。めっちゃジジイしてる、ここ。
The surprise package
100T 危な。
to the ALGS champions. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. They moved to North America, and now they're the regional champions. Vicky, amazing stuff. I mean, we're gonna have to say goodbye to you, but final words before you leave us.
Zainu is cooking on this team. I
接
could not have
戦
seen
だ
a better
な。
player to join this list of heavy fraggers, and I cannot wait to see.
ワイルドカードできなかったん
And
か
I'm。sure you guys can't too. That was fantastic. Thank you guys so much. You guys got to conclude this, wrap this show up,
いやー
because we got a lot to look forward to for LAN.
Awesome stuff. Can't wait to see you there, Vicky. See you very, very soon. We're going to bring in Rain Day, though, to close out the show. Dark Zero are our champions, Rain, but we still have some things to get sorted here and find out who's going to land.
That's right. There's still more drama left to unfold, but a massive congratulations from the ALGS fam on Dark Zero winning the regional finals in North America. There has not been a team that has won a playoffs in Europe while also being a representative of APAC South, now also winning a regional finals in North America. Dark Zero has gone over every position you could go to almost in the world except South America and APAC North right now. And won championships representing each of those feet. And to do it not just as Dark Zero guys, but with a new teammate this weekend. I mean, to be able to bring in Zainu and to have Rambo have been trying out, there's so many words to say. I don't know if I have enough of them, Dan, but we got to figure something out here because Dark Zero are doing
Well, the good news is for those teams who are around 10th place is that one of the teams that were in the top 11 has taken a LAN spot via match point. So that means the team that's in 11th place will also go to LAN. The teams that were close were the likes of Complexity, Luminosity. This is going to be a very nervy moment for those teams who wait for the admins to total up those points and see who is going to be going to in the split 2 playoffs. But what a final circle it was. I mean, for a short time, it looked like maybe it was going to be NRG's opportunity as they go up into the skies, but then they're quickly shot down. But when you see Dark Zero in a spot like this, having the ability to look down on everyone, having the advantage when it comes to armors and weaponry, it was written in the stars that Dark Zero would again win in match point.
I'm not so sure Dark Zero didn't know.
眠さどっか行ったね。
On that left side as well. I mean, the Loba Rampart is a pretty kind of telltale sign of a couple of teams that it could be. And knowing the situation here, Dark Zero did a good job just holding that middle side of market. And making it so difficult for that team to push out from the other side of Fragment. As they do, they show up. Match point specialists. They let the other teams cannibalize each other, and they show up for the dub. That is what has gotten them here, and it's also maybe set the table for what we're going to be seeing at LAN, certainly from North America. But just your reaction to our final top 10 here in our final game before we get our final standings.
I mean, perfectly played by Dark Zero in that end game as well. And they're also going to say thank you to Phony because I think he got a knock onto one of Oxygen as a solo. So just crazy stuff to see. Made Dark Zero's job even easier in those final moments. But FaZe, I mean, they crossed match point. Doesn't matter at this point. They didn't even get to play and have a chance to become the champion. But enough points on the board certainly to just be good for them to qualify. Lanimals with a big game as well. I tell you what, I kind of looking through here and I see points for Lanimals. They're on the cusp. Glitch were on the cusp. Everyone was on the cusp.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna miss out. It's I tell you what, it's
Sentinels.
It's a sweet moment.
I mean, these are teams that you know and love. They've got players who have battled to just get to this point. It's not easy to make it through a split. It's not easy to get into the split. Just ask everyone in the challenger circuit trying to head through the LCQ and just trying to get and stay into the Pro League. The 10 teams that weren't even in this regional final that participated in the Pro League. None of this goes without saying that this is a very hard thing to accomplish, and whether they got the job done should not be a measure of whether they are quality and should be back and representing our league. We certainly know everyone here can get the job done, but it is a matter of who got the job done. These are your series results here for today. Xset, obviously number 1 in terms of points. Dark Zero as well, 82 because of the win. They'll take that spot, guys. How are we feeling about this? Luminosity jumps into 10. Complexity, Dan, did they do enough, you think, these teams that you've been thinking about on the bubble?
I'm not going to spoil it, but there's going to be two teams who are going to miss out on 2
もう
points
足下げてたわ。
of getting to LAN. It is going to be heartbreak, just as it was in the EMEA region. And there's going to be 2 teams who scrape through on 10th and 11th, just 2 points ahead. And yeah, I'll wait until we get the admins totals and we guarantee it. But what a day. Just incredible action. Both regions that we've covered. How close it's been that we factored into match 8 and match 9 across the 2. Dark Zero back to Dark Zero things by making sure that they get on match point, but still technically in first. Points totals as well.
Unbelievable stuff. Well, you teased us. Well, Dan, now we've got to see what's up. Who is going to land in North America? It's XSET, Dark Zero, and you can see Glitch Energy, 100 Thieves, Complexity, NRG, they make it in. FaZe as well with TSM, Furia, Optic, and Dark Zero. But there are a lot of teams, as you mentioned, Dan, who we thought today might have had a move, but they did not. One more team, though, will find that 11th place thanks to TSM winning our previous LAN, and it is Luminosity. Oh my goodness. I was curious about it. One of my teams that I knew had so much to give, but Mark, for Wildcard, Meat Lovers, Lanimals specifically, just 3 points separating them from a spot at the big show.
Just 3 points, but I think if you looked across the performances in general from the season, you would say that's probably the 11 teams who deserve it most.
Yeah.
I think the Meat Lovers probably feel the hardest done by because they were inside of that top 10, top 11 for so long. But you got to be consistent. Losing Zainu as well, it's got to hurt even more, right? You know, it's tough for them for sure. It's been a season for them initially, but well, when it's all said and done, they won't be joining us in London. But I think that top 11 is about right. I think everyone who's there deserves to be there. It's no Cinderella story, unfortunately, for someone coming through. But
yeah, どこもやばいな。どこもやばいな。
I mean, imagine being Zainu right now. You get a DM.
どこもやべえよこれ。
Hey, want to win a regional championship?
ダメだ。
Cool. All right.
どこを見てもやばいわ。
My goodness, what a moment. And it is set
どこ入ってもやばいだろこんなの。
In a little bit here.
俺らは X セット、ノーセプ、ATH、PLV、ファイアビーバーズ、ジェリング、CR、グリッチエナジー、100T。モイス対モイストって別になんか因縁があるみたいな言い方するけど全然ないからな1ミリも。え？なんか音バグってね。びっくりした。俺のイヤホンがバグってるかと思った。C やばいな。フナティック、ベックス、ドオプティック。フナティック、ベックス、ドオプティックでやばいのに、さらにドリームファイア、MDY。フェラーズわかんないけど、これ。フェラス。TSM、アセンドいて。パルブ。パルブ、アセンド中だから。コンプレシティも中。アライアンスは A か。D がよくわからんな。この FA プレイヤーズが SA1 位なんだよ。モイストも中だし、パイオニアも中だし、ジオンも中だし、フェイズも中だし、結構中が多いな。D は。A がよくわからん。A もよくわからん。
But we know that when it comes to match point, there's just a class above. That class includes pretty much Dark Zero.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And I think there's still some maybe questions.
B グループ唯一の APAC の3チームだね。
They got into that position. Did the pressure get to them a little bit? Knowing that they'd thrown away a couple of opportunities to close things out? Was it just the zones not going their way? Was it just everyone else?
ファイヤービーバースのノーセプがめちゃくちゃ外だね。B は。いやでも割といいな B で。ダークゼロと被ってないからミルが取れるんだよね。ダークゼロいない時にミル取ればいいんだよ。
what Dark Zero did is what I do in sports management games, is they went, who's got the highest kills who's not on our team right now? Oh, Zanyu, yeah, sure, let's sign him and see how he does. That's what I do. I find who's ever scored the most soccer goals and I put them on my
クリマタイザーはヒューリアと
You
ど
know,
っ
you've
か
got
ら
to
ね
give your hats off to the guy who's just been picked
スト
up
レ
by a team.
ストレ
Make
ン
sure he
テラ
stays
フレー
out
ムみたい
there.
な
Make sure he's at the top for a reason and what a feeling it must be that Once
アライアンスだよ
be added to that roster and to get a victory
あの
and now
演
to
目とした
go
の
into
は
LAN as a regional champ.
If there's anything you needed to confirm you made the right decision, I think that was it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about voting. We have been talking about your decision on who you thought performed at the best today in our regional finals for North America. Well, now it's time to get into it and announce our Monster Energy MVPs. All right, let's start with us here on the desk, guys. Mark, I'm going to go to you first. Who you got for your Monster Energy MVP?
I'm going with Zyno, and I'm smiling because I got to go first again. Always makes me happy to know that Dan's going to have to do it after me. But Zyno, how can you not nominate this guy for the Monster Energy MVP? Fragging out all day today. He just won regionals. Like, he's going to be on absolute cloud 9 right now. And I'm not talking about the esports organization. I'm talking about the place where it feels so good to know that you performed at the best of your ability. Dark Zero not only get that big win on the board, but this man had so many impactful moments. Take yourself back to the 3v2 situation.
いやこいつらが強いだしこいつらクリマタイザーだ確かこいつらクリマタイザーだよこのストレイピングフレームらしいよだからクリマタイザーは多分取れないなんかねこいつらクソ強いらしいよBLVKHVND とヒューリアがクリマタイザーだからあんま行きたくないって感じそうだ多分 TSM のグループが本配信だと思うよ俺初めてのサブ会長だな今までずっと TSM と一緒だったからまあ空いてる場所折りがまあ賢いだろうねまあミルは譲りたくないけどあんまりダークゼロって感じかな
They are one of the best teams going into LAN. They are going to be a real threat, and we heard it in the interviews from all of the teams that are finding themselves on LAN. It's so important to lift a trophy, and I think that's exactly what XSET will want to do.
That's the only thing they have yet to do because they've been so good so long throughout our splits, but it's time to get down to business. And one player who got so close to handling his and in fact tied for first in terms of overall points at our last split, it was NRG and NRG Sweet, who I have to go and give a huge tip of the hat to for a performance that
いやーでも一番やばいのは C ですね多分一番やばいのは C だよ
There's something about the momentum that Sweet brings. We know he's one of the biggest creators and biggest faces in Apex.
俺が思うのは
It's just more than that. The way that he can get
俺が思うのは C ですね
rolling like a ball down a hill.
前回世界大会1位 TSM3 位アセンドがいる7位のフナティックもいるそしてまあドロップとか入ったオプティックもいるでヨーロッパ火力ナンバーワンベクスとエイパケノス中入り最強パルブレックス中国4000年の歴史ドリームファイヤーあドリームファイヤー中国じゃねえか台湾か台湾4000年の歴史ドリームファイヤーがいるし
Regular season MVP.
MDY が中国かな MDY ってどこ見ようぜ国旗見ようぜ
The most criminally underrated player in all of Apex Legends needed a spotlight.
これだこれ違うよこれじゃわかんないよ見れないな
XSET get the most out of any composition they're playing. He can jump on Pathfinder, he can jump on Fuse, he can jump on anyone and he's going to make it work. Plus I must say I did get swayed in my vote because I just saw him play Path, so I was like, he played Path, he wins. Like, it's MVP, it's as simple as that. Maybe not the best reason, but feeling about it?
No, listen, I love the way that XSET was playing, and overall, all of these players demonstrated something special and different from one another. Nothing is quite much.
あ、ほら、中国だよ、ほら。MD は中国4戦の歴史だよ。ロイエだけ違うな。ロイエだけ台湾だ、これ。ピテ、3MZ、サムズは中国だよ。やっぱ中国4000年の歴史だよ、これ。だから C グループ化け物だよ、これ。中国4000年の歴史と、オプティックと、ベクスドも今日やばかったし、フナティック、TSM、アセンド、パルブレックス、モンプレクシー。やばいっすね、ここ。ゴリゴリフィジカルが多すぎる。でもゴリゴリフィジカルが多いってことは、パルブレックス結構輝くんだよな、そういう時。
We did everything we could to just push past it and just focus on the win, and obviously, tonight everything worked together and we walked away with the dub.
だから割と B はね、いいかもしんない。
I'm going to jump in here because my first question is who's singing in the background?
Yeah, that is the team.
そうだね、C はね、どこがあってもおかしくない。まあ、どこがあってもおかしくないけどね。
I was gonna say, so I'm obviously on a different setup as the last time we did an interview. I tried to convince the players to do the interview.
まあ、D がいいね。一番 D がいいと思うよ。
Celebrating, but I actually, so I live in a different state, and I fly over to the DZ house, and I boot camp during Pro League, and I'm actually here right now, and this is kind of my temporary setup that I have with the boys. So I've been here for the past week working on the regionals.
B は、
I was going to say maybe tell them to stick to Apex Legends because with all due respect, that thing's dreadful. I want to talk to you about this last week because you mentioned it's kind of been tough. It's been rough for you guys, but I mean, you found a player in Zion and you put your faith in. And he repaid you.
寝るか。
I actually said before I was
寝ますか。じゃあ、
stop
私
coaching
は。
and I come back to playing. Zainu was one of the players I was going to approach myself.
PVPX
He was a free
初めて見
agent,
た。
and we were really happy to have him step in on such a short notice and help
よ
us
し、
out.
じゃあ私は寝ま
Honestly, he
す。
impressed me more than I thought he would. Like
皆さんお疲れ様です。
I knew he was insane, but
長時間ご視聴ありがとうございま
what
した。
people expect from controller players is not to be mechanically insane, right? Like obviously he's top 2 kill leader right now. But his
両方見たけど
decision-making
面
on
白かっ
micro
たな。
level is ridiculous.
次見るときは
Like,
絶対
I
オール
cannot
しません。
believe that he has
はい、ちゃん
never
と寝
played
て
in
からやり
Pro
ま
League
す。
or
見ま
ALGS
す。
before is actually
はい
impressive.。
じゃあお疲れ様で
It was
す。
incredible what he did, but we also
切
have
り
to give
ま
credit where
す。
it's due. I mean,
バイバイ。
you are a key factor to the reason why Dark Zero